I, Su Hao, possess a cognitive impairment system. In order to survive in this chaotic and tumultuous world, I joined the enigmatic 749 Bureau, hoping for stability and security. Thus began my journey along the path of becoming a passive model worker that I immersed myself in arduous labor, eagerly accepting tasks solely to grow stronger. After cleansing a haunted house, the system congratulated me. Congratulations, host. You have vanquished the Ancient Demonic Lair. After completing a physical training session, the system proclaimed, the Taiku Dragon-Elephant technique has reached perfection. Most astonishingly, after a profound conversation with a beautiful woman about life, it promptly informed me. Inyang dual cultivation completed, cultivation level skyrocketing. Gradually, a legend began to circulate within the 749 Bureau. The man named Su Hao had become their anchor, a walking weapon of mass destruction. The 749 Bureau vowed never to dispatch Su Hao first. How did I accidentally become invincible? Indeed, the path of cultivation is terrifying. Chapter 1. The sudden appearance of the presidential suite. Everyone, now, immediately, strike your magic orbs twice. I understand this is difficult, but this is an order. Writing is not easy. I humbly request some 5-star reviews and bookshelf editions, dear readers. I bow to you. I am sensitive, so please be merciful. If you dislike it, simply leave quietly, but any advice would be appreciated. Just do not scold me. A big A. A big A. I'll draw the fire. You follow. Su Hao was passionately engaged in battle and Valorant. Yet, in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Su Hao abruptly opened his eyes. Before him was not the familiar sight of his computer desk, but a lavishly decorated hotel suite. Beneath him was a bed so soft it felt like sinking into a cloud, and the air was infused with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of a post-bath ambience. Where am I? He was bewildered, his mind a blank slate. A crossover. A kidnapping? Or merely a dream? Click. The bathroom door clicked open, and a figure emerged gracefully. The woman was wrapped in a pure white bathrobe, her long, dark hair damply cascading over her shoulders, droplets gliding down her delicate collarbone and disappearing deep within. The robe's neckline. As she toweled her hair, she casually lifted her gaze. Our eyes met. The air stood still for 3 seconds. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the room. The woman's face drained of color as she instinctively clutched the collar of her bathrobe, her other hand trembling as it pointed at Su Hao on the bed. Who are you? How did you get here? Su Hao was taken aback, reflexively springing up from the bed. Miss. No, beautiful. I don't know. I was just playing Valor. No, gaming at home. Gaming. The woman's face flushed with anger as she quickly retreated to the wall, seizing the phone on the table. Do you think I'm stupid? Pervert. You'll be going to jail. She swiftly dialed the police. Hello? Is this the police? I need to report a break-in. Someone has intruded into my room. Yes, at the Junhua Hotel, room 8808. Hello? Hello? The woman's voice abruptly cut off as she stared at her phone screen that displayed no signal. Disbelief etched across her features. How is this possible? The signal here has always been good. She stubbornly fiddled with the device, even restarting it, but the red cross remained. Su Hao repeatedly explained, I'm truly not a bad person. It must be a misunderstanding. I might have accidentally entered the wrong room. Entered the wrong room? The woman regarded him as if he were a fool. This is the presidential suite. There's only this one room on the entire floor. And you, young man, what are you doing here? Are you a stalker or a paparazzi? Speak. Who sent you? Su Hao was at a loss for words, breaking into a cold sweat. The only certainty he had was that he was not dreaming. The tangible sensations, the heart racing in his throat, all indicated that the situation was dire. At that moment, the woman's phone, which had been blacked out, suddenly chimed. Startled, she quickly answered, her tone urgent. Hello? Is this the police? What took you so long? Hello, this is the 110 emergency service. What is your urgent situation? I need to report a break-in. Junhua Hotel, room 8808. Someone has entered my room. Junhua Hotel, room 8808. Understood. Please remain where you are and do not act rashly. I will arrive as soon as possible. Okay, hurry, the woman urged. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Though the entire conversation had been somewhat odd, she had managed to report the incident. The woman exhaled deeply, a weight lifted from her chest. With her arms crossed, she regained her haughty demeanor, casting a cold glance at Su Hao. Did you hear that? The police have already pinpointed our location. There's no escape for you. Now, go to the corner and squat down, or you'll regret it when they arrive. Su Hao, at a loss for words, felt parched and overwhelmed by the tense confrontation. Noticing a half-full glass of water on the bedside table, he couldn't care less and gulped it down. The cool liquid coursed down his throat, slightly easing his frazzled nerves. Ugh. What a mess. It's all ruined now, he thought, on the verge of tears. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed directly in his mind. Ding. High concentration spirit liquid detected. The system is officially activated. Binding host. Su Hao. Binding successful. Scanning host qualifications. Scanning complete. Congratulations, host. You are the rare, innate cultivation saint body. With exceptional roots and a natural affinity for the way, you are a born genius in cultivation. Su Hao. He nearly choked on his own saliva. What is happening? A system? A golden finger? What a cliché plot twist. Innate cultivation saint body. Me. He recalled his own illustrious achievements in physical education, where he struggled to complete a 1,000-meter run, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. Is there something wrong with this system? No. The key point is the spirit liquid. Su Hao abruptly glanced at the now empty glass in his hand. Isn't this just a cup of ordinary cold water? How did it become a spirit liquid? Before he could ponder further, another notification chimed in succession. Host has consumed a cup of spirit liquid. The effects of cleansing marrow and expelling impurities are activating. As soon as the words finished, Su Hao felt a warm current surge from his abdomen, instantly coursing through his limbs. His bones cracked and popped, muscles visibly solidifying, while his skin exuded a layer of foul-smelling oil. This cannot be fake. He was genuinely becoming stronger. As Su Hao marveled at the changes in his body, the woman across from him suddenly pinched her nose, stepping back in disgust. Ugh, what is that awful smell? How long has it been since you bathed? She frowned, disdainfully sizing up Su Hao. You look decent enough. Why are you so unclean? The stench from you is making me nauseous. Su Hao looked down to find himself covered in a layer of black muck, the rancid odor nearly causing him to retch. He opened his mouth, momentarily uncertain whether to clarify that. He was not a pervert or to explain that he was, in fact, quite fastidious about cleanliness. The woman interjected, Forget it. You should just go wash up. It's utterly disgusting. She pointed towards the bathroom. Once you're clean, you can walk out with a semblance of dignity. Though her words were harsh, they sounded like sweet music to Su Hao's ears that he felt utterly revolted, the foul odor emanating from him unbearable even to his own senses, as if every pore on his skin was protesting. He longed to plunge into the water and scrub himself clean multiple times. All right, I'll go right away. Su Hao felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, disregarding any further debate with the woman as he dashed into the luxurious bathroom, which was nearly the size of his entire bedroom. The hot water cascaded over him, washing away the layers of grime, revealing his fair and firm skin beneath. As he gazed into the mirror at the familiar yet foreign visage, he noted the defined musculature and the clarity in his eyes. This system is indeed remarkable. Just as Su Hao finished rinsing off, dried himself with a towel, and slipped back into his previously soiled clothes, a loud knocking reverberated from outside the door. I'm coming. The woman called out, her tone laced with a hint of triumph and relief. Su Hao's spirits lifted. The police were here. Surely, they would clear his name. He hurriedly exited the bathroom, nearly stumbling in his haste, arriving at the door just in time. With the doorknob within arm's reach, he hesitated not a moment, his sole focus on allowing the officers to enter and vindicate him. Officer, I am. As he spoke, he twisted the lock and pulled the door open slightly. However, standing outside was not a uniformed officer. An elderly face, creased and marred with necrotic spots, was almost pressed against the door, mere centimeters from Su Hao's own. Most terrifying of all was the ghastly grin that twisted its mouth, a semblance of a smile revealing yellowed gums. A wave of putrid stench assaulted his senses. Su Hao felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Bang! He slammed the door shut with a resounding crash. The woman caught a glimpse of the horrifying scene before the door sealed shut, instantly falling silent, her beautiful face turning pale as a sheet. Leaning against the door, Su Hao gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He desperately convinced himself it was merely an illusion, surely a result of the hot water having clouded his mind. What was that out there? The woman's voice trembled uncontrollably. That face, could it be a ghost? A ghost? Su Hao froze, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, a system had appeared out of thin air. That a cup of ordinary boiled water had been deemed spiritual liquid by the system. After consuming it, he had truly experienced a cleansing of marrow and bones, a phenomenon that seemed to belong solely to the realm of fiction. Such extraordinary events had transpired in his life. Thus, if even a cultivation system could manifest, what was so strange about the existence of ghosts in this world? At this thought, a chill raced down Su Hao's spine. That he belatedly recognized that the woman's prior call to the police had not been answered by an officer at all. That hollow, eerie voice, the peculiar phrasing. If it was not a ghost, then what could it possibly be? Chapter 2. Reverse entropy. See devouring. Record. The dull sound of knocking echoed persistently, neither hurried nor slow. Suhao leaned against the door, acutely aware of the subtle vibrations caused by each impact. Goodness, just as I received my golden opportunity, you come knocking for collection? Suhao raged internally, questioning the lack of reason. If only you would allow me to develop first. The entity outside clearly had no intention of granting him the protection period afforded to novices. Enough. I shall risk it all. In the astonished gaze of the woman, he dashed back to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and without a moment's hesitation, plunged his head beneath the rushing water, gulping it down fervently. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The icy tap water surged down his throat, filling his stomach. Simultaneously, the system alert in his mind echoed incessantly, as if stuck in a loop. Ding. The host consumes high concentration essence. Physique increases by 1. Minor cultivation growth. Ding. The host consumes high concentration essence. Physique increases by 1. Spiritual energy accumulating. Ding. The host consumes high concentration essence. The woman outside was nearing madness. She stared intently at the trembling door while shouting into the bathroom at the peculiarly behaving Suhao. Hey, you little pervert. Are you out of your mind? Is this truly the time to drink water? Find something to block the door. Suhao paid her no mind. Block the door? Is that even possible? That would be absurd. Conventional physical defenses would likely be of no use. His only hope now lay with this seemingly deranged yet astonishingly effective system. He felt as though his stomach might burst, the turmoil within rivaling a tempest, yet the will to survive overshadowed all else. He continued to drink. The woman observed this scene, her gaze shifting from horror to despair. It seemed she was destined to perish alongside him today. Little pervert, I do not wish to die. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Perhaps I should just give myself to you now. I refuse to depart this world without having experienced anything. Just as Suhao felt he was on the brink of water intoxication, the alert in his mind finally shifted. Ding. A massive intake of essence detected within a short time. Special condition of physique achieved. The ability to encompass all. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the technique reverse entropy. See devouring record. It worked. Suhao abruptly raised his head, wiping the water from his face as he gasped for air. A torrent of complex and profound information flooded his mind, detailing the techniques, operational pathways, and core principles of reverse entropy. See devouring record. This technique was extraordinarily dominant, encapsulated in a single word, devour, to absorb the energy of all things and transform it for one's own use. Instinctively, he glanced at his hands, as if he could perceive an invisible flow of energy gathering in his palms. Bang! A sound more thunderous than any before resonated as a clear handprint formed on the heavy metal door. The lock emitted a strained groan, on the verge of complete failure. Feeling the power within him surging from the consumption of an immense quantity of essence, Suhao's lips curled into a mad grin. All prior fear and tension transformed into an unprecedented vigor. He roared at the quivering door. Damn it, after knocking for so long, it's finally my turn. No longer waiting passively, he lunged forward and yanked the door open before the woman's horrified eyes. I wonder how bold you truly are. The moment the door swung open, a grinning face marred by decay lunged forward, a hand with pitch-black nails slicing through the air, aimed directly at Suhao's chest. This strike could effortlessly pierce an ordinary person's body. However, the anticipated carnage did not unfold. Thud! The hand landed solidly against Suhao, producing a dull sound. A flicker of confusion crossed the old man's face, yet Suhao remained unfazed. Swift as lightning, he seized the old man's cold, rigid neck. At that instant, the reverse entropy see devouring record technique activated. An overwhelming suction erupted from his palms, causing the old man's withered body to twist violently. For the first time, sheer terror glimmered in his murky eyes as he emitted a silent scream, unable to escape even a fraction. As the woman looked on in horror, the eerie old man's entire form transformed into wisps of black mist, frantically swirling into Suhao's hands. In mere 3 seconds, the corridor stood empty, as if nothing had ever transpired. The terrifying entity left not a trace behind. Silence enveloped the room. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a first-tier malevolent spirit. Evaluation: unstoppable, overcoming death's calamity. The host's exorcism foundation has far surpassed peers. The woman remained frozen, hands clamped over her mouth. Her beautiful almond eyes wide with shock, her mouth agape, as if to fit an egg. Her dazed gaze flitted between the vacant corridor and the composed Suhao. And after a while, Her mind began to function again. Her expression towards Su Hao transformed entirely, now filled with astonishment and admiration. "I can't believe it," she stammered, quickly correcting herself, her tone sweetening several degrees. "Little pervert. No. Handsome guy. You're so incredible." Having absorbed the last remnants of black mist, Su Hao slowly lowered his hands, exhaling deeply. The spiritual energy, transformed from the tap water, settled, becoming gentle yet robust. He turned around, emulating the demeanor of a sage from a film, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised. Adopting a profound pose as he gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, casually stating, "Heh, a mere trifling spirit, hardly worth mentioning." Su Qingyuan, still in shock, had yet to regain her composure. She looked at Su Hao's silhouette, her gaze shifting from perceiving a pervert to viewing a celestial being. Noticing her silence, Su Hao decided to maintain his lofty persona, continuing in a weighty tone. "This old man has observed the celestial phenomena, and through divination, discerned that this place harbors malevolent disturbances, endangering lives. Thus, I have awaited here to vanquish the wicked and restore clarity to the world." Old man. Su Qingyuan was taken aback by this appellation. Surely, a sage must possess unique linguistic habits. She quickly concealed her surprise, mimicking the etiquette from historical dramas. Slightly bowing in respect, her tone exceedingly deferential. "So it is Senior who graces us with presence." This humble girl did not recognize the towering mountain. "And I beg for your forgiveness. May I inquire the esteemed name of the master?" Su Hao suppressed a chuckle, gesturing dismissively while striving to maintain his aloof persona. "I do not change my name nor my surname, Su Hao. Master Su." Su Qingyuan's eyes sparkled as if filled with stars. "My name is Su Qingyuan. Thank you immensely for your life-saving grace today. Might I ask if it would be convenient to exchange contact information? I have many inquiries regarding these matters and would love to seek your guidance in the future." As she spoke, she eagerly retrieved her phone. "What? Your name is Su Qingyuan?" Su Hao's voice shifted in pitch. He gazed incredulously at the stunning woman before him. Fresh from her bath, her face devoid of makeup, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. Su Qingyuan, why does that name sound so familiar?" Su Hao's mind raced as a name long buried in the recesses of his memory began to align with the visage before him. Although he has little interest in the entertainment industry, being wholly absorbed in gaming, the name of this illustrious figure resonates profoundly. A current sensation, a cinematic diva, a darling of the fashion world, and a spokesperson for numerous luxury brands. Rumor has it that the insurance on her visage alone reaches a staggering 9 figures. Her likeness adorns advertisements in subway stations, grand posters in shopping malls, and splash screens on video streaming platforms. Given the urgency of the situation earlier, coupled with her freshly bathed state, she had refrained from making direct eye contact, fearing she might be mistaken for a predator. However, now, with her gentle reminder, upon closer inspection of those exquisite facial features and distinctive aura, it dawned on her that this was none other than Su Qingyuan, the very sensation dominating the internet. No wonder she was residing in a presidential suite. Yet, wasn't she supposed to have traversed through time? How could Su Qingyuan possibly be here? In Chapter 3, as Su Hao momentarily faltered, Su Qingyuan interpreted it as an astonished reaction from a distinguished elder regarding her ordinary identity, deepening her impression of his enigmatic character. Su Hao quickly recalibrated his demeanor. Having committed to this facade, he resolved to see it through to the end. Clearing his throat, he resumed his composed facade. "Miss Su, there is no need for excessive formalities. It is merely a trifling matter." "And the contact information?" Su Qingyuan inquired eagerly, brandishing her phone. Su Hao, maintaining his reserved demeanor, nodded in affirmation. "Of course, should we encounter any peculiar situations in the future, feel free to reach out." With that, he nonchalantly retrieved his 1,000 yuan gaming phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Su Qingyuan quickly scanned it to add him. Once the friend request was accepted, she glanced at his nickname, Chongbei Su Gong. "Ah, so this master harbors a hint of self-admiration," she mused. As Su Hao found himself inadvertently caught in a monumental misunderstanding, he reveled in the unexpected turn of events that transformed a precarious situation into a tale of a master subduing demons. However, before he could fully savor his triumph, the distant wail of police sirens crescendoed, drawing nearer. Su Hao's expression shifted dramatically. A sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten about the actual police. "No, officer. It's truly a misunderstanding. I acted out of altruism. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll clarify it upon our return. Raise your hands and stand against the wall." Moments later, Su Hao found himself in cold handcuffs, escorted by 2 officers, as he sheepishly exited the presidential suite. Su Qingyuan, in a flurry of anxious explanations, was met with skepticism from the officers, who deemed the situation suspicious given the disheveled state of the two and the signs of a struggle. In the interrogation room, the blinding lights rendered it nearly impossible to see. Name: Su Hao. Age: 19. Occupation: student. Just as Su Hao was in the midst of his questioning, the door swung open, admitting a group of men clad in black trench coats, their expressions steely. The leader presented a badge to the interrogating officer, who immediately stood at attention and exited without a word. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of grave seriousness and mystery. The lead man in the trench coat took a seat opposite Su Hao, extracting a form from a folder and, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "Name?" Taken aback, Su Hao replied, "Didn't you just ask that?" The trench-coated man raised his head, his commanding presence silencing Su Hao's retort. "I asked you name." The authoritative tone compelled Su Hao to swallow his words. Su Hao. Age: 19. At that moment, a sudden jolt of realization struck Su Hao. Wait, am I not supposed to have crossed over? In my earlier delight at acquiring this newfound ability, I neglected the fundamental question: does this world even acknowledge the existence of Su Hao? Am I perhaps without an identity? The thought sent a chill of sweat cascading down his back. However, it soon became evident that Su Hao was overthinking. The trench-coated man, seemingly perceptive of his anxiety, set down his pen, leaning slightly forward, and stated matter-of-factly, "Let us speak plainly. Su Hao, male, 19 years old, a freshman at Huaihai University, raised in an orphanage in the southern part of the city." He paused, locking eyes with Su Hao, and continued slowly, "File status, suspected initial awakened. Half an hour ago, in room 8808 of the Junyue Hotel, you employed some means to resolve the incident involving an elderly knocker. Am I correct?" Curiously, Su Hao ventured, "What does being awakened mean?" The trench-coated man closed the folder, reclining slightly in his chair. The average person will live an ordinary life. If fortunate, they may join certain schools of thought and learn true teachings to become a practitioner, though most never encounter such realms. However, a rare few may, during unexpected and bizarre events, break through their life's constraints at the brink of death. Most perish on the spot. Only a fortunate few survive, gaining extraordinary abilities. We refer to such individuals as awakened. Su Hao nodded, realization dawning upon him. So, I must be one of these awakened individuals then? Indeed, the trench-coated man affirmed, his expression unchanged as he straightened up, adopting a formal tone. "Greetings, Su Hao. I represent the Bureau for Special Event Handling and Security, known as the 749 Bureau, and I officially invite you to join our ranks." He added, "Of course, you may choose to decline. However, as an awakened, you must undergo a thorough registration process. Your future will be subject to certain levels of oversight. International travel will involve rigorous scrutiny, and we do not recommend it unless absolutely necessary. Isn't that tantamount to living under surveillance?" Su Hao furrowed his brow. Can I take some time to think this over?" The trench-coated man appeared to anticipate this response, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. "Additionally, by joining the 749 Bureau, you will enjoy numerous benefits." He proceeded to enumerate: a base salary of 10,000 per month, with bonuses starting at 20,000 for each D-grade mission, with no upper limit. Full benefits at the highest standards. Participation in missions is not mandatory. You need only fulfill your basic patrol duties each month. Should you choose to join now, you will be in turn receiving half the benefits. Joining the 749 Bureau also opens up various avenues for personal development. Completing missions yields resources, which in turn empower you, enabling you to undertake more missions, a virtuous cycle. The stronger you become, the longer your lifespan will extend. Local agencies must unconditionally cooperate with your operations during missions. Su Hao gasped, overwhelmed. His mind was racing. This was no mere job offer. It was akin to receiving a golden opportunity from the heavens. What reason could he possibly have to refuse? The trench-coated man continued to elaborate on various allowances and recognition systems. Unable to endure any longer, Su Hao slammed his palms on the table and stood abruptly, interrupting, "Enough. I'm in." Chapter 4. Home. The man in the trench coat merely nodded calmly, expressing his agreement. He produced a pitch-black mobile phone from his briefcase and handed it to Su Hao. This is a specially designed phone for employees, featuring physical encryption and is untraceable. It only contains a pre-installed app, which is our internal application for Bureau 749. Su Hao accepted the phone, feeling its cool and weighty presence in his hand. Upon illuminating the screen, he discovered a simplistic shield-shaped icon with 749 inscribed beneath it. The trench-coated man continued with his explanation. The app will outline your basic patrol tasks. Once you feel sufficiently adept at harnessing your powers, you may register online for the formal assessment. Have you seen Naruto? The assessment mode is quite similar to the Chunin exams, albeit it is a solo evaluation. Observing Su-Hao deep in thought, he added, currently, you are in the internship phase, which allows for considerable freedom. You may also accept simple team tasks from the task hall, where formal employees will guide you through the process. Su-Hao opened the app. Its interface was straightforward, displaying sections for personal information, task hall, and exchange center, though most features were currently grayed out. The trench-coated man stood and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he paused, casting a lingering glance at Su-Hao. Newbie, I have high hopes for you. For the first time, his tone bore a hint of approval. After all, it was rare for someone to handle a fully formed anomaly alone during their first awakening. With that, he swiftly exited the interrogation room, accompanied by his subordinates, leaving no further words behind. As they departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the room dissipated. Soon after, the earlier police officer entered, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. He politely unclasped Su-Hao's handcuffs and briefly explained that the situation had been clarified, allowing him to leave. Holding the special phone, Su-Hao felt a surreal detachment as he stumbled out of the police station. The cool night breeze cleared the confusion from his mind. Just as he stepped through the entrance, he spotted a familiar figure anxiously waiting in the shadows by the roadside. It was Su Qingyuan, wearing a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses. Despite the late hour, her attire seemed deliberately conspicuous. She had not left, having waited for him. Upon seeing Su-Hao emerge unscathed, Su Qingyuan quickly approached, her face etched with concern. Master, are you all right? Did they give you a hard time? I'm fine, just a routine inquiry. Su-Hao waved his hand, signaling his well-being. Su Qingyuan sighed in relief and immediately inquired, Master, where do you live? It's quite late, let me drive you home. With that, she gently pressed a button on her car key. Not far away, a striking red Ferrari blinked its headlights twice, standing out vividly against the night backdrop. Su-Hao glanced at the luxurious vehicle and then at his wrinkled t-shirt, feeling a stark contrast. He awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Please, don't call me Master. It sounds odd. You're older than me. Just call me Su-Hao. Su Qingyuan readily acquiesced, a flicker of amusement in her eyes, her tone growing more familiar. All right then. Xiao-Hao, where do you live? Sister will take you home. Chengnan, Dexing Community. Su-Hao disclosed his rental location. Get in. Su Qingyuan decisively opened the passenger door for him. It was Su-Hao's first experience riding in such a high-end luxury car. As he sank into the soft leather seat, the distinctive scent of wealth enveloped him. The car's engine roared to life with a smooth yet powerful sound. And he finally understood why the affluent were so enamored with such vehicles. The experience was indeed unparalleled. The dazzling Ferrari clashed with the surrounding dilapidated streets, soon arriving at the entrance of Su-Hao's old, worn community. After a brief farewell to Su Qingyuan, promising to connect via WeChat, Su-Hao ventured alone into the familiar corridor, gazing at the peeling walls adorned with outdated advertisements and the graffiti at the stairwell's corner. He felt a profound sense of nostalgia. This world seemed eerily identical to the one he inhabited before his journey. Even his identity as an orphan, a university student residing in a shabby rental, matched perfectly. Incredibly, it was astonishing indeed. He approached his front door, retrieving the familiar keys from his pocket and inserting one into the lock. With a click, the door swung open. The interior was arranged just as he remembered. Scattered sneakers, a few garments piled on the living room sofa, instant noodle containers on the coffee table, and even the slightly odorous socks he had discarded in the corner were all positioned precisely as they had been. This could no longer be explained as mere coincidence. With an increasingly peculiar sentiment, Su-Hao pushed open the door to his bedroom. The computer screen glowed, revealing the familiar interface of his beloved game, Valorant. The glaring word defeat hung ominously in the center of the screen. His performance stats were dismal, and the chat box displayed the final farewell from his teammates. Through it, GG. Su-Hao's pupils dilated sharply. Something was amiss. This scene, these results, wasn't this precisely how he performed in the final match after ranking up to silver? A bizarre and chilling thought struck him like lightning. No way. I didn't T-crossover, did I? Chapter 5. Anomalies and Monsters. Su-Hao's mind was in a state of paralysis for a full 30 seconds. He stared blankly at the glaring word defeat on the screen, the echoes of his teammates' lamentations reverberating in his ears. Everything aligned perfectly. This disheveled rental was indeed his. The modest computer that could barely run games was his as well. This silver ranking match was one he had just played. So I haven't T-crossed over? If I haven't T-crossed over, then how did I inexplicably end up in the presidential suite of the Junhua Hotel after losing consciousness? That was not a dream. The transformation of my body after the soul cleansing is undeniably real. That power still lingers within me. The anomaly known as the knocking old man. The sensation of having devoured it was strikingly authentic. And then there was Bureau 749, the special phone. And that serious man in the trench coat. None of this was a mere illusion. Su Hao clenched his fists tightly. Thus, it was not that I had traversed into a world filled with anomalies. Rather, the world I had always lived in was inherently anomalous. And today, I merely uncovered this truth. As he continued to process this revolutionary realization, the special black phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly. The screen illuminated, revealing a message from the 749 intern group chat, Eastern China. Su Hao curiously tapped to enter. The group comprised approximately 20 to 30 individuals, with a diverse array of profile pictures and eccentric usernames. At this moment, someone with the nickname Wind Chaser was excitedly flooding the chat. Wind Chaser, brothers, I have something incredible to share. Today, while patrolling at the abandoned factory in the west of the city, I actually encountered a monster. You know, the kind of legendary weasel spirit that can speak human language. One Punch Man, in turn no way. Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Chasing Wind Youth, not at all. I immediately followed the standard procedure outlined in the manual and requested assistance. And guess what? A senior worker from the area arrived in a flash, effortlessly subdued that weasel spirit in mere moments. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. It was nothing short of impressive and professional. As he perused the chat records, Su Hao fell into deep contemplation. The standard procedure involved requesting aid from a seasoned worker to resolve issues. Was this truly the correct approach for rookie interns? He reminisced about his first day, being mistaken for a pervert, prompting a beautiful woman to call the police, forcibly drinking tap water to grasp the techniques, single-handedly defeating a ghost, and ultimately being thrown into jail. Su Hao could not help but twitch his lips, while others commenced their journeys with a tutorial guided by experts. My initiation resembled a hellish solo dungeon, relying solely on the system's erratic guidance and sheer tenacity. Was this disparity not a bit too vast? Observing the fervent discussions in the group, Su Hao felt as if he existed in an entirely different realm. Unable to restrain himself, he typed a message in the input box and sent it out. North City Sugong, may I inquire if there are other types apart from ghosts and spirits? The moment his message was sent, the group reacted instantly. Chasing Wind Youth. Oh, a newcomer? Welcome, welcome. Newcomers must first share a photo and then send a red envelope. It's a rule. One Punch Man, in turn. Red envelope, red envelope. Salty Fish Thrust. Newcomer girl shares a photo, and the guy sends a red envelope. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover such down-to-earth, unwritten rules within this mysterious organization. Without hesitation, Su Hao activated the red envelope feature, sending a 10 yuan luck envelope. North City Sugong sent a red envelope. The envelope was almost instantly claimed. Chasing Wind Youth. Wow, the newcomer is generous. 3 yuan and 5 cents were snatched. Thanks, boss. One Punch Man, in turn. Damn, I only got 12 cents. Chasing Wind Youth. Ahem. Considering how well the newcomer is fitting in, let's skip the photo requirement. Allow me to clarify a few things for you. Su Hao immediately perked up. Chasing Wind Youth. Besides the commonly known ghosts and spirits, there exists another type known as demons. North City Sugong. What are the distinctions among these? This question seemed to fall squarely within Chasing Wind Youth's area of expertise, and he promptly began to enlighten. Chasing Wind Youth. The distinctions are significant. To put it simply, spirits are typically animals or similar entities that have cultivated their essence and gained wisdom and supernatural powers, like the weasel spirit I encountered today. Chasing Wind Youth. Ghosts, on the other hand, are beings who, after death, linger due to resentment or obsession, refusing to reincarnate. They remain in the world causing harm, lacking physical form, making them quite troublesome. Chasing Wind Youth. As for demons, that becomes more complicated. Generally, it refers to living humans who, in pursuit of power, veer down a treacherous path, practicing malevolent arts and resorting to human sacrifices, posing the greatest danger. He concluded with a cautionary note for the newcomer. Chasing Wind Youth. Typically, we interns and regular workers primarily handle spirits and ghosts. As for demons, that is beyond our current level. Upon encountering one, simply call for help. And the caliber of assistance you receive will depend on your luck. Su Hao gazed at his phone screen, deep in thought. It appeared that the old man he had dispatched belonged to the ghost category. It seemed he was indeed quite formidable, as he had dispatched what Chasing Wind Youth referred to as trouble with ease. Chapter 6. Patrol after digesting a plethora of information. An overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped Su Hao. He fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Su Hao was not awakened by his alarm, but rather by a mechanical notification echoing in his mind. Ding. Host detected entering a state of deep meditation, lasting 8 hours. With the circulation of energy, refining spiritual power autonomously. Congratulations, host. You have officially stepped into the realm of cultivation, advancing to the initial stage of chi refinement. Keep up the good work, host. You shall be the most dazzling figure in the realm of immortality. Initial stage of chi refinement? Suhao sprang up from his bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. While he did not sense any monumental changes in his body, the profound fatigue that had once gripped him evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and vitality, as if he could effortlessly run 3 kilometers on the spot. He stretched lazily, surveying the chaotic state of his abode. Last night's instant noodle container was still on the table, and dirty clothes and smelly socks littered the floor. It was time for a cleanup. Suhao muttered to himself as he resignedly grabbed a broom to tidy up. Just as he swept a pile of trash into the dustpan, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. Host is cleaning the dwelling, dispelling dust. Achieving a clear state of mind. As a qualified cultivator, one must not be slovenly. Reward, minor spell of cleanliness. A glimmer of light flashed, and a segment of information instantly appeared in Suhao's mind. With a mere thought, he directed the spell towards a dust-covered corner, silently reciting the incantation. A gentle breeze swept through, and the spider webs and dust vanished without a trace, leaving the area as pristine as if it had been wiped down with a damp cloth 8 times. Amazing. Suhao's eyes sparkled. He had stumbled upon a newfound convenience. In a playful spirit, he cast the cleanliness spell throughout the entire room, and within minutes, his rented space transformed into a refreshing haven, the air noticeably invigorated. Once he had tidied up, he picked up his special phone to check. Aside from the flood of meaningless messages in the intern chat group, a rare red dot appeared on his almost dormant private messaging app. Upon opening it, he found a message from Su Qingyuan. Her WeChat nickname was Fragrant Soft Little Cake. Fragrant Soft Little Cake. Xiaohao, I cannot thank you enough for saving my sister's life yesterday. Please accept this token of gratitude as if I were inviting you for tea. Below was a WeChat transfer, amounting to 1 million yuan. Suhao stared at the string of zeros. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept. Why should he turn down money when he was a struggling student barely able to pay rent? Accepting a token of gratitude for saving a life was hardly unreasonable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a red Ferrari, Su Qingyin nervously gazed at her phone screen. When she saw the chat interface displaying that the recipient had received the funds, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. However, she waited in vain for a response. No thank you, no refusal, nor any polite remarks. He accepted the money, and that was the end of it. Su Qingyuan stared at the avatar of North City Su Gong, lost in thought. At that moment, Suhao was eagerly exploring the app of the 749 Bureau. In the task hall, he indeed found his basic patrol task for the day. The task description was simple: patrol along the designated route, recording and reporting any anomalies. Not too difficult, Suhao mused. He had no classes in the morning, so he could take a stroll to familiarize himself with the business. He glanced at the app's notes for newcomers, one of which was highlighted in red. During work hours, it is mandatory to wear and activate the law enforcement recorder. Suhao picked up the specially designed phone and noticed a discreet camera embedded on the side of its case. Following the instructions, he clipped the phone onto the pocket of his t-shirt, with the camera facing outward. With everything in place, he grabbed his keys and stepped outside. Downstairs, Suhao mounted his second-hand electric scooter. Riding his beloved little motorcycle, he savored the freedom from traffic jams, humming a tune as he set off in high spirits. However, after riding for a little over 10 minutes, the smile on Suhao's face gradually faded. Was this patrol route a bit too eerie? The app's navigation skillfully avoided all the spacious and well-lit main roads, guiding him into some obscure corners instead. The handshaking buildings in the urban village, the abandoned demolition zone, and the back alleys of internet cafes were all places teeming with delinquents and rascals. Suhao halted his scooter, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the app. This time, he noticed a nearly invisible line of text in the bottom right corner of the patrol route map. The system has automatically matched potential high-risk areas based on real-time data. Goodness, it even has intelligent filtering? Suhao was at a loss for words. It seemed the app was not directing him for a casual stroll, but rather leading him straight into a den of danger. Just as he was about to grumble a bit before continuing on his way, a group of brightly dyed-haired delinquents swaggered into the alley ahead, blocking his path with a few heavily made-up girls in tow. The ringleader, a fellow with yellow hair, leaned against Suhao's scooter, cigarette dangling from his mouth. And with an air of misplaced confidence, he said, "Hey there, buddy. Mind helping us out? We're a bit short on cash lately." Suhao gazed at them with an impassive expression. "I have no money." With that, he attempted to twist the handlebar and maneuver around them. Instantly, A green-haired thug stepped forward to obstruct his way once more, wearing a sinister grin. The atmosphere froze in tense silence. Suhao regarded these oblivious individuals before slowly raising his hand towards the phone clipped to his chest. Under their puzzled gazes, he casually pressed a button on the side of the phone. Click. The indicator light of the law enforcement recorder extinguished. Chapter 7. The old residential building in the alley. The tension was palpable. Suhao's movements were deliberate, even languid. Yet, to the thugs, the act of turning off the recorder was a blatant provocation. "Oh, this kid seems to understand the situation," the yellow-haired thug sneered, cracking his knuckles with a sharp sound. "You know what's about to happen isn't meant to be recorded, right? All right, today we'll teach you a lesson." 3 minutes later, the alley remained occupied by the same group, but their postures had undergone a dramatic transformation. The previously arrogant yellow-haired and green-haired thugs, along with their companions, now stood in a row, bruised and battered, heads bowed, hands pressed against their pants seams, standing more rigidly than in military training. Suhao stood before them, leisurely brushing off the dust from his hands, as if he had merely completed a light warm-up exercise. He looked at the subdued delinquents and sighed. "Ah, 3 punches to scatter the spirit of the streets. Remember, I'm a scholar who believes in reason." Upon hearing this, the thugs trembled even more, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at Suhao. Reason? He hadn't mentioned that when he was swinging the green-haired thug around like a sandbag. Suhao chose to ignore their fear, calmly returning the phone to his chest pocket and pressing the side button again. Click. The indicator light of the law enforcement recorder glowed faintly green once more. Then, in front of the thugs, he dialed the police. "Hello, 110? In the alley behind Dishengli, I've detained a few young men causing trouble. Please send someone over." The police arrived promptly. When Suhao spotted the familiar figure stepping out of the police car, he couldn't help but smile. The officer also recognized him, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a bemused expression. "What brings you here again?" It was the same officer who had interrogated him at the police station and kindly escorted him out afterward. "What a coincidence, comrade," Suhao greeted with a smile. This time, the process was much simpler. Upon seeing the thugs' pitiful state and their fearful gazes, the officer quickly grasped the situation. "I forgot to formally introduce myself last time. I'm Zhang Guodong from the Chengnan police station," Officer Zhang said while cuffing the delinquents. "Suhao," he replied, after shoving the last thug into the police car. Zhang Guodong returned to Suhao's side, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to him. "Care for a smoke?" "No, thank you, Brother Zhang." Suhao waved his hand. Zhang Guodong lit one for himself, taking a deep drag as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, tinged with a hint of resignation. These youngsters nowadays, always causing trouble and disrupting society. He patted Suhao's shoulder. "All right, we'll handle things here. You can go about your business." Suhao nodded, mounting his well-worn electric scooter, and slowly vanished from the alley's entrance beneath the flashing police lights, resuming his eerie patrol task. As Suhao rode his beloved scooter, reveling in the thrill of earning money, the specially designed phone in his pocket suddenly emitted a series of urgent electronic alerts. "Beep, beep, beep. Warning, your patrol route has deviated significantly. Please return to the main road." What the heck? Suhao squeezed the brakes, pulling over with a hint of annoyance as he fished out his phone. He had been following the navigation meticulously. Upon glancing at the app, he noticed that the interface had changed. The navigation line was now pointing towards an old residential building nearby. Simultaneously, a more conspicuous line of red text appeared at the bottom of the screen. Detected that the concentration of demonic energy in the target area is slightly above the normal threshold. Suggestion: as an intern, prioritize choosing one-click reporting and await support. Below that suggestion, a slightly lighter line of text was also clearly visible. Assessment: this concentration level is suitable for a first-stage awakened individual to continue deeper investigation. Suhao's gaze flitted between the 2 lines of text, his mind racing. Demonic energy? This was his first encounter with the concept of demon in reality. First-stage awakened individual? He recalled the morning's system prompt about the first level of Qi training. It seemed the classification system of Bureau 749 and his misaligned system's cultivation realms could roughly correspond. Now the question arose, should he follow the intern's advice, play it safe, and wait for reinforcements? Fortune favors the bold. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the option to proceed with further investigation on the screen. The app's interface instantly transformed into a floor plan, with a room on the 3rd floor circled in red. Suhao secured his little scooter, raised his gaze to the dilapidated residential building, and a flicker of excitement and curiosity danced in his eyes. The strange was familiar to him. Now, let him confront this so-called demon and discover what it truly was. In the moment Suhao stepped into the residential building, It felt as though he had crossed into an entirely different realm. A chilling, damp odor assaulted his senses. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, with not a single light illuminating the way. Su Hao activated the flashlight on his phone, casting a pallid beam ahead. Rather than hastily ascending to the third floor, he began his cautious exploration from the ground level, meticulously probing upward. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the deliberate softness of his own footsteps and the occasional creak of the aged wooden floorboards. Yet, as he passed several doors on the first and second floors, he could faintly discern the sound of a television emanating from within, accompanied by a subtle whiff of traditional Chinese medicine. Curious, he leaned closer to a slightly ajar door and peered through the crack. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, sat leisurely in a rocking chair, engrossed in an old television drama. A flicker of confusion arose within Su Hao. This building still housed residents, predominantly elderly individuals who seemed to be physically impaired. He paused, lost in contemplation. The 749 app had explicitly indicated the presence of malevolent energy, suggesting that the target resided within these very walls. Yet, if a nefarious creature truly lurked here, these defenseless seniors would surely be the perfect prey. How could they remain unharmed in such proximity? A hypothesis formed in his mind. The entity here was either too weak to confront humans or exceedingly cunning, akin to a rabbit avoiding its own burrow, using these elderly individuals as a protective shield. This notion shifted Su Hao's approach dramatically. Initially, he had approached this venture with a sense of curiosity about vanquishing demons. But now he had to consider more pressing matters. These seniors were akin to inhabitants living beside a barrel of gunpowder, while he and the unknown entity represented a potential ignition source. This is troublesome, Su Hao murmured to himself. If a creature truly resided here, he could only hope to handle it swiftly, as he had done with a few unruly youths. However, if the adversary possessed any real strength, engaging in combat within the confines of this narrow corridor could easily endanger the lives of these innocent residents. His expression grew solemn. This undertaking could not solely revolve around his own safety. It was imperative to ensure the well-being of these vulnerable inhabitants. A swift resolution was essential. With this thought, his footsteps became lighter and more deliberate, each step taken in silence. He retracted his outward energy, blending seamlessly into the darkness of the corridor, gradually making his way toward the third floor, where the malevolent energy was most potent. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Fortune. Su Hao ascended to the third floor. The wall at the stairway bore the numbers 301 and 302, an arrow directing him into the dimly lit hallway. The app's red marker indicated room 302 at the corridor's end. As he drew closer, the faint scent of blood became increasingly discernible. It was not overpowering. Rather, it carried a stale quality, reminiscent of long-dried bloodstains. Su Hao held his breath, pressing his body against the wall as he silently approached the door of 302. The door was an old wooden one, complete with a peephole, though the lens had long since clouded. Cautiously, he positioned his gaze at the gap between the door and its frame, attempting to glean a glimpse within. The room was dimly lit, with heavy curtains drawn tight. Utilizing the faint light filtering through the crack, he could vaguely discern a massive object suspended from the ceiling at the room's center. This entity was enveloped by two enormous wings resembling those of a bat, swaying gently like an inverted cocoon. The scent of blood emanated from within. Is it sleeping? He realized that he could not afford to engage in combat here. Otherwise, the ordinary residents within the building would be imperiled. In that instant, he understood precisely what he needed to do. Drawing a deep breath and channeling his energy, he burst forth with fervor, exclaiming, "The great fortune truck is arriving." Before his words had even faded, he propelled himself like a cannonball, colliding forcefully with the old wooden door. The sound echoed as the frail door shattered under the full impact of his chi-infused charge, splintering like paper. Amidst the flying wood shards, Su Hao did not pause for a moment, surging toward the inverted cocoon at the center of the room. The creature seemed startled, its wings parting just enough for Su Hao's shoulder to collide forcefully against it. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force surged forth, and the creature had no time to react before Su Hao, in a whirlwind of strength, propelled it toward the back window. The glass shattered with a cacophonous crash, the frame splintering as the duo plummeted from the third floor, transforming into a dark shadow that struck the overgrown ground below. A loud thud reverberated, sending dust spiraling into the air. Su Hao shook his head, slightly dazed, but largely unscathed. He glanced down at what was supposed to be the creature. It lay in a pit of its own making, a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, its once mighty wings now twisted unnaturally, spasming intermittently, clearly on the verge of death. Su Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated a grand, earth-shattering battle, even preparing for potential injuries, which had prompted him to decisively relocate the confrontation outside the building to safeguard the innocent. Yet, was this truly all there was to it? A single impact, and it was finished? While Su Hao pondered the creature's frailty, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a first-tier beast. The Ming Bat Zun. Evaluation: a thunderous strike, utterly overwhelming. The host has begun to exhibit the demeanor of an ancient powerhouse. Ming Bat Zun. Su Hao's lips curled in disbelief. How could such a creature be deemed worthy of the title Zun? Reward: talent acquired. Ming Wing sound wave perception. Talent description: no active vocalization required. The host can passively capture subtle sound wave vibrations in the environment, such as breathing, heartbeat, object collisions, constructing a three-dimensional sound wave map in the mind through the analysis of frequency and propagation paths. Even if the target remains stationary or concealed, its position and state can be precisely located. This reward made Su Hao's eyes light up. Wasn't this akin to a human form of passive sonar? A remarkable skill. He suppressed his excitement, retrieving a specially designed phone, deftly accessing the app to locate the task completion option, and pressing the button to process subsequent actions. A prompt immediately appeared on the screen. Request received. Logistics team is en route. Please remain on-site for handover. Minutes later, a nondescript black van arrived silently at the building's base. Two personnel clad in blue uniforms from the 749 Bureau's logistics team emerged. Upon witnessing the massive hole in the third-floor wall, they appeared unfazed. However, as they approached the gruesome mass of flesh, both men instinctively inhaled sharply. Is this really the first-tier demon mentioned in the report? One of the younger men asked, prodding the grotesque remains with his gloved hand. The older team leader crouched down for a closer inspection, his brow furrowed. Indeed, judging by the remnants of its wing structure, this was a shadow bat. But this is an exceedingly grim sight. Grim? The younger man swallowed hard. It's practically been beaten into a shapeless mass. Upon reviewing the task records, I discovered that the individual responsible for the execution of the task was an intern who had registered only today. My goodness, are interns this ruthless nowadays? The team leader stood up, his expression grave as he exclaimed, "Ruthlessness is an understatement. This is outright brutality. Look at these bones, shattered beyond recognition, and their internal organs likely reduced to a pulp. What kind of enmity could provoke such violence? Is there a penchant for sadism at play here? It is indeed cruel to reduce a mere first-tier bat demon to such a state." While the logistics team was engaged in their speculations about this merciless intern, Su Hao had already returned to the dilapidated room on the third floor. Su Hao needed to ascertain whether any other threats lingered at the scene. Upon receiving the soul wing voice print perception, the world around him transformed instantaneously. The flow of air, the distant hum of car engines, the hushed conversations of the logistics personnel below, even the rhythm of their heartbeats, all morphed into intangible sound waves, constructing a vivid three-dimensional map in his mind. After meticulously scanning the entire room and confirming the absence of any signs of life, he proceeded to investigate further, reaching the innermost storage room. As he pushed the door open, utilizing the light from his phone, he was met with a sight that made his pupils constrict. In the corner of the room lay three withered corpses, their flesh seemingly drained, reduced to mere skeletons, their faces still etched with the terror experienced in their final moments. Chapter 9. A fruitless endeavor as Su Hao descended from the third floor. The logistics team had nearly completed the cleanup of the bat demon's remains and the traces of the battle below. Upon seeing Su Hao, the team leader's gaze bore a hint of curiosity and peculiar reverence. He approached Su Hao and handed over an electronic report board. "Newcomer, please confirm the task report." Su Hao took a glance at the document, which detailed the essential information about the incident, noting that the outcome was the elimination of one first-tier demon bat. Demon bat? Su Hao inquired. "Yes, that is its official designation," the team leader explained, gesturing towards the remains packed in a specialized body bag. The demon bat is a creature that prefers to dwell in the dark corners of the city. Its behavior is nocturnal, relying on the extraction of blood from living beings for sustenance, with a particular preference for the young, as they possess weaker resistance compared to the elderly, who are often frail. They lack formidable physical attack capabilities, yet their wings emit ultrasonic waves that can disorient the mind, inaudible to ordinary people, yet inducing dizziness and fatigue, ultimately leading to unconsciousness and being drained of life. They are relatively common and quite troublesome low-tier demons in urban settings. Su Hao nodded in understanding. After signing the report, the logistics team expertly concluded their tasks, spraying a specific liquid to dissipate the demonic aura and preparing to report to the community under the pretext of a gas leak in the dilapidated building. Observing their methodical and professional operations, Suhao felt a sense of relief and rode his electric scooter home. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he promptly opened the 749 app. The task interface displayed that the basic patrol task had been marked as completed. Task name: Investigation of abnormal demonic energy in the Disheng Residential Building, Southern District. Outcome: successfully eliminated one first-tier demon bat. Discovered 3 victims. Task rating: excellent. Swift response. Decisive action: no additional civilian casualties. Task reward: 0 Chuyi Danum? 0 points. Suhao furrowed his brow at the number. Out of curiosity, he tapped the 0, prompting a system note to appear. Jidan. Internal currency of the 749 Bureau, redeemable for martial arts techniques, equipment, and other resources. Note: during the internship phase, task completion does not yield Chuyi Dang rewards. What a waste of effort. Suhao couldn't help but curse. Unconvinced, he navigated to the Redemption Center in the app. The interface dazzled with numerous options divided into several categories. Martial arts area, basic breathing technique. 100 Chuyi Dan indestructible body entrance chapter. 500 Chuyi Dat, combat skills area. Essentials of 8 extremes fist. 150 Chuyi Dan modern grappling combat techniques. 80 Chuyi Dat, equipment area, anti-demonic rune dagger. 300 Chuyi Dan level 3 silent combat suit. 400 Chuyi Dan, gazing at those enticing options that made his heart race. And contrasting them with the prominent 0 in his personal information section, Suhao felt as though he were gazing at a lavish feast without any utensils. What a pity, he murmured to himself. Clearly, the priority at hand is to pass the assessment and secure a formal position as an employee. There is no time to waste on this fruitless endeavor. Just as he closed the Redemption Center, Suhao's phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Qingyuan. Soft and sweet little cake. Xiao Hao, I'm so scared being home alone. Everywhere I look feels eerie. TT, Northern District Sugong. It's broad daylight. With such abundant yang energy, what could be eerie? Don't overthink it. Go light some incense and recognize a few suns. I've heard that those with suppressed desires generally possess robust vitality, and the eerie one dare to approach. Soft and sweet little cake. Come on. People nowadays are so frail. Unlike certain individuals who are brimming with yang energy. Xiao Hao, would you like to come over and share some of your yang energy with me? Wicked grin. JPG, Northern District Sugong. I say it's your suppressed desires. Hence there's no need to worry. Following that, Suhao chose not to reply further. The morning patrol had drained quite a bit of his energy, and he was feeling hungry. He skillfully opened the food delivery app and ordered a deluxe pig trotter rice meal. After finishing his meal, he planned to head to school, where he had the dreaded linear algebra class in the afternoon. While waiting for his food, he revisited the 749 intern group chat, Eastern China District. Observing the ongoing chatter, he recalled his fruitless work experience and couldn't resist venting his frustrations. Northern District Sugong. Today, I took down a first-tier demon bat, only to discover that interns receive no Chuyi Dan. It's a complete waste of effort. After a brief silence, the group erupted. Wind chasing youth. Uffed. Brother. Even boasting requires a draft. You took down a demon bat. Why don't you claim you've been promoted to a B-level officer? One Punch Man, in turn. Exactly. Though the demon bat is first tier, it can cause mental disturbances. Seasoned workers dread encountering it. How could a newcomer like you manage? Lazy Fish Striker. While it's understandable for a newcomer to seek attention, that boast is a bit too grand. Faced with a barrage of skepticism, Suhao merely raised an eyebrow, too apathetic to engage in arguments. He directly captured a screenshot of his task details and shared it in the chat. Northern District Sugong sent an image. The group fell into a profound silence once more. 3 seconds later, Wind chasing youth. What the? One Punch Man, in turn. No way. No way. The screenshot is authentic. I zoomed in, and there are no signs of editing. Lazy Fish Striker. I'm completely stunned. A newcomer, on their first day, solo killed a demon bat and received an excellent rating? The previously mocking, wind-chasing youth had transformed into the #1 fan, flooding the chat with excitement. Wind-chasing youth. Big shot. Big shot. Do you need any charms? The kind that can shout 666. You call this a patrol? Big shot. Please take me along. Chapter 10. Red Star Bathhouse. Just then, the doorbell chimed. The food delivery had arrived. Suhao locked his phone screen, slipped into his slippers, and hurried to the door to collect his steaming deluxe pig trotter rice. In a matter of moments, he devoured his lunch with the speed of a whirlwind. Satiated, he glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was already 1:30. This was not good. Linear algebra at 2 o'clock meant he would be late if he didn't leave soon. He quickly tidied his desk, grabbed his backpack, and stuffed his custom-made 749 phone along with his old phone into his pocket before rushing out the door. Su-hao slipped into the lecture hall just as the bell rang. At the podium, a balding professor with a Mediterranean hairstyle was explaining matrices and vectors. Su-hao scanned the room, his gaze landing on the legendary seat of fortune by the window in the back row, the homeland of Wang. Coincidentally, his close friend Wang Boning had already claimed that spot. He had propped a thick textbook on linear algebra on the desk, perfectly concealing his phone screen. Upon spotting Su-hao, he winked and beckoned him over. "Hurry up, we've been waiting for you," Wang Boning whispered excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Su-hao dropped his bag and smoothly took his seat, exchanging a knowing glance with Wang Boning. "Let us go, activate." On his phone, little heroes were engaged in a heated battle, while whispers of rising ranks and pursuing Samsung echoed in the back corner. Tuesday was Su-hao's lucky day. As he only had this one linear algebra class for the entire day, 90 minutes of a large lecture flew by amidst the tension of gaining and losing points. When Wang Boning exclaimed in despair, "Seventh again," the bell signaling the end of class rang in perfect harmony. The professor closed his notes and departed. Just as they finished their last game, it was perfect timing. Wang Boning quickly shut off his disgraceful record, threw an arm around Su-hao's shoulder, and enthusiastically exclaimed, "Old Su, let us go back and play. I'm feeling great today. I'll definitely help you soar. I practiced my shooting skills last night. I'm at a whole new level now, you understand?" Su-hao, while packing his books, absent-mindedly waved his hand. "Never mind, I'm not feeling it today." He casually offered an excuse. "You guys go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head out first." "All right then." Wang Boning, somewhat disappointed, didn't dwell on it and turned to call out to the other roommates. Su-hao slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out of the teaching building alone. Ding. The host listens to the sage's teachings, glimpsing the profound simplicity within complex doctrines, achieving clarity of mind and refining the soul. Evaluation. The path is vast and myriad, yet all lead to the same destination. The host comprehends the way amidst mundane learning, truly a natural talent. Reward. Slight increase in spiritual strength. Su-hao halted abruptly. A sage's teachings? The balding professor? Good fortune seems to follow him everywhere. No. He must hurry back. Gaming cannot compare to cultivating the spirit. He needed to delve into this further and see if he could elevate his realms tonight. Humming a tune, filled with dreams of effortlessly cultivating his spirit, Su-hao returned to his modest rented room. Just as he tossed his bag onto the sofa, his custom-made phone vibrated inconveniently. With a hint of annoyance, he pulled it out to find a notification from the 749 Bureau app, the title bolded in red, appearing quite official. Intern training notification. Subject. To enhance the physical fitness and teamwork abilities of intern members, the East China region will uniformly organize nighttime physical training sessions in batches. Requirements. All enrolled interns must participate, completing at least 5 training check-ins weekly. Unexcused absences will severely affect the assessment for full-time positions. First training session, tonight at 8 p.m. Su-hao's expression soured immediately. "Isn't this just a work attendance check? 5 times a week. More frequent than my classes." He patiently scrolled down to see where the training would take place, only to be stunned. Training location, East City, Hongqing Public Bathhouse. A bathhouse. Su-hao widened his eyes, confirming several times. Indeed, it was a bathhouse. Training at a bathhouse? What is the purpose? Does communal scrubbing enhance physical fitness? Or is it a contest of who can stay in the sauna the longest? The training methods of the 749 Bureau seemed rather peculiar. As he grumbled inwardly, the ever-lagging but never-failing system notification chimed again. Ding. Detected a mandatory sect task, body refinement gathering. Task location, Hongqing Spiritual Spring Pool. Task description, senior members of the sect will impart the methods of body refinement and foundational cultivation here, cleansing the mundane and tempering the flesh. This is a heavenly opportunity. The host must attend. Su-hao stared at the words public bathhouse on his phone screen, falling into profound silence. He seriously doubted whether the leaders of the 749 Bureau shared the same peculiar understanding as his system. As night fell and the lights illuminated the streets, Su-hao leisurely rode his small electric scooter, following the app's navigation. Eventually, he arrived in front of a building adorned with a bright pink neon sign. The words Hongqing Public Bathhouse stood out vividly against the night, accompanied by a cartoonish steam graphic. However, during what should have been the busiest evening hours, the bathhouse's door was tightly shut, a sign hanging out front declaring it closed for the day due to maintenance. What on earth? Su-hao pondered. He circled the bathhouse and discovered a nondescript staff entrance. As he approached, the door swung open from the inside. A sturdy man in a standard bathhouse uniform scrutinized Su Hao and succinctly inquired, in turn, yes, Su Hao nodded. Follow me. The man offered no further explanation and turned to walk inside. Su Hao followed him, only to find the bathhouse's lobby completely empty. Everything appeared just like an ordinary, closed bathhouse. Instead of leading him to the changing room or bathing area, the staff member brought him to a seemingly unremarkable freight elevator. He pressed the down button, and the elevator door slowly opened. Get in. Su Hao stepped inside, noticing there was only a downward button, devoid of any floor numbers. As the elevator door closed, a slight sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The elevator was descending rapidly. Ding! When the elevator doors opened again, the sight before Su Hao made everything clear. He had entered a vast underground training facility. The spacious area was brightly lit, filled with training equipment he had never seen before. A pressure chamber simulating gravity changes, a reaction training zone brimming with laser emitters, and a neural response testing device connected to countless electrodes. In the center of the arena, the most captivating sight was a massive combat ring. At that moment, two bare-chested men were engaged in an intensely brutal sparring match, relying solely on sheer force, exchanging punches and kicks without any technique. The dull thuds of their fists striking flesh resonated clearly in Su Hao's ears. Each strike reverberated with an astonishing force, sweat splattering in all directions with their movements. This was not merely sparring. They were forging every muscle in their bodies through pain and impact to the utmost limit. Su Hao could only watch in amazement. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "The intensity of training here is truly formidable." Chapter 11. Intensive training. As Su Hao marveled at the rigorous training methods, a voice called out from beside him. "New here? Don't just stand there, keep up." Turning his head, he saw a seasoned young man with a crew cut, exuding a commanding presence. Clad in a black training tank top, faint scars adorned his exposed arms. "Hello, I'm Su Hao," he greeted politely. "Li Wei, just call me brotherly. I'm responsible for familiarizing you interns with the procedures." Li Wei's tone was casual, as if guiding newcomers was a routine affair. Still in shock, those two who were brawling earlier are about to become full-time employees, engaging in impact training. Isn't that a bit extreme? Su Hao found it hard to believe. Extreme? Li Wei scoffed, leading him to a relatively open area. What you encounter in tasks is far more brutal than this. Sweating during training is preferable to risking your life outside. Remember, this is the first principle of 749. He gestured towards some seemingly ordinary equipment in that area. Your activity range is confined to here: dynamic treadmills, hydraulic squat racks, and reaction testing walls, primarily to enhance your foundational physique. Don't aspire for too much too soon. What about the other areas? Su Hao inquired, glancing towards the distant, futuristic devices. Don't even think about it, Li Wei bluntly interrupted. That one glowing blue over there is the gravity room, where you'll face a minimum of 3 times your body weight. You'd be flattened. And next to it is the neural reaction chamber, specifically designed to simulate mental shocks. You won't die, but you'll likely have nightmares for days. As for the innermost room, it's the energy rating center. When you feel you're ready, you may apply for the assessment to become a full-timer. He patted Su Hao on the shoulder and pointed to a treadmill. All right, enough looking. Those are beyond your reach for now. Get on, set the dynamic resistance to level 3, and warm up for 20 minutes. I'll fetch your training plan. Understood. Su Hao nodded and stepped onto the treadmill. As soon as he stabilized himself and pressed the start button, a system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host steps onto the path of defiance. This journey is fraught with challenges, and each step will bear the resistance and friction of the mortal realm. An essential trial for refining the celestial physique. As the belt turned, Su Hao felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body. Ding. The host races along the path of defiance. Vitality surges, nourishing every limb and sinew. Is this even possible? Su Hao rejoiced internally, running with renewed vigor. At that moment, Li Wei returned with a tablet in hand. Observing Su Hao running without breaking a sweat, he nodded slightly. Not bad. Your physical foundation seems solid. After you finish running, do 50 hydraulic squats, then test your reaction speed on the wall. Su Hao acknowledged, and the 20 minutes passed swiftly. Upon stepping off the treadmill, he felt invigorated and energized. Approaching the squat rack, he grasped the handles and began to lower himself. Ding. The host bears the weight of the heavens. Each ascent and descent is a rebellion against the laws of nature. This is the ancient method of refining the indestructible sacred body. Su Hao nearly burst into laughter. Holding back his amusement, he continued with one set of squats after another. With each descent, it felt as though he truly carried the heavens. His muscles tearing in pain only to rapidly regenerate and grow stronger under the nourishing rush of energy. Ding. The host has successfully borne the heavens 50 times. Physical strength has been enhanced. After completing the squats, Su Hao approached the reaction wall, which was adorned with red and green lights. Li Wei explained, "The rules are simple. When the green light illuminates, hit it within 5 seconds. If the red light lights up, do not touch it, or you'll lose points. Maintain this for 3 minutes and see your score." Taking a deep breath, Su Hao placed his palm on the sensing area. Ding! The host is about to face a celestial array of stars. This array is unpredictable and fraught with peril, an excellent trial for testing the spirit and reactions of practitioners. In the next instant, the lights on the wall began to flash wildly. To Su Hao, those red and green lights transformed into a sky full of stars. Each trajectory crystal clear. He didn't need to think. His body instinctively reacted, his hands flitting across the wall like a phantom. Li Wei's expression shifted from indifference to astonishment, then to sheer disbelief as he watched Su Hao's score soar at an astonishing pace on the tablet. Beep. The 3 minutes concluded, and the wall returned to calm. Li Wei stared at the score displayed on the tablet, vastly exceeding the average of interns, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. He looked up at the newcomer, who still appeared composed. "You call this your first intensive training session?" Su Hao stretched his wrists and replied earnestly, "Hello, brotherly. I find all of this rather simple. The warm-up barely feels sufficient. Is there something more challenging? Simple?" Li Wei's eyes twitched. This score would leave most full-time employees in shame. And yet he claimed it was easy? Taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous thoughts within, he pointed to a massive machine beside the combat arena that resembled a punching strength tester. "Try that one, the impact force transmission tester." What he didn't mention was that this machine measured not only strength, but also energy penetration and explosiveness, a core device for assessing the attack efficiency of awakened individuals. Many powerful awakened beings registered low scores due to their dispersed strength. Ding! Impact stone discovered. This stone measures whether a practitioner's strike embodies the true essence of the Tao, a core item for evaluating core disciples in the sect. Su Hao's interest peaked as he strode overconfidently. Mimicking those nearby, he assumed a stance, took a deep breath, and unleashed what appeared to be a light punch. There was no fearsome wind, no exaggerated movement, merely the motion of an ordinary person striking a sandbag. Yet the tester's screen erupted with numbers, skyrocketing from 0 and instantly surpassing the green zone designated for interns, ultimately halting at a blinding red peak. A value that left Li Wei's mind in a state of shock. Su Hao withdrew his fist, glancing at the number, still feeling unfazed. That was quite simple. Li Wei was utterly flabbergasted. Silently, he pulled out his tablet and swiftly navigated to Su Hao's profile, eager to uncover the truth behind this newcomer's prowess. Name: Su Hao. Age: 19. Background: freshman at Huaihai University, raised in an orphanage. All appeared ordinary until he reached the task record section. First task record: investigation of abnormal demonic energy in Dysfunction residential building, South City. Details: independently encountered and defeated a first-tier demon, Shadow Bat. Task rating: excellent. The realization struck Li Wei like a thunderbolt as he gasped, his pupils dilating. All doubts, astonishment, and incredulity crystallized in that moment of clarity. So that was it. So that was how it was. A tempest abruptly surged within his mind. Who is this genius newcomer? It turns out to be the very individual who single-handedly vanquished the Shadow Bat yesterday. No wonder these fundamental training exercises seem trivial to him. This is not merely a newcomer. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent hailing from a hidden sect or a prestigious lineage. His presence here is merely a formality. This youth possesses unparalleled innate abilities, with an immeasurable future ahead. It would be unwise to provoke him. Establishing a good rapport is essential. With this thought, Li Wei's gaze towards Su Hao underwent a complete transformation. Your prowess has far surpassed that of an intern. Continuing with these rudimentary training sessions would be a waste of time. He declared with utmost seriousness. Very well, your training concludes here. From this moment forth, you need not participate in such collective training sessions again. Chapter 12. Dual Cultivation of Body and Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the core disciple trial of the sect's physical refinement gathering. Evaluation: exceptionally gifted, surpassing peers. The host has begun to exhibit the demeanor of a future immortal emperor. Trial reward: detection of the host's nascent dragon-elephant bloodline awakening, hereby granting the supreme physical cultivation technique Taigu Longxiangju. A torrent of information surged into Su Hao's consciousness. Taigu Longxiangju, by transforming the body into a furnace, refines the essence of heaven and earth. Upon reaching mastery, one can embody the strength of the ancient dragon elephant, capable of shaking mountains and swallowing seas. With an immortal and indestructible physique, Su Hao's heart swelled with elation. This reward was even more gratifying than the exemption from training. The system continued to relay its insights. Recommendation: the host's physical form has just undergone extreme refinement, with meridians and acupoints now open. This is the prime opportunity to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. It is advised that the host promptly ascend to the Red Star's spiritual spring pool to consolidate the foundation of Taigu Longxiangju, ensuring maximum efficiency. The spiritual spring pool? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback before realization struck. Wasn't this referring to the genuine public bath upstairs? He returned to the elevator and ascended to the now empty bathing hall. The staff member who had previously guided him was stationed at the entrance. And upon seeing him emerge so soon, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Su Hao scratched his head and approached. "Excuse me, can I take a bath?" The staff member was momentarily taken aback by the question. His mind momentarily stalled, filled with confusion. "What? A bath?" The staff member quickly mustered a respectful smile. "Ah? Oh, of course. Please, feel free. The hot water is always on. Thank you." Su Hao found the men's changing room, changed his attire, and stepped into the expansive bathing area. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, washing away the fatigue accumulated from training. He stretched his limbs, smoothly gliding into the vast hot spring. Ah, bliss. I finally experienced the luxury of having the place to myself. The warm water enveloped him entirely, every pore seemingly expanding. Having just finished exercising, his muscles still bore a hint of soreness, and this soak was nothing short of divine, providing unparalleled relaxation. Just as he closed his eyes in contentment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Detection indicates the host is soaking in the Red Star spiritual spring pool. The water of the spiritual spring gathers the essence of the earth's veins, pure and gentle, capable of nourishing the meridians and cleansing the body's impurities. Taigu Longxiangju has begun to operate automatically, fervently absorbing the power of the spiritual spring, and the host's physique is rapidly enhancing. Su Hao could distinctly feel warm currents flowing through the pool, permeating his skin and penetrating into his body, warming every limb and bone. As his strength seemed to grow at an astonishing rate. At that moment, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully channeling the spiritual spring into your body, refining your physique, and directly advancing to the mid-stage of physical refinement. Cough, cough. Su Hao nearly choked on the water in surprise. He abruptly sat up in the pool, wiping the water from his face. A look of bewilderment plastered across his countenance. Mid-stage of physical refinement? How did this new stage come about? He couldn't help but grumble internally. Previously, I was merely refining chi while sleeping. System, could you elucidate the distinctions of these realms? I find it increasingly perplexing. System response, retrieving the fundamental outline of the great path for the host. A mechanical and hollow voice echoed, followed by a clear blueprint unfolding in his mind. Upon detection, the host's extraordinary bones and unparalleled comprehension have simultaneously allowed you to embark on two supreme paths unconsciously. The paths currently traversed by the host are categorized as cultivation and physical refinement. Cultivation path, refining the spirit, commanding magical power, mastering the myriad laws of heaven and earth. Realm divisions, refining chi, current realm, early stage of chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, fusion, great ascension. Celestial immortal, physical refinement path, tempering the body, solidifying vitality, achieving eternal indestructibility. Realm divisions, physical refinement, current realm, mid-stage of physical refinement, muscle transformation, bone forging, golden body, jade body, myriad forms, indestructible, martial deity. Current summary. The host has simultaneously embarked on the supreme paths of cultivation and physical refinement. Please continue to strive diligently, cultivating both body and technique, and you shall undoubtedly surpass the ages. Having resolved everything, Su Hao returned home with a content heart. The following week passed in tranquil monotony, yet his cultivation soared dramatically under the system's guidance. He listened to online lectures, napped, and the system prompted him to absorb the great path, meditating and wandering spiritually, effectively propelling his cultivation into the mid-stage of chi refinement. During this time, the system also rewarded him with a sword technique named Xinjian Wuxing due to his precise knife skills while chopping vegetables. Although Su Hao was too lazy to purchase even a fruit knife, the brilliance of this technique lay in the fact that it could be wielded without an actual sword. Using his fingers as the sword and guiding it with his chi was perfectly suited for his lazy disposition. His patrolling duties proceeded without incident. save for helping Aunt Zhang locate her lost orange cat and dissuading the elderly couples from dancing in the park until the wee hours. Su Hao couldn't help but reflect that extraordinary occurrences were indeed rare. His previous luck had merely been a stroke of serendipity. During his free time, he would chat with Su Qingyuan on WeChat. Su Qingyuan often inquired, both subtly and overtly, about his cultivation endeavors. While Su Hao earnestly fabricated tales, one moment claiming to be fasting, the next stating he was in seclusion, much to Su Qingyuan's bemusement. Such days continued until one afternoon. While idly scrolling through the 749 app, a prominently pinned task notification shattered the tranquility. Task number, HDB-077. Task type, elimination. Task brief, an anomalous corpse has been discovered in the outskirts, and police investigation has encountered obstacles. It has been handed over to our bureau for processing. Preliminary detection indicates residual energy, suspected to be the work of a second-tier monster. Team leader, 3 second-tier awakeners. 5 first-tier awakeners. Recruitment, several interns, must pass basic physical assessments. Su Hao's gaze fell upon the task reward section. Special reward. Those who perform exceptionally well in the task may receive substantial points for anomaly elimination and assessments. Those with outstanding performance may be recommended for early confirmation by the team leader. Su Hao, who had been lazily lounging on his bed, suddenly sat up straight. Anomaly elimination. Exchange for techniques and martial arts. Elevated privileges. Not to mention the legendary 5 insurances and internal canteen. All the benefits flashed through his mind in an instant. How could I have toiled away for so long in vain? What a delightful surprise. With no hesitation left, he deftly located the button at the very bottom of the task details page, Sign Up Now, and pressed it without a moment's pause. Chapter 13. The scene Su Hao rode his beloved little electric scooter, bouncing along the route from the city center to the desolate outskirts, guided by the navigation system. Before reaching the destination, the blue and red flashing police lights in the distance illuminated the road as brightly as day. The piercing wail of sirens shattered the tranquility of the wilderness. Su Hao murmured in astonishment at the scene before him, bringing his scooter to a halt at the roadside. The area was cordoned off with multiple police barriers, a throng of officers and patrol cars surrounding a small patch of wasteland, the atmosphere thick with tension. As Su Hao attempted to slip through a gap, a stern-faced officer immediately halted him with an outstretched hand. Comrade, this area is sealed off. It is not suitable for idle onlookers. Please leave. The officer's tone was unequivocal. I'm an intern, Su Hao replied calmly, producing the specially issued phone from the 749 bureau. After unlocking it, he opened the 749 app and displayed his personal information page, showcasing an electronic identity ID adorned with the national emblem. The officer glanced at it, nodded, and stepped aside to allow him passage. Enter, but be cautious. Thank you. As he stepped into the inner circle, the air felt heavier, laden with gravity. At the far end of his line of sight lay a body draped in white cloth, silently serving as the focal point of the tense atmosphere. Su Hao surveyed the scene. 8 individuals clad in the 749 Bureau uniform were present, led by a man in his 40s with a buzz cut, a resolute expression, and keen, eagle-like eyes, who was crouched beside the corpse, engaged in hushed conversation with a forensic expert. This must be the team leader, Chen Yang. As noted in the task dossier, the remaining 7 were not detailed in the materials, and Su Hao did not recognize them. They each fulfilled their roles. Some operated intricate instruments to detect residual energy, while others arranged various runes in the vicinity, the entire scene exuding professionalism and efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movements. In addition to them, there were 3 or 4 other young individuals in casual attire, similarly tense, evidently fellow interns who had been recruited. Su Hao pulled out his phone and opened the intern group chat, where several messages from Chasing Wind Youth had already appeared. Chasing Wind Youth. Brothers, we're on the job. Tonight's task is quite thrilling. There's a drained corpse at the scene. So intense. Lazy fish strike. Wow, that sounds terrifying. Chasing Wind, please be careful. Chasing Wind Youth. What is there to fear? As long as I stick with the big shots, I'm perfectly safe. Su Hao chuckled at the exchanges. Tapping on the screen. Northern City Su Gong. I'm also participating. Where are you? Within 3 seconds of sending the message, he received a reply. Chasing Wind Youth. No way, the big shot is here too. I'm right next to the corpse. The most handsome one wearing a baseball cap is me. Su Hao tucked his phone away and scanned the crowd. Indeed, not far from the corpse, a young man in a black baseball cap was peering around. A mixture of anxiety and excitement on his face as he stealthily aimed his phone toward the body to take a selfie. Su Hao sighed and approached, gently tapping the young man's shoulder. Are you chasing Wind Youth? Startled, the young man nearly dropped his phone. He turned abruptly, momentarily stunned, before suddenly realizing something. His eyes widening. "No way," he whispered, unable to contain his excitement. "Your northern city Sugong?" Su Hao nodded. "Su Hao, my name is Lu Feng." Lu Feng leaned closer. "Big shot. Look at this scene," he whispered, gesturing with his chin at the white cloth on the ground. A hint of trepidation creeping into his voice. "Isn't it terrifying? It's my first time seeing something so real." At that moment, team leader Qinyang stood up, nodding to the forensic expert beside him. He then lifted a corner of the white cloth, beginning to explain the situation to his team. Lu Feng eagerly pulled Su Hao closer. Beneath the cloth lay a grotesquely contorted face. The body appeared entirely desiccated, as though all moisture and flesh had been sapped away, leaving only skin wrapped around bones. Nothing special. Qinyang's voice was steady and calm, imbued with the assuredness of seasoned experience. Classic demon technique, siphoning life essence, turning a person into a dried corpse. From the faint residual energy fluctuations at the scene, it appears to be a low-level demon that happened to wander here. He made his conclusion with a flat tone, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. The formal workers around him nodded in agreement, evidently trusting their leader's judgment. Lu Feng sighed in relief and whispered to Su Hao, "What a scare. Turns out it's just a minor creature." However, the moment Qinyang finished speaking, the system's alert sounded. Ding. Residual energy of a blood-sucking demon lord detected. This entity feeds on the essence of living beings and employs nefarious methods. Host, please investigate immediately and uphold justice. Su Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. A demon? Is the system exaggerating, or is it truly a demon? It seems this task is far more complex than it initially appears. As Su Hao pondered, Lu Feng tugged at his sleeve insistently. "Su Ge, look quickly. Isn't that corpse clutching something?" All eyes focused on the corpse's tightly clenched hand. Team leader Qin donned specialized gloves and bent down. With minimal effort, he pried open the corpse's stiff fingers. A light click resonated as a metallic badge fell to the ground, reflecting an eerie glimmer under the exploration lights. "It's a badge." Just as Qinyang was about to pick it up, Su Hao, driven by curiosity, instinctively stepped forward to take a closer look. At that moment, a researcher clad in a white lab coat and thick glasses reached out to block his path, speaking in a calm, yet firm tone. "Intern, please step back and maintain a safe distance from the body." Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, then realized. Was this concern for his psychological well-being as a student? Fearing he might be traumatized by such a gruesome scene? He hadn't expected the organization to show such compassion. Therefore, he straightened his posture, putting on a facade of strength, and replied to the researcher, "I'm fine. My mental fortitude is adequate. I can handle it." Upon hearing this, the researcher adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. He scrutinized Su Hao as if examining a rare specimen before slowly speaking. "I believe you may have misunderstood." "Huh." Su Hao was taken aback, clearing his throat. The researcher continued, "According to your personal report, it indicates a potential tendency towards sadistic behavior." Sadistic behavior? Su Hao's mind momentarily stalled. He had never encountered that term before. The researcher nodded gravely, elaborating. "The report describes that in the face of bizarre events, you exhibited a remarkably violent side towards the corpse, possibly deriving satisfaction from it. Considering the condition of the body at the scene, to prevent any unnecessary psychological stimulation and to avoid unpredictable actions towards the evidence, we believe it is prudent to keep you away from the corpse." The atmosphere around them instantly froze. Even Captain Qinyang, who was focused on the badge, could not help but lift his head and cast a peculiar glance at him. Chapter 14, Yongshan Biological Technology. "I do not have a wet fetish." Su Hao pointed at the corpse. "Have you misunderstood something?" "Oh, I see." He nodded and spoke in a tone of analytical examination. "Then you must have violent tendencies." "What?" Su Hao was utterly bewildered, unable to keep pace with the other person's line of thought. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. What absurd logic. It is impossible to clear my name now, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. All of Captain Chen's attention was now fixated on that metallic badge. The badge was exquisitely crafted. The front bore a peculiar pattern formed by the letters EV, while the back displayed a series of tiny codes. It did not appear to be an ornament, but rather a form of identification. Qinyang furrowed his brow tightly. After handling so many cases on site, it was exceedingly rare to leave behind such clear physical evidence. How could one be so careless as to leave evidence? His mind raced. Was it accidentally dropped by the perpetrator in a moment of panic, or was it left intentionally? If it was the former, it indicated that the individual might not be an experienced veteran. If it was the latter, then this badge was a trap. Regardless of which scenario it was, it meant that the forthcoming investigation would be fraught with unknown variables. "Xiao Zhang," He said to the technician beside him without turning his head, "Photograph this badge. Upload it to the intelligence team immediately and ascertain its origins. I want results within half an hour." "Yes, Captain Chun." The interns were chattering excitedly. Silence. Captain Chin's voice instantly overpowered all the whispers in the vicinity. "Yes, Captain Chun." Several interns responded in unison, standing at attention, their expressions swiftly shifting from gossiping to seriousness. Qin Yang paid them no mind, then stood up and surveyed the now silent interns, initiating his on-site teaching. "Everyone, take a good look," he said. Pointing to the desiccated corpse on the ground, his voice steady. "Do not be frightened by this gruesome sight. For us, this is primarily intelligence and only secondarily a corpse." He crouched down, indicating the two tiny puncture wounds on the victim's shriveled neck. The wounds are small, fatal with a single strike, and show no signs of struggle. This suggests that the victim was either caught off guard during the attack or was subdued in an instant. This aligns with the ambush tactics typical of most low-level predatory monsters. Then, he pointed to the ground surrounding them. The residual energy at the scene is extremely faint, nearly dissipated. This indicates two things. First, the perpetrator is of low strength, unable to maintain their own demonic energy for an extended period. Second, they exhibited no awareness of the need to clean up after the act, or perhaps their intelligence is insufficient to consider such a thing. Qin Yang stood up and concluded. In summary, the perpetrator is most likely a low-level monster at the initial or mid-stage of its first tier, subsisting on the essence of life, possessing low intelligence, and relying on instinct to hunt. Although their methods are brutal, their threat level is not high. In future independent missions, should you encounter a similar situation, do not panic. Follow standard procedures to report and request support. His analysis was logical and well-founded, brimming with professionalism and persuasiveness. Lu Feng and several other interns nodded repeatedly, their expressions reflecting newfound understanding, and their fears dissipated significantly. Just as Qin Yang concluded his teaching, a researcher named Xiao Zhang hurried over, a complex stream of data displayed on his tablet. "Captain, I found something." His voice was tinged with urgency. "This badge belongs to a company called Yongsheng Biological Technology. According to our database, this company ostensibly conducts high-end genetic anti-aging research, but it is on our watch list with a medium risk rating, suspected of illegal trade involving some supernatural materials." Qin Yang's gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade. A case involving a classified low-level monster was unexpectedly linked to a company on the 749 Bureau's watch list. The connection between these two matters was no mere coincidence. "Everyone gather," he ordered without hesitation, decisively commanding. Team 2 will remain on-site to continue the investigation. All members of Team 1, including interns, will immediately head to the Yongsheng Biological Technology headquarters. With the command issued, the scene promptly began to operate efficiently. The interns were arranged into a black business vehicle, with Su Hao and Lu Feng seated together. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was somewhat oppressive, as several interns felt tense about the impending unknown dangers. Only Lu Feng, after the initial anxiety, regained his excitement, elbowing Su Hao and whispering, "Su Ge, didn't you single-handedly take down a first-tier monster last time? Do you think there's a chance we could snag a personal kill if we do engage in battle?" Su Hao reflected on his previous encounter. The first-tier shadow bat had not lasted even a round against him, being obliterated into a pulp. At that time, he had only been at the initial stage of qi refinement. Now, he had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement and had also embarked on the path of body refinement, reaching the mid-stage of body refinement as well. His strength was no longer comparable. Snagging a personal kill? That was simply impossible. The thought of that phrase flashed through Su Hao's mind, inducing a chuckle. With this in mind, he slowly shook his head. "It's unlikely we'll get a chance." Hearing this response, Lu Feng's excitement immediately deflated, and he sighed. "Ah, I knew it. In operations of this level, it's already a blessing for us interns to be allowed to tag along. The seniors will probably resolve everything effortlessly, leaving us no opportunity to act." He evidently interpreted Su Hao's words to mean that their adversaries were too strong or that the seasoned operatives were too formidable, leaving them with no chance. The convoy soon arrived at the entrance of Yongsheng Biological Technology headquarters. It was a modern building. As the vehicle doors slid open, Qin Yang was the first to exit, followed closely by the remaining team members, their movements synchronized. The interns were positioned at the rear of the formation. As they approached the entrance, four burly security guards emerged from inside, forming a row like a wall to block their path. The leading security guard, with bulging pectorals, had a sharp gaze and wore an expression devoid of emotion. "Good evening. This is a private area, and all visitor receptions have been suspended for the night." The security captain's voice was deep and powerful. Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a black wallet from his pocket, revealing his credentials, 749 Bureau, executing official duties, and requires your cooperation in the investigation. The security captain merely glanced at the embossed national emblem. 749 Bureau. Never heard of it. We are a law-abiding and legitimate enterprise, protected under commercial law. Without an official search warrant, you do not have the authority to conduct an investigation. His tone was firm and unyielding. Gentlemen, please leave immediately, or we will call the police for illegal trespassing. Lu Feng muttered under his breath. Wow, the security here is quite aggressive, isn't it? Su Hao remained silent, yet his gaze narrowed slightly. The guards before them stood rigidly, devoid of the usual lax demeanor of ordinary security personnel, instead exuding an air of menace. These were not mere guards. They were elite mercenaries. Just as both sides were at a standoff and the atmosphere had chilled to a freezing point, Qin Yang instead smiled. Good, very good. He retracted his credentials. He refrained from further chatter, simply raising his hand to signal the team behind him. Forceful breach. Chapter 15. Explosion. As Qin Yang's voice faded, a first tier awakened behind him sprang into action. His figure flickered, and he instantly penetrated the formation of 4 security guards. Bang! Bang! Crack! A series of dull thuds echoed. The 4 well-trained security personnel had no opportunity to react, collapsing to the ground, rendered utterly defenseless. The entire process transpired in less than 3 seconds. Oh my! Truly formidable. Lu Feng watched from behind, his eyes gleaming with admiration, unable to restrain a soft exclamation. Su Ge, did you see that? That speed is incredible. In the blink of an eye, he took down those tough brutes. The security captain, sprawled on the ground, howled. You pathetic remnants of the old era. You are hindering humanity's ascent on the evolutionary ladder. History will judge you. Qin Yang commanded the interns behind him. You few stay outside and keep an eye on them. The rest, follow me inside. Understood. The main team members swiftly formed a combat formation and rapidly entered the building of Yongxing Biological Technology. Only Su Hao, Lu Feng, and several interns remained, along with the 4 subdued security guards. Lu Feng, emboldened, approached the security captain and crouched down, poking his finger at the man's face with a disdainful expression. Hey, you fool, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? An evolutionary ladder? I'm practically an invincible immortal. Have you read too many novels? Your immediate priority is to delete that tomato app from your phone. With hands that could pluck the sun and moon, who in this world could compare to me? Want to achieve immortality? I can teach you how to cultivate. Follow my account for online courses, not for 8888, not for 888, just 998. Su Hao refrained from engaging in this trivial mockery. Suddenly, a resounding bang erupted from deep within the building. Before anyone could react, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. A blinding flash of white light erupted from the ground floor, instantly engulfing all the glass curtain walls. In an instant, the entire building transformed into a volcano of raging flames. Damn! Run! Screams and cries filled the air, but it was all too late. For these interns, the magnitude of the explosion and the velocity of the shockwave were beyond their ability to evade. The derision and contempt on Lu Feng's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless fear and despair. He stared wide-eyed as the fiery wave, laced with the scent of death and shrapnel, surged toward him. His mind blanked, and his body stiffened, unable to move even a finger. Death loomed near. In this critical moment, Su Hao, standing behind the group, sprang into action. His figure rapidly retreated. His gaze sharpened, devoid of any panic. The reverse entropy sea-swallowing record was activated to its utmost. At the same time, he thrust one hand forward. An invisible force erupted from his body, creating an explosive suction. Lu Feng and the other stunned interns were abruptly yanked backward by an irresistible force, their bodies flying towards Su Hao, ultimately tumbling into the safety zone behind him. As for the subdued security guards, their fate was far less fortunate. They were completely consumed by the inferno, reduced to ashes. The silence of survival lasted less than 3 seconds before Lu Feng's incredulous shout shattered it. What just happened? He was the first to scramble to his feet, shaking the dust from his head, his ears still ringing. Su Ge, did you just save us? What talent did you awaken? Is it wind? Or some telekinesis? That was incredible. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another intern quickly tugged at the sleeve of this loose-tongued companion. Lu Feng suddenly realized his blunder. Sorry. I got too excited and forgot the rules. Su Hao waved his hand nonchalantly. He spoke slowly. All right. I'm going to buy some oranges. You all stay here and don't move. Wait. Buy oranges? Lu Feng and the others were collectively bewildered. But Su Hao did not afford them time for comprehension. With that, he turned and stepped into the searing inferno. A blaze hot enough to melt steel. An uncanny scene unfolded. The flames, which could consume everything, did not ignite his clothing as they approached. Instead, they seemed to encounter a black hole, being entirely absorbed by his body. Reverse entropy sea-swallowing record. Everything can be consumed. Before the stupefied gaze of the interns, Suhao strolled leisurely into the depths of the fire. Where he passed, flames parted momentarily to grant him a safe passage. His silhouette soon vanished within the inferno, leaving Lu Feng and the others exchanging incredulous glances. At the same time, in the underground third level of the Yongxing Biological Technology Building, in the secret laboratory, this place had not been entirely obliterated by the explosion. The heavy blast doors provided them with temporary refuge. Yet the situation was far worse than being buried alive. Damn! Chunyang leaned against an overturned experimental table, a deep wound visible on his left arm, blood soaking through his combat uniform. He gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury and sorrow. What a grand scheme. Do they intend to bury all evidence along with us? Beside him, only 3 surviving first-tier team members remained. They formed a defensive formation, each face etched with fatigue and despair. Not far from them lay another second-tier awakened, his chest pierced through, having already lost his life. Just moments ago, upon breaching, they discovered the hidden laboratory and the inhumane experiments within, but before they could collect evidence, they fell into an enemy ambush. The adversary detonated the entire building, trapping them here. The emergency lights in the laboratory flickered ominously, illuminating the encircling enemies. They were neither monsters nor apparitions. They were human. Or rather, once human. Surrounding them were dozens of figures clad in white lab coats or black combat gear, all with eyes glowing a non-human crimson. Their ears transformed into sharp points. At the forefront of the crowd stood a young man dressed in an expensive tailored suit, wearing sunglasses, leisurely toying with a badge. A playful smile gracing his lips. Captain Qinyang, what a pity you arrived too soon. Interrupting a magnificent feast of evolution, the young man spoke with refined elegance. Qinyang tightened his grip on the tactical knife with his uninjured hand, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. What exactly are you? Are we things? The young man seemed to find this notion amusing. He removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. We are not things. We are the future of humanity, a new species that transcends the mundane flesh. And you, guardians of the old era, are merely the last obstacles we must clear before we ascend to the new world stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the newly emerged species behind him began to advance slowly. Qinyang understood that today would likely not end well. The leader of the opposing group possessed unfathomable strength. Communication was completely severed, and reinforcements were nowhere in sight. This place was destined to be their burial ground. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only the resolute determination of a warrior. He glanced at the 3 teammates beside him and said in a low voice, "Prepare for a fight to the death." The young man in the suit slowly raised his hand, ready to issue the final attack command. Chapter 16. The Rescue. Suhao stepped into the sea of flames, the surrounding inferno consumed by the invisible aura around his body. He surveyed the surroundings. The hall on the first floor had been utterly ravaged by the explosion, with twisted steel and burning debris scattered everywhere. My goodness, this place is truly vast. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Chun and the others can't have been reduced to ashes, can they? If so, my early promotion task would be in vain. No, I must find them, alive or dead. At least it will count as a recovery mission. He wandered on the first floor for quite some time, surrounded only by fire and ruins. Ultimately, he discovered a severely deformed metallic door frame leading to an elevator shaft in a corner. Effortlessly, he pried open the twisted elevator doors and peered into the pitch-black shaft. The steel cables of the elevator had snapped, and the entire car had plummeted to the bottom. Perhaps it had gone down. Without further thought, Suhao leaped into the seemingly bottomless shaft. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated throughout the underground space as he landed on the fallen elevator car, causing the ceiling to cave in and kicking up a cloud of dust. On the third underground level, within the secret laboratory, the young man in the suit was poised to issue a command for a full assault, relishing the prospect of an elegant slaughter. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. What was that sound? The young man furrowed his brow, halting his movements. All eyes instinctively turned upwards, assuming it was the sound of structural collapse. However, the true source of the noise came from the heavy alloy blast door, their only exit. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire laboratory. A clear fist imprint appeared on the blast door, capable of withstanding heavy explosives. Before anyone could react, thud, 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 the sound of relentless Powerful impacts echoed like a primordial beast beating war drums. With each strike, the dent in the blast door deepened, the entire door glowing red under the immense kinetic energy, with countless fine cracks spreading across its surface. Finally, after the fifth impact, the indestructible blast door could withstand no more. It was violently blown inward, crashing against the wall at the opposite end of the laboratory, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Silence fell over the room. The young man in the suit swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. What on earth was that? Did a few punches destroy an A-grade blast door? His mind raced, cold sweat soaking his back. Could it be that support from 749 had arrived? So soon? Moreover, such destructive force must be at least Tier 3. What a joke. Aren't those guys swamped with work? Even Chen Yang, who had been contemplating a reckless gamble, was now engulfed in tumultuous waves of anxiety. How could enemy reinforcements arrive so quickly? This time, there would truly be no place for them to rest in peace. As the dust slowly settled, a figure stood at the shattered entrance. When everyone saw the newcomer's face, they were momentarily stunned. Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. It was him. That in turn with a penchant for cruelty, Su Hao. He inexplicably sighed in relief. Meanwhile, the young man in the suit, upon recognizing Su Hao's face, also let out a long breath. He chuckled inwardly. So young, he couldn't possibly be one of those from 749. It appeared to be some cowardly old fool from within the organization, likely rejuvenated through the latest technology. The advantage was mine, since he was a senior within the organization. He could not afford to lose his decorum. Straightening his impeccably tailored suit, he donned a genteel smile and slightly bowed to Su Hao, speaking in an exceedingly respectful tone. Might I ask which esteemed senior has graced us with their presence? I regret the lack of proper reception. How shall I address you? Su Hao casually replied. Jia Hao from the adjacent class. The entire underground laboratory fell into an eerie silence. Chen Yang and the others looked utterly perplexed. Was this some sort of code? The young man in the suit was also momentarily taken aback, pondering those 5 words as his mind raced. Jia Hao from the adjacent class? Was that a name or a code? It sounded quite strange. He tentatively pronounced, Jebiban Jia Hao? After finishing, he was left dumbfounded. Why was it a foreign name? A startling thought exploded in his mind, adding fervent admiration to his original respect. He understood. He completely understood. This senior was likely not merely a high-ranking member of the organization. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. My goodness! So the organization's operations have quietly integrated with the international community. The development has progressed so swiftly. While I was content with this minor division, the higher-ups had already laid out a grand global strategy. The young man's fervent gaze of reverence towards Su Hao left Chen Yang and the others utterly bewildered. Could it be that this in turn was truly a disguised major antagonist? The young man in the suit respectfully turned away, casting a condescending glance at Chen Yang and the others. The farce ends here. To die before Senior Jebiban Jia Hao is your honor. Instantly, Chen Yang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. After all this, it turned out they were all in cahoots. Just then, Su Hao spoke up. Now? Everything is cleaned up, right? No loose ends left? Of course, Senior. The young man in the suit replied immediately, his tone brimming with pride. All core data has been destroyed, and none of those 749 rabble will escape. You need not worry. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. So how do we leave? Please, follow me. The young man in the suit exclaimed with growing excitement, pointing to a corner of the laboratory where a secret escape passage lay. Once we leave, the backup explosives here will detonate completely, turning everything to dust, ensuring absolute safety. He laid out the entire plan, eagerly awaiting the senior's approval. Enough. Su Hao's voice was devoid of emotion. You have outlived your usefulness. The moment the words left his lips, Su Hao pointed his finger like a sword, casually slicing the air before him. An invisible sword chi, imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed silently by. Uft. The expressions of the dozens of new species behind the young man in the suit froze instantly, and then, in unison, their heads rolled off their necks. Thudding to the ground, blood gushed forth like a fountain from their necks, and dozens of headless corpses collapsed simultaneously. Standing at the forefront, the young man in a suit displayed an intensity of fervor and admiration that had yet to dissipate, soon replaced by sheer astonishment and bewilderment. He felt his gaze plummeting rapidly, spiraling downwards until he beheld his own body still standing, its neck eerily vacant. Were they not on the same team? How could there be friendly fire? This was his last fleeting thought. Thud! His head tumbled to the floor, rolling to the feet of Chen Yang. In that instant, the entire laboratory succumbed to a profound silence. Chen Yang and the surviving team members were left in a state of shock. Their minds blank as they watched the once formidable adversary being dispatched by this in turn in a mere moment. On the ground, the severed head of the young man in the suit was still slightly quivering, as if it wished to utter something. My goodness! Su Hao felt an overwhelming dread. How terrifying! Even after decapitation, there remained a semblance of resistance. As a seasoned aficionado of novels, he was acutely aware of the adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue. He absolutely, unequivocally could not afford to grant the opponent any opportunity for a comeback, self-detonation, or final words. Death. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Su Hao's eyes as an even more formidable intent surged forth. Heart sword boundless. Buzz. All the corpses sprawled on the ground seemed to be thrust into a molecular shredder. Under the horrified gazes of Chun Yang and the others, those bodies, along with the head of the young man in the suit, were disintegrated into countless minuscule particles of flesh and blood in less than a second. They transformed into a grotesque mass. The pungent scent of blood instantly permeated the entire laboratory. Qin Yang swallowed hard, his gaze towards Su Hao shifting. This newcomer truly harbored a penchant for cruelty. So terrifying. After effortlessly eliminating all foes, he even proceeded to reduce the corpses to a grotesque pulp. Chapter 17. Confirmation. Su Hao clapped his hands together. Qin team, let us depart from this place. Ah, yes, let us leave, Qin Yang stammered. Su Hao appeared oblivious to his unease, continuing his analysis. That gentleman in the suit mentioned some organization. Evidently, they possess substantial backing. We must eradicate them thoroughly lest they spring back to life. Qin Yang did not pay heed to Su Hao's words, lost in his own thoughts. This in turn, first conversing with the enemy leader as though they were old friends, had extracted every morsel of intelligence, only to obliterate them and their subordinates the moment they lost their value. What cunning! What ruthlessness! The group traversed the route in an unusually quiet manner. Su Hao presumed their silence stemmed from the shock of the enemy's actions, so he remarked, nevertheless, to excavate such a complex operation in the city center without detection speaks volumes about the organization's capabilities. Check your gear. Prepare to evacuate through the secure passage. Yes. Yes, Captain. Under Su Hao's leadership, they soon discovered a concealed entrance disguised as a sewage pipe in a corner of the laboratory. Su Hao led the way, effortlessly scaling the rusty iron ladder. Qin Yang followed closely, with the surviving team members bringing up the rear. Although the entire team remained silent, their tactical acumen remained intact. After climbing approximately 20 meters, light appeared above. Su Hao extended his hand and forcefully pushed against the manhole cover overhead. Clang! The cover was pushed aside. Outside, a completely different scene unfolded. The shrill wail of fire alarms and police sirens echoed in succession. Flames soared from the direction of the Yongxing Biotech building, thick smoke billowing, as dozens of fire trucks valiantly battled the blaze. The police had cordoned off the area with a long line of barriers, sealing off the vicinity. This alley was situated several hundred meters from the building. Command Center, this is Team A Leader Qin Yang. Mission accomplished. Target has been eliminated. I repeat, target has been eliminated. We have sustained multiple casualties. Requesting logistics and cleanup teams to take over the scene. After reporting, Qin Yang was met with silence. The team members gazed at the distant inferno, reminiscing about their fallen comrades, their expressions dimmed. Meanwhile, Su Hao brushed off non-existent dust, appearing starkly out of place. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. I must return. Qin Yang turned to him. Is there anything we can assist you with? Qin Yang did not wish to pry into Su Hao's secrets. Returning to the location where the bodies were discovered, Su Hao stated matter-of-factly. My electric scooter is still parked there. Qin Yang paused. I will personally escort you there. This is not merely a personal favor. It also serves as a conclusion to the mission. Oh, then that is fine. Thank you, Captain Chen. Not a bother, Qin Yang succinctly replied. Then issued orders to the nearby team members. You two will immediately rendezvous with the external support units, submit the preliminary report to the command center, and safeguard the remains of our fallen comrades. All details concerning comrade Su Hao will be compiled and reported upon my return. Until then, strict confidentiality is imperative. Yes, Captain. The two moved forward in silence, traversing the chaotic streets. Once seated in the black sedan, the vehicle smoothly merged into the flow of traffic. Inside, the atmosphere remained somber. Qin Yang drove with unwavering focus, yet his peripheral vision frequently rested upon the young man in the passenger seat. At that moment, Su Hao began fiddling with his phone. Furrowing his brow, Su Hao noticed that the screen was inundated with messages from a single contact, totaling an impressive 99. The sender was Xiangxiang Wan de Xiao Dongao. Su Hao, disinterested in scrolling through each message. Quickly typed a few words in the chat box and sent them. Cheng Bei Shugong, engaged in a mission. As soon as the message was dispatched, the reply came almost instantaneously. Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan de Xiao Dongao. What mission? How do you still have a mission? Aren't you a university student? You're not part of some national secret organization, are you? Cheng Bei Shugong. Something like that. I'm actually a spy. Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan de Xiao Dongao. Wow. Is that real? A spy? What do you do? Is it like 007? Cheng Bei Shugong, specializing in stealing young girls' hearts. Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan de Xiao Dongao. Ah, no wonder you stole mine. Cheng Bei Shugong, you're not a young girl, you're an ant. The black sedan came to a halt at a safe intersection, a distance from the security line. This will be it, Captain Chun. Su Hao unfastened his seatbelt. Chen Yang nodded, looking at Su Hao. Stay safe. I will report the mission truthfully. Your contributions will not go unrecognized. Oh, understood, Su Hao replied, opening the door and striding toward his electric scooter. Chen Yang remained in the vehicle, not departing immediately. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the young man mount his scooter, twist the throttle, and blend into the city's traffic, ultimately disappearing into the night. Until he could see him no more, he retrieved a specialized phone and began drafting the mission report, one destined to reverberate throughout the entire East China Division. Riding his scooter, Su Hao felt the evening breeze caress his face, bringing a sense of ease. At that moment, his delayed system finally reactivated. Ding! Detected that the host has vanquished the blood-sucking demon lord and his minions, safeguarding peace and rescuing fellow disciples from peril. A true paragon of righteousness, meriting boundless merit. Mission evaluation, perfect. The system was in the process of settlement, and Su Hao couldn't help but sneer internally, lamenting the tardiness of this flawed system. Upon returning to his modest rental room, he flopped onto his bed and immediately opened the app for the 749 Bureau. As soon as he logged in, a bright red system notification popped up. Notification, Intern Su Hao, due to your outstanding performance in the Yongxing Technology mission, which turned the tide, the East China Division has decided to grant you an early promotion. Effective immediately, your position will be changed to Level C Specialist. Please continue your diligent efforts to safeguard the people's safety. What? Promoted? Su Hao sprang up from his bed in astonishment. He clicked on his personal profile, and indeed, the label of intern had vanished, replaced by a brand new badge, Level C Specialist. The efficiency was astounding. Just then, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. It was the 749 intern group chat, East China region. Someone was frantically messaging him. Chengbei Su Gongwo. Su Gu, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, we interns would have perished in that explosion. You are like my reborn parents. Intern Wang Meng, I was right beside you. My legs turned to jelly. You were so cool. Intern Zhao Taizhu, does the big shot need any leg ornaments? Chengbei Su Gong, why do you two insist on using real names online? Intern Wang Yin, perhaps the author was too lazy to come up with names. Before Su Hao could respond, another pop-up appeared. System notification, you have been invited by Li Wei to join the group chat for the 749 East China Division Action Team. A group for official employees? Su Hao clicked to accept, and upon entering, he was instantly bombarded with a cascade of welcome messages. Logistics Li Wei brothers. Come out and welcome our new colleague. Chengbei Su Gong is the one who just achieved great merit in the mission and was exceptionally promoted. Level B Specialist Zhao Long. Welcome, newcomer. I heard you single-handedly took down a cyborg stronghold? Impressive. Level C Specialist Lin Shui. Wow. Is this the fastest promotion record ever? This little brother has boundless potential. Level B Specialist Chen Yang. Welcome. Level B Specialist Zhang Yang. Haha. The standards are getting lower and lower. I wonder which big family's young master has parachuted in just to gild himself. As soon as this message was sent, the group fell silent for a few moments. Chapter 18. Setting a grudge. Su Hao raised an eyebrow at the snide comment on his screen. Previously, he might have chuckled and remained silent, or simply ignored it, as it was often better to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, this time was different. He was a genuine innate cultivator, possessing the Nyang entropy swallowing sea record and ancient dragon-elephant technique. How could a cultivator endure such indignity? Thus, Su Hao resolutely typed out a reply and hit send. Chengbei Su Gong, if you are unconvinced, let us spar. Everyone was taken aback by this newcomer's boldness. Moments later, the group erupted with messages once again. The first to react was Chen Yang. Level B Specialist Chen Yang. Zhang Yang, enough, don't go too far. I have witnessed Su Hao's abilities firsthand. His contributions merit this exceptional promotion. Chen Yang's words carried significant weight. As a Level B Specialist and the captain of this mission, his endorsement was akin to official validation. Logistics Li Wei. Honestly, Zhang Yang, you always do this. It's quite disheartening. Chengbei Su Gong. Ignore him. This guy is just overly jealous and has a foul mouth. By the way, newcomer, remember to change your group nickname to the standard format. Position name. Level B Specialist Zhao Long. We are all colleagues. Harmony brings prosperity. Since the newcomer just arrived, Zhang Yang, let us keep the comments to a minimum. Level C Specialist Lin Shui. Exactly. This little brother is so adorable. How can you bear to bully him? Observing this, Su Hao lost interest in further engaging with someone named Zhang Yang. His objective had been accomplished. He had made his stance clear. He was not a soft target to be trifled with. Level C Specialist Su Hao. Alright, I've changed my name. He then exited the group chat and disregarded the ensuing discussions. Meanwhile, in a patrol room within the East China Division, a metal punching bag was struck with a resounding thud, leaving a deep dent. Zhang Yang panted heavily, his chest heaving. He glared at his phone, which displayed Su Hao's defiant message, feeling a throbbing tension at his temples. A newcomer, a newly promoted level C. How dare he speak to him like that? Yet, he could not afford to actually accept the challenge. As a long-established level B specialist, confronting a newcomer would only lead to accusations of bullying if he won. While losing would mean he could never hold his head high in the East China Division again. The frustration bubbled within him, more unbearable than a day spent grappling with a Tier 2 monster. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, slowly articulating Su Hao's name as if he wanted to chew it to pieces. At that moment, Su Hao, unaware of his mention, felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! What is going on? Am I catching a cold? That's impossible. My constitution doesn't allow for such weakness. Perhaps some maiden is thinking of me, calling my name with deep affection. His phone buzzed on the table. It was Wang Boning inviting him to play a game. Su Hao replied with an okay, when another WeChat message popped up at the top of his screen. It was from Xiang Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. Xiang Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. What are you doing? Cat peeking gif. While entering the game queue, Su Hao replied with one hand. Chengbei Su Gong. Preparing to play Wa. Xiang Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. Wow. You also play Wa? What a coincidence. Let us play together sometime. I'm super skilled. So proud. Su Hao glanced at the message, casually replied with a good, then tossed his phone aside. Jeffing lock on. On the other end, Su Qingyuan stared at the perfunctory reply of good. Xiang Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. Then add me. After receiving no response, Su Qingyuan couldn't help but send another message. Xiang Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. Where are you? Xiang Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. However, at this moment, Su Hao was oblivious to any notification sounds. A big A. A big A. What the heck? He pulled it off. Wang Boning exclaimed. Bang. A headshot. Holy smokes. Amazing. Wang Boning shouted excitedly in the voice channel. But this was only the beginning. In the following minutes, Wang Boning felt as if he were witnessing a live broadcast from a professional player's perspective. No, it was even more astonishing. Su Hao's keen awareness and the lightning speed afforded by his physical training pushed his skills beyond human limits. After a long silence in the voice channel, Wang Boning finally managed to utter, Dude, when did you secretly practice these skills behind my back? How are you this incredible? No, wait, are you cheating? Basic skills. Don't overthink it. Su Hao concluded. Alright, I'm logging off now. That's enough for today. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively exited the game, removed his headphones, and shut down his computer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully honing his skills in the realm of Valorant. The evaluation states, with the might of thunder, he swept away his foes, slaying all in his path, showcasing the majesty of our righteous path. Cultivation is on the rise. It is remarkable how even a mere game can be interpreted as a trial from the lower realms, accompanied by such high praise. Su Hao couldn't help but murmur in admiration, constantly on the path of becoming stronger. After finishing the game, he suddenly remembered that he had seemingly extinguished the conversation with Tian. He picked up his phone and noticed a series of ellipses sent by Su Qingyuan. After some contemplation, he decided to respond with a touch of humanitarian spirit. Chengbei Su Gong. Let us add each other when you have time. It's getting late, so I'll call it a day. On the other end, Su Qingyuan, who was preparing to sleep while applying a facial mask, nearly crushed her phone upon seeing his reply. Fragrant and soft little cake. Su Hao remained blissfully unaware of the resentment brewing on the other side of the screen. He casually opened the 749 Bureau app. Notification. C-grade agent Su Hao, please wait downstairs at your residence at 8 a.m. tomorrow. A special vehicle will pick you up to the headquarters of the East China branch for formal onboarding and equipment collection. Ah, so there is such a procedure. Su Hao nodded in understanding. Though the night was deep, he felt no drowsiness. Logically, once one embarked on the path of cultivation, A practitioner could replace sleep with meditation to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, nurturing the soul. However, Su Hao was an exception. For him, sleeping itself was a form of cultivation. Thus, between meditation and sleep, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. After all, who would choose to sit when they could strengthen themselves while lying down? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Su Hao opened his eyes on time, feeling refreshed and invigorated, his entire being brimming with energy. Ding! Detected that the host has entered a deep meditative state for 8 hours, circulating energy continuously, refining spiritual power. A night of diligent practice had refined his control over spiritual energy even further. He sprang from his bed, stretching lazily, his joints cracking in a symphony of sounds. Approaching the mirror, he bypassed the toothbrush and towel, instead joining his index and middle fingers and gently swiping them in front of him. Cleansing technique. A gentle wave of spiritual energy swept over him like a clear spring, cleansing him thoroughly from within. Convenient, swift, and water-saving. Su Hao gazed with satisfaction at his refreshed visage in the mirror, donned a new outfit, hummed a tune, and sauntered downstairs. A new day commenced with a hearty breakfast of soybean milk and fried dough sticks. As for the headquarters, he decided to fill his stomach first before anything else. At precisely 8 a.m., a Hongqi sedan arrived at Su Hao's dormitory. The driver, a taciturn middle-aged man, merely verified Su Hao's identity before gesturing for him to enter, uttering not a single unnecessary word throughout the journey. The vehicle glided smoothly towards the city center, eventually stopping in front of an unremarkable skyscraper. This was one of the most bustling CBDs in Huaihai City, surrounded by financial institutions and the logos of Fortune 500 companies. Su Hao followed the driver through an inconspicuous side entrance and took an elevator requiring special access downwards. When the elevator doors opened once more, a vast and enlightening scene unfolded before him. Here lay the true headquarters of the 749 Bureau's East China branch. In the logistics department, Su Hao completed the cumbersome onboarding procedures, iris scanning, genetic sampling, a series of operations that made him feel like the protagonist in a science fiction film. Subsequently, he received a collection of standard equipment tailored for various occasions, from casual attire to high-intensity combat gear. Next, the staff handed him a heavy gun case. Upon opening it, he found a sleek handgun and 3 magazines. For Su Hao, the threat posed by such an object paled in comparison to his own capabilities. This is your service pistol. Model 92G, with specially crafted ammunition, effective against low-tier monsters, the staff member formally introduced. Su Hao nodded and accepted it. The staff member's tone shifted to one of gravity, remarking, "In light of your outstanding performance in the previous mission, along with Captain Chun Yang's special recommendation, the Bureau has granted you an additional weapon." With that, he retrieved a long, locked alloy box from a cabinet. Upon opening the box, a long sword lay quietly within its sheath. Its design exuded a modern industrial aesthetic while subtly hinting at antiquity. This is the standard Type 07 demon-slaying sword, forged from meteorite iron combined with various rare materials. Inscribed with exorcism runes, highly effective against spiritual entities and monsters. This reward is reserved for C-grade agents and above with notable merits. Su Hao's hand grasped the hilt of the sword. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired the law sword forged from meteorite iron with mystical inscriptions. Congratulations! As the host embarks on their journey, receiving such a divine weapon from the sect reflects the sect's esteem and expectations for you. Please practice diligently to live up to the sect's hopes. After collecting his gear, a designated person guided him on a tour of the headquarters. They first arrived at a vast training ground, divided into numerous sections. Some were engaged in inhuman physical training in the gravity chamber. Others were sparring with combat robots, and a few agents were practicing sword techniques. Next was the Task Management Center, resembling a space command hub. A massive electronic screen displayed a map of the East China region, dotted with various colored lights representing task levels and agent locations. Finally, they reached the Merit Exchange Center. A gigantic electronic wall displayed a dazzling array of redeemable items, from specially formulated elixirs and healing sprays to more advanced weapons and even fragments of martial arts manuals. Su Hao's gaze eventually settled on those martial arts manuals. He spotted a booklet that required a staggering 1,000 merit points, while he had only earned 500 from his latest mission. It seemed he needed to exert more effort in slaying monsters to obtain resources for cultivation. Su Hao did not linger at the headquarters for long. Checking the time, he politely declined the logistics staff's offer to take him to the shooting range to experience the law sword. After all, he had a dreaded linear algebra class at 10 o'clock. As a proud university student, skipping class was not an option. At noon, in the university cafeteria, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the aromas of food and the youthful exuberance of students. Su Hao found a corner to sit down, indulging in sweet and sour pork while scrolling through his phone. He noticed that fragrant and soft little cake had sent several messages, primarily inquiring when he would be free to play Valorant together. Just as Su Hao contemplated what to have for dinner, a loud crash reverberated from a corner of the cafeteria, accompanied by commotion and gasps. Su Hao looked up in the direction of the sound. There, a group of tall, muscular black international students had surrounded a seemingly frail and slight boy. The floor was strewn with overturned trays and spilled food. One of the leading black students, speaking halting Chinese, pushed the boy and arrogantly demanded, "Where are your eyes? You bumped into me, and you think saying sorry is enough? I have already offered my apologies. It was you who walked too swiftly," and the young man attempted to justify himself. How dare he retort? The leading African exchange student, filled with fury, unexpectedly swung a punch, striking the young man squarely in the face. The sound of impact echoed. His glasses were instantly sent flying, and the young man let out a cry of agony as blood gushed from his nose, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Surrounding students gasped in shock, many instinctively recoiling in fear of attracting trouble. Some pulled out their phones to record the incident, yet none dared to intervene. The group of African exchange students, witnessing this, not only continued their assault, but grew even more brazen, encircling the fallen young man and delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Each blow landed solidly on his abdomen and back. The young man's body curled into a ball. He initially emitted muffled groans of pain, but soon only faint convulsions remained. Su Hao furrowed his brow in concern. He was oblivious to the origin of the conflict and indifferent to it. Yet, in broad daylight within the campus, such a brazen act of violence against someone who had already lost the capacity to resist transcended ordinary student disputes. It was a heinous act of brutality. The assailants targeted vital areas, and if this continued for another 2 minutes, it would undoubtedly result in a fatality. The cafeteria security, alerted to the commotion, arrived but hesitated upon seeing the robust exchange students, opting to shout from the periphery rather than intervene directly. Su Hao set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin, sighing heavily. It seemed that today's lunch would be anything but peaceful. Chapter 20. Committing a crime. As Su Hao stood up, the chair legs scraped lightly against the floor. However, before he could take his first step, a graceful figure swiftly rose and positioned herself in front of the exchange students. "Stop it." Her voice was melodious, yet resolute, leaving no room for dispute. The cafeteria fell silent for a brief moment, with all eyes fixed upon her. With her long, lustrous black hair, fair skin, and exquisite features, she was none other than Jiang Yingxue, the universally acknowledged campus beauty of Huaihai University, the goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. "Wow, it's Jiang Yingxue." Wang Boning, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, stared in disbelief. "What is she doing here? This is going to be entertaining." Su Hao halted, crossing his arms with keen interest, choosing to observe the unfolding events. Jiang Yingxue's presence evidently took the group of African exchange students by surprise. They ceased their assault, their gaze brazenly raking over her graceful figure, their prior brutality swiftly replaced by a more repulsive lewdness. The leader of the group grinned maliciously. "What is the matter, beautiful? Are you here to plead for him, or do you wish to join us?" As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to embrace Jiang Yingxue's shoulders. "How dare they? Do they not grasp the gravity of their actions?" Wang Boning whispered to Su Hao. "Su Ge, do they have any idea how formidable Jiang Yingxue's family background is? To dare lay a hand on her in Huaihai City is sheer madness." Jiang Yingxue's eyes flickered with revulsion as she deftly twisted her wrist, swiftly striking the back of the intruder's hand. A crisp sound resonated. To the onlookers, it appeared merely as a girl's furious attempt to swat away an unwanted hand. Yet, to Su Hao, it was an entirely different spectacle. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a surge of energy emanating from Jiang Yingxue's palm. This was the power of a second tier awakened. Moreover, she had restrained 99% of her strength. The African exchange student let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, retreating while clutching his hand, his face contorted in agony and disbelief. The back of his hand swelled visibly. This exaggerated reaction left the surrounding students in stunned silence. "Huh." Wang Boning burst into laughter. "This is too hilarious. I thought he was tough. Turns out he's just a bully who crumbles at the slightest challenge." He laughed until he doubled over. The leader of the group was no fool. He recognized that this beautiful woman was not someone to be trifled with. In such a public setting, engaging in a confrontation for the sake of a barely conscious young man was evidently ill-advised. He shot Jiang Yingxue a venomous glare, choosing to retreat in defeat. However, leaving in such disgrace was not an option. After all, he was an awakened of the first tier. At that moment, Wang Boning's raucous laughter reached his ears. Haha, this is too funny. A cowardly bully. The leader's fury instantly found a new outlet. The young man on the ground was no longer a target. Should he truly be injured, it would be a messy situation for the school. But this audacious onlooker, this chubby boy, was fair game for a lesson. His expression morphed into one of ferocity as he abruptly turned and lunged at Wang Boning. Watch out. Jiang Yingshue's pupils dilated. The speed of that punch had exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. This is bad. Jiang Yingxue also froze, unprepared for the sudden shift in target towards an innocent bystander. With several tables between them, the distance and speed left her no time to intervene. In a critical moment, a hand, fingers splayed, caught the incoming fist with unwavering steadiness. The resounding impact echoed through the cafeteria. All eyes were drawn to the scene. The African exchange student's fist could advance no further, while Su Hao remained completely unperturbed, his feet firmly planted. In the next instant, a scream, even more piercing than before, erupted. The exchange student crumpled to the floor, cradling his wrist in agony, his fingers shattered. The entire cafeteria fell into a hushed silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue, from a distance, wore an expression of shock for the first time, her cold, exquisite features betraying her astonishment. She understood better than anyone the sheer force behind that punch. Su Hao restrained the assailant's hand, declaring, "You are under arrest." Those four simple words silenced the exchange student's cries. He lifted his gaze, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. The tone, the phrasing, he suddenly recalled a whispered legend within certain circles, a taboo existence known as the 749 Bureau. Surely, his luck could not be this abysmal. To bully a student at university and unwittingly cross paths with someone from the 749 Bureau. Assaulting a public servant. Such a charge, regardless of the country, would spell disaster for him. Moreover, he was no clean-cut exchange student. If thoroughly investigated, his fate would be sealed. In an instant, the primal instinct for survival eclipsed all reason and pain. The terror in his eyes faded, replaced by a desperate ferocity. Kill him. If I kill him, I can escape back home immediately. There is still a chance. With that, he abruptly drew a glinting dagger from behind his waist, stabbing viciously towards Su Hao's heart with his uninjured left hand. Yet, Su Hao's face bore not a trace of anxiety. Instead, a hint of satisfaction emerged. Wonderful. Finally, I can bypass all those cumbersome procedures. My utmost admiration is reserved for those who do not hesitate to act decisively in the face of provocation. As the dagger hurtled towards him, Su Hao stood his ground without flinching, merely advancing with a punch. The impact, his fist scarcely grazed his opponent's body. The ferocious force of his punch arrived with unparalleled swiftness, striking accurately against the chest of the black leader. Onlookers could only watch in horror as the exchange student's chest caved in violently, followed by a resounding blast that erupted a colossal gaping wound in his back. His body was sent hurtling through the air, disintegrating mid-flight. The remnants of his form scattered upon the ground, rendering him an unrecognizable heap. A piercing scream shattered the stunned silence, prompting the students to flee in a frenzy, disregarding all caution. Wang Boning, his complexion as pale as parchment, exclaimed, "Where did you learn such deadly martial arts? You've committed a crime. You must leave at once. Merely a trifling matter." Su Hao nonchalantly replied as he adeptly activated the 749 app, calling for logistical support through the internal channel. He sought to kill me first. My actions were in self-defense. There will be no repercussions. Jiang Yingxue lowered her voice, urgency lacing her words. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. You've violated the regulations of 749. Depart immediately while their people have yet to arrive. I hail from a family of tradition. I can assist you in escaping. Chapter 21. Infinite Counterattack writes with a casual flick. Su Hao revealed his credentials, presenting them to Jiang Yingxue. The metallic national emblem glimmered under the cafeteria lights, accompanied by the embossed words of the 749 Bureau and his photograph, identifying him as C-level specialist Su Hao. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Su Hao retracted his credentials. I am indeed a member of 749. He paused momentarily before adding, furthermore, I have always been quite reasonable. Jiang Yingxue gazed at Su Hao's sincere visage, then at the gruesome remnants strewn across the floor, her mind utterly derailed. Is this what you call being reasonable? Good heavens. Beside them, Wang Boning clasped Su Hao's shoulder. Brother, the 749 Bureau? What kind of organization is that? Spies? Agents? You've kept this from me all along. You're invincible. Absolutely remarkable. At that moment, a flurry of measured yet hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cafeteria. Several personnel clad in black uniforms swiftly entered, professional cases in hand, their attention fixed solely on the site of the incident. The leader approached Su Hao and saluted. Specialist Su, Logistics Team 3 is here to manage the scene. Thank you for your efforts. Su Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The logistics team promptly commenced their duties, erecting barriers, deploying specialized instruments to scan the area, and spraying a foam that swiftly dissolved the bloodstains, their movements executed with the precision of seasoned veterans. Soon after, school administrators and security personnel arrived, their faces blanching at the grisly sight. The leader of the logistics team stepped forward, presenting his credentials, 749 Bureau in action. These exchange students possess serious identity issues and are suspected of endangering national security. We will now take full control of the situation. Please ensure that student emotions are managed and cooperate fully with Specialist Su in the subsequent operations. This matter is classified, understood? Understood. We will certainly cooperate. To the fullest extent. The school leaders dared not utter a word of dissent, nodding vigorously. The entire process unfolded smoothly. The efficiency of Logistics Team 3 was remarkable. Within mere minutes, the scene of carnage was rendered nearly pristine. Amidst this calm, Su Hao's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen to find the caller ID reading, Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. Retreating to a corner, he answered the call. Hello. What is it? His tone remained unperturbed. Xiao Hao. Sister seems to have encountered a strange occurrence today. You must come and help me. What peculiar occurrence? I think I might have bumped into something supernatural. I'm busy. Just call the emergency hotline. They will handle it. To him, supernatural events were merely work. And work followed procedures. He was not the personal bodyguard of this celebrity. There was a brief silence on the other end. Actually, it's my sister's cat. What of having a cat? My cat can do backflips. Now I must see it. What is the address? A location message of a hotel address arrived from Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. Why do you always stay in hotels? Su Hao queried. Almost instantly. The reply came, I'm here filming. The crew arranged it. I've been living in hotels for almost a month. Oh, so there is no cat then. The logical chain became evident. Living in a hotel precludes pet ownership, thus there could be no cat capable of backflips. Then I shan't go. At that moment, the leader of the 749 logistics team approached Su Hao, having assessed that the scene was nearly cleared. He was a savvy middle-aged man, already well informed of the situation. He approached the respectful school leaders, speaking courteously yet firmly. Principal Lee, you are already aware of Specialist Su's identity. He may need to respond to urgent tasks at any time. We hope the school can provide maximum support regarding attendance and academics. The school leaders, eager not to neglect their duty, readily expressed their commitment. Of course. Absolutely. This young comrade serves the nation. It is a tremendous honor. Our school will fully support him. We guarantee not to hinder our hero. Disregarding the ongoing discussions, Su Hao opened the 749 internal app and navigated to the exchange center. For his last mission, he had earned 500 anomaly points as a primary contributor. His gaze fixed upon a dazzling exchange item. Tianshi Mansion Inheritance 5 Thunder Techniques. The name was commanding. Its origins illustrious, unmistakably a top-tier skill. Then he noted the price. 50,000 anomaly points. Su Hao promptly recoiled. What a jest. How much work would he need to accumulate that? He would need to become the annual champion of 749 to gather that many points. Forget it. Let us see if there is a less expensive alternative. After filtering through the price range, he swiftly found a highly cost-effective option. Taoist Basic Thunder Technique Palm Thunder. Priced at 1,000 anomaly points. Its power was respectable, easy to grasp, and most importantly, it was affordable. Su Hao stroked his chin, realizing he needed an additional 500 points. I'll just find a task worth around 500 points, he pondered. He clicked on the taskbar, meticulously sifting through options. First, he ensured the task type allowed him to apply as the team leader, as the leader would receive the highest point share. Next, the task difficulty could not be too low, lest the points be insufficient. Lastly, and most crucially, fewer participants were preferable, ideally, a two-person mission. He had no desire to experience leading a group of novices on a task. As Su Hao scrolled through the task list, his brows furrowed increasingly tighter. I'm truly baffled. Why is there not a single solo mission available? He muttered under his breath, unwilling to succumb to despair. He activated the built-in intelligent customer service of the app. Inquiry. Why are there no solo mission options available? Dear C-level specialist, greetings. to ensure the personal safety of C-level agents during assignments and to effectively enhance the success rate of missions. The organization currently encourages C-level and below agents to adopt a collaborative teamwork model. Thank you for your understanding and support. Suhao curled his lip, abandoning his struggle. He meticulously sifted through tasks, ultimately fixing his gaze on a high-value assignment. Task ID, HDC 087, Task Type, Investigation, Task Brief. Recently, several cases of missing children have occurred in Xiqing District. Local law enforcement has deployed significant resources without any leads, and preliminary suspicions suggest the involvement of extraordinary factors. Please investigate the reasons for the disappearances and strive to recover the missing children. Task Reward, 800 points, Team Total Reward. Suhao calculated that if he led a team and kept the size to a minimum, he would precisely earn 500 points. Just enough to exchange for palm lightning. This was it. He nodded to himself. But the task of finding missing children? Suhao furrowed his brow. It seemed rather simple. Merely tracking down human traffickers. But this did not appear to be his forte. His strength lay in transforming discovered enemies into corpses, rather than locating individuals in the vast sea of humanity. It seemed he would have to rely on his teammates and must find a skilled investigator. He clicked, Create Team, and Apply to Lead, entering the interface for matching teammates. In the Team Recruitment Declaration section, he pondered for a moment and typed a few concise words, clear in attitude. Need skilled investigators. Amateurs, please refrain from disturbing. Clicking, Start Matching. The screen displayed the message indicating that matching was in progress. Suhao set his phone down, no longer paying attention. Beside him, Wang Boning remained in a state of extreme excitement. Brother Hao, is your 749 still recruiting? Do you think I could join? You? I'll personally recommend you when you awaken your extraordinary powers. Really? Just us two brothers could conquer the world, and then wouldn't this small Huaihai be under our control? Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue was lost in thought. She had not anticipated that this classmate was actually an official agent of the 749 Bureau. No wonder he had acted so decisively. She recalled the warnings from her family elders. In the realm of Huaxia, do not oppose the 749 Bureau. Any extraordinary being that openly attacks an agent of the 749 Bureau will grant that agent unlimited retaliatory rights until the threat is completely neutralized. This meant that Suhao's act of killing that international student was entirely within the rules. Therefore, she had no reason to worry about him. Instead, it was that reckless awakened individual who was courting disaster. She gazed at Suhao, feeling a strong curiosity for this typically unassuming classmate. Coming from a renowned family, achieving second-tier strength at this age was not difficult. However, the prowess displayed by this person did not seem to be inferior to the second tier. How could a grassroots individual develop so rapidly? Chapter 22. Li Suhao bid farewell to the exuberant Wang Boning, who was eager to join the 749 Bureau, and left the cafeteria. He hopped onto his beloved electric scooter, humming a tune as he leisurely rode homeward. Upon returning to his modest rental apartment, Suhao instinctively reached for his phone. A notification from the Ding Dong app popped up. System notification. Your team has been successfully formed. Oh, so fast. Suhao perked up and clicked on the task details. Team successfully formed. Team leader, C-level agent, Suhao. Team member, C-level agent Luli. Suhao curiously opened this new teammate's profile. Just the standard blue background ID photo in the upper right corner was enough to captivate him. The girl in the photo had striking features, her short hair exuding a sense of vigor, yet the standard issue 749 Bureau shirt seemed to be stretched to its limits, as if the buttons might burst free at any moment. Wow, what a figure! He exclaimed involuntarily before redirecting his focus to the textual information to review this talented individual's detailed resume. He was taken aback by what he read. Name, Luli, gender, female, age, 20, level, C-level agent. Resume details at 16. She skipped grades to enter the youth class of Huaxia University of Political Science and Law, majoring in criminal psychology and trace tracking. At 18, during her sophomore year, she assisted a local branch and, based on just 3 incomplete scenes, successfully deduced the hiding place and behavioral patterns of a D-level monster, leading to her recruitment by the 749 Bureau as a special intern due to her exceptional logical reasoning abilities. During her internship at 18 and 19, she independently led teams to complete 5 D-level investigative tasks with a 100 success rate, participating in 12 C-level tasks as a team member, providing critical clues in 7 of those, directly contributing to their success, with overall evaluations marked as excellent. At 19, due to her internship performance breaking multiple internal network records, she was exceptionally promoted to formal status ahead of schedule, becoming one of the youngest C-level agents at the time. Awakening ability. Confidential, not authorized to know, at 16. She entered university. At 18, she was specially recruited. At 19, she was promoted to formal status. And at 20, she was already a C-level agent with an impressive resume. She was the quintessential other people's child, and an exceptional one at that. Perfectly aligned with my needs. Suhao slapped his thigh. This was precisely the kind of investigative talent he was missing. This match was truly serendipitous. He glanced at the photo once more, murmuring to himself, not only professionally suited, but also pleasing to the eye. Satisfied after perusing his new teammate's resume and photo, he felt confident about the mission's prospects. Out of courtesy as the team leader, he opened a private messaging chat with Lu Li, intending to greet her and foster rapport. After some consideration, he typed 2 words and sent them. C-level agent Suhao, hello. As soon as the message was sent, a long string of densely packed text filled his screen instantly. C-level agent Lu Li, hello, Captain. I have conducted a preliminary understanding and analysis of the ongoing child abduction cases in the Western District. The 5 missing individuals are all around 10 years old, with disappearances concentrated around midnight and occurring in their homes. This indicates that the perpetrator possesses a strong sense of purpose and planning, specifically hunting children of a particular age group. No signs of struggle were found at the scenes, which does not align with the methods typically employed by conventional monsters or supernatural beings. I personally lean towards the theory that this involves some form of mental manipulation or illusion creation. In summary, I believe that relying solely on online information will not yield more clues, and the next step must involve an on-site investigation. I have selected the Xingfu Li apartment building as our target, as this is the residence of 2 of the missing children, with high personnel turnover and significant surveillance gaps. I suggest we meet downstairs in half an hour to commence the first round of investigation. The address has been sent to your task terminal. Please confirm. Suhao held his phone, staring at this brief essay, utterly astonished. Truly impressive for a professional. He silently tapped 2 words on the keyboard and replied. C-level agent Suhao, received. Suhao checked his sidearm, took his standard long sword, and hopped on his electric scooter, buzzing off towards the Xingfu Li community. The community appears serene, yet recent events have disrupted its tranquility. Lu Li has arrived and is leaning against the stone lion at the entrance of the neighborhood. Suhao secures his electric scooter in the parking shed, and Lu Li approaches him. Captain, she greets him. Suhao gives her a thorough once-over. There is a slight discrepancy between her photo and her actual appearance. Is that so? What is different? You seem to have gained some weight. My recent physical fitness and energy levels are optimal. How could that be a concern? Suhao refrains from elaborating further, gesturing dismissively as he delves straight into the matter at hand. What are the next steps? I contacted the mother of one of the missing children. We need to gather some details. The 2 ascend the building in the elevator. A freshly posted Fu character adorns the door of the target household, a stark contrast to the grief that awaits inside. The door swings open, revealing a haggard woman before them. Are you the ones that Miss Lu contacted? Her voice is hoarse and feeble. Good day, Mrs. Wang. I am Lu Li, and this is my captain, Suhao. We are here to inquire about your son's situation. Suhao nods, his gaze swiftly scanning the interior. The living room is modest yet tidy, with a cup of tea that has long lost its warmth resting on the coffee table. A photograph of a boy, radiant and lively, adorns the television cabinet. He appears to be around 7 or 8 years old. Please, come in. Mrs. Wang ushers them inside, somewhat flustered as she attempts to pour them water. Lu Li gently places her hand over Mrs. Wang's, soothingly saying, no need to rush. Please take a seat. We just have a few questions. We won't take up too much of your time. She then opens her tablet, initiating the routine inquiry. Mrs. Wang, could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding your son Xiao Wen's disappearance? Any detail would be helpful. Initially, he just said he didn't want to go to school. The woman murmurs. When I returned home that day, my son Xiao Wen clung to my leg, claiming school was boring. I thought he was merely throwing a tantrum and didn't give it much thought. Eventually, he outright refused to leave his room, even emptying his backpack. When I asked him what was wrong, he said there were new family members at home, and he wanted to stay and accompany them. Mrs. Wang raises her head, her bloodshot eyes filled with confusion and fear. Our family only consists of the 3 of us, his father, myself, and Xiao Wen. Where would new family members come from? We assumed he was overwhelmed by academic pressure and that his mental state was compromised. To ensure his studies weren't affected, we decided to take him to see a psychologist. Wait a moment. Suhao interrupts, his silence shattering as he interjects. You mentioned taking him to see a psychologist to avoid disrupting his studies? Forgive my bluntness, but what is the logic connecting these 2 actions? What grade is he in? Is the academic burden that severe? This question struck like a needle, instantly puncturing the woman's facade of composure. Third grade. Her voice suddenly falters. Emotions cascading as she covers her face, her frail shoulders shaking violently. I regret it now. I truly regret thinking that way. Luli promptly hands her a tissue while casting Suhao a look that conveys, "You were too direct." She gently pats the woman's back, soothingly assuring her, "Madam, please take a deep breath and speak slowly. What happened afterward? How did the doctor's visit go?" The woman takes a moment to regain her composure before continuing haltingly. The psychologist couldn't provide any definitive answers. They suggested it might be an imaginary friend and encouraged us to spend more time with him. Claiming there was no significant issue, she lets out a self-deprecating laugh, a smile more sorrowful than tears. Upon hearing there was no significant issue, we felt as though we had received a pardon. We relaxed and became engrossed in our work, completely forgetting the doctor's words. We thought it would all pass. Her voice dwindles, ultimately transforming into a whisper of despair. Then one day, I prepared dinner and went to call him, but he had vanished. Luli nudges the tissue box closer to the woman, speaking softly. "All right, madam, we have gathered the necessary information. Please rest assured. We will exert every effort to uncover the truth." Suhao rises, giving a slight nod to the woman, signaling their departure. Once the door clicks shut behind them, the two exhale a breath of relief in the quiet corridor. New family members. Suhao leans against the cold elevator wall, breaking the silence. "I believe this is a breakthrough. What should we do next?" "Wait and see," Luli replies. Suhao raises an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "We need a child, one who is similarly troubled and claims there are new family members at home." "That makes sense." As the elevator doors chimed open, Suhao steps out first. "This crucial task is entrusted to you, my intelligence expert. It must be a child who has explicitly mentioned the term new family members. That would serve as proof of its activity." Luli follows closely behind, swiftly adding, "Its range of activity should be confined to the nearby neighborhoods, not a vast area. But systematically investigating each household will be quite labor-intensive." "It's mealtime. Let us grab a bite," Suhao says, preoccupied with his thoughts. Suhao and Luli find a noodle shop outside the community, the air filled with warmth and steam. Suhao slurps his noodles, the crimson glow of chili oil reflecting off the beads of sweat on his forehead. He glances up to find Luli across the table, untouched bowl of clear broth noodles cooling in front of her. Her full attention is absorbed by her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. "Hey!" Suhao taps his chopsticks against the edge of his bowl. "The noodles are getting soggy. Aren't you eating?" "Almost done," Luli replies without looking up, her focus unwavering. Suhao rolls his eyes, continuing to devour his noodles. Just as he savors the last spoonful of broth, a notification chimes from Luli's phone. She finally raises her head, her eyes sparkling. "Xianghe Jiyuan, Building 2, Apartment 401, she speaks rapidly. "A boy, 7 years old, named Lele, has refused to go to school for 3 days, telling his parents that he has a new little brother at home and wants to play with him." Suhao halts mid-motion, his hand holding the teacup suspended in the air. "Wow, your efficiency is impressive." He downs the tea in one gulp. "Once you finish, let us head over." At Xianghe Jiyuan, the door is answered by a bespectacled man. Luli presents her credentials, explaining their purpose in a calm and professional tone. "Based on our intelligence, a very dangerous human trafficking gang may be targeting your child. We require 24-hour covert protection and surveillance." "Human traffickers?" The man adjusts his glasses, his brow furrowing. "Officer, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lele has just been a bit moody lately. We were planning to, and your actions will affect his schooling." He adds, as if that is his primary concern. Suhao, arms crossed against the door frame, hears this and stands upright, stepping forward. The unrestrained pressure in his demeanor instinctively causes the man to retreat a step. "Sir," Suhao's voice remains even yet laced with coldness, "I have a question for you. What is more important, your child or his education?" The man's face flushes crimson. "How can you speak like that?" "Suhao." Luli interjects sharply, then turns her attention back to the couple, adopting a sincere demeanor, expertly playing the role of the peacemaker. "Please don't misunderstand. My captain is rather direct, but it's only because he cares deeply. We are dealing with a unique case. This gang employs exceedingly sinister methods. Once an incident occurs, there is no opportunity for regret. Our foremost concern is to ensure the absolute safety of the child, is it not?" One plays the role of the stern figure, while the other adopts a softer approach. The man gazed at Suhao, whose expression was filled with grim determination, then turned his gaze to the earnest Luli, finally settling on the closed door of his son's room. The stubbornness on his face gradually faded, replaced by a profound sense of fear. After a long silence, he nodded. "All right, I promise you." Chapter 24. No progress. Very well. Luli nodded. We need to meet Lele first and have a chat with him. Yes, yes. Lele's father quickly agreed, leading them to a tightly shut bedroom door. He has been in his room for the past few days. He gently pushed the door open. The room was dim, heavy curtains drawn tightly, blocking out the afternoon sunlight. A slight figure sat on the carpet, facing away from the door, engrossed in arranging a row of toy soldiers. Upon hearing the noise, he did not turn around. Luli softened her footsteps, squatting beside the boy to meet his gaze. She spoke in a deliberately gentle tone. Hello, Lele. We are friends of your parents. The boy still did not turn, but his hands ceased their movements. We heard you have a new little brother, is that right? This question had an effect. The boy slowly turned his head. Yes, he was succinct. That's wonderful. Luli offered a warm smile. Could you introduce us to him? We would like to be friends with your new brother and play together. No, why not? He doesn't like the daytime. He only comes out to play with me at night, or after everyone has left. I see, that's such a pity. Your brother is very timid. He wouldn't like us. You would scare him away, so it's best you go. All right, Lele, we won't disturb you any longer. Luli's voice remained gentle as they turned to leave, softly closing the door behind them. As soon as they entered the elevator, Suhao furrowed his brow. This way of keeping watch is ineffective, he stated bluntly. With just our presence, not even a rat would dare to show itself. Waiting idly is futile. We might as well wait until dawn for nothing. The concealment technique, Luli interjected succinctly, a fundamental spell. Haven't you learned it? No. What's the point of learning that? A waste of time, Suhao replied with conviction. Luli looked at him as though he were a curiosity. What will you do when you encounter something you cannot defeat? If you can't confront it directly, wouldn't it be wise to evade it temporarily? Suhao spread his hands, a look of indifference on his face. Evade? I have never encountered anything I couldn't handle. Luli found herself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately sighing in resignation. Very well. You will be responsible for the outer support. Don't stray too far. I will signal you, and you should come at once. Okay. Suhao readily agreed. The night was as dark as ink. Luli silently climbed onto the air conditioning unit, lowering her body to seamlessly blend into the shadows of the building. She refrained from entering Lele's home. While the concealment technique could effectively mask one's presence, being in the same room as the target, especially when facing something with keen senses, posed an inherent risk of exposure. The city buzzed in the distance, while this residential building lay in a deep slumber. Everything was excessively quiet. At midnight, a faint green light flickered to life in the corner of the living room ceiling. This was Luli's innate ability. At that moment, she focused her attention on a few small spiders making their way toward Lele's bedroom. Soon, several spiders slipped through the door crack. Immediately after, Lele climbed out of bed. He opened the door, sleepwalking, and took slow steps toward the living room. At that moment, an object appeared on the living room wall, seemingly out of nowhere, a living, fleshy conduit. Luli's heart sank. Should she act or refrain? The entity's true form was still concealed. Acting now would undoubtedly alert it, making future encounters difficult. But allowing a child to walk into the maw of that thing? Absolutely not. In a flash, Luli made her decision. She took out her phone and dialed Lele's father's number. The phone rang only a few times before she decisively hung up. Enough to awaken a sleeping person, but not provide the opportunity for them to answer. She quickly composed a text message and sent it. Find Lele immediately. Before long, the master bedroom door clicked open slightly as Lele's father stepped into the living room. He was greeted with a sight that sent chills down his spine, his son's small figure standing alone in the living room. Lele, he instinctively called out, reaching for the light switch. The bright light instantly banished the darkness. Lele shivered at the sudden illumination and sound, as if awakening from a dream. Turning to see his father in bewilderment, he paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something and abruptly turned back. Yet, all that met him was a cold wall. The strange fleshy conduit had vanished without a trace. Lele, what are you doing standing here in the middle of the night? His father's voice trembled with residual fear. Lele pointed at the empty wall, exclaiming, Dad, I want to find my brother. He was waiting for me right here. The father stood frozen, his mind in turmoil. The mention of human traffickers flashed through his mind, yet the scene before him instilled a profound sense of dread. Human traffickers? What kind of act could they commit that would resemble this? His phone vibrated again in his pocket, the screen illuminating with a new message. Calm him down and tell him to go back to sleep as if nothing happened. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, the father suppressed the tumultuous waves of fear within him. Come on, Lele, it's time to go back to sleep. If you rest well, you'll have the energy to play with your brother tomorrow, right? All right. Lele seemed a bit drowsy as he obediently followed his father back to the room. Afterward, the long night passed uneventfully, the silence unsettling. The next morning, Suhao stretched lazily, every bone in his body protesting with cracking sounds. He gulped down a large mouthful of soy milk and irritably addressed Lu Li. I say, great expert. I spent the night outside feeding mosquitoes and didn't even catch a whiff of anything. What's the situation on your end? There's movement. Lu Li replied as succinctly as ever. It can be confirmed that it is a supernatural entity, and it is exceedingly cautious. Its true form has not revealed itself. It only uses a temporary fleshy conduit to lure prey. A conduit? Suhao's interest piqued. Then what are we waiting for? Let us charge in and take out its lair. No, Lu Li immediately countered. The situation on the other side of the conduit is entirely unknown. Entering recklessly poses too great a risk. My suggestion is to report and request the assistance of a B-level specialist. I believe I can handle it. This is not a matter of whether you can or cannot. Lu Li, rarely frowning, replied. I know you are formidable, but this is not an arena. The unknown dangers are too numerous. We must adhere to protocol. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone. However, Suhao's hand darted like lightning, pressing down on her screen. I'm not just formidable, I'm exceptionally formidable. In any case, we will not request assistance. Lu Li's frown deepened. Why? This pertains to task grading and our safety. He released his grip and leaned back against the chair. How much will the application for a B-level specialist deduct from my score due to anomalies? Will this trip be in vain? Lu Li remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Finally, she nodded resignedly. All right. If there is real danger, I will be the first to flee. And what about now? Suhao inquired. Naturally, we must continue to stand guard to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The likelihood of monsters forcibly abducting people during the day is not negligible. Chapter 25. Chaos and Turmoil. Do you think what those two spoke of is true? A tremor laced through the mother's voice. Is there really a human trafficker? I don't know, the father replied gravely while sitting on the edge of the bed. I searched for that 749 online, but found not a single word about it. It's merely a shell. Yet, recently, there have been numerous reports of missing children. I am increasingly worried about whether those two were speaking the truth or not. The father interrupted her, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. That man, did you see the murderous intent in his gaze? He certainly does not seem benevolent. What if they are the frauds? What if they resort to violence and snatch the child away? This thought made the mother gasp in fright. Then what shall we do? We cannot remain idle. The father resolved firmly. We will take Lele back to the countryside tonight, to stay with his grandmother for a few days. We shall return once the storm has passed. Very well, let it be so. Captain, there is unusual movement from the target. Lu Li's voice crackled through the communicator. What is the situation? Suhao, resting against his electric scooter with his eyes closed, asked. They are packing their belongings. It seems they are preparing to leave. Suhao scoffed. Leave? How naive. Once targeted by monsters, fleeing to the ends of the earth is futile. That may not be the case, Lu Li calmly retorted. For instance, the various bases of 749, or certain ancient families, or at the very least, some temples and monasteries guarded by virtuous monks and Taoists, would serve as excellent sanctuaries. Suhao opened his eyes, impatience evident in his voice as he spoke into the communicator. Why do you insist on contradicting me? Do they seem capable of finding such places? Get to the point. Do we intercept them? No need to intercept, Lu Li concluded decisively. It matters not where they go, we shall follow. This monster is cautious and has undoubtedly expended considerable resources to select a target. It will not relinquish it easily. I can even deduce that it will soon act again, as the prey's movement will inevitably test its patience. Daddy, where are we going? Lele, peeking his head from the back seat, asked with curiosity. We're going to find Grandma. The father replied, fatigue evident in his voice. Wonderful. Lele cheered. I haven't seen Grandma for so long. I miss her. The car departed the concrete jungle of the city and turned onto a winding country road. Not far behind, a pitch-black Tesla maintained its distance, following leisurely. Eventually, the vehicle halted in front of an old house with green tiles and mud walls. The sound of tires crunching over gravel startled those inside. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing a frail elderly woman with silver hair, who trembled as she stepped outside. Grandma, Lele dashed forward. Oh, my dear grandson. The elderly woman's face, lined with wrinkles, lit up in a beaming smile. Why have you come at this hour? Is it summer vacation again? Come let Grandma see if you've grown taller. Mom, Lele's father emerged from the car, forcing a smile. We're back to stay for a few days. Things have been unsettled in the city. I've heard rumors of human traffickers, so I thought it's safer in the countryside. Welcome back, the grandmother said affectionately. Stroking Lele's head, a sense of security emanated from her murky eyes. This old house has sheltered several generations. It is vibrant and full of life. No evil spirit can enter. Lele, wait here. Grandma will get you some candy. Just then, an unexpected cacophony of barking erupted. Woof, woof, woof. An aging black soil dog charged out from behind the house, its fur slightly graying, but it now arched its back, growling threateningly, fixating its gaze on Lele. You old dog, why are you barking? Lele's mother exclaimed, startled. Seeing the dog targeting her son, she was instantly filled with rage. Bending down to pick up a stone to throw. Hey, don't hit it. Don't hit it. The grandmother quickly intervened. Mom, it wants to bite Lele. It won't. The grandmother shook her head, soothingly patting the still growling black dog. This is Old Hay. He has accompanied me for over a decade. He is quite intelligent. She paused, her gaze turning complex as she looked at her grandson, and slowly uttered, he has never bitten anyone. Perhaps he has simply become as old and muddled as I. As night descended, the tranquility of the countryside was abruptly shattered. It began with a bark from the east, igniting a chain reaction that sent the entire village's dogs into a frenzy. The cacophony of barking filled the air, and lights flickered on as villagers emerged, bleary-eyed, cursing and questioning the disturbance. The village chief, draped in a coat and smoking his pipe, frowned at the unusual commotion. Something is amiss, he muttered, striking his pipe against his shoe. This noise is far too loud. Who knows what creature has come to life? Young men, do not sleep too soundly. Go door to door to remind everyone to keep vigilant. A young man named Ergo responded. Chief, there is only an elderly woman at Jean Grandma's house. I'll go check. Go ahead, but be careful. Ergo switched on his flashlight, hurried to the old house. The black dog in the yard barked furiously, but upon seeing him, it merely whimpered, showing no inclination to approach. Jean Grandma, he called into the house. The chief said there might be a yellow weasel outside. Please be cautious. The door opened, and Lele's father peeked out. Oh, it's you, Ergo. No worries. We are here. Oh, brother, you're back? Then I can rest easy, Ergo said, preparing to leave. Ergo, wait a moment. The grandmother's aged yet powerful voice called from within. Ergo halted, puzzled. The grandmother leaned against the door frame, gazing into the pitch-black night, and sighed. What happened today seems directed at our family. What? Ergo was taken aback. My son and his family just returned home this evening, and the village has been restless since. The grandmother's eyes sharpened as she continued. Old Hay has been on guard all night, lying by Lele's door, having killed several black spiders the size of fingernails. Ergo felt a chill run down his spine. Grandma, are you implying? You should inform the chief and the others. I apologize for disturbing everyone's peace. I am deeply sorry. Understood. I shall go at once. Ergo responded, disappearing into the night. Inside, Lele clung tightly to his grandmother's leg, his face pale. Grandma, I'm scared. Do not fear, with Grandma here. There is nothing to be afraid of. The elderly woman embraced him, gently patting his back. Just moments ago, Lele had once more heard the call of that brother. And as he was about to rise from the bed, the old black dog outside suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Several small spiders crawled in through the crack beneath the door, but before they could approach, Old Hay, stationed at the entrance, crushed them one by one. As the spiders perished, the voice calling to him abruptly ceased. Lele finally realized that the brother who had played with him every day was not human at all. Mom, is this really too strange? Lele's father, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. Could there truly be monsters? Regardless of whether they exist or not. The grandmother's tone was unyielding. Your only task now is to keep a close watch on your son. Do not let him out of your sight. Survive this night. And tomorrow morning, I shall take you to the neighboring village to seek the wisdom of Wang Shenpa. She certainly possesses a solution. Chapter 26, The Domain of Demons. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the forest, Lu Li's voice was low and heavy as she asked Su Hao, do you think this will work? Can the feeble defenses of ordinary people truly deter the demonic entities? The convergence of yang energy and the cacophony of barking dogs may indeed instill a sense of intimidation against lesser demons. Lu Li's gaze remained fixed on the movements within the village, yet she realized its efficacy was limited, akin to throwing a mere bucket of water onto a raging inferno. It was better than nothing, but hardly sufficient. As her words fell from her lips, her expression suddenly sharpened. Something was amiss. A beam of flashlight danced erratically along the dark rural path. Beneath it, the figure of Ergo stumbled forward, gasping heavily. He dared not look back, but the rustling sound behind him only heightened his anxiety. Just as the noise drew near, almost brushing against his heels, a sudden eruption of barking shattered the stillness. Several robust village dogs surged forth from the darkness, charging toward the encroaching shadows behind Ergo. The rustling ceased abruptly, vanishing into the night. Ergo, panting heavily, tumbled forward to the village chief. Chief, I can barely catch my breath. Granny Zhang said this incident tonight is aimed at her family. She mentioned that her son's family returned and has attracted something unclean. We must go help her. Before the chief could respond, dissenting murmurs arose from the crowd. Help! That son of hers has been absent all year, leaving his mother alone at home, and now he returns to bring calamity upon the whole village. Indeed, why must we all bear the consequences of his troubles? Silence. The chief's cane struck heavily against the ground, producing a resonant thud that quieted the uproar. Their roots lie here. If her family is in peril, it concerns our village. His murky eyes surveyed the crowd, emanating an undeniable authority. We shall assist, without a doubt. He turned to a few of the young men in the gathering. Ergo, along with the strongest youths in the village, follow me. Bring your axes and hoes. We shall confront whatever dares to run rampant on our territory. With that, he slung a stick wrapped in cloth across his back. The group traversed the pitch-black village path, the flashlight beam wavering ahead. Suddenly, the chief halted, raising his hand. Stop. He turned and addressed Ergo, his voice steady. Call the police. Call the police? Ergo was taken aback, instinctively lowering his voice. Chief, do you think the police can handle this? Foolishness. The chief reprimanded sharply. Do you believe there are no mountain spirits or wild beasts in this world? Those skilled individuals supported by the state do not merely consume rations. When faced with such matters, they are the true experts. Oh, understood. I'll call right away. Ergo finally comprehended, trembling as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Truth be told, he had never encountered anything so sinister in his life. He swiped the screen, his fingers quivering as he pressed the dial key, inputting 110. However, all he heard was the disheartening sound of a busy signal. He tried again, twice, with the same result. The signal indicator on the screen remained empty, devoid of any bars. Chief, it's not going through. There's no signal. Ergo's voice trembled with a hint of despair. The chief took the phone, glanced at it, then turned his gaze toward the ominous darkness enveloping Granny Zhang's home at the end of the village path. This entity is even more formidable than I anticipated. He murmured to himself. Then his expression darkened as he resolutely addressed the young men behind him. You all must return. This matter exceeds your capabilities. That cannot be. A young man immediately countered. Chief, we cannot leave you alone. Stop your nonsense. The chief slammed his cane down once more, barking, You all are hesitating like frightened children. Get back home, guard your doors, and do not interfere. The young men, taken aback by his reprimand, exchanged glances of bewilderment. Ultimately, they retreated, casting glances back toward the chief. The village path was left with only the solitary silhouette of the chief. This old man is intriguing, Su Hao murmured from the shadows. The signal has been jammed, indicating that the demon has unleashed its domain. It believes itself to be the hunter, yet it fails to realize that it has confined itself within a cage. Before her words concluded, she retrieved a stack of bright yellow flags from a small pouch in her tactical vest, handing half to Su Hao. The flags bore symbols in vermilion that were indecipherable to ordinary eyes. What are these? Su Hao inquired, weighing one in his hand. Standard apricot yellow flags. Luli asserted with firmness. They are used to establish a barrier, ensuring that nothing within can escape. She gestured towards two directions. We shall split our efforts. You will oversee the southeastern area of the village, while I take the northwest. Along the outskirts, place one flag every 100 paces. Quickly, Su Hao asked no further questions. Grasping the flags and sprinting toward the village's edge, Granny Lele's door stood wide open, all the lights aglow within. Yet, the illumination appeared feeble and powerless, casting the family's despair into stark relief. Lele lay in bed, her small face flushed with fever, lips cracked, and the damp cloth on her forehead quickly warming. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, restless under the covers, mumbling incoherently. My child, what shall we do? Lele's mother had wept until her strength was spent, repeatedly wiping her son's burning forehead with the towel, tears dripping onto the bedsheets. Meanwhile, Lele's father paced anxiously within the room. Just then, an ancient and steady voice emerged from the doorway. This is a demonic essence entering the body, igniting the Yin fire. The family turned abruptly, seeing the chief leaning on his cane, his wrinkled face appearing exceptionally grave in the light. The elderly chief was the first to respond. Granny Lele, trembling, approached him. What brings you here at this late hour? The chief offered no pleasantries, stepping into the room and fixing his gaze directly upon the unconscious Lele on the bed. Shaking his head, Granny Lele glanced at her grandson, then at the chief's solemn countenance, sighing deeply. It seems this night will be a difficult one. Chapter 27, Desperation. The old chief spoke in a low voice. Do not stand idle. Make preparations. Do we have incense ash? Gather a handful and scatter it along the door and windowsills to ward off the malevolent entities outside. Before he finished speaking, a piercing scream erupted from the yard. Old Hay, Granny Lele's heart seized painfully. The group rushed to the entrance, and the sight before them froze their blood. The old dog lay on the ground, its body completely engulfed by a mass of black spiders, leaving only its wide-open eyes exposed. It was evident that it could not survive. My old companion, Granny Lele, emitted a hoarse wail. Before they could recover from their grief, a bone-chilling rustling sound approached from the depths of the forest. In the darkness, 8 eerie green lanterns ignited. They were the eyes of the spider demon. Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure burst forth, crashing through several small trees. It was a colossal spider, roughly the size of a calf, entirely cloaked in a pitch-black hue, its limbs adorned with steel-like bristles. Its 8 glistening green compound eyes fixated hungrily on the living beings within the dwelling, exuding an unmistakable aura of greed and hunger as it lunged forward. Shut the door. The closest to the entrance, Lele's father summoned all his strength to slam the wooden door shut with a resounding bang, bracing it firmly. In the next instant, a terrifying impact reverberated, shaking the entire old house. The door groaned under the immense strain, splintering wood flying everywhere. This frail barrier clearly could not withstand much longer. Quick! Block it with something. The family erupted into chaos, hastily dragging tables, cabinets, and every piece of furniture they could find to barricade the door. Amidst the turmoil, the old clan leader remained remarkably composed. He calmly untied the cloth strips that had been tightly wrapped around the wooden stick on his back. As the cloth fell away, it revealed an antiquated shotgun. The old leader skillfully raised the firearm, loading it with precision, aiming steadily at the door that seemed on the verge of collapse. Boom! The wooden door ultimately shattered, countless fragments flying into the room. In the instant that the giant spider surged inside, a gunshot rang out, echoing violently within the confined space. The spider emitted a shrill screech, dark green ichor gushing from a wound on its head. The excruciating pain sent it into a frenzy. It did not advance further, but instead turned abruptly, dragging its injured body back into the forest in a disheveled retreat. The occupants of the house were left in stunned silence. Lele's father stuttered. What on earth is happening? How could a monster fear a gun? The old clan leader slowly lowered the still smoking barrel of the shotgun, stating, "This gun has fed 3 generations of my family. The number of creatures that have perished beneath it is countless. The blood-soaked aura it possesses, let alone mere monsters. Even malevolent spirits must tread carefully." He turned his gaze, filled with a flicker of ire towards Lele's parents. "You young ones have lost all sense of reverence. Instead of seeking to resolve the calamity you've invoked, you've brought it back to the village, endangering our kin. I truly do not comprehend your thought process." The elder slammed the butt of the gun heavily against the ground, producing a dull thud. In this day and age, those with true prowess no longer reside in this impoverished backwater. Should such a ruckus occur in the city, I fear those in positions of authority would have dealt with it swiftly. "Uncle, clan leader uncle, I sincerely apologize," Lele's father lamented. "A few days ago, 2 individuals claiming to be from an organization called 749 approached me, saying my son was being targeted by human traffickers. At first, I believed them, but as events unfolded, they became increasingly bizarre. I searched online and found no such organization. I thought they were the frauds, attempting to lure us out to do harm. So I resolved to hide in the countryside for a few days. Who could have anticipated that there would be monsters involved? You fool." The old clan leader, irate, struck the ground with the butt of his gun once more. "Such clandestine matters can be casually uncovered online? Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? Couldn't you just make a phone call to verify?" Lele's father scratched his head. "I was simply too frightened at the time and thought I was being clever." "Shoo!" The old clan leader abruptly raised his hand, silencing him. He tilted his head, his wrinkled ears twitching slightly. "Do not speak, listen." The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of the anxious breaths of those present. Soon, a chilling noise emerged from all directions, a disconcerting scrabbling sound akin to countless rodents gnawing at wood. Fine wood shavings and dust began to rain down from the beams above. "What is that noise?" "It's those little spiders. They are gnawing at this old house. If we stay here any longer, the house will surely collapse." The old clan leader's expression darkened, realizing the creatures sought to force them out. The group, no longer daring to linger, scrambled out of the rickety old house. Outside, the moonlight was eerily pallid. The courtyard walls and nearby tree trunks were already swarming with a mass of spiders, swirling together like a black tide, steadily advancing towards the individuals in the center of the yard. The old clan leader retrieved tobacco leaves and paper from his pocket, methodically rolling a cigarette, lighting it. and inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Tonight's ordeal may well be beyond my frail body. As the horde of spiders threatened to engulf them, Lele's father refused to remain idle, seizing an iron shovel from the corner and wildly swinging it in desperation, though it did little to halt the tide of arachnids. Do not engage in futile efforts. The old clan leader barked. We still have oil. Bring out the kerosene lamps and firewood. We must light torches. Use the fire to drive them back. He tossed the cigarette butt to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, while once again raising the old shotgun. Aiming into the depths of the forest. You handle the smaller ones. I shall keep watch on the large one. Should it dare to show its face again, I will fire upon it. Chapter 28. Old Dog defends against calamity. The colossal spider seemed to possess a semblance of sentience, hesitating to attack. The sounds of snapping branches echoed in the woods, shifting unpredictably, attempting to lure the old clan leader into firing. Yet, the old leader, advanced in years and burdened by the thick darkness of night, found his once sharp eyes dulled. With each disturbance, his composure wavered, and he fired twice based on instinct. Bang! Bang! Sparks flew, but only two fleeting glimmers appeared in the darkness. Suddenly, he realized that the creature was toying with him, draining the last remnants of his gun's vitality. He steadied his resolve, deciding not to fire again unless absolutely necessary. Just as he focused his attention, the colossal beast lunged once more from the shadows. The old clan leader's pupils constricted, and relying on a lifetime of instinct as a hunter, he pulled the trigger at the moment it lunged. Bang! The shot rang out again, the bullet striking true. However, this time, it produced a jarring sound akin to metal scraping, as the bullet ricocheted off the creature's hard exoskeleton. This is dire. The old clan leader's heart plummeted. It had withstood the bloodthirst. That once proud old shotgun was rendered ineffective. Just then, a faint whimper emanated from the corner of the yard. The old black dog, overwhelmed by the swarm, had not yet succumbed. Half of its body was mangled, barely recognizable, yet it staggered to its feet once more. In its murky eyes, only the last flicker of indomitable spirit remained, fixated unwaveringly upon the giant beast. As the spider loomed closer to the clan leader, the old black dog let out a final, defiant roar, expending its last ounce of strength to crash into the colossal spider. Thud! A heavy thump echoed. To the disbelief of all present, the giant spider was staggered by the impact, its massive form retreating uncontrollably back into the shadows of the forest. Meanwhile, the old black dog, having spent its final breath in that moment of collision, collapsed to the ground. What? Lele's father stammered, utterly bewildered by the scene before him, which had completely shattered his understanding. How could such a massive spider be repelled by the old black dog? The clan leader gazed at the fallen dog, a glimmer of respect flickering in his eyes. It was no longer merely a common dog. He rasped, this remarkable creature, imbued with a semblance of humanity, has surely crossed the threshold into the realm of the extraordinary. In that moment, it unleashed its final desperate strike, consuming the last remnants of its vitality, granting us a fleeting opportunity. However, this life-for-life chance was alarmingly ephemeral. Deep within the forest, the spider demon emitted a piercing shriek and charged forth once more. Just as despair enveloped everyone, believing their fate was sealed, a thunderous roar shattered the night sky. The lurking minions had finally been caught by my grandfather. After wasting so much time, I shall ensure you are ground into mincemeat today. How dare a mere demon act so brazenly here? Before the echoes of that declaration faded, a chilling glimmer sliced through the air, moving with such swiftness that it defied reaction. With a sickening sound, one of the giant spider's forelegs was severed, its dark green ichor gushing forth. The excruciating agony and unprecedented terror made the creature instantly aware of the formidable enemy it faced. It let out a heart-wrenching shriek, abandoning its prey and frantically fleeing deeper into the forest. The spider demon was now in a true fight for survival. It could not comprehend how such a formidable foe could emerge from this remote village. Its 8 multifaceted eyes darted back, each glance amplifying its dread. The man shadowed it through the night, emitting not a single extraneous sound, remaining steadfastly behind. That sensation was utterly despairing for the demon. At last, a writhing tunnel of flesh appeared ahead, igniting within it a flicker of hope. If it could just burrow inside and return to its lair, safety would be assured. Yet again, a silver flash tore through the night sky, swift as lightning. The spider demon, driven by the instinct to survive, contorted its massive body. The silver light grazed past, inflicting searing pain as 2 more appendages were severed at the root. The agony nearly rendered it unconscious. But the terror of the figure behind compelled it to press on without pause. Finally, dragging its battered form, it stumbled to the mouth of the fleshy tunnel. It glanced back. The man was still several paces behind. A surge of resentment for surviving this ordeal welled up within it, and it suddenly turned, spitting a torrent of venomous silk towards Su Hao. Without even slowing, Su Hao wielded his finger as a sword, effortlessly slicing through the toxic strands. He smiled, the sound of his laughter resonating eerily in the night. At death's door, you do not plead for mercy, yet you dare to retaliate? You are truly courting disaster. Seeing its attack thwarted, the spider demon had no choice but to retract its remaining body and plunge into the fleshy tunnel. Inside, the tunnel was slick and warm. The exit loomed tantalizingly close, and the elation of surviving nearly overwhelmed the pain of its severed limbs. Just as it was on the verge of escape, a hind leg was suddenly seized by a powerful grip. The spider demon whirled around to see Su Hao's silhouette illuminated by the entrance's light, casting a devilish shadow. A mocking smile danced upon his lips. Instantly, fear eclipsed its earlier joy. The spider demon, in a frenzy, clawed desperately at the tunnel's inner walls, attempting to resist the brutal pull. In an instant, its legs tore through the flesh, spraying foul blood and viscera in all directions. Yet, all was in vain. No matter how fiercely it fought, its body was dragged backward. The spider demon was utterly terrified, realizing that if things continued this way, death was inevitable. As it shrieked, the entire fleshy tunnel seemed to come alive. The once smooth walls twisted violently, sprouting countless ivory fangs that lunged at Su Hao, eager to consume him. The sound of gnashing teeth rang out, yet Su Hao remained unfazed. Those fangs, capable of shattering steel, made contact with his mid-level refined arm, leaving no mark whatsoever. Is this your only skill? You dare to feast upon humans? You think yourself worthy of such an act? Su Hao's tone dripped with disdain. With a sudden surge of strength, he obliterated the spider demon's final resistance. Its colossal form was yanked from the fleshy tunnel and crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 29. The dog song. Su Hao raised his sword with one hand, its tip aimed directly at the spider demon. I promise to turn you into minced meat. He began slowly, and that is precisely what I intend to do. You not only refuse to surrender, but dare to flee. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden voice echoed from the forest, "Spare me." Su Hao, hearing this, did not pause for even a moment as his demon-slaying sword swiftly severed the spider demon's neck. With a sickening thud, its massive head soared into the air, dark green blood gushing forth. What did you say? Su Hao remarked coolly. Old senior, since you have spoken, why not reveal yourself? You. That voice was laced with suppressed fury. Su Hao followed the sound, his gaze fixating on a nearby tree trunk. There, a bizarrely patterned beetle clung to the bark. Su Hao raised an eyebrow. What manner of creature are you? Young one, has your elder not instilled within you a sense of reverence? The beetle's mandibles opened and closed, emitting an ancient voice. I am the Wu Du Po Po of Miaojiang, and this is my sound-calling goo. This illusionary spider is one of my meticulously cultivated life goo, with boundless potential for the future. How dare you slay it? Do you wish to forge an irreparable enmity with Miaojiang? Old crone, Su Hao scoffed. You consort with such vile creatures daily, and yet you dare to preach about reverence? I shall remember your head. Be wise and retreat to your desolate mountains. Perhaps you may live a few more years. If you insist on stretching your neck to seek death, I shall not hesitate to deliver another blow. Before his words could fully resonate, and before the sound-calling goo could utter another syllable, Su Hao leapt forward, seizing the creature in his palm and crushing it with a sudden force. A wet pop echoed as the foul green ichor splattered between his fingers. Ugh! Su Hao shook his hand in disgust, truly revolting. I shall avoid such insects in the future. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, deep in Miaojiang, within a shadowy bamboo dwelling, an ancient crone clad in black robes suddenly crushed her bamboo cup into powder. If this grudge goes unavenged, I am unworthy of the title Wu Du Po Po. You little wretch, I will ensure you suffer endlessly. The scene shifted back to the village entrance, where Su Hao swung his sword, beginning to fulfill his promise. The blade danced in the air, and before long, the massive carcass of the illusionary spider lay shredded into a puddle of indistinguishable flesh. Inside the bamboo dwelling, the Wu Du Po Po trembled violently, spewing forth a mouthful of dark, foul blood. She had been rebuked when her life goo was destroyed. Now, the heart silk concealed within the goo had also been annihilated, inflicting significant injury upon her. The Wu Du Po Po could not comprehend how her heart silk, hidden within the illusionary spider and in such a concealed location, could have been destroyed by anyone but a goo master. Ah Ching! She screamed in anguish. A young Miao girl rushed in at the sound. Elder, what troubles you? My heart has been destroyed. The Wu Du Po Po's eyes burned with hatred. Recently, Has a new group of practitioners been dispatched to the Central Plains for training and sparring? Yes, yes. I remember, there is still a need for a protector, correct? Yes. But I must express my concern. Elder, are you truly going to take on the role of a guardian? This seems rather unwise. Qing's face paled in astonishment. There is nothing improper about it. Granny Wu Du wiped the black blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice sharp as a poisoned blade. My precious one has not yet fully matured, and already someone has ruined its foundation. I shall personally skin that wretched boy and fashion a drum from his hide. You, go inform the clan leader and the holy maiden. Just say it is my command. Lu Li's figure emerged from the shadows of the nearby woods. Your methods are indeed ruthless. She approached Su Hao, her brows furrowed. You have made a deadly enemy of Granny Wu Du. This seems rather unwise. The Miao Zhang lineage has always been shrouded in mystery, particularly adept at employing poisons and curses, with exceedingly sinister and treacherous tactics. History is replete with examples of low-ranking practitioners utilizing strange poisons to turn the tables on higher-level cultivators. Why? Lu Li paused, taken aback. What do you mean by why? I inquire. Why is it said that I have made an enemy? Su Hao slowly turned his head, regarding those vile beings who command malevolent forces to consume children. I have been their sworn enemy from the very beginning. How could there be talk of enmity? You are correct. I have been too naive in my thinking. Granny Wu Du is a prominent figure in Miaojiang, and such actions are utterly disgraceful. If we report this matter and provide evidence, applying pressure internally, they will surely cleanse their ranks. No need for that. Su Hao resolutely declined. I await her to seek me out. I wish to personally twist off her head and use her blood to mourn those families that have been destroyed. Without doing so, my heart's resentment cannot be quelled. Lu Li ceased her persuasion, merely sighing, and shifted the topic. Let us return and check on that family. Just as Su Hao nodded in agreement, a system notification finally echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the ancient great demon, Bloodline Tier 1, Illusion Spell Spider Emperor, breaking through illusions, expelling evil spirits, and strengthening our righteous path's majesty. Task evaluation. Perfect. Special rewards are being issued. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a special constitution, immunity to all poisons. Su Hao's footsteps momentarily halted. Immunity to all poisons? I shall turn back and verify if this is indeed true immunity. In the rustic courtyard, Leilei's father leaned against the doorframe. Who was that just now? Do not inquire further. The old clan leader replied. The more you know, the less peace you will have. So are we saved? A frantic voice from inside called out. Leilei's mother crying. Leilei's fever has intensified. He is burning up. Ash. Ash can alleviate the symptoms. The grandmother trembled as she retrieved a small bowl from the altar, mixed some warm water to dissolve it, and prepared to feed it to Leilei. When that person returns, he should be saved. After speaking, the elder did not enter the house, but, hunched over, began to make her way toward the already cold body of old Hay in the yard, her murky eyes filled with sorrow. Leilei's father cast a glance and quickly instructed his wife. Hurry and tend to Leilei. He then followed closely behind the grandmother, preparing to give this loyal family member a proper burial. At that moment, two figures slowly emerged from the darkness at the end of the village path. Under the moonlight, a man and a woman appeared on the village road. That person has returned. The old clan leader was the first to notice. Calling out to those inside and outside the house, the family hurriedly came out to greet them. Hello, I am Lu Li. Lu Li spoke first. We have met before. We are agents of the 749 Bureau. Upon seeing the faces of the two, Leilei's parents were momentarily stunned, and the father blurted out. You two? Are you not human traffickers? Nonsense. The old clan leader reprimanded sharply, then bowed deeply to the two, almost causing a major misunderstanding. I beg forgiveness from both of you. This is my captain, Su Hao. We have come to investigate and deal with that spider demon. Hello, that demon has been slain. Please rest assured. Our logistics personnel will follow up to handle everything, erase all traces, and provide appropriate compensation to you. Upon hearing the word slain, the family's anxiety finally eased. Leilei's mother rushed out in tears. Please, save my child. He is still burning up. Lu Li took out a porcelain vial from her bag, pouring out a fragrant pill and handing it over. This is the special Qing Ling Dan from the 749 Bureau. Dissolve it in water for your child to take, and it will expel the residual demon poison from his body. After 2 days of rest, he will be fine. Leilei's mother accepted it with trembling hands, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. The two said no more and turned to leave. Grandmother, what is this? This is dogtail grass. Will Old Hay come home? Yes. He will return. Dogs must listen to dog songs. Old Hay will return home in the rain. It is snowing, it is snowing. A dog painter has come to the snowy ground. He paints plum blossoms in the snow, Remember, straight ahead is our home. Grandmother, what are you singing? This is a dog song. Chapter 30. Exchange for Palm Thunder. A hand waved in front of Su Hao, accompanied by a familiar voice. Hey, Su Ge, wake up. Class is over. Wang Boning nudged him. Where did you go last night? You didn't even play Jin Chan Chan during class. Su Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes. Class is over, I see. Just as he straightened up, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for attending the Sacred Hall of Learning, listening to the teachings of the sage, and experiencing rapid advancement. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing deep meditation and cultivation, refining your chi, and solidifying your foundation. Su Hao's spirit lifted, his drowsiness dissipated entirely. Attending class while napping has proven to be the most efficient cultivation method. His thoughts were still consumed by the long-desired Palm Thunder, and he had no time to explain further to Wang Boning. He patted his shoulder and stood up. I have something to attend to. I'm off. Riding his little electric scooter, he sped straight toward the Eastern China headquarters of the 749 Bureau. At the Merit Exchange Station, a sweet-looking girl with her hair in a bun stood at the front desk. Upon seeing Su Hao enter, she smiled and rose. Su Hao got straight to the point. Hello, I would like to exchange for Palm Thunder. The front desk girl, upon hearing this, skillfully operated her tablet for a moment, then looked up with a professional smile. Hello, sir, please hold on. She glanced at the information on the screen and kindly reminded him. The system data indicates that you still have many basic skills and combat techniques yet to be exchanged. We do not recommend that you learn Palm Thunder directly. This technique has a high consumption rate and is quite difficult to control, making it unsuitable for beginners. Su Hao smiled and waved his hand. Thank you for your professional advice, but I tend to be quite obstinate. Once I set my mind on something, I do not wish to change. Just exchange for Palm Thunder. The girl was momentarily taken aback, but seeing his resolute attitude, she nodded. Very well, sir. The exchange request has been submitted, and shortly someone will bring the Palm Thunder manual. While waiting for the manual to arrive, Su Hao found a sofa in the rest area, idly scrolling through his phone. Su Ge, it really is you. What a coincidence. A familiar and lively voice called out from a distance. Su Hao looked up to see Lu Feng approaching him with an expression of delight. You've been confirmed? Su Hao was somewhat surprised, but smiled and nodded. Thanks to you, Su Ge. Lu Feng plopped down beside Su Hao, excitement radiating from him. The last mission from Yongxing Technology was classified as a special urgent task, and I received a considerable amount of extra merit. Later, I joined the team for a simple extermination mission, and I gathered enough merit. The most crucial moment arrived on the day of the formal assessment, when fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to achieve a breakthrough just in the nick of time, reaching the threshold of half-step advancement, and I passed with flying colors. Congratulations. That's impressive, Su Hao sincerely remarked. The ability to make a sudden breakthrough indicates Lu Feng's exceptional talent and temperament. Su Ge, this is all thanks to you, Lu Feng said earnestly, patting his chest. If it weren't for you, I would have ended up as charred remains in that explosion. Speak up. Is there anything you have your eye on? I'll help you redeem it, as a token of appreciation from your little brother. Su Hao initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Lu Feng's eager eyes, he realized that refusing would only leave him feeling guilty. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Then I'll take a Lianqi technique. Got it, Lu Feng exclaimed, immediately springing off the couch and dashing towards the redemption counter. Hello, I'd like to exchange for a Lianqi technique. Su Hao, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired of the staff, Isn't this mutual exchange among members against the rules? Just then, the attendant with a bun overheard and smiled reassuringly. Sir, it's not. The 749 Bureau encourages members to assist each other. As long as the items are redeemed using internal merits, they can be freely gifted. However, it is clearly stated that a single piece of information can only be utilized by the recipient. Unauthorized sharing or replication is strictly prohibited. Su Hao nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, a young man in uniform arrived, holding a refined silver briefcase. Sir, here are the Palm Thunder and Lianqi technique cultivation materials you redeemed. Su Hao gazed at the technologically advanced case in front of him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This was far more impressive than the yellowed manuals described in martial arts novels. He took the briefcase, weighing it in his hands. Is this what it feels like to grow stronger? It felt heavy. He turned to Lu Feng and said, Thanks. Let us team up sometime. I'll take you along. Sure, Su Ge. I'm off, goodbye. Su Hao rode away on his electric scooter, gradually merging into the city's traffic until he disappeared around a corner. After his departure, in a high-level office at the headquarters, two middle-aged men stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window. One of them held a thermos with goji berries, gently blowing away the steam. Old Deng, what do you think of this newcomer? Which newcomer? There have been quite a few outstanding candidates recently. Su Hao. Oh, you mean him? Old Deng chuckled. He has become quite the celebrity in the bureau lately, and his deeds are almost legendary internally. The square-faced man furrowed his brow slightly. I've reviewed his file. His style of operation is rather unconventional. One might even say somewhat reckless, acting purely on instinct. Should we consider finding a steady elder to guide him, to prevent this wild horse from straying off course? No need, Old Deng replied decisively, shaking his head. Young people should have character. If everyone were molded from the same template, what would our 749 bureau become? A robot army. He paused, then added. I've also reviewed his file. Every task has been handled efficiently, and the results are commendable. That is sufficient. As for the process, why take a detour when a problem can be solved with a punch? I actually admire his tenacity. Who knows? He might just be the next strategic talent from our East China branch. Strategic talent. The square-faced man was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Old Deng. That evaluation seems excessively exaggerated. How long has he even been officially recognized? In all of Huaxia, there are only a handful who can be termed as such. Are you perhaps overestimating him? Old Deng merely smiled gently. Perhaps, he said softly, but I firmly believe the future belongs to the youth. Our duty as the older generation is not to shape them into our desired forms, but to provide them with sufficient soil and sunlight for their own growth. As for what kind of towering tree they will eventually become, that is up to their own destiny. Chapter 31. Suspected tribulation demon Su Hao did not return home. Practicing palm thunder? At home. One misstep, and I'd blow the place up, making headlines in tomorrow's news. He decisively abandoned the idea of riding his scooter home and turned to enter the subway station. Half an hour later, accompanied by the unique, briny scent of the sea breeze, he arrived at the coastal outskirts of Donghai City. The rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks created a soothing sound. This area was sparsely populated, making it an ideal training ground. Finding a large cluster of rocks shielded from the wind and confirming that no one was around, Su Hao eagerly opened the silver briefcase. Contrary to his expectations, it did not contain high-tech devices, but merely two modestly bound booklets, their covers inscribed with palm thunder and lianqi technique. Having just praised the impressive appearance, it turned out to be merely a facade. With that, Su Hao reached for the two booklets. However, at the moment his fingertips brushed against them. An alert echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of host making contact with the ancient celestial realm's secret technique, Zhixiao Yulei Yin. Ding. Detection of host making contact with the supreme method passed down by the Tao ancestor, Wanhua Lianqiju. In an instant, Su Hao was overwhelmed, unable to react as torrents of vast knowledge surged into his mind. Su Hao stood frozen in place. Realizing that in the presence of Zhixiao Yulei Yin and Wanhua Lianqiju, palm thunder and lianqi technique paled in comparison, becoming utterly mundane. He sat cross-legged, facing the sea breeze, and slowly closed his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, the method of Zhixiao Yulei Yin began to operate naturally. Initially, only a few nearly invisible purple arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips. This state persisted until nightfall, when an abrupt transformation occurred. The once clear night sky turned tumultuous, dark clouds converging from all directions to form a massive vortex centered around Su Hao, layer upon layer, suffocating the air. Thunder rumbled from deep within the clouds, sounding like the roars of ancient beasts. Following that, vicious purple lightning serpents twisted and writhed within the clouds, casting the entire sea into a bizarre purple hue. This was no ordinary lightning. It was the majestic and destructive Zhixiao divine thunder. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Su Hao, was wholly absorbed in the profound realm of cultivation, entering a state of meditation where he and his surroundings were indistinguishable. He remained oblivious to the apocalyptic commotion occurring outside. At the 749 Bureau, East China headquarters, the tranquility of the deep night was abruptly shattered by a shrill and jarring alarm. The command hall, originally occupied by only a few on-duty personnel, was instantly ablaze with lights, rows of red warning signals flashing wildly, casting a grave expression on every face. What is happening? The duty team leader sprinted to the control panel, shouting loudly. A technician wearing a headset suddenly looked up, his face pale, his fingers flying over the keyboard. His voice trembling with shock. Report. Detection of extremely high-intensity energy response in the eastern coastal region of Donghai City. The energy index is escalating geometrically. It has surpassed the threshold. Is this a natural phenomenon? A super thunderstorm? No. The technician's voice rose an octave as he pointed at a horrifying energy vortex rendered in deep purple on the screen. Declaring resolutely, All meteorological satellites and energy monitoring devices indicate that this is not a normal thunderstorm. The energy response exceeds all known thunderstorm models. The predictive models converge on one outcome. He swallowed hard, uttering a term that had remained sealed in the archives of Bureau 749 for decades: crossing tribulation. Crossing tribulation. These two characters seemed to carry an otherworldly power, plunging the entire bustling command hall into a profound silence. Everyone ceased their tasks, incredulously gazing at the main screen. An elderly man with graying hair hastened over, his gaze fixed on the swirling purple thunderclouds, a terrifying glint igniting in his murky eyes. How many years has it been since a monstrous entity dared to undergo tribulation near human urban areas? His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. Confirm the target immediately. Lock onto the type and level of the tribulation entity. Unable to confirm, sir? The technician was drenched in sweat. The energy interference from the thunderclouds was too intense. We can only ascertain that the core energy source is an independent life form. Moreover, the scale of the thunder tribulation far exceeds any recorded instances in the archives. The old man's expression darkened. He understood the implications all too well. An order, he stated decisively. Initiate the highest level emergency protocol. Deploy all active S and A level specialists to rush to the target area. B and C level specialists shall establish 3 layers of blockade, evacuating any potential civilians in the vicinity at all costs. He paused, a glimmer of resolute killing intent flashing in his eyes. Crossing tribulation is the moment of utmost vulnerability for the demon, and it is our only opportunity. We must contain it. It must not succeed. Otherwise, he surveyed the surroundings, each word deliberate. Should a successful tribulation occur, it would undoubtedly lead to widespread devastation. None of US can bear such consequences. The command center transformed again into a high-speed war machine. Commands were swiftly issued. Elite specialists awakened from various corners of the city, like arrows launched toward the doomsday coast shrouded in purple thunderclouds. Simultaneously, in Donghai City, at a high-end seaside apartment. Alright, that's it for today's live stream. Good night, darlings. The internet celebrity host, Hong Xiao, flashed a heart sign at the camera and skillfully ended her gaming stream. She removed her pink gaming headset, stretching luxuriously, her alluring figure accentuated beneath her fitted t-shirt. In the lower right corner of the computer screen, an orange weather warning popped up quietly. Donghai City Meteorological Station issues a red thunderstorm warning, predicting intense thunderstorm activity in the eastern coastal areas of our city within the next 2 hours, accompanied by brief heavy rainfall. Citizens are advised to refrain from unnecessary outings. Hong Xiao glanced at it and casually clicked the X to dismiss it. She approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, intending to draw the curtains, but was momentarily astonished by the scene outside. In the distance, a tumultuous mass of clouds loomed over the horizon. Purple lightning danced within the clouds, silently tearing through the night sky, the sight both magnificent and filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Wow! As a streamer acutely sensitive to traffic, her mind raced. She reopened the live stream, swiftly altering the title to Outdoor Adventure, capturing Donghai City's once-in-a-century purple thunderstorm. Darlings, family, urgent situation, she exclaimed excitedly at the camera. I just saw purple lightning outside the window. It looks just like a movie special effect. I believe we should broadcast this outdoors. It's definitely breaking news. The comments in the live stream surged instantly. Is the host insane? The weather forecast said it's unsafe to go out today. Don't go, Xiao. Safety first. Purple lightning? Is this for real? The host isn't just exaggerating for views, right? Oh please, what is there to fear? Hong Xiao nonchalantly grabbed her selfie stick and ring light. I'm right by the beach. What danger could there be? Let us explore the seaside and witness this spectacle. Ignoring the warnings in the comments, she held up the selfie stick and skillfully exited the apartment, heading toward the beach illuminated by the purple glow. The sea breeze was significantly stronger than usual, tousling her long hair. Look, family, isn't it spectacular? She aimed the camera at the distant thunderclouds, though the phone's camera could hardly capture the sheer awe of the scene. Chapter 32, Agreement. As Hong Xiao walked, she interacted with the comments. Host, lower the camera. There is something on the ground. Is that a shell? No, it's glowing. Huh, what is it? Hong Xiao curiously crouched down, bringing the camera closer. At that moment, the comments suddenly shifted tone. The host's legs are so fair. 1. The moderator today isn't doing their job well. Thunder rumbled. A deafening clap of thunder erupted without warning, shocking everyone within earshot. The sound reverberated in Hong Xiao's ears, nearly causing her to drop her phone. All viewers in the live stream, whether wearing headphones or using speakers, were startled into stillness by the tremendous noise. Hong Xiao's face turned pale as she looked up, witnessing a purple bolt of lightning, thicker than a barrel, descending from the roiling clouds like a divine spear, striking a nearby cluster of rocks with tremendous force. Debris flew, and seawater surged. The terrifying spectacle made her heart skip a beat. The comments in the live stream paused for a second before erupting in chaos. Holy crap! My God! My headphones exploded. Host, is this real? Is there really such lightning? Is this the end of the world? The one above is telling the truth. I'm in the same city as the host. My windows are trembling. This ISNT special effects. Run, Xiao Xiao! This place is dangerous. Her face drained of color, leaving her speechless. The apocalyptic roar of thunder nearly stopped her heart. Survival instincts rendered her legs weak, and a strong desire to flee welled within her. This was no longer a once-in-a-century spectacle. This was calamity. This was the end of days. However, just as she prepared to escape this perilous place, her peripheral vision caught sight of the phone screen. The number of viewers in the live stream soared, skyrocketing like a rocket. 50, 000, 80, 000, 100, 000. Gift effects flooded the screen like a frenzy, with various celebrations and rockets almost nonstop. The background sound of donations became more frequent than the thunder itself. Money and views are the most potent intoxicants of this era. Her retreating steps abruptly halted. Hong Xiao swallowed hard, forcing down her fear, and spoke to the camera. Family, since we're here, we must investigate. We can't let everyone down, right? This exclusive news must be captured. The comments exploded in excitement. Holy crap, the host is so brave. Host, you're amazing. Aren't you running away? Hong, don't. It's dangerous. Money can be earned anytime, but life is only one. I've already called the police. Host, hang in there. Mother inquired why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. She refrained from approaching hastily, as the fierce wind whipped sand particles against her face painfully, causing her to waver slightly. Choosing a relatively safe distance, she steadfastly directed her phone's camera toward the heart of the tempest. In the center of the live stream, a vague silhouette emerged, resembling a person seated in meditation. Yet the overpowering energy distorted that area, cloaking it in an impenetrable haze, rendering it impossible to discern despite any adjustments in focus. Is there a person in the middle? Why is the image blurred? Is the hostess phone broken? Has someone blurred it? Nonetheless, in the eyes of Hong Xiao, the scene was crystal clear. It was a young man, seated cross-legged atop a rock relentlessly battered by purple lightning, his eyes closed, exuding a serene demeanor. The howling winds could not disturb his garments, and any lightning that approached within 3 feet of him would dissipate on its own. His striking features were accentuated, and his chiseled profile, illuminated by the flickering lightning, resembled that of a deity. Captivated, Hong Xiao momentarily forgot her fear, her attention solely consumed by one thought. Is this a film being shot? Just then, several shadowy figures appeared around her as if conjured by a specter, silently and stealthily. Clad in identical black tactical attire and equipped with tactical goggles, they moved with utmost silence. Before Hong Xiao could react, one of them advanced towards her. In the next moment, her phone was seized, and the live stream was forcibly terminated. The broadcast instantly plunged into darkness, leaving behind a flurry of comments, along with an internet legend about a female streamer who broadcasted amidst a purple tempest, only to be whisked away by mysterious figures clad in black. Meanwhile, Hong Xiao found herself trembling in the temporary command vehicle of the 749 Bureau, signing a substantial confidentiality agreement. Her worldview had been utterly shattered and subsequently reconstructed that night. Inside the temporary command vehicle of the 749 Bureau, wrapped in a blanket and cradling a cup of hot tea, Hong Xiao faced an expressionless middle-aged man who slid a hefty document toward her. Miss Hong, this is the Special Incident Witness Confidentiality Agreement. He meticulously elucidated each clause. The requirements are straightforward. First, everything you have seen and heard tonight, including us, must remain confidential. You are prohibited from disclosing any detail, whether verbally, in writing, or electronically, to anyone outside of us, including your family, friends, and fans. Second, he pointed to the agreement's appendix. You are required to post a clarifying statement on all your social media platforms within 24 hours, asserting that tonight's live content was purely a fabrication utilizing weather effects for sensationalism. We will assist you in ensuring that this statement appears seamless. Third, as compensation for your cooperation and to mitigate any potential reputational damage you may have incurred from this publicity stunt, the 749 Bureau will transfer a sum to your designated account. He stated a figure that made Hong Xiao's heart skip a beat. Her hands trembled as she gazed at the agreement, each word pressing down upon her like a weighty mountain. She understood she had no choice. Circumstances outweighed personal will. With resignation, she picked up the pen and inscribed her name, Hong Xiao, at the bottom of the document. In that fleeting moment of signing, her mind replayed the image of the man, godlike, amidst the cataclysmic storm. That vision had been indelibly imprinted upon the depths of her soul. It dawned on her that humanity could indeed wield such divine power. A small seed of curiosity quietly sprouted within Hong Xiao's heart. She yearned to know more, to touch that world, even if merely the tip of the iceberg. The middle-aged man collected the agreement, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Hong. You may leave now. Remember, we have never met. Chapter 33, The Purple Thunder Deity. Outside the barricade established by the 749 Bureau, frigid raindrops, whipped by the relentless wind, lashed against every face. Blinding purple light illuminated the night as if it were day. A young female team member, Lin Shui, clad in standard tactical gear, could not help but exclaim to her companion, Qinyang, Captain, this racket is truly immense. Qinyang's expression was graver than ever, his gaze fixed intently on the storm's epicenter. Focus on your duties. This is beyond our capacity to handle. The strategic level from the East China headquarters will arrive shortly. Strategic level? Lin Shui's eyes brimmed with confusion and awe. Captain, what exactly is the strategic level? Qinyang inhaled deeply. Within the 749 Bureau, individuals whose power reaches level 7 or above are uniformly classified as strategic level. Each of their existences holds significant strategic importance. They are exceedingly rare and serve as true national defense assets, embodying the might of the state. Lin Shui instinctively swallowed hard, her fingers pointing at the violet storm, her voice quaking with disbelief. Captain, are you saying you expect an actual human to withstand such catastrophic natural disasters with mere flesh and blood? I cannot say for certain. Qinyang replied with a self-deprecating smile. I myself am only at level 2. I may spend my life oscillating between levels 2 and 3. If I am fortunate enough to reach level 4 in my lifetime, I would consider myself satisfied. Just then, Lin Shui's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed toward the storm's periphery, exclaiming, Captain, look, it has begun. Qinyang squinted, following her gaze. There, at the edge of the tempest, a robust figure had appeared, seemingly standing there unnoticed. Clad in a simple gray monk's robe and sporting a gleaming bald head, he stood resolute against the howling winds, his robe billowing dramatically. He approached the heart of the storm at a measured pace. Qinyang's pupils constricted. He recognized the figure. Years ago, when he was still a novice, he had caught a distant glimpse of this individual, an impression that remained etched in his memory. It is him, Qinyang uttered, his voice low and filled with reverence. He comes from a Buddhist background, affiliated with both the 749 Bureau and the Buddhist temple, the 8-armed Arahat, Li Hanlin. A mortal being, advancing toward that storm, which even deities would fear. Within the tempest ravaged by purple lightning, Su Hao remained oblivious to the tumult outside. He was currently enveloped in an unprecedented state of profound insight. The violent thunderbolts were entirely absorbed by the reverse entropy sea-devouring record technique within him. At that moment, the purple sky thunder seal technique in his mind finally broke through its last barrier. A series of crisp system notifications rang out. Congratulations, host. Purple sky thunder seal has successfully broken through to the first layer. Congratulations, host. Due to the absorption of immense lightning attribute spiritual energy, reverse entropy sea-devouring record has advanced to the second layer. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation realm has increased, officially stepping into the late stage of chi refinement. Detected that this location, due to the baptism of heavenly thunder, possesses extremely rich and pure spiritual energy, making it a prime cultivation ground. It is recommended that the host immediately practice 10,000 transformations breath control technique for maximized efficiency. 10,000 transformations breath control technique. Su Hao thought to himself, commencing the practice. As he engaged the technique, a wondrous sensation enveloped his entire being. He felt as though he was no longer a corporeal entity, but rather a wisp of wind, a fragment of rock, a droplet of seawater. His existence was entirely erased from this space. It was as if he had vanished from the entire world. Meanwhile, at the command center of Bureau 749 in East China, the atmosphere was tense to the utmost. Report. There are severe fluctuations in energy response in the target area. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the large screen, displaying a blurred region enveloped in purple lightning. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out once more. What happened? Elder Deng inquired solemnly. A technician abruptly stood up, his face ashen, his voice filled with disbelief. Report. The target has vanished. The red dot on the screen had disappeared without warning, as if it had never existed. Has it been reduced to ashes by the heavenly strike? Someone instinctively asked. No. Another analyst immediately refuted. If it were annihilation, there would be a final energy explosion. Moreover, the thunderclouds above show no signs of dissipating. The energy index remains at its peak. This revelation sent a chill down the spine of everyone in the command center. Through the communication channel, the deep and grave voice of Lee Hamlin, the eight-armed Arhut, resonated. Amit Ba. There is no trace of malevolence here. The heavenly tribulation is not dispersed. The divine might persists. That great demon must have employed some supreme secret technique akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell, abandoning the tribulation at a critical moment to escape alone. Abandoning the tribulation. This conclusion was 1,000 times more terrifying than the demon successfully overcoming the tribulation. It not only had the ability to withstand the heavenly trial, but could also forcibly extricate itself from its grasp. What did this imply? It meant that while pursuing this great demon, it could flee at any moment. Elder Deng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was filled with unprecedented severity. Convey my order. Classify this incident as the Purple Lightning Heavenly Tribulation event, elevating the danger level to the highest tier. Input the information of the target demon into the S-level file, provisionally codenamed Purple Lightning Sovereign. Notify all branches nationwide to enter the highest state of alert. This demon is beyond our usual comprehension. Additionally, Elder Deng's voice carried a hint of fatigue and weight. Immediately organize the highest-level expert group to study how to deal with this orphaned thunder tribulation. Before it dissipates, the area within a 10-kilometer radius shall be designated as a no-go zone. At this moment, the unwitting protagonist of this monumental misunderstanding, Su Hao, was slowly concluding his practice and standing up. He stretched lazily, feeling the surging power within him and an unprecedented lightness. Glancing up at the still crackling sky and the roiling purple thunderclouds, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, my divine powers are quite impressive, although a bit noisy. Su Hao emerged from the storm's heart and took the subway back along the same route. At the subway station, he found his beloved electric scooter, buzzing. He rode into the distant flow of traffic, his mind focused solely on one thought. He was hungry, and it was time for a late-night snack. Behind him, the purple thundercloud continued to rage impotently. In the bustling noodle shop, Su Hao was savoring a bowl of beef noodles, the aroma of spicy oil mingling with the chewy noodles, filling him with immense satisfaction. Just then, his phone in his pocket buzzed incessantly. He impatiently pulled it out, unlocked the screen, and saw a bright red 99 on the 749 Bureau app icon. Upon opening it, messages flooded the screen. Emergency mobilization order. All personnel, immediately proceed to the eastern coastline to execute the Purple Lightning Legacy Incident Containment Task. This is an S-level special emergency incident and must be executed. Please respond upon receipt. Below were several private messages from Qinyang. Qinyang. Su Hao, did you receive the mobilization order? Hurry. Qinyang, where are you? Qinyang, respond quickly. The task is urgent. Su Hao, holding his chopsticks, stared at the phone screen, sinking into deep silence. He had just returned from that place, barely halfway through his meal. And now he had to rush back to seal off the scene he had inadvertently created? What kind of situation was this? He sighed helplessly, disregarding the taste, and swiftly slurped down the remaining noodles, calling out to the owner to settle the bill before dashing out of the noodle shop. Hopping onto his electric scooter and speeding back the way he came. When Su Hao arrived at the scene once more, chaos reigned. The cordon extended for several kilometers. Police lights flashing, illuminating the night as if it were day. He found Qinyang directing the operations. Beside Qinyang stood a poised female officer, Lin Shui, another C-level officer under him. Team Leader Chun, Su Hao greeted. Qinyang glanced at him, eyebrows knitted in concern. Why are you only arriving now? Your assigned area is at southeast corner post 3. Get in position immediately. Yes, Su Hao replied verbally, yet remained still. Instead intrigued as he gazed up at the still raging purple thunderclouds. His negligent behavior irked Qinyang, but before he could reprimand him, the latest command from the command post came through everyone's earpieces. Attention all units, an upper-level order has been issued. The energy response of this thundercloud remains unabated, and its presence poses a significant threat to the city's safety. It must be eliminated. The 8-armed Arhut is permitted to take action. With the command issued, all eyes turned to the imposing figure standing steadfast beneath the thundercloud. Lee Hamlin, the 8-armed Arhut, took a step forward, having awaited the order. He clasped his hands together and recited a powerful Buddhist chant, Amit Ba. His voice boomed like a great bell, vibrating the very air. The next moment, A blinding golden light erupted from his being. A colossal golden Dharma form, towering several meters high, manifested behind him. This form was majestic, with wide-open eyes and 8 stout arms, each wielding a sacred artifact, exuding a divine might as if a deity had descended. The surrounding officers found themselves awestruck, their spirits trembling beneath this sacred and formidable presence. Su Hao suddenly realized why he was referred to as the 8-armed Arhut. Amid the silence, Su Hao's focus seemed somewhat out of place. He leaned closer to Chun Yang and whispered excitedly, "Team leader, this Dharma form is truly impressive. How many anomaly points would this cost?" Chun Yang, deeply immersed in the imposing aura of a strategic-level powerhouse, was momentarily taken aback by Su Hao's sudden inquiry. He instinctively replied, 5,500 anomaly points. Then he quickly regained his composure, casting a glance at Su Hao and lowering his voice to explain. "This is a golden body Dharma form from Buddhism. I wouldn't recommend you exchange for it. Unless you can undergo training in Buddhism, you won't be able to comprehend its mysteries or unleash its power. Similarly, many Taoist techniques require you to study them further even if you exchange for them. Although Bureau 749 has cataloged countless methods from around the world, they are ultimately mere forms. To grasp their essence, you must seek the roots yourself." As Chun Yang imparted this knowledge to Su Hao, Lin Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone turned to follow her gaze, their pupils constricting in unison. They beheld the furious purple thundercloud in midair, seemingly drawn by an invisible will, as all the lightning frantically converged towards the center. In mere seconds, a colossal dragon forged from lightning coiled within the clouds. It had no physical form, yet its body was distinctly visible. Its scales shimmered with dancing arcs of electricity. Its eyes glowed with condensed orbs of thunder, silently roaring, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of freezing one's very soul. Amipa, the expression on the face of the 8-armed Luohan, Li Hamlin, was grave to the extreme. He understood that the thundercloud had developed a consciousness of its own. If he did not act promptly, it would transform into a genuine beast of thunder tribulation. Without further hesitation, the golden light behind him surged mightily as the 8 arms of his Dharma form simultaneously wielded their magical instruments, metamorphosing into a resplendent golden meteor that charged toward the descending purple thunder dragon. The collision of gold and purple occurred in an instant, a blinding white light consuming everything in its path, and the deafening roar seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder. As the white light dissipated, the onlookers hastily turned their gazes. To their astonishment, the towering 8-armed Luohan was ensnared tightly by the thunder dragon, with cracks spreading across his golden form. The sound of shattering like that of broken glass resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Su Hao stood amidst the crowd, murmuring quietly, "Mediocre, this so-called 8-armed Luohan. Not impressive beyond 3 seconds." Though his remark was barely audible, it stood out starkly in the dead silence of the scene. Beside him, Chun Yang's eyes twitched upon hearing this. He turned his head, his tone grave as he admonished, "Xiao Hao, I acknowledge your extraordinary talent. Yet one must possess a sense of reverence when confronting formidable opponents. Senior Li Hamlin is." Before he could complete his statement, Su Hao interrupted, pointing ahead, "Captain Chun, hold off on the lecturing. Look, it seems this 8-armed Luohan is in quite a predicament." The crowd focused their attention, and a heavy sense of dread enveloped them. The golden Dharma form, ensnared by the thunder dragon, bore more and more cracks, ultimately shattering in the next moment, exploding into a myriad of golden specks. At the instant of the Dharma's destruction, Li Hamlin himself appeared to be struck hard, his face paling as he hastily withdrew. Yet, he was still a moment too late. A slender arc of purple lightning, as fine as a hair, shot forth from the epicenter of the explosion, grazing his shoulder. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. This strategic-level powerhouse, the pinnacle of the 749 Bureau, could not even emit a muffled groan before his body fell straight from the air, crashing heavily onto the sandy beach. Unconscious, his shoulder charred black. The scene was enveloped in silence. Everyone was struck dumb by this horrifying spectacle. Only Su Hao, observing the fallen Li Hamlin, silently swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was troublesome. This so-called 8-armed Luohan had overreached and incurred injuries. If it were discovered that he was the instigator, the blame for Li Hamlin's injuries might very well fall upon him. What if they further deducted his anomaly points? Wouldn't that severely hinder his path to cultivation and strength? Chapter 35. The rescue mission. After the purple dragon had vanquished the 8-armed Luohan, it did not pursue further, instead coiling in the air. Meanwhile, the internet was set ablaze. Countless clips, captured from various angles, blurry yet awe-inspiring, were wildly disseminated across major social media platforms. Goodness. A giant dragon and Ultraman have appeared at the seaside of Huaihai City. That's not Ultraman. That's the 18 Arhats. Special effects. It must be special effects. Is the movie promotion industry this competitive now? However, the lifespan of these videos was exceedingly brief, often erased within minutes by an invisible force, the links turning into 400 for not found. In their place, official media and meteorological departments issued statements debunking the claims, labeling them as pranks created using special effects software during adverse weather and cautioning netizens to refrain from spreading rumors. In a luxurious hotel suite, Su Qingyuan, with a facial mask on, was aimlessly scrolling through her phone. She naturally stumbled upon that fleeting video, although the quality was lacking. The apocalyptic scene made her heart race. She saved the video and sent it to Su Hao. Fragrant soft little cake. Video file, fragrant soft little cake. Xiao Hao? Take a look. Is this real? Did your organization create this? However, after sending the message, it fell into silence, as if cast into an ocean of stillness. Receiving no reply, the atmosphere at the temporary command center on the beach was tense to the utmost degree. The Thunder Dragon's cessation of attacks granted the 749 Bureau a moment of respite. The latest orders were swiftly issued to rescue the unconscious Li Hanlin. However, despite the orders, no suitable candidates were available. Acting rashly would be tantamount to courting death. Not only could they fail to rescue him, but they might also provoke the Thunder Dragon into attacking the unconscious 8-armed Luohan again. For a moment, they found themselves in a stalemate. Captain Chun. Su Hao's voice rang out, sounding notably out of place. What is the reward for this task? The surrounding team members gazed at him as if he were a curious creature. In such dire circumstances, he still thought of rewards? Chen Yang paused for a moment before instinctively responding. Given the urgency, if we successfully rescue Senior Li, each participant in the operation will receive a reward of 1,000 anomaly points. 1,000. My goodness. His mind raced with calculations. After days of painstakingly tracking leads, he had only garnered 500 points. Now, just for dragging an unconscious person back from the beach, he could earn 1,000 points? That meant a total of 2,000 points for 2 people? This was no mere task. This was a golden opportunity. A generous gift from the higher-ups. Such fortune could not be hoarded alone. Su Hao immediately thought of his younger brother, Lu Feng. After inquiring about Lu Feng's location for some time, he realized that not everyone shared his work habits of using their phones. Chen Yang observed Su Hao leaving his post, but did not intervene, as the higher-ups had clearly instructed him to treat this newcomer favorably. Soon, Su Hao found Lu Feng's position. He clapped him on the shoulder, saying, I'm taking this task. Lu Feng, come with me and share the spoils. What? Me? Lu Feng's face turned pale instantly as he pointed toward the Thunder Dragon in the sky, his voice trembling. Su, what's happening with that thing? Su Hao wore a nonchalant expression, declaring, with me here, what is there to fear? I'm as sure as a panda munching on bamboo. Mission issued. Due to one's own negligence leading to a comrade's predicament, assist the comrade. This is a great merit. Reward. 1,000 proficiency points for the Zixiao Yu Lei seal. Lu Feng gazed at Su Hao's confidence, which bordered on arrogance, and after gritting his teeth, he nodded vigorously. All right, Su Go, I'm going with you. Just as Su Hao was pulling Lu Feng and preparing to step into the danger zone, a powerful arm blocked their path. It was Lu Feng's direct superior, a stern-looking middle-aged man. Enough nonsense. He scolded in a low voice, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Hao. Do you think you can just go wherever you please? The issue at hand is not to play the hero, but to ensure we do not provoke the Thunder Dragon further, risking Senior Li's safety. His words were emphatic and resonated with undeniable authority. The surrounding team members nodded in agreement, acknowledging the captain's reasoning. The risks of rash actions were indeed too great. Su Hao evidently had no interest in debating with him. Explanation? Too tedious. Gripping Lu Feng's arm, he vanished in a flash. The captain's extended arm froze in midair, thwarted in a futile effort. Before him, Su Hao and Lu Feng had already disappeared from sight. Come back, he shouted in astonishment. At that moment, Lu Feng felt as if his very soul were about to be flung from his body. He perceived the entire world transforming into a blur of rapidly retreating colors, his feet completely leaving the ground. He barely had time to let out a gasp before his vision regained clarity. They were already standing at the feet of the unconscious Li Hanlin. Before he could shake off the dizzying sensation of temporal disarray, he observed Su Hao effortlessly hoisting the robust 8-armed Luohan onto his shoulder and departing. Su Hao spoke succinctly. In the next moment, Lu Feng once again experienced the sensation of his soul leaving his body. As his feet reconnected with solid ground, he staggered, nearly collapsing to the earth, only to realize he had returned beyond the perimeter. Lu Feng leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, his mind a blank slate. Wait, is this really over? He asked in bewilderment. What did I just do? A resounding clap echoed as a large hand struck Su Hao's shoulder. It was Chen Yang. Good lad, Chen Yang said with a grin, his voice brimming with admiration. Although you utterly disregarded orders, I must admit, the task was executed extraordinarily well. For the upcoming perimeter task, you can take a break. I grant you leave. Our hero deserves some relaxation. Chapter 36. The invitation really? That is splendid. Su Hao immediately displayed a surprised expression akin to one who had struck a fortune, giving a somewhat awkward salute. Yes, sir. Chen Yang waved his hand, watching Su Hao mount his little electric scooter and vanish into the night. However, Su Hao did not return home. He took a long detour, ensuring no one was following, and parked his scooter in a secluded corner. Then, he vanished entirely. Wanhua Lian Shishu was activated. Silently, he maneuvered past all outer perimeter defenses and, without anyone noticing, returned to the beach. Sigh, the trouble I've caused. I must resolve myself, Su Hao thought, gazing at the thunder dragon still circling in the sky like a show of defiance. He could sense an intricate connection between this thunder dragon and his own cultivation of Zi Xiao Yu Lei Yin. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. He had to deal with this creature before it wreaked havoc. Yet, before he could take action, the imposing thunder dragon seemed to sense his call. Its massive body suddenly plunged downward, charging towards Su Hao like a violet comet. In that instant, Su Hao braced himself for a cataclysmic impact. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The thunder dragon transformed into a small dragon upon contact with Su Hao, coiling upon his right arm. Moments later, a flash of purple light enveloped the small dragon, which vanished, leaving behind a violet mark on his arm. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have begun to glimpse the mysteries of Zi Xiao Shun Lei, condensing the essence of Thunder Law, successfully capturing your destined spirit pet, Zi Xiao Lei Long. Su Hao had vanished. Inside the temporary command vehicle of the 749 Bureau, a technician emitted a ghastly scream. All eyes were glued to the main screen. Just moments ago, the formidable thunder dragon that loomed in the sky, instilling dread, had disappeared right under the surveillance equipment's gaze. What happened? Where did it go? Report. All energy detector readings are at 0. Report. No signs of spatial displacement. It just vanished? The series of shocks plunged the entire command center into unprecedented chaos and confusion. First, an unknown great demon underwent tribulation, then a strategic-level blow from the Thunder Dragon. And now even the Thunder Dragon has seemingly evaporated into thin air. Everything that transpired that night had utterly surpassed their comprehension. After a prolonged silence, the commander-in-chief wearily rubbed his temples and issued what might be the most helpless command of his career. The main force is to withdraw. Leave a small observation team to monitor the area for 24 hours. Classify all events of the night as top secret and report to headquarters. Upon returning home, Su Hao first replied to the explosive news on his phone. He responded truthfully to Su Qingyuan's inquiry, indicating it was confidential. He sent a humble reply to Lu Feng's flattery, and he acknowledged Chen Yang's suggestion to rest with an affirmative. After concluding these tasks, he lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and savored the power coursing through his body. The sensation of strength flowing through his limbs was far more intoxicating than any form of entertainment. That night, he slept soundly. The next day, in the university cafeteria, lunchtime buzzed with excitement. Su Hao was busy eating with Wang Boning, who was lamenting about encountering elementary school teammates in a game the previous night. Su Ge, you didn't reply when I called you. What were you up to last night? Wang Boning complained. I was saving the world, Su Hao casually remarked. Cut it out. You're just boasting. At that moment, a sudden hush fell over a corner of the cafeteria. A striking figure weaved through the crowd, approaching their table directly. It was the campus belle, Jiang Yingxue. Without uttering a word, she gently placed a delicate envelope, exuding a subtle fragrance, beside Su Hao's plate. Wang Boning's chopsticks clattered onto the table as his eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. A love letter? Is it a love letter from the campus belle? Su Hao remained relatively unfazed. He picked up the envelope, feeling its smooth texture and exquisite paper. Glancing at Jiang Yingxue, who seemed to be awaiting his response, he calmly tore open the seal. Wang Boning, seeing Jiang Yingxue was right beside him, desperately retracted his head to avoid peeking, pretending to intently focus on the braised pork in his bowl. The letter bore elegant and powerful handwriting. The content was not a love letter, but rather an exquisitely printed invitation, inviting him to attend a martial arts exchange meeting of heritage families in the Jiangnan region, scheduled for the following morning. At the bottom of the invitation, Jiang Yingxue handwrote a few lines, conveying the essence. Su Hao, I know you do not come from a lineage family. While the 749 Bureau can provide resources, those standardized resources are far from sufficient for true geniuses. This exchange meeting presents a rare opportunity to engage with insights into rare techniques and treasures, and even receive guidance from predecessors. I hope you can attend. Though her words carried a hint of superiority typical of those from prestigious families, they also radiated sincerity. After reading, Su Hao folded the letter and looked up at Jiang Yingxue, calmly stating, I will attend. Please leave your contact information and address. I will come to find you at your home tomorrow morning. Jiang Yingxue appeared slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised by his directness, but nodded and exchanged contact information with Su Hao. Once Jiang Yingxue departed, Wang Boning felt as if his jaw might drop onto his plate. He seized Su Hao's arm. Wait, Su Hao, you're being unfaithful. Sneaking around with the campus belle behind my back. When did this happen? How did it escalate to the point of going to her house? He lamented while pounding the table. I must warn you, one cannot mistreat a friend's wife. No, a friend's future wife. You must not lay a hand on our campus belle. Su Hao chuckled at his exaggerated performance. He stood up, patted Wang Boning on the shoulder, and said with a mischievous smile, Rest assured, we are brothers. That is more like it. I'll leave you an address so you can listen for a sound at the entrance. With that, Su Hao turned and left, leaving Wang Boning alone. Disheveled in the wind, muttering to himself, Listen for a sound? What sound? Chapter 37. Lin Family Martial Arena. He spent the entire afternoon at the headquarters of the 749 Bureau in East China. To him now, the gym equipment outside was akin to plastic toys in a children's playground. Even the regular training area in the base was barely adequate for him. Currently, he was in a specialized comprehensive physical training area designed for body refiners. Every piece of equipment here was crafted from special alloys, engraved with stable runes, capable of withstanding several tons of impact. The piercing metallic wails echoed in the training room. Su Hao lay on the bench press, the alloy barbell thicker than his thigh, loaded with every weight plate he could fit. The equipment supervisor, Master Zhang, held a towel tightly in his hand, sweat streaming down his forehead, his heart racing. He wasn't worried about Su Hao getting injured. He feared that Su Hao might damage the $3 million, specially adjusted Longji bench press. If it broke, he would be in serious trouble. Yet the person before him was a super genius who had been explicitly instructed to be closely monitored and cared for. He dared not intervene, merely watching anxiously and praying for this revered figure to finish his training swiftly. Su Hao, however, was completely immersed in his own world. With each lift, he was greeted by the crisp sound of the system prompts. Ding! The host has completed a heaven-shaking press, successfully invoking the power of the stars to refine the sternum, enhancing vitality. Ding! The host has completed a set of negative mountain squats. The power of the dragon and elephant coursing through the legs, enhancing vitality. Ding! The host possesses an innate holy body. This mere mortal iron is but dust on your path of growth. He could distinctly feel his strength, speed, and endurance increasing at a visible rate. However, after exhausting all the equipment in the training area, he frowned slightly. He sensed that his body had reached a bottleneck. The vitality surged within him, brimming with power. Yet it remained separated by an invisible membrane, preventing him from breaking through to the later stage of body refinement. It seemed that mere brute force would not suffice. Su Hao realized, body refinement was not merely about exercising muscles. It also involved the transformation of tendons, the tempering of bones, and the refining of the internal organs. To break through, perhaps he needed special techniques, rare treasures, or some fortuitous opportunity. Ding! The clear sound of a doorbell rang out in the quiet villa area. Su Hao stood before an elegantly designed standalone villa, admiring the lush gardens surrounding it, quietly marveling that this was true luxury. Soon, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged maid in a neat uniform, who politely bent forward. You must be Mr. Su Hao? The young lady has been waiting for you. Please come in. Su Hao was led into a spacious and bright living room. The air was permeated with a faint scent of orchids, the decor understated yet luxurious, exuding a sense of noble lineage. Just after he settled onto the sofa, footsteps descended from the staircase. Jiang Yingxue walked down, evidently having dressed meticulously for this meeting. Clad in a tailored dark martial arts uniform, it accentuated her graceful yet powerful silhouette, her long hair tied up high, giving her an air of gallantry. She had shed the cool and casual demeanor of campus life, now radiating the unique sharpness characteristic of an heir from a prestigious family. Let us go, she said succinctly. All right, Su Hao replied. The two of them entered a black sedan parked at the entrance. As the vehicle smoothly navigated out of the city, Su Hao gazed out the window and casually inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Lin Family Martial Arena." "Lin Family Martial Arena? I'm a bit curious. Don't you families have any friction among each other? To hold the exchange meeting on someone else's turf seems rather audacious." Jiang Yingxue cast a glance at him, seemingly surprised by his question, then explained, "If this were 100 years ago, let alone going to someone else's venue, even sending an invitation would require careful consideration, fearing it might be a trap. But now it's different." She paused. "The current 749 Bureau hangs like a sword over all families and sections. Within the rules, you may exchange ideas, spar, and engage in commercial competition. But anyone daring to cross the line and revert to the practices of a century ago would face the overwhelming wrath of the 749 Bureau. No family would dare take that risk." She continued, "Even the two leading factions in the cultivation world, the Taoist and Buddhist sects, are now nearly integrated with the 749 Bureau. Once the Bureau identifies a promising talent suitable for either faction, they can be assessed and sent to their respective sects for further training. Some smaller sects even proactively send instructors to the 749 Bureau's base for guidance, in exchange for the cultivation resources and protection offered by the Bureau." Su Hao listened, momentarily taken aback, and suddenly understood. "Oh, so that's how it is. But how do you know all these intricate details better than I do? I am, after all, a C-level officer." Jiang Yingshue's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile as she replied, "Because you are merely a C-level officer." Just as they exchanged banter, the sedan gradually slowed and turned into an imposing estate. The Lin Family Martial Arena exceeded Su Hao's expectations, featuring a vast square paved with bluestone, surrounded by antique spectator stands filled with martial artists from various sects and families. The crowd was substantial. Under the guidance of the Lin family disciples, guests took their seats. Su Hao, lacking familiar faces, leisurely followed Jiang Yingxue. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Numerous hostile gazes were directed at him from all directions, most emanating from the spirited youths of noble families, who were unabashed in their scrutiny and malice. At first, Su Hao was perplexed, wondering whom he had offended. But when his gaze swept past Jiang Yingxue, who stood confidently before him, realization dawned upon him. "Oh, so that's it," Su Hao mused, feeling a sense of relief and even a hint of pride. They had mistaken him for a rival in love? That made sense. With my striking appearance and unparalleled talent, it was only natural to instill a sense of pressure in these ordinary folk. The Lin family steward led them to a viewing platform. The seating arrangement in the martial arena was distinctly hierarchical. The more esteemed and noble the elder or family, the closer they sat to the front. Su Hao's seat was positioned towards the back. Although he benefited from Zhang's influence and was not relegated to a corner, it was still a rather ordinary spot. Upon seeing the seating card, Jiang Yingxue furrowed her brows and halted. She turned to the steward, saying, "This position is unsuitable. Please arrange a different one for him." The steward maintained a professional smile, yet his tone was firm. "Miss Jiang, I apologize, but the seating has been prearranged. The front rows are reserved for the heads of families and esteemed seniors." He cast a fleeting glance at Su Hao, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible disdain. For such an inconspicuous individual to occupy a seat here is already a concession to the Jiang family, unworthy of a more favorable position. Clearly, they had conducted an investigation into Su Hao's identity, but the files of the members of Bureau 749 are classified, and the most they could ascertain was that he was merely an ordinary university student who had recently awakened, devoid of any substantial background, yet inexplicably favored by Jiang Yingxue for reasons unknown. Jiang Yingshue's expression instantly turned frosty. She did not raise her voice in protest, but stated flatly, "He is my guest, and his seat must be alongside mine. Do you believe that the guest of Jiang Yingxue deserves only to sit here?" The steward's smile faltered, yet he remained resolute. "Miss Jiang, this is the rule." "Rules?" Jiang Yingxue interjected, her voice calm, yet resonant enough for those nearby to hear distinctly. "Are you representing yourself or the Lin family in stating this rule?" The weight of her words was palpable. A thin sheen of cold sweat formed on the steward's forehead. He was merely a steward. Offending an unknown youth was inconsequential, but should this matter escalate to involve the Jiang and Lin families, he would find himself in dire straits. Under Jiang Yingshue's icy gaze, he ultimately chose to yield, bowing slightly. "I apologize for my oversight. I will make the arrangements immediately." Once they were relocated, the view indeed became much more expansive, allowing them to take in the entire main martial stage and clearly see the prominent figures in the front row. Su Hao leaned back in his chair and remarked, "Your influence is truly remarkable." Jiang Yingxue, her gaze fixed ahead, replied tersely, "You are my guest, logically. You should not have been seated there to begin with. This is not about influence. It is a matter of rules. She paused before adding. It is likely that someone is intentionally trying to trip you up. However, since you are new here, you probably do not recognize anyone to have any enmity with. Most likely, it is those few bothersome scions who follow me, feeling envious upon seeing you with me. The opening ceremony on the martial stage proceeded rather simply. The head of the Lin family, a vigorous elder, took the stage and succinctly spoke a few words about the spirit of martial arts, encouraging the younger generation. Before someone struck the opening gong, with the clang of the gong, two youths, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, leaped onto the martial stage, clasped their fists in greeting, and immediately began to grapple with each other. Their fists and feet collided amidst constant shouts, and they fought with a certain vigor. Yet, to Su Hao, it appeared somewhat tedious. In his current perspective, both their techniques and power were riddled with flaws. Is this truly all there is to this exchange meeting? Su Hao could not help but ask in a tone laced with confusion. Jiang Yingxue seemed to have anticipated his question and turned her head to explain. The term exchange meeting is used because calling it a martial arts competition would imply too much hostility. But essentially, it is indeed a martial arts competition. She observed the youths on stage engaged in their fierce contest and continued, these initial bouts are merely appetizers, allowing some ordinary disciples from various families to gain experience and make an appearance. They are inconsequential. And the main event? Su Hao inquired, intrigued. Once these preliminary rounds are concluded, the elite disciples will compete. Jiang Yingshue's expression turned serious. At that time, each prestigious family will send forth their 3 most outstanding young disciples. The only rule is that their age must not exceed 25 years. Jiang Yingxue spoke with a note of gravity. This competition is rife with hidden talents, and many participants possess immense potential. You must exercise caution and refrain from recklessness. Su Hao's attention shifted from the stage as he curiously asked, how many participants are there in this elite disciple contest? Not many, Jiang Yingxue replied. This time, only our Jiang family, the Wang family, and the Li family are participating, totaling 9 individuals. Only 9? Su Hao was taken aback, surprised by the small number. Yet the audience below appeared to be more than just 3 families. Indeed, there are more than 3 families, Jiang Yingxue clarified. Essentially, this contest is designed to determine the ranking among the top 3 families. Their strengths are closely matched, with none willing to concede to the others. Which is why each year they settle the resource distribution and influence for the following year through this competition. Other families come to observe, choose sides, and assess the capabilities of our 3 families' younger generation. She paused before revealing a crucial piece of information to ensure relative fairness and spectacle in the competition. And to introduce external forces, the rules stipulate that each family's trio must consist of 2 elite members from their own family and 1 external aid. Upon hearing this, Su Hao finally understood, raising an eyebrow and looking at Jiang Yingxue with realization. So, I'm essentially here as your hired muscle today? That is one way to put it, Jiang Yingxue acknowledged candidly. However, I'm also assisting you. The victor of this competition will receive substantial resource rewards. As an external aid, any resources you earn will belong entirely to you. Moreover, I must remind you that our Jiang family has channels to find a second-tier awakened individual under the age of 25 in the Huadong region. Ding! Jiang Yingshue's phone emitted a soft sound, and as she operated it, Su Hao's phone vibrated in tandem. Take a good look, Jiang Yingxue instructed. This is the information on the other 6 known competitors, aside from the 2 from our Jiang family and you. Knowledge of both friend and foe ensures victory. Su Hao opened his phone, revealing an encrypted file listing the competitors from the other 2 families. Wang family, 1. Wang Tianzi, nicknamed the Heavenly Blade, the foremost of the younger generation of the Wang family. It is said his swordsmanship has received 8 parts of the family head's true teachings, striking with the force of the heavens, unmatched and domineering. He is a long-established contender and a favorite to win the competition. 2. Wang Yuan, nicknamed the Hibiscus Blade, sister to Wang Tianzi. Her swordplay is agile and elusive, contrasting sharply with Wang Tianzi's domineering style. The brother-sister duo harmonizes perfectly, with one being hard and the other soft. 3. Yi Chun, known as the Sword Immortal, of mysterious origins, he emerged a year ago, renowned for his swift swordplay. His true strength is said to be unfathomable, making him the Wang family's trump card for this competition. Li family 4. Li Tianyu, the direct grandson of the Li family, possessing a steady temperament. He excels in the powerful and unparalleled crumbling mountain fist, known for strength and defense. 5. Li Xian, cousin to Li Tianyu. He is nimble and adept in guerrilla tactics and assassination techniques. 6. Zhang Qi, an external aide hired by the Li family. Details are scant. Known only for his mastery of an extremely rare body refinement technique, boasting an extraordinarily strong physique and proficiency in staff techniques. Su Hao's fingers glided over the screen, ultimately pausing at Yi Chen's name. Turning to Jiang Yingxue, he remarked, "What a grandiose title. Sword Immortal? That sounds like something out of a novel." Yet Jiang Yingxue's expression was grave as she shook her head. "You must not underestimate him. His origins are indeed enigmatic. It is said he only descended from the mountains a year ago. His first act was to cure the long-standing ailment of the Wang family's ancestor by unknown means, earning him the utmost respect from the Wang family. Subsequently, in a confrontation, he defeated a renowned third-tier expert with his peak second-tier strength in a single strike across borders. Since then, the title of Sword Immortal has circulated in our circles." Drawing a deep breath, she disclosed a well-prepared strategy. "Our Jiang family's objective is clear. Yi Chen's strength is formidable, and he will likely secure first place. Therefore, our strategy is to ensure that you and our Jiang family seize all rankings from second to fourth. As long as we secure these three positions, even if Yi Chen emerges as the individual champion, the ultimate victory in the family comprehensive scores will still belong to us, the Jiang family." Su Hao nodded in understanding and began to survey the venue. Soon, he fixed his gaze on a remarkably conspicuous figure in the Wang family's observation area. It was a young man clad in an antiquated white robe, standing in stark contrast to the modern attire surrounding him. A traditional long sword rested on his back, and his eyes were half closed, exuding an air of aloofness as if indifferent to everything around him. Su Hao smacked his lips and quietly remarked to Jiang Yingxue, "Is he really indulging in cosplay?" Jiang Yingxue cast him a helpless glance without responding. As time passed, Su Hao nearly dozed off watching the trivial skirmishes among the young members of various families. Finally, after yet another match concluded, a middle-aged host stepped onto the central stage. Microphone in hand, his resonant voice echoing throughout the martial arena. "We extend our gratitude to all the young talents for their splendid duels. Next, we shall witness the most exhilarating segment of this martial arts exchange." He intentionally elongated his tone, building anticipation before suddenly gesturing grandly. "The elite disciples ranking battle begins now." A sonorous gong rang out, heralding the commencement of the true spectacle. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena ignited completely. As the proclamation faded, the scrolling screen abruptly halted, revealing the first matchup clearly. Jiang family Jiang Tao versus Li family Li Tianyu. Jiang Yingxue's expression grew serious. Jiang Tao was our family's second seed, skilled in Bagua Zhang, and his strength lay in the mid-second tier, a formidable opponent against the Li family. Su Hao watched with keen interest as a lithe Jiang family disciple and a muscular youth from the Li family simultaneously leaped onto the platform. At the referee's command, they instantly became embroiled in battle. The clash produced a dull thud. The energy surging forth was far more intense than the previous skirmishes among the younger participants. Ultimately, Jiang Tao seized an opening, striking Li Tianyu squarely in the chest and narrowly securing victory, marking a promising start for the Jiang family. The subsequent matches were exceptionally fierce, with elite disciples from various families showcasing their hidden prowess, eliciting bursts of applause from the audience, until a certain name emerged, silencing the crowd in an instant. Wang family Yi Chun versus Li family Zhang Qi. "Here he comes," Jiang Yingxue murmured, her voice tinged with gravity. All eyes converged upon the figure clad in white, bearing an ancient sword. Yi Chun rose slowly, making his way onto the stage with composure, his eyes remaining half closed, exuding disdain for his opponent. Zhang Qi from the Li family, already drenched in sweat, trembled slightly as he gripped his weapon, devoid of any fighting spirit in the face of the sword immortal Yi Chun. "Begin." As the referee's words fell, Yi Chun moved. A streak of white energy, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed past. With a crisp sound, Zhang Qi's steel staff shattered, the break as smooth as a mirror. The residual force left a deep gash on his chest, and he collapsed unconscious. Wang family, Yi Chun victory. The referee's voice trembled slightly. Yi Chun did not spare a glance at his opponent, turned, descended from the stage, and resumed his meditation. The arena fell silent for several seconds before erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. "Incredible! Is this the Sword Immortal? This Li family auxiliary seems like an infant before him. His strength is well controlled. He is indeed a formidable adversary." Su Hao remarked with a hint of seriousness in his gaze. Jiang Yingxue shook her head with a bitter smile. Was this what he deemed formidable? At that moment, the large screen refreshed once more, revealing a new matchup that instantly captured everyone's attention. Jiang family, Su Hao versus Wang family Wang Yuan. Jiang Yingshue's heart raced. Wang Yuan, known as the Furong Blade, was a skilled fighter in the mid-second tier. That's him. Jiang Yingxue pointed to a young girl sitting in the Wang family section. The girl clearly noticed the matchup, glancing at Su Hao and even sticking her tongue out at him. Su Hao chuckled. He relished opponents who taunted him before the match. He stood up, leisurely walking toward the stage under Jiang Yingshue's concerned gaze. Wang Yuan, an upstart who had weaseled his way into the arena through Jiang family connections, wielded a blade as delicate as a cicada's wing and scrutinized Su Hao with disdain, saying, "I advise you to leave the stage now, lest you end up missing an arm or a leg, and Miss Jiang might be heartbroken." Su Hao appeared unfazed. "Shall we begin? I'm a bit pressed for time." Arrogant. Wang Yuan's expression darkened. "Begin." As the referee's words barely left his mouth, Wang Yuan sprang into action, his soft blade creating a dazzling display of light. Resembling countless fluttering furong petals, beautiful yet lethal, enveloping Su Hao from all directions. "It's the Wang family's ultimate technique, falling petals blade," someone gasped. In the face of this storm of blades, Su Hao did not even shift his stance. At the very moment the blades were about to reach him, he extended two fingers, his right hand, the index and middle fingers. To the astonishment of the audience, those seemingly ordinary fingers precisely pinched the tip of Wang Yuan's soft blade. Clang. The cacophony echoed as the storm of blades abruptly ceased. The entire martial arena fell into a profound silence. Wang Yuan's expression froze. He exerted all his strength to withdraw the blade, but it felt as though the tip had been welded in place, immovable. Su Hao gently applied pressure with his fingers. Crack. The finely crafted soft blade, forged from high-quality steel, began to shatter from the tip, disintegrating into a heap of scrap metal that clattered to the ground. Wang Yuan was utterly dazed. Su Hao, however, did not allow him a moment to react. With a flick of his fingers that had shattered the blade tip, he lightly tapped Wang Yuan's forehead. Thud. A soft sound echoed as Wang Yuan was sent tumbling off the stage. Instant kill. The audience was rendered speechless. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Wang family patriarch crushed his teacup with a loud crack. Jiang Yingxue covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had anticipated Su Hao's victory, but she could never have imagined it would be achieved in such a devastating manner. In the distance, the sword immortal Yi Chun, who had been in deep meditation, slowly opened his eyes at that moment. For the first time, a glimmer of sharp sword intent flickered within his otherwise tranquil gaze. With Su Hao's victory, the atmosphere in the arena grew subtly tense, as various families cast scrutinizing and wary glances toward the Jiang family section. In contrast, the Wang family remained dismissive. Soon, the large screen rolled once more, focusing on the most eagerly awaited matchup. Wang family Yi Chun versus Jiang family Jiang Yingxue. The atmosphere in the arena ignited in an instant. One was a renowned prodigy, and the other was the cherished gem of the Jiang family. This duel was undoubtedly a highly anticipated clash. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath, then leapt onto the stage, brandishing a long sword that shimmered with a vibrant green hue. Her expression was unprecedentedly grave. "Miss Jiang, please," Yi Chun said without drawing his sword, merely gesturing for her to proceed. Jiang Yingxue did not hesitate. She was acutely aware of the gap between them and understood the necessity of seizing the initiative. With a sharp shout, she moved gracefully like a swan skimming the water, her emerald-long sword weaving an intricate tapestry of sword shadows, agile and dense. It was the Jiang families by Bo Jian Fa, perfected to a grand mastery. Those with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment. However, in the face of this relentless barrage, Yi Chun merely shook his head slightly. At the moment the sword shadows approached him, he extended two fingers. Another strike. The sound of a crisp clash resonated as Yi Chun's fingers deftly pinched Jiang Yingshue's long sword. No matter how she channeled her inner strength, the blade could not advance an inch. "The sword is commendable, yet the wielder lacks finesse," Yi Chun remarked calmly. With a slight flick of his fingers, an overwhelming force surged along the sword's body. Jiang Yingxue felt her grip weaken, the emerald sword slipping from her hands and spinning in the air before embedding itself into the floor behind her with a resounding clang. The outcome was clear. Yet, Yi Chun did not relent. He continued his assault on Jiang Yingxue. His fingers poised like a sword, a concentrated black sword light coalesced at his fingertips, aiming directly for her vital point. This strike was intended to claim her life. "Stop! How dare you!" came a chorus of furious shouts from the audience. At that critical juncture, an elderly figure materialized in front of Jiang Yingxue. It was the referee. "Young one, enough." The referee huffed coldly, extending a frail hand to meet Yi Chun's lethal blow. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating like a giant hammer striking a drum. As the dust settled, The crowd gasped in shock, witnessing the black sword light dissipate. Silence enveloped the arena, with all present stunned by the sheer disparity in strength. With the deadly move thwarted, Yi Chen refrained from further action. However, just as everyone anticipated his departure, he turned, scanning the remaining elite disciples, including the recently impressive Su Hao. His calm voice resonated throughout the martial arena. The upcoming matches are too time-consuming. I stand here. Any of you can come forward, or all together if you so wish. Yi Chen's tone remained unperturbed, yet his words struck each heart like a hammer, declaring that if no one could force him from the stage before the day's end, the title of champion of this exchange would belong to his Wang family. Arrogance. You show utter disdain for us. Several elders from the Jiang and Li families rose in outrage. Such blatant rule-breaking and contempt for all clans was nothing short of a naked insult. The head of the Wang family rose leisurely, a forced smile on his face. Please, everyone calm down. Young friend Yi Chen simply finds these exchanges overly cumbersome and wishes to resolve them all at once. It reflects a confidence in our martial prowess. Confidence? More like arrogance. An elder from the Li family retorted angrily. The head of the Wang family chuckled lightly. Dropping a bombshell, young friend Yi Chen is a disciple of the Sword Saint from Dang Mo Mountain. He conducts himself with the grace befitting his master. Surely, none of you wish to question the methods of the Sword Saint? Upon hearing the name of the Dang Mo Mountain Sword Saint, the previously furious elders of the Jiang and Li families instantly paled, as if a grip had tightened around their throats, swallowing their words back down. The atmosphere in the arena turned oppressive, all present awed by this formidable title. Observing the reverence in the expressions around him, Su Hao curiously nudged Jiang Yingxue beside him and whispered, "Who exactly is this Dang Mo Mountain Sword Saint?" Jiang Yingxue's face turned grave, her voice trembling slightly. He is one of the pinnacle warriors in East China, a master of swordsmanship at the peak of the 6th stage, on the verge of breaking into the 7th stage, potentially becoming a strategic-level entity in the 749 Bureau at any moment. Su Hao raised an eyebrow at her words. Peak of the 6th stage? Likely to break through to the 7th? He gazed at Yi Chen, who stood elegantly on the stage, devoid of any fear in his eyes. Simultaneously, the system in his mind provided its assessment. Ding! A sword cultivator detected ahead. This individual possesses refined sword intent, a solid foundation, and carries the legacy of ancient swordsmanship, making him the ideal sharpening stone for the host to challenge the late stage of body refinement. System task issued. Defeat the sword cultivator before you, to demonstrate the might of our sacred body. Task reward. Opportunity for breakthrough in late-stage body refinement. Chapter 41. The Might of Purple Thunder. What nonsense is this 6th stage? Su Hao scoffed, his voice low. My background is Dang Mo Mountain, while my background is still 749. No matter how strong his master is, can he surpass a nation? This remark made Jiang Yingxue's heart skip a beat. She tried to intervene, but it was too late. Su Hao had already risen, fixing his gaze on Yi Chen on the stage, declaring loudly, no need for one by one. That's too tedious. I'll take you on myself. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lightly tapped his foot on the ground and leaped over a dozen meters, landing firmly on the stage with a thud. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Su Hao disregarded the surrounding shocked gazes, striding directly toward Yi Chen. You relish in disregarding rules. Fine. But today, I will teach you what true rules are. Yi Chen appraised Su Hao from head to toe. Did the rules not just change? Su Hao grinned, gradually raising his fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. My fist is the rule. In an instant, Su Hao's figure vanished from sight. Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Without time to think, he instinctively crossed his sword before his chest to block. Clang! A deafening explosion erupted. Su Hao's powerful punch struck Yi Chen's sword with tremendous force. The collision of flesh and blade produced a resonant sound akin to a heavy hammer striking a great bell. Yi Chen felt an irresistible, terrifying force coursing through his sword, causing his grip to tremble, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance. His hand holding the sword quivered slightly. Yi Chen's expression shifted entirely. No longer underestimating his opponent, he let out a sharp whistle, the sword intent transforming into a myriad of sword shadows enveloping Su Hao. Yet, in the face of this exquisite swordplay, Su Hao's response was strikingly simplistic. A single punch. Regardless of how the sword light twisted or the angles it took, Su Hao merely unleashed an unadorned punch. His fist invariably found the core of the sword intent, shattering it with absolute might. Clang, 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 clang. On the stage, only the sounds of relentless collisions and Yi Chen's retreating figure remained. After a mere few exchanges, Yi Chun was under tremendous pressure. The swordsmanship he prided himself on resembled mere childish play before his opponent. Each of Su Hao's punches contained enough force to split mountains and shatter stones, sending Yi Chun's blood surging. The proficiency of this individual's martial arts was nothing short of extraordinary. A monster. This is not a corporeal form that any human should possess. Yi Chun was struck with terror in his heart. If things continued like this, defeat was the only path that awaited him. He attempted to create distance and regroup. Yet before he could formulate any thoughts, Su Hao had already grown impatient. With a swift advance, Su Hao's formidable fist, imbued with terrifying power, pierced through layers of sword shadows and appeared before Yi Chun's eyes. The onlookers below were left in utter astonishment. What kind of power is this? To so effortlessly and effectively suppress Yi Chun, he must at least be at the late stage of the third realm, right? A third realm warrior below the age of 25? What kind of absurdity is this? When did such a prodigy emerge in our Huadong region? Jiang Yingxue, who had previously furrowed her brow, now found it utterly relaxed, replaced by a complex, indescribable shock. She knew Su Hao was strong, but she never imagined he could be this formidable. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Hao's final punch landed squarely on the sword blade that Yi Chun hastily raised to block. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the long sword could no longer withstand the immense force and shattered. Su Hao's fist continued unabated, grazing the edges of the broken sword and striking Yi Chun squarely on the face. Poof! Yi Chun was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body hurtling backward, tracing a chaotic arc in the air before crashing heavily outside the arena. The entire venue fell silent. After what felt like an eternity, someone gasped in astonishment. Did Yi Chun lose? How could he lose so completely? Who exactly is this Su Hao? Below the arena, Yi Chun shook his buzzing head and struggled to rise from the ground. Dust clung to his magnificent ancient attire, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was particularly glaring. Humiliation, an unprecedented sense of shame gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. I have lost. Ever since he descended the mountain under his master's orders, he had never tasted defeat. Relying on his extraordinary swordsmanship, he was hailed as the pinnacle of the younger generation, crowned with the title of Sword Immortal, and had long forged an invincible and undefeated heart. Yet today, this indestructible resolve was shattered by a nameless individual younger than himself, in the most simplistic and brutal manner, with just a few punches. He could distinctly feel a deep, unfathomable crack forming on his path of swordsmanship. If he could not reclaim his honor today, this psychological demon would haunt him for a lifetime, and his future in the path of the sword would likely never progress. No, I cannot lose. I absolutely must not lose here. A surge of madness washed over him. Yi Chun's gaze transformed into one of ferocity, malice surging forth. He recalled the pouch his master had entrusted to him before his descent, containing a pitch-black elixir. His master had solemnly warned, "This is the blood fiend demon pill, to be used only in life-and-death situations or when one's heart is shaken. It can temporarily unleash several times your potential, but the cost is immense. Use it with caution." Caution. Yi Chun laughed maniacally in his heart. Now is that moment. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Hao in the arena, he swiftly retrieved the pill from his bosom and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill entered his abdomen, a violent energy erupted within him. Roar! A sound that was not quite human erupted from Yi Chun's throat. Every bone in his body cracked and popped, his eyes turning an ominous crimson, pupils morphing into monstrous vertical slits. Even his ears elongated slightly. His injuries healed at a visible rate, a chaotic aura mingled with bloodlust soaring skyward. This sudden transformation left the various family heads watching in shock, rising in disbelief. What is happening? Such a dense demonic aura. How could Yi Chun have transformed like this? Has he taken forbidden drugs? No, this transcends the realm of mere drugs. He is undergoing demonification. In the arena, Su Hao's previously relaxed demeanor instantly hardened, his gaze sharpening. If what had just transpired was merely an unconventional duel, the nature of the encounter had completely shifted. Yi Chun had abandoned his humanity, willingly merging with the demonic. This was a severe violation of the ironclad laws set forth by the 749 Bureau. Su Hao would not hold back against the demon. Since you no longer wish to be human, his voice turned icy. I shall send you on your way. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a terrifying pressure erupted from Su Hao. Purple lightning crackled around him, emitting a chilling sound as it surged forth. The speed and strength of the demonified Yi Chun surged, transforming into a blood-red afterimage, claws tearing through the air as he lunged at Su Hao. Yet, Su Hao merely raised his right hand slowly. Zhixiao Yuleyin. An endless torrent of purple lightning converged frantically into his palm, coalescing into a majestic and domineering lightning dragon in an instant. Roar! A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, carrying the power to obliterate all, crashing towards Yi Chen's approach. This apocalyptic scene left everyone present in stunned silence. The lights surrounding the arena dimmed under the ferocity of the lightning, casting a terrifying purple hue on every face in the crowd. This. Among the crowd, a young scion pointed at the lightning dragon, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Is this not the lightning dragon from the Purple Thunder Tribulation that went viral online just days ago? A single exclamation snapped everyone out of their stupor. Those who had seen the blurry video instantly correlated the present scene with the images from the footage. Jiang Yingshue's face went pale as disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. She understood better than anyone what this lightning dragon represented. The strategic-level powerhouse, 8-armed Arahatley Hanlon, had been gravely injured by this very lightning dragon. How could this be? The lightning dragon that defeated a strategic-level powerhouse was summoned by Su Hao. She stared blankly at the man enveloped in a surge of lightning, her mind a complete void. System notification. Host detected to be provoked by a demonized cultivator. Host utilizes the supreme celestial technique, Zixiao Shenlei, to slay demons and uphold the majesty of the celestial path. Reward. Directly ascends to the late stage of physical refinement. Chapter 42. Residence. As the purple lightning dissipated, not a trace of Yi Chen remained. Not even a speck of dust was left. Truly, his essence was obliterated. System notification. Congratulations to the host. The bottleneck in physical refinement has been completely shattered, successfully advancing to the late stage of physical refinement. The surge of power flooding his limbs brought Su Hao a sense of delightful ease as he stretched his body. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, skillfully accessing the internal app of the 749 Bureau, and dialed the logistics team's direct line. Once connected, he spoke. Jiangdong Lin Family Martial Arena. A case of demonification has occurred. The target has been eliminated. Send the logistics team to wrap things up. After hanging up, he leisurely descended from the arena and approached the still-dazed Jiang Yingxue, wearing a smile that suggested he sought praise. It seems we have one, right? I have taken down the big boss. Jiang Yingxue instinctively nodded, her mind still in a state of shock. She gazed at the seemingly harmless man before her, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. What kind of person is he truly? After this incident, it is likely that the entire Huadong region, and indeed, the entire Huaxia's extraordinary world, will gain immense renown due to this name. Before long, the logistics personnel from the 749 Bureau arrived at the scene with great urgency. The team leader initially believed this was merely an ordinary demonization event, which, though rare, was manageable under their protocols. However, when the technical team uploaded and analyzed the energy residue data collected from the site, everyone was left astounded. Captain, the energy waveform here matches the characteristics of the Zile Tianjia event with a concordance of 998. This report struck like a true thunderclap in the minds of all the logistics personnel. The captain immediately realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations and, with a trembling voice, issued an order, immediately, upload all site videos, surveillance footage, and energy data to headquarters with the highest encryption level. Simultaneously, an emergency high-level meeting was convened at the Huadong 749 Bureau headquarters. On the colossal holographic screen, footage of the Lin Family Martial Arts Arena, which could be described as cataclysmic, was being played. When that purple lightning dragon roared forth, gasps filled the conference room. A senior member, with a grave expression, spoke up. Are you saying that a C-level specialist is the same individual who severely injured the 8-armed Arhat, the Zile Tianjun? How is that possible? However, the meeting chair, Elder Deng, had a glint of insight in his eyes. He pointed to the rapidly scrolling energy data comparison chart beside the screen, stating solemnly, "Nothing is impossible. The evidence is right before our eyes. The energy characteristics are completely identical. The only difference is that this time the output power is not as exaggerated as before. Yet, this is enough to prove they are the same person." The conference room fell into a prolonged silence. Everyone was shaken by this revolutionary fact. A newcomer, a C-level specialist, was indeed the mysterious existence that even strategic-level powerhouses could not contend with. Finally, someone broke the silence. I propose that Su Hao be immediately included in the highest-level S-class talent training program. However, Elder Deng slowly shook his head. No. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The S-class program is insufficient to assist him. We need to initiate a separate plan for him. Indeed, this individual could not merely be described as a genius. He was of such caliber that even true geniuses would only be able to look up to him. After the meeting concluded, Su Hao returned home in the Jiang family's dedicated vehicle. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yingxue, he hummed a tune as he was driven back. Once home, he collapsed onto the sofa and habitually opened the internal app of the 749 Bureau, preparing to check for any new tasks or announcements. However, a series of system notification sounds made him sit up straight. Ding. Your personal privileges have been upgraded. Ding. You have unlocked the housing benefits module for special contributors. Ding. You have gained priority access to S-class material allocation. Oh, Su Hao's eyes sparkled. Housing arrangements? Finally, he could move into a larger residence. Eagerly, he clicked on the housing benefits module, and a list of selectable locations popped up. However, when he saw the names on the list, his smile gradually froze. 1. Employee dormitory of the first funeral home in the high-tech zone. Description: serene environment, quiet at night, adjacent to the crematorium, ample yang energy. 2. Gravekeeper's cottage at Jing'an Cemetery, luxuriously decorated. Description: neighboring the long sleeping, one can comprehend the truths of life, excellent feng shui. 3. Abandoned psychiatric hospital in the southern suburbs. Description: fully equipped, spacious, an excellent place to test one's courage. 4. Abandoned third girls' high school in Jiangdong City. Description: a place of scholarly lineage, rich in history, reportedly still echoes with the sound of reading at night. Su Hao's mouth twitched slightly. What on earth? These places are truly a bit too much. Are these even livable? Which sane person would choose such locations as a home? Perplexed, he decisively opened the group chat of the 749 Huadong Division's action team and sent out his query. C-level specialist Su Hao, logistics Li Wei. Why are the addresses provided by the organization so ominous? Crematoriums, cemeteries. Aren't there any more upscale places? The moment the message was sent, the group chat buzzed with activity. B-level specialist Lu Tao, 666, taking advantage and still playing coy. The newcomer is showing off here? Do you know how many people are clamoring for these special housing options? Logistics Li Wei, ahem. Logistics Li Wei, B-level specialist Lu Tao, you can no longer call him a newcomer. Have you checked Su Hao's profile tags recently? Lu Tao seemed taken aback. After a few seconds, he sent a string of ellipses. B-level specialist Lu Tao. The other lurking members in the group were also intrigued and rushed to open Su Hao's personal profile. The next second, the group erupted. C-level specialist Lu Feng. What the hell? What is this? Key training target. Su Gu is amazing. B-level specialist Qin Yang. All members, yes. I officially announced that due to the event at the Jiangdong Aristocratic Exchange Conference, where he independently defeated a demonized formidable foe with outstanding performance, Headquarters has decided to classify Comrade Su Hao as a top-tier training target. The group fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. B-level specialist Lu Tao, ahem. You should have said that earlier. Comrade Su Hao, I was blind. Please take care of me in the future. Logistics Li Wei, C-level specialist Su Hao. Here's the explanation regarding the housing issue. Because a specialist's rank and strength are not entirely correlated, to enable capable specialists like you to enhance their contributions more swiftly, the organization intentionally designates properties and areas with high incident rates as special allocations. Living there, one might encounter tasks while simply taking a stroll, which is why many people specifically apply to reside in these locations for contribution. This is a form of welfare. Su Hao suddenly understood. So that's how it is. He stroked his chin and re-evaluated that ominous list. Crematorium? Feels inauspicious. Cemetery? Feels inauspicious. Psychiatric hospital? Feels somewhat inauspicious. His gaze finally settled on the fourth option. An abandoned girls' school? Also inauspicious. But it's in the city. Perhaps the abandoned girls' school would be the choice. Chapter 43, The Sword Saint of Dalma Mountain. Tomorrow, I shall move. It is time to bid a proper farewell to this little nest that has housed me for so many years. Su Hao lay in bed, pleasantly pondering. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of Huaihai City, Pu, the Sword Saint of Dalma Mountain, Han Mingzi, spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. His complexion as pale as paper. With trembling hands, he wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn Yichun. How dare he use demon cores in front of the 749 Bureau, making me a wanted man, in such a wretched state. He gritted his teeth and growled. It seems I can no longer stay in Huaxiao, but before I leave, I must first eliminate that Su Hao brat, then head to Southeast Asia to lay low. With that, his figure faded into the night, like a vengeful specter racing towards Su Hao's direction. In the dead of night, all was silent. A shadow appeared, ghost-like, in the old neighborhood where Su Hao resided. He gracefully landed outside Su Hao's window, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the ancient long sword in his hand and ruthlessly struck down upon the entire house. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The walls, furniture, and ceiling were instantaneously cleaved in twain by the fierce sword aura. The cold moonlight mingled with dust, pouring down without any obstruction. Startled awake by the cataclysmic noise, Su Hao, with his disheveled hair and clad in a whimsical green dinosaur onesie, sat bewildered on what remained of his bed. A chill breeze swept through, causing him to shudder, finally jolting him into full awareness. What on earth is happening? He surveyed his surroundings and beheld his computer immaculately split in half, along with a bisected table and wardrobe. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, ultimately igniting into a raging fury. My house. Su Hao abruptly looked up, spotting the white-haired elder suspended in midair. His roar echoing through the night. You old fool, are you tired of living? Han Mingzi, witnessing that his single strike had left the opponent unscathed, initially thought his aim had faltered due to his own injuries, feeling a swell of anger within. Before he could muster the strength for a second strike, a green shadow surged from the rubble towards the sky. Su Hao seized the standard demon-slaying sword beside his bed, fueled by boundless fury, hurtling forward like a cannonball. The clash of their swords produced not the sharp sound of metal striking metal, but a dull, thunderous boom reminiscent of a mountainside collapsing. Han Mingzi felt an irresistible force of tremendous power surge from the blade, shattering his grip and sending him hurtling backward as if struck by a battering ram. Amidst the swirling dust, Han Mingzi barely steadied himself, floating in the air and panting in astonishment. How can this boy possess such terrifying physical strength? Meanwhile, Su Hao's form arced through the air, crashing solidly onto the concrete below. The ground instantly fractured, resembling a spider's web. Cursing under his breath, Su Hao climbed out of the pit, brushing off the dust and grumbling that he had yet to learn the art of flight. Observing this scene, Han Mingzi's initial shock was swiftly replaced by overwhelming delight. Ha ha! He burst into laughter, his voice laced with scorn and satisfaction. It turns out he was merely a grounded chicken who couldn't even fly. Youngster, you have killed my beloved disciple and tarnished my reputation. Today shall be your demise. Su Hao raised his head, regarding him with the eyes of a fool. Old man, you truly are senile. Who told you that I couldn't fly, and thus couldn't reach you? Before he could finish, arcs of purple lightning surged and danced across his body, crackling with explosive sounds. Han Mingzi's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of absurdity and disdain. Ha! I thought that was your trump card. Legends say that the Lord of Purple Thunder has reached the pinnacle of thunder arts, capable of injuring even a 7th-tier master. The youth of today truly regress. A mere 19-year-old dares to challenge a 7th tier? Surely, the world is filled with fools. He raised his long sword, pointing it at the green figure enveloped in purple lightning below, his voice like ice. Today, I shall personally sever this ridiculous rumor. Without further ado, Han Mingzi's eyes glinted with lethal intent. As a seasoned 6th-tier expert, even bearing grave injuries, he was utterly confident that slaying a mere child, who could not even fly, was but a flick of his wrist. The heavenly sword cleaves the dragon. He raised the ancient sword high, channeling his energy into it. A white sword aura, stretching dozens of meters, coalesced into form, sharp as frost, solidifying with a piercing shriek that tore through the night sky, descending upon the diminutive green figure below with great ferocity. This strike could cleave mountains and sever rivers. Su Hao unleashed the thunderous power within him without reservation. A deafening roar akin to a dragon's cry echoed through the heavens. The wild purple lightning surged from his body, instantaneously transforming into a colossal purple thunder dragon. The dragon's massive body, adorned with shimmering scales of destructive purple lightning, locked its fierce gaze upon the descending white sword aura. Upon contact with the formidable sword energy capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers, it shattered into countless scintillant fragments. This is impossible. Han Mingzi was rendered completely dumbfounded, his smile frozen in place. He barely had time to react before the unstoppable purple thunder dragon surged past the sword aura, engulfing him entirely. As the lightning faded, the night sky fell into a brief silence. An ancient sword plummeted from the heavens like a shooting star. With a soft thud, the ancient sword embedded itself into the concrete, its blade trembling slightly, emanating a faint azure glow. Su Hao approached the sword, examining this artifact, far superior in both material and craftsmanship to the standard ones he possessed, and nodded in satisfaction. This sword is remarkable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Treasure Qing Shuang Ancient Sword. Chapter 44. Temporary residence at 3 in the morning. The headquarters of Huadong 749 Bureau was ablaze with light. The logistics department was in a state of overtime. Teams of personnel clad in special uniforms efficiently managed the battlefield beneath Su Hao's residence. They distributed official notices regarding the gas pipeline explosion to the startled witnesses, while also securing them with thick confidentiality agreements. The logistics team leader surveyed the disarray before him, glancing at the recently issued budget overrun warning from finance, and wearily massaged his temples, whispering to a colleague, "Add Su Hao's name to our department's list of high-risk keywords. From now on, if his name appears in any operational report, all budget requests will be automatically doubled." Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Su Hao, leisurely leaned against a barricade, toying with the newly acquired Qing Shuang ancient sword in one hand while browsing the 749 app with the other, intrigued. Ding. Housing application submitted. Note, due to the peculiar circumstances of this property, the estimated processing time is 7 calendar days. You may officially move in after 7 days. Upon reading the notification that popped up on his screen, Su Hao's smile gradually faded. He slowly lifted his gaze, glancing at the logistics personnel engaged in tense labor. Then back at his building, which had been utterly demolished by that old fool's strike, clearly indicating he could not return. Clutching the ancient sword, Su Hao stood on the curb at 3:30 in the morning, lost in thought. Where on earth will I stay at this hour? It seems I must rely on the organization. Su Hao sighed, preparing to open the app to request a temporary safe house when a social media update popped up at the top of his phone. It was from Su Qingyuan. The photo depicted a glass of red wine against a blurred city nightscape, accompanied by a classic emo literary quote, "The evening breeze is delightful, perfect for nostalgia. Even more so for meeting. Alas, alone." As Su Hao observed this update, he glanced at the cumbersome process for applying for a temporary safe house and quickly formulated a plan. For professional matters, seek out professionals. For life's trivialities, it seemed only reasonable to ask the wealthy sister for assistance. He opened the chat window. "Chongbei Su Gong, are you there?" The reply came almost instantaneously. "Xiangxiang Wanswan de Xiao Dangao." Little cat angrily banging the table gif. "You still remember I exist? I've sent you so many messages, not a single one answered. Have you returned from being a missing person?" A tone of grievance permeated her words. Su Hao disregarded her complaints and cut straight to the point. "Chongbei Su Gong, I need a favor. Xiangxiang Wanswan de Xiao Dangao. What is it? Speak up, considering you still remember me." "Chongbei Su Gong, I currently have nowhere to stay. Could you arrange a place for me? Just for 7 days. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious riverside apartment in the city center, Su Qingyuan, clad in a silk robe, languidly swirled her glass of red wine, gazing at the messages she had sent on her phone, hoping that her hints would be successful. Over the past few days, she had posted several similar updates. When she saw Su Hao's last message, her eyes sparkled with excitement, all previous grievances vanishing in an instant, nearly causing her to leap from the sofa. No place to stay? For 7 days? Was this not an extraordinary opportunity that had fallen from the heavens? She had been troubled about how to invite this unromantic blockhead out, and unexpectedly, he had come knocking on her door, and it was a request that could lead to deeper connection. Su Qingyuan was elated, feeling as if the red wine in her glass had turned exceptionally sweet. Suppressing her inner excitement, her slender fingers danced swiftly across the screen, carefully crafting her response. "Xiangxiang Wanswan de Xiao Dangao? So sudden? What happened at your place?" "Chongbei Su Gong, the gas pipeline exploded. I can't return for the time being." Su Hao casually fabricated a reason, simple and straightforward. Su Qingyuan glanced at the flimsy excuse, chuckling with unrestrained amusement, yet cleverly refrained from exposing it. "Xiangxiang Wanswan de Xiao Dangao. Oh dear, that sounds dangerous. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. But at this hour, I imagine even the suites in 5-star hotels must be fully booked. Arranging something last minute could be troublesome. Chongbei Su Gong, a regular place will suffice." "Xiangxiang Wanswan de Xiao Dangao. How can that be? My little brother cannot stay in a regular place. How about this? I happen to have a guest room here that has been empty. If you don't mind, you could come stay here for now. Tomorrow, I will help you look for other accommodations." After sending that message, Su Qingyuan nervously clutched her phone, her heart racing uncontrollably. Moments later, Su Hao's reply arrived, brief and to the point. "Chongbei Su Gong, all right, send me the address." Su Qingyuan beamed at those 4 words, rolling joyfully on the sofa, then quickly sprang up, rushing towards her bedroom while swiftly sending over a location. Tonight, she needed to change into something more alluring for her nightwear. Gazing at the marked location in Jinling City on her phone, Su Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although it appeared close on the map, Huaihai and Jinling were 2 distinct major cities. Under normal circumstances, the drive would take at least 2 hours. He glanced at the time, 3:30 in the morning. At this hour, not even a high-speed train or a rideshare could be found. Forget it, I'll consider it a leisurely post-dinner stroll, Su Hao mused, picking up the recently acquired Qingxuang ancient sword. In a flash, he disappeared from his location. For him now, a 2-hour journey was merely an extended nocturnal trek. At 5 in the morning, in the riverside apartment in Jinling City, Su Qingyin awoke groggily to a chill, rubbing her sleepy eyes, only to realize she had fallen asleep wrapped in a blanket on the sofa. Could it be? She glanced at the wall clock, the hands indicating 5 o'clock. Did I really just fall asleep like this? But what about Su Hao? A thought struck her like lightning, jolting her awake. She suddenly remembered that she had returned home to Jinling from Huaihai a couple of days ago after finishing filming, and Su Hao should still be in Huaihai. With a 2-hour drive at this hour, oh no, oh no. Su Qingyuan lamented, slapping her forehead. Wouldn't he think I'm playing with him and not show up, right? Just as she anxiously reached for her phone to send Su Hao a message explaining, the screen suddenly lit up. Incoming call from heartless little rascal. Once the call connected, Su Hao's voice came through. Su Jia, the voice of Su Hao resonated in the receiver, accompanied by the sound of chirping birds in the background. Your community security is quite strict. They won't let me in. Su Qingyin's heart sank back into her chest, swiftly followed by a wave of overwhelming joy. He actually came. He hurried over from Huaihai overnight. She suppressed her inner excitement, adopting the softest, most alluring tone possible. Oh dear. It was my oversight not to inform you. Please hand the phone to the security guard. I will explain. On the other end, Su Hao conversed briefly with the security guard, and soon the phone was passed to him. Su Qingyuan simply stated, "Let him in, he is my friend." The security guard promptly acknowledged with respect and hung up the call. Ding dong. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang punctually. Su Qingyuan took a deep breath. She quickly adjusted her silk robe, deliberately loosening the waist tie a little to reveal her delicate collarbone and fair neck just enough, the neckline slightly open, hinting at captivating allure. She was determined to exude the essence of a sophisticated, mature woman. After bolstering her confidence, she adorned her face with the most enchanting smile. Coming. She elongated her tone, her voice sweet enough to draw water, slowly opening the door. Standing at the entrance was the travel-worn Su Hao, clad in casual attire. He bore the signs of sleeplessness, yet his eyes remained bright. In his hand, he held a long object wrapped in black cloth, his Qingxuang ancient sword. He calmly regarded the meticulously dressed Su Qingyuan, revealing a glimpse of spring, and then yawned. Chapter 45. A date, little Hao. You finally made it. Your sister has been waiting for you for so long. Her voice was soft and seductive, laced with just the right touch of grievance. Su Hao looked at her expressionlessly. After the exhausting battle last night and the overnight journey, his only desire was to find a bed to lie down. He replied blandly, preparing to step inside. Just as Su Hao brushed past her, Su Qingyuan suddenly exclaimed with a delicate gasp, as if something had tripped her foot, causing her to lean towards Su Hao's embrace, her eyes reflecting a perfectly timed panic. Any ordinary man would have instinctively caught her in a heroic gesture, enveloping her in warmth. However, Su Hao was no ordinary man. He didn't even blink. In the split second before Su Qingyuan nearly collided with him, he reflexively reached out, his hand deftly gripping the back collar of her robe. Then, as if lifting a disobedient kitten, he effortlessly hoisted Su Qingyuan, swinging her gently before placing her down beside him. Su Qingyuan's meticulously planned fall into his arms was thwarted. Su Hao matter-of-factly inquired, "No need for thanks. Where's the room you arranged for me?" Su Qingyuan finally regained her composure, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her heart, and resolved to execute Plan B. She adorned her face with a pitiful expression once more, gesturing towards the direction of her bedroom, and softly murmured, "Oh dear, sister, this is a single apartment, and there is only one room. If you don't mind, I suppose I can reluctantly allow you to stay with me." After speaking, she shyly lowered her head, a tempting blush blooming at the back of her ears. Upon hearing this, Su Hao could not even muster the energy to refute her claim. His gaze swept the living room before he walked directly towards a tightly shut door at the end of the corridor. With a click, he turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Inside was a meticulously tidied guest room with neatly folded bedding. Su Hao glanced back at Su Qingyuan, who was still maintaining her shy demeanor, yawned, and with an air of undeniable fatigue remarked, "All right, don't disturb me. I shall take a nap." With a slam, the guest room door closed, followed by the sound of it being locked. The world fell silent, leaving Su Qingyuan alone, clad in her battle robe. Barefoot on the chilly floor, her perfect expression frozen like a sculpted statue. Awakening naturally, Su Hao pushed open the guest room door, feeling invigorated, his limbs brimming with vitality. In the living room, Su Qingyuan was curled up on the spacious sofa, enveloped in a soft cashmere blanket, her snow-white legs casually draped over the armrest, intently watching television. The screen displayed a currently popular idol drama, with the male lead professing overly sentimental lines to the female lead. Do celebrities watch idol dramas too? Su Hao casually inquired, moving towards the refrigerator for a bottle of water. Su Qingyuan, like a startled kitten, straightened up abruptly, the cashmere blanket slipping off to reveal her carefully chosen, slightly loose yet perfectly fitting loungewear. She turned off the television, her face flushed with the embarrassment of being caught, which quickly transformed into a feigned defiance as she retorted, "What's wrong? Can't a star have a bit of girlish whimsy and relax?" Changing the subject with a hint of a playful tone, she continued, "Since you're awake, why not accompany me for a shopping spree today?" Su Hao hesitated momentarily while drinking, instinctively wanting to refuse. The notion of shopping felt akin to a form of torture. However, before he could voice his dissent, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! The host is about to face the trial of worldly temptations. Trial name: Journey through the bustling city. Trial content: accompany the enchantress in exploring the mortal city, resisting the allure of indulgence and material desires, maintaining one's true self amidst the clamor, and solidifying one's resolve amidst the ostentation. Trial reward: upon successful completion, a slight enhancement in the stability of one's resolve, with a chance to trigger a special opportunity. Su Hao mused. The school matters are not pressing. The new home situation remains unresolved. There is no urgency regarding tasks. In light of this, he realized that he had no pressing matters to attend to. Rather than languishing idly, it would be more beneficial to undertake a trial issued by the system, which could not only fortify his resolve, but perhaps also yield special opportunities. With this realization, he turned to the eagerly anticipating Su Qingyuan and decisively uttered 2 words, "All right." Yay! Su Qingyuan internally celebrated her victory, striving to maintain a demure smile on her face, though the joy evident in her eyes betrayed her. The plan was a success. The first step had successfully drawn him from a private space into a public one, fostering the illusion of a couple. She promptly sprang from the sofa, brimming with energy, exclaiming, "Wait for me a moment. I'll go change my clothes. It won't take long." Su Hao nodded and found a spot to sit. In Su Qingyuan's view, the impact of a sweet girl in Su Hao's eyes was the most potent. Her meticulously coordinated white puff-sleeve dress, paired with a subtle makeup look and a high ponytail, was the utmost respect for a first date. "Let us go?" She donned a wide-brimmed sun hat, sunglasses, and a mask, wrapping herself up completely. The two walked side by side down the bustling commercial street. Su Qingyuan flitted about like a joyous bird, chattering away about various gossip and anecdotes, attempting to ignite the atmosphere of their outing. Meanwhile, Su Hao maintained a state of meditative calm, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of merchandise and the throngs of people, his heart remaining undisturbed. Ding! The host has successfully resisted the allure of mundane treasures. Resolve stability increased by 001. Ding! The host has held firm in the bustling city, untainted by worldly trivialities. Resolve stability increased by 001. The system notifications echoed repeatedly, gratifying Su Hao regarding the trial. Noticing Su Hao's evident boredom, Su Qingyuan quickly devised a new plan, pointing toward a large cinema not far away, saying, "How about we catch a movie? I've heard there's a film called 749 Bureau that has been quite popular." "All right," Su Hao replied succinctly. Inside the cinema, the lighting was dim, and the surround sound system was deafening. The plot of the film was difficult to summarize. The special effects were mediocre, the fight scenes relied heavily on shouting, and there were numerous logical inconsistencies. At the climax, as the bloodied male lead howled at the sky with a cringe-inducing scream that seemed capable of echoing through an entire apartment, the entire theater fell silent. "I am not a human. I am merely a monster. Do you know what a monster is?" A chuckle erupted from the back row, breaking the tension. Su Qingyuan felt her toes curl in embarrassment. This dreadful film had thoroughly obliterated the romantic ambience she had so carefully crafted. She feared her makeup might melt under the weight of the awkward atmosphere, so she turned to Su Hao and whispered, "I'll go to the restroom to touch up my makeup." "Okay, go ahead." Su Hao nodded, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Not watching would be a waste of a movie ticket. Clack, clack, clack. In the empty restroom, the only sound was the sharp echo of Su Qingyuan's high heels on the tiled floor. The bright lights illuminated the entire space, which was excessively clean and eerily quiet. She approached the mirror, removed her mask, and took out her cushion foundation and lipstick from her exquisite handbag, preparing to refresh her makeup. She patted her cheeks in the mirror before picking up the lipstick. Just as she was about to apply it, an unsettling sensation crept over her. making her feel something was amiss. Why did it seem that the reflections in the mirror were always a beat behind? She halted her actions, scrutinizing the mirror with suspicion. She blinked and noticed that her eyes in the reflection seemed to close a fraction of a second later. Was it the lighting? Or was she simply fatigued? Unwilling to dismiss her intuition, Su Qingyuan leaned closer to the mirror, seeking to discern the truth. The cold surface reflected her flawless visage. Yet, just as her nose was about to touch the glass, a horrifying transformation occurred. The face in the mirror inexplicably morphed. Her features melted away, replaced by the countenance of a completely unfamiliar woman, one with a pale, bloated visage, hollow eyes, and a sinister smile. Su Qingyuan's pupils dilated, her heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. Before she could let out a scream, an even more terrifying event transpired. The unfamiliar face in the mirror cracked a silent, maniacal grin. Suddenly, two pale, bloated hands, with nails darkened, emerged directly from the hard surface of the mirror, as if passing through a veil of water. A wave of putrid odor assaulted the senses. Su Qingyuan was paralyzed with fear, her body stiffening, forgetting even to retreat. A sinister hand lunged towards her shoulder. Chapter 46. Kidnapping. That ghastly, pallid hand, imbued with a chilling touch, swiftly covered Su Qingyuan's mouth. The icy sensation sent shivers through her entire being, stifling her screams, which morphed into desperate whimpers lodged in her throat. Another eerie hand grasped her shoulder. Su Qingyuan thrashed wildly, but all was in vain. She felt herself being tugged by an invisible force, uncontrollably propelling her towards the frigid mirror. The anticipated collision and pain never came. Instead, she was enveloped in a sensation akin to being dragged into the depths of the ocean, a suffocating coldness. The world plunged into a profound and silent darkness. In the cinema, the end credits began to roll, and the lights brightened. The audience rose one by one, exiting while grumbling about the abysmal plot of the film they had just endured. What a waste of 2 hours of my life. Su Hao stretched, stood up, and instinctively glanced towards Su Qingyuan's seat. It was empty. He stepped out of the screening room and lingered in the lobby, expecting her to be waiting at the entrance. She was not there. Su Hao furrowed his brow and pulled out his phone. The screen was pristine, devoid of missed calls or messages. This was rather peculiar. Given Su Qingyuan's character, even if she were to be cornered by fans or summoned by her manager, she would surely send him a message. The prolonged silence was uncharacteristic of her. After waiting 5 more minutes, his unease deepened. He no longer hesitated and turned towards the direction of the cinema's restroom. Su Qingyuan? He called at the entrance of the ladies' room, his voice echoing in the empty corridor, but received no response. An ominous premonition washed over him. Su Hao disregarded any considerations of propriety and pushed the door open. Inside, the restroom was brightly lit, impeccably clean, and eerily quiet. The stalls stood wide open, revealing nothing but emptiness. Everything appeared utterly normal. Yet, Su Hao's gaze was instantly drawn to an object in the corner, a lipstick that had fallen to the floor. It was Su Qingyuan's lipstick. He approached slowly and bent down to pick it up. The moment his fingertips grazed the casing of the lipstick, a chill of energy surged through his fingers, causing him to frown. The aura was sinister. Su Hao's expression hardened. The prior sense of ease evaporated, replaced by a simmering anger at the affront. He had merely intended to accompany a friend for a casual outing, yet here he was, faced with the audacity of some entity daring to abduct someone right under his nose. This bunch of wretched beings certainly has some nerve to provoke me, he muttered to himself. Although the sinister energy was faint, its nature was unmistakable. It was clear that a malevolent spirit had inadvertently tainted the lipstick while abducting Su Qingyuan. This was an excellent tracking beacon. Su Hao wasted no time and pulled out his customized 749 phone. He did not make a call, but opened the 749 app, which featured an icon resembling a radar scan. He held the tainted lipstick in front of the phone's camera. Sample collection energy signature analysis complete. The phone screen transitioned to a navigation interface. A faint but distinct red energy line extended from his current position, traversing the shopping mall towards a corner of the city. The navigation initiated. Su Hao tucked the lipstick into his pocket, his expression impassive as he strode purposefully out of the cinema. Just as he was about to exit the mall, a system notification chimed in his mind, finally arriving belatedly. Ding. Detected the presence of the Mirror King's domain. Warning. The host is about to enter the lair of the ancient malevolent being, the King of the Kaleidoscope. This entity excels in distorting reality and manipulating human hearts, posing a significant threat to the soul path. Epic task triggered. Shatter the mirror and slay the king. Task description. How dare these insignificant spirits encroach upon one under the protection of the celestial sovereign? This is the ultimate blasphemy against supreme authority. infiltrate its lair and obliterate it with thunder and fire, making it understand what true terror means. Task reward. Based on host performance evaluation. On the navigation screen of the 749 phone, the red representing the source of the malevolent energy began to dart across the city map, evidently moving at high speed. Trying to flee? Su Hao's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the roadside and flagged down a speeding taxi. Driver, follow this navigation. He slid into the back seat, thrusting his phone screen in front of the driver while pulling out a thick wad of cash and slapping it onto the passenger seat. Money is not an issue. Drive as fast as you can. If we catch up to them, it's all yours. The taxi driver initially intended to grumble, but upon seeing the hefty bundle of red bills, his eyes lit up instantly. Without a second word, he sharply turned the steering wheel, the engine roaring to life as the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Buckle up. Meanwhile, in a black van cruising along the suburban highway, Su Qingyuan began to regain consciousness. She quickly realized her mouth was stuffed with rough cloth, and her hands were bound behind her with coarse rope. Every jolt of the vehicle tightened the knots, sending waves of pain through her. Fear washed over her like a tidal wave. Yet she forced herself to calm down and listened intently. Faint voices from the front cabin intermittently reached her ears. A coarse voice, barely concealing its excitement, exclaimed, "Mugue Run, you really are impressive. This time, we successfully captured that Su Qingyuan. Damn it, the last time you sent that knock-knock spirit was utterly useless. I heard it was easily dispatched by a passing 749 agent, leaving us waiting in vain." A hoarse, aged voice snorted disdainfully, tinged with arrogance. "Humph, that previous failure was merely due to my oversight. At that time, Su Qingyuan was in Huaihai while I was far away in Jinling, and the distance made it difficult to control many details. You need not constantly bring it up to belittle me." After a pause, the aged voice continued. "Now that our objective has been achieved, has Li Xiao promised the goods?" "Of course. Li Xiao's word is his bond. But hey, seeing how beautiful this girl is. A big star no less. Why don't we have a little fun before delivering her to Li Xiao? Are you insane? If you delay Li Xiao's business and incur his displeasure, do you think you'll still get your goods?" All right, I get it. Just joking. No need to be so serious." The coarse voice fell silent, disgruntled. In the back of the van, hearing this exchange, Su Qingyuan felt her blood run cold. Li Xiao. Goods. These fragmented words pieced together a chilling reality. This was not a mere kidnapping, but a premeditated conspiracy. Her heart plunged into an unfathomable abyss of ice, enveloped tightly by overwhelming fear and despair. After a prolonged silence, the jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, followed by a harsh clank as the trunk lock was violently wrenched open. The long-awaited light momentarily blinded Su Qingyuan, and before she could adjust, two pairs of gloved hands seized her and yanked her out of the trunk with force. Stumbling to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings, her heart sinking to an all-time low. She found herself in a vast, abandoned warehouse, the air thick with the scent of rust and dust. Under the dim yellow light, a circle of expressionless figures clad in black stood ominously. Two of them gripped her arms, dragging her deeper into the warehouse to a small room behind a heavy iron door. The room was stark and bare, illuminated only by a feeble incandescent bulb hanging above. Apart from herself, there were two other women present. One appeared to be slightly older, around 30, dressed in a well-tailored professional outfit, now thoroughly soaked with tears. She buried her head in her knees, her shoulders shaking violently as muffled sobs echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the room. Her eyes were swollen and red, a clear testament to the immense psychological torment she had endured since her capture. The other woman, however, filled Su Qingyuan with genuine astonishment. She was a girl, no more than 18 or 19, clad in a pristine school uniform, her face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. Yet her demeanor was strikingly incongruous with the despairing environment. She neither cried nor struggled, not even a hint of fear crossed her features. Several black-clad figures bound Su Qingyuan and checked the knots before wordlessly departing. The heavy iron door slammed shut once more, plunging the room into a deathly silence, save for the suppressed sobs of the professional woman reverberating in the air. Su Qingyuan gazed at the remarkably composed girl before her, her heart brimming with questions, but before she could voice them, the girl broke the silence first. Her voice was soft yet remarkably clear. "Do not be afraid." The weeping professional woman abruptly lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, asking, "Why?" The girl's gaze was both clear and resolute as she looked at the two of them, enunciating each word. "My brother will come to rescue us." The sobbing woman halted her cries, staring blankly at her. "Your brother?" At the mention of her brother, A gentle glow of pride illuminated the girl's face for the first time. My brother's name is Lin Ming, she stated slowly. He just returned recently, a veteran. A veteran? Chapter 47. The rescue. Lin Ming's chest heaved violently, beads of sweat soaking through his undershirt. His sister had vanished that very morning. There were no ransom calls, no witnesses. She seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Had he not insisted on his sister wearing a specially designed watch equipped with military-grade tracking, he would now be a headless fly. Instead, he was a lone wolf, following the trail of blood. The tracking signal led him to this forsaken warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Lin Ming crouched in the shadow of a shipping container when suddenly, he heard footsteps and muffled complaints approaching. A guard in a black suit was patrolling the designated route impatiently, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. One hand holding a phone as he seemingly scrolled through short videos. Damn it, the signal in this godforsaken place is terrible. The guard was drawing nearer to Lin Ming's hiding spot. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. In an instant, as the black-clad figure brushed past the container, the shadows behind him seemed to come alive. Lin Ming sprang into action, his movements precise and devoid of excess. His arm locked around the guard's neck with lightning speed, while his palm covered the man's mouth, stifling the scream that threatened to escape. The guard had no time to react. Feeling an irresistible force lift him off the ground as he was dragged into the nearby underbrush. The bushes rustled violently, then fell silent. Moments later, the foliage parted to reveal a figure emerging, still clad in a black suit, but now it was Lin Ming who stood there. In his hand, he clutched a warm 92-style pistol, heavy with intent. Inside the small room of the warehouse, the oppressive silence was shattered by a creaking sound. A faint metallic scraping echoed from the ventilation duct above. The noise was subtle, yet in the stillness of the room, it was painfully clear. The three women held their breath, nervously looking up. A few motes of dust floated down, glimmering in the light like dancing specks. Then, a square grating was silently moved aside, and a lithe figure descended soundlessly from the dark opening, landing with bent knees and not a sound to be heard. The newcomer was clad in an ill-fitting black suit, his face smudged with grime. Su Qingyuan and the professional woman felt their hearts race, fearing an enemy had entered. Brother, Lin Ming's sister whispered in an exhilarated breath. Lin Ming remained silent, swiftly placing a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet. His gaze sharp as it swept over the three of them. He drew a gleaming dagger from his tactical boots, deftly slicing through the ropes binding his sister's wrists, then those of Su Qingyuan and the professional woman. The ropes fell away with a soft thud. Don't make a sound, he instructed in a hushed yet firm whisper, each word clear and powerful. Follow me. He pointed to the ventilation duct above and gestured for his sister to go first. Lin Ming's sister, clearly trained, stepped onto her brother's palm and nimbly climbed into the darkness of the duct. Next was the still trembling professional woman, who managed to scramble in with Lin Ming's assistance. Finally, it was Su Qingyuan's turn. Hurry, Lin Ming urged. Su Qingyuan looked at this man, his aura exuding a calm professionalism she had never encountered before. She nodded and climbed up, using him for support. Lin Ming was the last to enter, following closely behind in the narrow duct. The air inside was stale and thick with the scent of rust. Lin Ming issued his commands in a low voice. Turn left in 3 meters. Stop. There are footsteps below. Stay close. Time seemed to stretch as they navigated the duct until Lin Ming halted at an exit. Stop. The three women paused in unison. He listened intently for a moment, confirming there was no noise outside, then cautiously pushed the grating aside. A rush of cool night air filled their lungs, bringing with it a taste of freedom. We made it. The woman who had seemed hopeless was on the verge of tears from joy. Shoo! Lin Ming swiftly turned, silencing her with a fierce glare. Outside lay a dim alley cluttered with debris, far removed from the light of the warehouse's front entrance. He leaped down first, landing silently, then quickly ushered the three women down after him. Run down the alley, and don't stop, he commanded, pointing towards the faint light of the main road in the distance. However, they were ultimately a step too late. Damn it, they got away. A furious roar erupted from within the warehouse, followed by the chaotic sound of footsteps and the blinding beams of flashlights pouring in from the back door. Run, Lin Ming bellowed, forcefully shoving his sister towards the depths of the alley. He swiftly turned, rolling behind a massive dumpster. The deafening sounds of gunfire erupted, bullets striking the dumpster and sending sparks flying. The assailants were evidently flustered. Despite their overwhelming firepower, their aim was utterly lacking. In stark contrast, Lin Ming remained composed, crouched behind his cover, discerning the number and positions of his adversaries through the cacophony of gunfire. When a brief pause in the shooting presented itself, he abruptly leaned out. Not aiming, but raising his weapon with instinctive precision. A sharp crack resonated as a black-clad figure, who had just rushed out, fell to the ground, his weapon clattering to the floor. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming swiftly retreated behind cover, denying his foes any chance for retaliation. The dark figures at the alley's entrance were momentarily stunned by the accuracy of his shot, their frantic fire ceasing as they scrambled for cover. "Yes, over there. Kill him," someone shouted in anger. However, Lin Ming had already seized the opportunity to change positions, silently moving behind a pile of discarded tires on the opposite side of the alley. As their firepower once again rained down upon the dumpster, Lin Ming's weapon was now trained on them from a new angle. Another crack echoed as yet another assailant clutched his thigh, howling in agony as he collapsed. In the darkened alley, Lin Ming's precise shooting rendered him an incomprehensible specter of death to these bandits, who thrived on numbers to intimidate the weak. Their marksmanship appeared akin to that of children's toys before his expertise. This was no evenly matched gunfight. It was a professional soldier exerting unilateral dominance over a disorganized rabble. Chapter 48. Demonization. The gunfire echoed behind them as Su Qingyuan, Lin Ming's sister, and the woman ran with all their might. Yet, as they reached the alley's mouth, their glimmer of hope was extinguished by three looming figures. Under the streetlight at the alley's entrance stood three individuals. At the forefront was a corpulent young man, approximately 25 or 26, clad in expensive brand-name casual wear that appeared somewhat comical on his rotund figure. A sickly smile adorned his face, his gaze shamelessly devouring the sight of the three women, as if he were admiring three coveted treasures. He was Li Xiao. To his left stood a gaunt old man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, his hands tucked within his sleeves, his murky eyes exuding an inhuman chill. To his right was a silent yet imposing middle-aged man, his temples bulging with a dangerous aura. Clearly a bodyguard. "Li Xiao, they're trying to escape," the middle-aged man warned in a low voice. Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively, his gaze finally resting on Su Qingyuan's terrified yet exquisite face, his greed intensifying. "Escape? Can they truly escape?" He turned to the gaunt elder, languidly instructing. "Mu Gui, run. It's time for my new treasures to undergo purification. I dislike the scent of mortals clinging to them." "Understood," Li Xiao the elder, referred to as Mu Gui Ren, replied. He slowly extracted an ancient Zetanwood box from his sleeve and opened it. Inside lay three pills, each the size of a pigeon's egg. The pills radiated an eerie pinkish-purple hue, glistening with a greasy sheen, emanating a nauseatingly sweet fragrance. Merely glancing at them induced a wave of dizziness, accompanied by a profound sense of dread, though the three women were unaware of the pill's nature. An instinctive warning of danger surged within them. Li Xiao observed their expressions of terror, chuckling sickly as he explained, "Fear not, for these are exquisite treasures. The Yao Dan, procured at great expense. Consuming them will transform you into the most perfect playthings. Though your vitality may only suffice for a few years, trust me, those years will be filled with joy." Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the desolate alley, akin to the whispers of a demon. "Pervert," Su Qingyuan exclaimed. A mix of astonishment and fury. The three women turned without hesitation, preferring to plunge back into the hail of bullets rather than become the playthings of such a monster. Yet their escape route had vanished. In the moment they turned, the previously open alley twisted unnaturally, as if disturbed by unseen waves. Suddenly, a mirror materialized out of thin air, standing silently to completely seal off their retreat. The gunfire raged on. Evidently, Lin Ming was preoccupied with the approaching assailants, unable to lend them any aid. Despair engulfed the hearts of the three women as they realized their predicament. "Run, why aren't you running?" Li Xiao approached leisurely, his sickly smile growing ever more triumphant. Mu Gui Ren followed, cradling the wooden box, extending a skeletal hand to pinch a Yao Dan, the cruel glint in his murky eyes ever more evident. Despair, like an icy tide, submerged them completely. As Li Xiao beheld the three beautiful, trapped quarry before him, his sickly smile deepened. He exchanged a knowing glance with the elder, who understood the cue. A flicker of dark light passed through Mu Gui Ren's murky eyes as shadows beneath him began to writhe, as if animated. "Beware!" Su Qingyuan cried out. But it was too late. Three distorted figures emerged silently from the shadows of Mu Gui Ren. They bore no features, only hollow outlines, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. "Bind," Mu Gui Ren rasped. In an instant, the three ghostly figures transformed into tendrils of black smoke, darting towards the three women at an unfathomable speed. Su Qingyuan felt a chill at the nape of her neck, followed by an unbearable weight crashing down upon her shoulders. It was not a physical weight, but an oppressive force emanating from the depths of her soul, as if invisible hands were tightening around her throat, rendering her utterly powerless. She was frozen, unable to move even a finger. The other two women experienced the same fate, their faces etched with horror. Yet no screams escaped their lips as they helplessly watched Mu Guiren approach, holding the Zetan wood box. No, Su Qingyuan screamed in her heart. Yet her body was paralyzed. Mu Guiren pinched a pinkish-purple Yao Dan, standing before Su Qingyuan. With a brutal grip, he forced her jaw open and, amidst her eyes filled with humiliation and despair, precisely flicked the sweet-scented Yao Dan into her throat. The slippery, cold pill slid down her esophagus. Having completed this, Mu Guiren proceeded to administer the other two Yao Dan to Lin Ming's sister and the woman in the same manner. The moment the Yao Dan entered their bellies, the binding force dissipated, replaced by an even more horrific agony than death. A scorching power, as if capable of melting their very insides, erupted violently within their abdomens. The ferocious demonic power surged forth like a burst dam, instantaneously shattering their limbs and bones, frantically reshaping their very physical forms. Su Qingyuan curled up on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. She could distinctly feel her tailbone elongating in an excruciating manner. Amidst the agony, a fluffy, pure white fox tail violently tore its way out from beneath her garments. Following that, her ears transformed as well. Excruciating pain radiated from the sides of her skull as the cartilage was forcibly stretched, and a pair of furry fox ears pierced through her skin, replacing her original ears. Her nails sharpened to a point, and her pupils took on a mesmerizing shade of pink. She was metamorphosing into a white fox demon. Nearby, Lin Ming's sister was undergoing a similarly terrifying transformation. Her body became unusually supple, as if scales were forming beneath her skin. Her legs began to merge, and her pupils morphed into slitted orbs, glowing with a faint green light, while a shadowy azure serpent tail flickered behind her. Another woman experienced a grotesque expansion of her muscles, her bones cracking audibly, and faint leopard spots appeared on her face. Witnessing this vivid spectacle of beauty turning into beasts, Li Xiao emitted a series of eerie chuckles, a sound that resembled the croaking of some amphibian rather than human laughter. Overwhelmed with excitement, his body began to uncontrollably contort, his lavish garments bursting at the seams. His skin turned slick and uneven, covered in greenish bumps. His mouth split open towards his ears, transforming into a vast, toad-like maw. His eyes bulged outward, becoming round and enormous. In the blink of an eye, the corpulent youth had morphed into a repugnant giant toad spirit towering over a person. Droplets of thick, foul-smelling saliva dripped from the toad spirit's wide mouth, its murky eyes fixated hungrily on the three women below. The alley was filled only with the women's anguished cries and the toad spirit's nauseating breaths. Chapter 49, Slaying Lin Xiaobang. A sharp gunshot rang out, accompanied by the shattering of glass. A lithe figure rolled through the broken window. It was Lin Ming. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes turned crimson, and an overwhelming rage threatened to consume his sanity. Let her go? Lin Ming bellowed, his 92-style pistol unwaveringly aimed at the toad spirit, Li Xiao. A mere ant. Li Xiao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. The elder Mu, standing nearby, didn't even turn his head, merely offering a sinister smile. The ancient mirror blocking their path suddenly rippled like the surface of water. Without hesitation, Lin Ming pulled the trigger, but just as the bullet was about to be fired, he felt an irresistible, immense force pulling him from behind. He whirled around to find a ghostly pale hand emerging from the mirror, gripping his ankle tightly. What is this? Lin Ming gasped in shock. Having navigated through a hail of bullets in his life, he had never encountered such an oddity. He was dragged inexorably toward the mirror, the entire world distorting before his eyes. When he was fully pulled into the mirror, he found himself not in the filthy alley but in a bizarre, grayish-white realm. Countless twisted ghostly figures circled around him, wailing in despair. Xiaoya. The sight of his sister's agonizing transformation was deeply etched in his mind. The fierce desire to rescue her erupted within him like a volcano. A surge of unprecedented, searing power erupted from his limbs, and a faint golden glow enveloped his eyes. Awaken! Get away from me! Lin Ming roared, the awakened power manifesting as a tangible shockwave that pushed the surrounding ghostly figures back. However, it was futile. Outside the mirror, Elder Mu merely sneered dismissively. To an expert in dealing with ghosts, a newly awakened individual who could not yet control their power was merely a slightly more robust grasshopper. In the mirror's realm, countless ghostly hands surged from all directions, ensnaring Lin Ming's body. He struggled with all his might, the golden light flickering continuously. Yet it was ultimately in vain. His strength rapidly waned, and feelings of suffocation and despair washed over him like a tide. Lin Ming felt he had reached his limit. The scenes before him began to blur and spin. Just as his vision grew hazy and he was on the verge of losing consciousness entirely, a thunderous curse, as if divine retribution, resonated from above the alley. "You damn scoundrel. You've made it difficult for me to find you. I want to rest until your bones are ground to dust." Accompanying this curse was a brilliant purple lightning bolt, slicing down like the spear of a celestial being. Boom. The alley was illuminated in an eerie shade of purple. The binding ghosts summoned by Elder Mu barely had time to scream before being obliterated into ashes by the overwhelming lightning. A figure descended with the thunderous light, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. It was Su Hao, who had tracked their whereabouts. System notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the Mirror Demon King. Reward: Yin Yang Mirror." Su Hao felt a mirror suddenly appear in his hand. Without even glancing at it, he tucked it into his robe. Li Xiao was the first to react, swallowing hard before roaring at the now pale Elder Mu. "Mu Gui, kill him. Kill him for me." However, unbeknownst to others, Elder Mu was acutely aware. His heart raced uncontrollably, his blood seemingly frozen. The essence of that purple lightning, that world-destroying aura, was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly a mark of the mysterious being who had recently clashed with the strategic level 8 armed Arhut. What a joke. Am I to face the purple thunder deity? Elder Mu was paralyzed with fear. Run. This was the only thought in his mind. Without hesitation, he burned his essence blood, transforming into a blurred gray shadow, fleeing desperately down the alley without looking back. What a useless fool. Li Xiao cursed in exasperation as he watched Elder Mu flee, his toad-like face twisted in disdain. Hurry. At this critical moment, I must rely on myself. His corpulent body began to swell, festering boils rising to the surface. An overwhelming stench of demonic energy soaring into the sky. Clearly, he was preparing to unleash his demonic form to battle Su Hao. However, he had overestimated himself and severely underestimated Su Hao's patience. Su Hao did not even grant him the chance to fully transform. Just as Li Xiao unleashed his tirade, Su Hao flicked his wrist, and the recently acquired Qing Shuang ancient sword emitted a soft hum, transforming into a streak of green light, arriving in an instant. Li Xiao only sensed a flash before the world began to spin. His final consciousness registered a headless, corpulent body still standing in place. Dark green demonic blood gushing from its neck. Thud. The massive toad head rolled to the ground, a look of shock and arrogance frozen on its face. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The entire process was fluid and unstoppable, just as Lin Ming broke free from the days of the mirror world. He witnessed this astonishing scene unfold before him. He had just been locked in a life-and-death struggle with that eerie mirror and the countless ghostly shadows, exhausting all his strength and teetering on the brink of despair. Yet, in a mere flick of his fingers, the young man before him had effortlessly beheaded the once mighty toad spirit. Was this the true power of the extraordinary world? Lin Ming's eyes were filled with shock, accompanied by a trace of indescribable envy. Su Hao sheathed his ancient sword, not sparing a glance at the corpse on the ground. His gaze fell upon the three women, writhing in agony, their bodies increasingly exhibiting inhuman characteristics. Silently, he withdrew his specially made 749 phone and opened the workgroup chat. C-Class Specialist Su Hao, B-Class Specialist Chen Yang, urgent situation. How should we handle victims forced into demonization? Within mere seconds, a reply arrived. B-Class Specialist Chen Yang. The principle is clear. Those who willingly fall into depravity and become active demonizers are to be executed without the need for reporting. Verified victims will be uniformly arranged to live in the 749 shelter area, and after long-term observation and psychological assessment, they may be reintegrated into human society if deemed harmless. C-Class Specialist Su Hao. Understood. Chapter 50. The Slaying of the Deceptive Demon. Su Hao deftly navigated the 749 app, submitting a request for logistical cleanup and the containment of the victims, attaching on-site photographs and a brief explanation. After completing this task, he approached the three women still moaning in pain and conducted a brief examination. Their vital signs remained stable. Although the erosion from the demon core was severe, they were not in immediate danger. The logistics team should have the means to manage the situation. Su Hao's gaze shifted towards the impenetrable darkness at the end of the alley. The old man must perish. An enemy capable of remotely controlling eerie objects, elusive as a phantom, was akin to a ticking time bomb. Today, he could use the mirror demon to abduct Su Qingyuan. Tomorrow, he could deploy other eerie beings to assassinate himself. Such an unpredictable ability posed a significant threat to society and to himself. as a specialist of 749. His duty was to eradicate these threats in their infancy. Ding detected the escape of the malevolent demon, whose methods are insidious and harmful to humanity. True practitioners of cultivation must eradicate the roots of evil and safeguard the righteous path, leaving no future troubles. The system's notification aligned seamlessly with Su Hao's thoughts. He turned to Lin Ming. This task is entrusted to you. Su Hao's tone brooked no dissent. Take care of them. The logistics team will arrive shortly. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned, but then nodded gravely. He understood that the young man before him was about to engage in something he could not interfere with. Su Hao spoke no further. In the next instant, his figure flickered as he pursued his quarry. In the city's dark alley, the deceptive demon clutched his chest. His lungs felt ablaze, and his heart pounded like a drum against his ribcage. He had been running for too long and was utterly exhausted. He was indeed aging. His vitality was nowhere near the peak of his youth. Merely this intense escape had nearly drained all his strength. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. And as he attempted to catch his breath, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing quietly in the shadow of the alleyway. A silhouette, indistinct yet exuding a lethal chill. The heart of the deceptive demon raced furiously, nearly leaping from his throat. Impossible. How could he? He was unwilling and fearful to contemplate the terrifying truth. Until that figure slowly stepped out of the shadows, the moonlight illuminating half of his face. It was a young, handsome visage, Su Hao's face. A jolt. The heart of the deceptive demon felt as though it had been seized by an invisible hand, halting for a moment. Blood seemed to congeal in that instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he couldn't even muster a taunt. Instinct overwhelmed all reason. He turned on his heel. Run. This was the sole thought racing through his mind. In that fleeting moment of turning, he bit down on his tongue, a spray of essence erupting forth, causing him to appear withered, his complexion ashen. Yet, his figure split into 3 identical deceptive demons, fleeing in 3 entirely different directions. The technique of 3 souls sharing one destiny, his ultimate life-saving secret, was extraordinarily taxing on his vitality and essence, each use costing him years of life. But he no longer cared. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the aged and impoverished. If only he could catch his breath. The humiliation of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. He believed that as long as he survived, with his cunning methods, there would surely come a day of reversal. Throughout his life, he had dispatched countless young men like Su Hao. However, at the alley's mouth, Su Hao merely stood quietly, observing the 3 fleeing figures, not moving a step. The 3 avatars shared a singular vision, a unified thought, and a singular existence. They were indistinguishable from one another. Each was an embodiment of the deceptive demon. As long as one avatar survived, the deceptive demon would endure. This was the deceptive demon's greatest reliance for escaping countless dire situations. One of the avatars exerted itself to the utmost, bursting forth from the longest alleyway, where the bustling thoroughfare of the city lay ahead. Once merged with the crowd, he was confident he could completely evade pursuit. However, just as he dashed out of the alley, his steps abruptly halted. A figure stood quietly beneath the street lamp, seemingly waiting for a long time. It was Su Hao. The avatar's heart plummeted, but merely a second later, overwhelming fear was replaced by an ecstatic thrill. He was not afraid. Rather, he felt utterly relaxed, even breaking into a hoarse and exuberant laugh. Ha ha ha! He had succeeded. He had drawn all the pursuers' attention to himself. This meant that the other 2 avatars had successfully escaped. He regarded the young man before him, expressionless, with eyes filled with disdain and mockery, as if viewing a fool played with ease. What a ridiculous Zilei Tianzuan! He gasped for breath, taunting. In the end, was I not merely toying with you, old man? You caught me, yet let the other 2 slip away. I have lost, but I have also won. Ha ha ha! He laughed until he doubled over, his laughter imbued with the joy of survival and contempt for the intelligence of his adversary. Yet, before his laughter could fade, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In his shared vision, the images of the other 2 avatars were simultaneously engulfed by an unparalleled violet light. No screams, no struggles, not even a moment to react. The 2 shared perspectives were abruptly severed. Like wires cut, the connection between the 2 consciousnesses faded into nothingness. The avatar's laughter was abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had throttled his throat. The joy and mockery on his face froze in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. He finally comprehended that the life-saving secret he had prided himself on was merely a farcical solo performance before his opponent. He shot a glance at Su Hao, his mouth agape, seemingly wishing to plead for mercy, to scream. But not a single word escaped his lips. A time-worn longsword had, unbeknownst to him, silently pierced his throat. The blade was frigid, devoid of any tremor. It was the legendary Qingxuang ancient sword. In the eyes of Mu Guei, the vibrancy of life swiftly faded. He extended his hand, seemingly attempting to grasp something, but ultimately succumbed, his arm falling limply. Plop! The last of his doppelgangers collapsed, meeting death in silence. Su Hao slowly withdrew the long sword, its blade untouched by a single drop of blood beneath the moonlight. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, reducing the body to ashes. He did not cast a glance at the corpse beneath him. Instead, he turned and seamlessly blended back into the nocturnal tapestry of the city. Upon Su Hao's return to Su Qingyuan's side, the area had been entirely taken over by the logistics team of Bureau 749. Bright mobile lights illuminated the vicinity as professional personnel clad in protective gear conducted methodical site inspections, sample collections, and energy residue assessments. Lin Ming had not departed. His gaze was fixed intently on the three figures, now enveloped in specialized energy blankets by the medical staff. They were saved. Their lives were secure. Their minds had returned to normalcy. Yet, they had been irrevocably transformed. Lin Ming's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper's rasp. Is there a way to revert them? A medical team leader from the logistics unit shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. The corruption of the Demon Core is irreversible. Fortunately, their self-awareness has not been completely obliterated. This is a small mercy amidst misfortune. According to regulations, they would be sent to the special placement area of Bureau 749 for observation and subsequent arrangements. The term special placement area lingered in Lin Ming's mind, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. Chapter 51. Bail. The transport vehicle smoothly entered the headquarters of Bureau 749 in East China. As the door slid open, the logistics personnel, who had long been on standby, moved forward promptly. A middle-aged man, donned in a civilian uniform and sporting glasses, approached Lin Ming. Holding a data pad, Mr. Lin Ming, based on your performance during the incident, I am here on behalf of the Human Resources Department to formally inquire. Do you confirm your voluntary intention to join Bureau 749? Lin Ming's gaze fell upon his sister, carefully guided off the vehicle by medical personnel. Without hesitation, he chose to join. Meanwhile, another group of medical staff clad in white protective suits prepared to escort Su Qingyuan, Lin Xiaoya, and another woman to the base's special placement area. Su Hao remained rooted in place, observing as Su Qingyuan tightly wrapped herself in the energy blanket, clutching her fox ears and tail. A frown creased his brow. He understood that entering meant being branded as inhuman, facing a long and cold period of isolation. Measures must be taken. Just as the medical personnel prepared to guide them in, a steady voice suddenly interrupted. Wait. Everyone turned to see the head of the placement area. An elderly man with graying hair and a serious demeanor, Wang Jiangwo, striding towards them. Commissioner Su Hao, he began, his tone softened considerably. I have just received direct instructions from Elder Deng. At the mention of Elder Deng, all present held their breath. Elder Deng, the highest authority at the East China headquarters. The legendary anchor of stability. Wang Jiangwo glanced at Su Qingyuan not far off and continued to Su Hao. Elder Deng considers that Miss Su Qingyuan is your friend and an innocent victim in this incident. With her consciousness intact, given the unique circumstances, special handling can be arranged. He paused, offering an unexpected proposal that astonished everyone, including Su Hao. According to regulations, she indeed needs to enter the placement area. However, Elder Deng has specially authorized that if you are willing to assume full supervisory responsibility in your personal capacity, we can prepare a top-level temporary supervision agreement, allowing you to take her home for care. The announcement sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. A temporary supervision agreement? Such a provision had existed only in theory, reserved for those of great merit whose families had been tragically tainted and had not been utilized in decades. Now, it was being invoked for a mere C-level commissioner? This defied regulations. A young logistics staff member instinctively protested. Wang Jiangwo shot him a glance, his voice low yet commanding. Elder Deng's words are the highest regulation. He turned back to Su Hao. Of course, this entails significant risk on your part. Should she exhibit any signs of losing control, you will bear primary responsibility. Commissioner Su Hao, what is your stance? Su Hao gazed deeply at Wang Jiangwo, understanding that this was not merely an inquiry, but a gesture of goodwill and investment from the upper echelons of Bureau 749 towards him, an invaluable genius. He refrained from superfluous words and nodded. Very well, I shall take responsibility. Excellent. Wang Jiangwo seemed to exhale in relief. He immediately waved his hand. Go. Bring me the S001 supervision agreement and the accompanying suppression bracelet. Soon, An electronic agreement symbolizing privilege and a delicately crafted silver bracelet were presented. Su Hao promptly inscribed his name on the agreement. He approached Su Qingyuan, who was still in a daze, and gently lifted the blanket from her wrist, fastening the bracelet with a soft click. "Let us go home now." Amidst the mixed gazes of awe and envy from the crowd, Su Hao led Su Qingyuan towards the base's exit. Lin Ming, having just completed his own paperwork, silently trailed behind with his sister, who had also received special treatment. Upon leaving the East China headquarters, Su Hao retrieved a brand new black SUV from the garage, for a figure still accustomed to riding a small electric scooter. This was a long-awaited boon. As he started the engine, the vehicle smoothly merged into the empty streets of the night. Throughout the journey, Su Qingyuan curled up in the passenger seat, burying herself in Su Hao's coat, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. She was engulfed by fear, not only of the monsters, but also of the possibility of becoming a monster herself, abandoned by the world. Su Hao refrained from offering platitudes of solace. Instead, he quietly activated the car's sound system, playing a soothing melody, and placed a pack of tissues on her lap. Upon returning to Su Qingyuan's apartment, it was already past midnight. Su Hao said little, heading straight to the kitchen to rummage through the refrigerator. Soon, the sounds of chopping and cooking filled the air. Su Qingyuan sat numbly on the sofa, watching the figure busily preparing in the kitchen. He did not inquire about her experiences, nor did he press her for her feelings. He simply prepared a steaming bowl of egg noodles in the most unpretentious manner. As the bowl of fragrant noodles, adorned with chopped green onions, was placed before her, Su Qingyuan could no longer contain herself. Tears flowed freely. She lifted the bowl, crying as she ate heartily, as if trying to swallow down all her fears and grievances along with the noodles. Su Hao sat across from her, quietly observing as she finished her meal. When Su Qingyuan set down the empty bowl and raised her tear-streaked face, she suddenly lunged forward, enveloping Su Hao in a tight embrace, pouring all her strength into pressing her lips against his. Her lips were moist, imbued with the saltiness of tears and the fervor of survival. The kiss lingered for an extended period until both individuals found themselves slightly breathless before parting ways. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gazed dreamily at Su Hao, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Should I retract the fox ears and tail? It seems I might have learned how to control them." Su Hao, however, reached out, not to caress her face, but to gently pinch her fluffy fox ears. "No need. What we desire is the Jiuehu." Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the scattered sweet maiden outfit and gentleman's coat on the floor. The night stretched long, with the creaking of the bedboards echoing for several hours before gradually yielding to the dawn chorus outside. Chapter 52. Rooting out the problem, the harsh sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps, awakening the two slumbering figures. Su Hao felt invigorated, sensing a surge in his internal power. In his arms, Su Qingyuan resembled a languid cat, curled up and reluctant to move even a finger. The atmosphere between them had transformed from previous flirtation and tentative exploration to an intimacy and tranquility that spoke of a deep connection. Just then, a sharp, urgent ringtone shattered this serenity, akin to an alarm. Su Qingyuan, still dazed, fumbled for her phone, and upon answering, an exasperated woman's voice erupted from the other end. "My ancestor, you finally answered. Do you realize you've been out of contact for nearly 24 hours? The entire company is nearly going mad." It was her manager, Sister Wang. Instantly, Su Qingyuan shook off her slumber, her sleepiness evaporating. While attempting to calm Sister Wang on the phone, she hurriedly started searching for her clothes. Being unreachable for a day was enough to trigger a public relations earthquake for a star of her caliber. Half an hour later, fully dressed, Su Qingyuan bestowed a deep kiss upon Su Hao at the door, her eyes brimming with regret and reluctance. "I must leave. I have an engagement in the afternoon. But I will return tonight." "Go ahead," Su Hao replied, smiling as he pinched her cheek. As the apartment door closed behind her, Su Hao found himself alone in the room. Stretching lazily, he was suddenly jolted by a system notification sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the dual cultivation with the bloodline descendant of the Jiuwei Tianhu, enhancing your foundation and significantly increasing your cultivation level. Realm breakthrough, late-stage Qi refinement, perfection in Qi refinement. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel that his internal power had indeed grown more robust than before. Now just a step away from the foundational stage as described by the system. Glancing around, the empty apartment left him feeling somewhat aimless. With time on his hands, Su Hao picked up his phone, instinctively opening the 749 app to check for any new tasks. He filtered the task list by the Jinling region. Observing the few trivial tasks displayed on the screen, he frowned slightly. The abduction of Su Qingyuan had occurred in the city center. ultimately traced back to a B-level wanted criminal, Mu Guiran, and an unknown entity, Li Xiao, a frog spirit. This indicated that beneath the surface of Jinling, numerous unsavory elements were concealed. With such mediocre security, how can anyone feel safe residing here? Su Hao muttered to himself, unwilling to allow any disturbances to unfold under his watch. He was not one to adopt a passive stance. With one incident after another, the Sword Saint of the dangers of demons visiting him 2 days prior, followed by Su Qingyuan's abduction, he realized a fundamental truth. Trouble does not simply vanish because one wishes to avoid it. The best defense is a good offense. Su Hao's gaze turned cold at the mention of Li Xiao. Striking at the minor would inevitably attract the attention of the major. Rather than wait for the father to come knocking, he resolved to reunite the father and son himself. He believed that preemptive action would yield the best results. With this thought in mind, he reopened the 749 app. Sure enough, following the events of the previous night, a new task had been urgently published. B-level task: eliminate the remaining forces of the Li clan in Jinling. Task description: the recent incident involving Mu Guiran has implicated the local Li clan, whose young master, Li Xiao, the frog spirit, has been slain by the agent Su Hao. To prevent familial retaliation and greater social harm, this task is issued to eradicate the Li clan's influence completely. Task reward: 1,000 contribution points. Perfect. Su Hao promptly clicked to accept the task. With the authority of the official designation, he could sidestep many unnecessary complications. Although he was confident that he could single-handedly upheave the Li family. When it came to intelligence gathering and preliminary planning, one name sprang to mind: Lu Li, who was known for her professionalism, efficiency, and no-nonsense approach. He opened his private messages, locating Lu Li's profile, and sent her a message. However, before hitting send, he paused upon seeing his own profile. B-level agent, Su Hao, huh? When did I become a B-level agent? He pondered briefly, reflecting on his accomplishments, from dealing with the poisonous witch to defeating Yi Chun in the martial arts tournament, and most recently, eliminating the Sword Saint Han Mingzi. It seemed he had indeed met the criteria for promotion. This upgrade is quite rapid, Su Hao mused before sending the message. B-level agent Su Hao, there's a task here. Are you interested? Less than 5 seconds after sending, a reply came back, as succinct as ever. C-level agent Lu Li, sure. Su Hao smiled, ready to forward the task details, but another message popped up in the chat. Lu Li sent him a document directly. Document: background and base analysis report of the Li clan, followed by her explanatory message. C-level agent Lu Li, I anticipated you would accept this task. After the events last night, I compiled preliminary intelligence. The target, the frog spirit Li Xiao's father, is the clan leader Li Zhan, whose true form is a 3-legged golden toad, rated as peak level 3, possessing secret techniques that can momentarily contend with level 4. The family has a stronghold in the outskirts of the city, with precise coordinates marked in the document. I am heading to Jinling now and expect to arrive at the high-speed railway station in 2 hours. Su Hao gazed at the screen, his smile broadening. Collaborating with an intelligent partner was indeed a relief. At the Jinling high-speed railway station, the exit was bustling with crowds. Su Hao parked his black SUV steadily by the roadside. This vehicle, having undergone special modifications, had a low profile on the outside, yet boasted formidable performance within, perfectly aligning with his needs. He did not have to wait long before a familiar figure emerged in his line of sight. Lu Li appeared as composed as ever, clad in a simple white t-shirt and black tactical pants that accentuated her stunning physique. She carried a tactical backpack nearly her height, effortlessly navigating through the throngs of people until she locked onto Su Hao's vehicle. Without unnecessary pleasantries, she swiftly opened the car door and took her seat in the passenger seat, all in one fluid motion. With a decisive slam, the car door closed, isolating them from the external clamor. Time was of the essence. Lu Li retrieved a tablet from her backpack, her fingers moving rapidly across the screen. While you were on your way to pick me up, there were updates on the intelligence. The Li family stronghold has activated its highest level of defensive array, rendering all physical surveillance ineffective, replaced by spiritual energy sentries. They conduct cross-patrols every 3 minutes, with at least 5 peak level 1 spirits stationed in the core area. As the SUV smoothly merged into the traffic, Su Hao gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his other fingers rhythmically tapping on it, listening intently. What about Li Zhen himself? Based on spectral energy fluctuations, he should be in the underground secret chamber of the estate. The heart of the entire array lies here, as does the place where he usually cultivates. To move against him, one must first break the formation. Lu Li's tone remained utterly calm. As the vehicle departed from the urban landscape, the scenery outside transitioned from towering skyscrapers to lush greenery of the countryside. Finally, before an expanse of undulating mountains. The navigation indicated that the destination had been reached. A vast, heavily guarded traditional Chinese manor loomed at the foot of the mountain, resembling a slumbering behemoth. The towering walls shimmered with an invisible aura of spiritual energy, and a sense of oppressive danger permeated the air. Lu Li turned off the tablet and looked at Su Hao. According to the original plan, I will dismantle the eastern node of the formation to create chaos and draw their attention. You can take this opportunity to infiltrate and strike at the heart. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Su Hao had already unbuckled his seatbelt. The plan is sound. Su Hao smiled at her, pushing open the car door. But it might be a bit troublesome. Lu Li was taken aback. What do you mean? Su Hao exited the vehicle, stretching his limbs. His gaze fixed on the manor's entrance, and calmly stated, I will go through the front door. Chapter 53. The Three-Legged Golden Toad Li Family Manor, Underground Secret Chamber. This place resembled not a refuge, but rather a temple for the worship of sinister deities. Li Jun, the current head of the Li group, sat cross-legged on a cold jade bed. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a ruddy complexion and steady breathing, showing no signs of being a terminal cancer patient. Predicted by leading global medical experts to have less than 3 months to live just a month ago. Wealth can procure almost anything in this world, but it cannot buy time. A month prior, as he lay on a $10 million sickbed, feeling his vitality slip away like sand through an hourglass, he first encountered the true meaning of despair. Just as he had given up the struggle and prepared to accept death with resignation, a mysterious figure came knocking. This person did not introduce himself, but calmly informed Li Jun that there was a way for him to survive. Initially, Li Jun dismissed him as a delusional charlatan seeking money, ready to summon security to expel him. Until, before him, the mysterious figure smiled and transformed into a creature with pitch-black fur and lantern-like eyes. In that moment, Li Jun's worldview shattered completely. The tales of spirits and demons were not mere fabrications. Humanity was not the sole ruler of this world. Clinging to what felt like a final lifeline, he fervently accepted the mysterious figure's offerings, pledging his loyalty in exchange for the power of demonization and extended life. Not only did he tread this irreversible path himself, but he also shared this gift with his cherished son, Li Wei. He believed that father and son would embark on a transcendent, evolutionary journey together. Head of the family, a trusted subordinate burst into the secret chamber, rolling in with a look of terror and grief etched across his face. Head of the family, we have investigated thoroughly. The young master was killed by someone named Zi Lei Tianzun. Zi Lei Tianzun. Li Jun slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of disdain flashing in his golden vertical pupils. What audacity! In this day and age, even the most insignificant can claim to be a Tianzun. Head of the family, you've been in seclusion recently and may not be aware, his subordinate explained tremulously. This person has recently gained notoriety, known for his ruthless methods. It is said that he can manipulate purple divine thunder, and recently, the sword Saint Han Mingzi of Mount Danyamo also fell at his hands. Han Mingzi? Li Jun's brows finally furrowed. He was aware of that individual's strength. Could he really be dead? However, he quickly relaxed, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. No matter. Just a mere clown. He cannot stir up any trouble. How is our art preparation coming along? All is proceeding smoothly, head of the family. As long as tonight's ritual is completed, we can activate the ark and lead our entire clan away. The subordinate reported immediately, his tone filled with fervent hope. Very well. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction, rising from the cold jade bed and issuing orders for the entire clan to remain vigilant and complete the final ritual. Once we reach the organization's territory, what can a mere Zi Lei Tianzun do against us? No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot hinder us. Yet, just as his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a missile explosion, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble violently. The heavy stone door shattered as if struck by a battering ram, sending countless fragments flying inward, enveloping the area in smoke and dust. Amidst the swirling haze and the horrified gazes of his subordinate, a tall figure emerged against the light, slowly stepping into the shattered doorway. It's too late. You cannot escape. The subordinate, trembling like a leaf, pointed at Su Hao as he emerged from the dust, using every ounce of strength to shout at Li Jun, head of the family. He is the Zi Lei Tianzun. Zi Lei Tianzun. Li Jun's heart sank. The shadow of Han Mingzi's slaying loomed over him. A primal fear compelled him to instinctively take a step back, preparing to activate the final escape formation. However, as the dust settled and he beheld the visage of the newcomer, all his fear dissipated, replaced by utter disbelief and absurdity. He is far too young. Unbelievably young. This is clearly a mere child. Ha ha ha. Li Jun initially chuckled softly, then erupted into uproarious laughter, his mirth echoing through the chamber, filled with relief and profound contempt. This child could slay Han Mingzi? The rumors have deceived me. How utterly ridiculous. Killing your son was enough? Su Hao stated indifferently. Nothing more is required. You seek death. This casually uttered phrase pierced Li Jun's reason like a red-hot iron. The pain of losing a son combined with the humiliation of being belittled ignited his fury. Roar. With a roar that was hardly human, Li Jun's body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. His skin rapidly hardened, morphing into grotesque, gold-green lumps, and his form swelled, tearing through his expensive garments. System notice. Detected ancient aberration, bloodline of the three-legged golden-toed demon king. This aberration devours human vitality, is steeped in sin, and is a great evil intolerable to heaven and earth. Triggering destiny mission. Exterminate demons and eliminate evil. Host. Please employ thunderous means to vanquish this fiend and showcase the might of the Tian Zun. I will take your head to avenge my son. Fully transformed into the three-legged golden-toed demon form, Li Jun spoke human words, his golden vertical pupils filled with rage and malice. As soon as his words fell, he opened his gaping maw, and a long, sticky, venom-coated tongue shot forth like an arrow, whistling through the air towards Su Hao's forehead. This strike was swift, precise, and lethal, capable of penetrating steel. However, in the face of this deadly attack, Su Hao neither flinched nor dodged. Just as the tongue was about to touch his brow, he raised his right hand. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. The long tongue was seized in midair. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The ferocity and cruelty on Li Jun's face instantly solidified, replaced by shock and horror. He could feel his tongue ensnared by an irresistible force, unable to budge despite his frantic attempts to unleash his demonic power. How is this possible? My full-force strike was caught so effortlessly. In this mortal vessel, how could such terrifying brute strength possibly reside? Su Hao grasped his long tongue and declared, "You shall not be avenged. Today, I shall send you to join your son in the underworld, lest he languish alone in solitude." Chapter 54. The demise of Li Jun. A flicker of relief washed over Li Jun's heart, as he realized that this man had underestimated him. Had he engaged directly in swordplay, Li Jun feared he would have met his end. Yet, by choosing to catch his long tongue with his bare hands, he was merely courting death. The venom upon his tongue was the essence of the three-legged golden toad's innate poison, overwhelmingly potent, lethal upon contact. Typically, a mere brush would result in hands turning black within seconds, and within 3 seconds, the poison would seize the heart, rendering one into a puddle of putrescence. Li Jun fixated on Su Hao's hand, awaiting the moment of his opponent's demise from the toxin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su Hao's hand remained as fair as jade, showing no sign of change. A profound terror, akin to icy water cascading over him, extinguished all remnants of Li Jun's hopes. How could this be? Before he could comprehend, Su Hao's wrist unleashed a surge of overwhelming force through the long tongue. Li Jun's immense demonic form was violently yanked from its position, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Panic seized him. He sensed himself being dragged toward an unfathomable abyss. As he neared Su Hao, instinct for survival overrode all else. With a furious roar, he transformed into his half-demon state. One hand morphing into a claw, decisively slashing at the root of his tongue. With a sickening squelch, foul demonic blood erupted forth, and excruciating pain clouded his vision. Yet, he dared not linger. He had a clan, he had kin. If he could escape, the Li family's foundation would ensure a day of reckoning. As long as he lived, the disgrace of today would be repaid 100-fold. His assassination attempt was not a complete failure. Enduring the agony, Li Jun turned and fled through the exit, dashing into the passage he had entered. The corridor was short, light beckoning just ahead. As he stumbled out, ready to embrace the freedom of fresh air, he was met with a scene that shattered his soul, a hell on earth. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The estate had transformed into a battlefield. Those familiar faces of his kin, loyal subordinates, lay slain, some beheaded in terror, others grotesquely twisted into monstrous forms, torn apart by even greater forces. A thick stench of blood and demonic energy pervaded the air, enveloping the world in an eerie silence. The sound of deliberate footsteps emerged from the shadows behind him, each step echoing like a drumbeat against his heart. Li Jun, dazed, turned slowly. He beheld a figure emerging from the darkness, a young man. His brothers, his nephews, his most trusted friends lay quietly in this once proud abode. All will, all resentment, all hope shattered in that moment, dissolving into an abyss of nothingness. As Su Hao approached from the shadows, Li Jun's eyes blazed crimson, his tongue severed, blood frothing from his mouth. Summoning all his strength, he managed a garbled roar. "You vile beast, do not bring calamity upon my family." Su Hao paused, speaking slowly. "It is indeed said that calamity should not befall family. However, your family, they too are perpetrators. They have complacently enjoyed the benefits of your misdeeds, sharing in your malevolence. When they traded innocent lives for wealth and power, they forfeited their innocence as family." Su Hao's gaze swept over the corpses in the courtyard before returning to Li Jun's face. "Thus, I have sent them on ahead. Do not be so selfish as to live alone, allowing them to wait too long on the road to the underworld." Li Jun trembled with rage at Su Hao's reasoning. His mind, already muddled from blood loss and pain, ignited into chaos at that moment. All rational thought, all schemes, all resentments crumbled under the impact of those words. "Family ties?" He muttered fragmented phrases, his eyes losing focus. No longer was he the calculating head of the Li family, but a beast driven to madness, cornered and desperate. In a roar that transcended humanity, Li Jun abandoned all defense and technique, charging at Su Hao with reckless abandon. Su Hao merely raised his right hand. A flicker of violet lightning igniting within his palm, subtle, yet more radiant than the brightest star in the night sky. Li Jun beheld this final vision of the world, a realm of violet light. The brilliance was not blinding but swiftly consumed all his senses. Everything fell into eternal silence within that violet glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completely purging the three-legged golden toad and its demonic kin, cleansing the area and accruing immense merit. Reward, advancement in cultivation. Su Hao slowly lowered his hand, the violet lightning dissipating into nothingness. From the shadows, a figure emerged silently. It was Lu Li. "All is taken care of," she stated calmly. "No one from within the estate has escaped." Su Hao regarded her with genuine admiration, giving a thumbs up. "You are truly remarkable." Lu Li glanced at her tactical watch, her voice devoid of emotion. "I requested logistical support 20 minutes ago. They should be arriving shortly." Indeed. As her words fell, a deep, organized rumble of engines echoed from outside the estate. Beams of bright headlights sliced through the night. Several black trucks emblazoned with the insignia of Bureau 749 came to a precise halt at the entrance. Dressed in protective gear, logistics personnel streamed out, skillfully setting up cordons to begin the cleanup. Su Hao observed this seamless coordination, his lips twitching in awe. "Wow, your efficiency is astounding. Teaming up with someone so proficient is truly a blessing." He only needed to focus on crushing the enemy. The rest was impeccably managed by her. Lu Li surveyed the logistics team taking over the scene and instructed Su Hao, "We can leave now." Her implication was clear. There were no combatants left, and the remaining work would be handled more professionally by logistics. Su Hao nodded. "Okay." The journey was silent. Su Hao parked the car steadily at a bustling subway station entrance. Weavy arrived. Lu Li unbuckled her seatbelt, her movements brisk and decisive. "Be careful on the road." With that, she exited the vehicle without hesitation, quickly merging into the crowd of the subway station. As Su Hao prepared to drive away, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He picked it up to find a WeChat message flashing on the screen. "Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan Xiao Dan Gao, Xiao Hao. Could you come pick me up from the set?" Su Hao swiftly typed a response and sent it. "Cheng Bei Su Gong, sure." Afterward, he clicked on the location sent by her, set up the navigation, and accelerated away. Chapter 55. Sister Wang following the navigation. Su Hao drove into Jinling Film and Television City. Here lies a world entirely distinct from the Li family manor he had just departed. Amidst the grandeur of ancient architectural settings, actors donned in various costumes and crew members bustling with equipment created a scene brimming with vibrant energy. As he parked his vehicle, his phone vibrated. "Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan de Xiao Dan Gao. I have sent Wang Jie to pick you up. We will be leaving shortly. Cheng Bei Su Gong. All right." Su Hao tucked away his phone, leaning against the car door, his curiosity piqued by this novel environment. Indeed, within 2 minutes, a middle-aged woman in a sharp professional outfit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and appearing to be in her 30s, strode towards him. Her keen gaze swept the area before finally honing in on Su Hao. "Hello. Are you the younger brother that Su Qingyuan asked me to pick up?" Her tone was polite, yet tinged with scrutiny, deliberately emphasizing the word younger brother to confirm his identity. "Hello." Su Hao nodded in response. "Follow me." Wang Jie turned and led the way, guiding Su Hao through the bustling film set. Before an exquisitely styled ancient palace backdrop, he finally laid eyes on Su Qingyuan. She was clad in a flowing gown with wide sleeves, her hair elegantly styled high, exuding an ethereal aura, clearly engaged in the shooting of a fantasy drama. The moment her gaze caught sight of Su Hao, her eyes, which had previously conveyed a cool demeanor, transformed into shimmering pools of warmth. Cut. The director's voice echoed. Almost instantaneously, Su Qingyan lifted her skirt and, resembling a jubilant butterfly, dashed towards Su Hao, disregarding the astonished stares of those around her, and leapt into his embrace. You're here. She clung tightly to Su Hao. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, especially Wang Jie, she rose onto her toes and planted a quick kiss on Su Hao's cheek. The entire set fell into a stunned silence for a brief moment. Wang Jie's professional smile froze. Her mind momentarily stalled before the alarms began to ring alarmingly. She dashed over, pulling Su Qingyuan aside to a secluded corner, her voice a mixture of shock and frustration. But, Su Qingyuan, did you not just say for me to fetch a younger brother? What is happening? A radiant blush of happiness adorned Su Qingyuan's face as she confidently declared, This is my boyfriend. Wang Jie felt her blood pressure surging at an alarming rate. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize what time it is? This is your peak career period. Finding a boyfriend now, and being so brazen about it on set? What about your millions of fans? What will become of your career? Su Qingyuan, however, waved her hand dismissively, her tone brimming with unwavering trust and sweetness. It's fine, Wang Jie. Howard will take care of me. Howard. Wang Jie felt as though she might have a heart attack. Isn't this a bit sudden for you to be so infatuated? What about the company's investment in you? What about the plans we've laid out for your future? Faced with Wang Jie's near-desperate questioning, Su Qingyuan stood her ground. She straightened her posture and replied, Wang Jie, I used to listen to you because I believed that my career was paramount. But I no longer think that way. Wang Jie, exasperated, pressed her forehead, feeling her temples throb. Then what do you deem important? Are you really willing to throw away everything you've worked so hard for over a man? Yes. Su Qingyuan's response was resolute, devoid of hesitation. As long as she could be with him, nothing else mattered. You. Wang Jie gasped, nearly choking on her words. Having navigated the entertainment industry for over a decade, mentoring countless artists and managing various public relations crises, she had never encountered someone so impervious to reason. The Su Qingyuan before her was no longer the ambitious top-tier starlet, but a foolish girl, utterly enraptured by love. She inhaled deeply, attempting one last appeal to reason. Qingyuan, please calm down. I am begging you. Even if not for the company, do it for yourself. Don't be so impulsive. Matters of the heart can wait. But once your career collapses, you will have nothing left. Yet, Su Qingyuan merely shook her head, her demeanor calm yet firm. Wang Jie, there's no need to persuade me further. I will not yield on this matter. Observing Su Qingyuan's resolute stance, as if she were immovable, Wang Jie finally conceded. All right, I will let this go, but we must establish some ground rules. A normal relationship is acceptable, but it absolutely cannot be made public. It must remain a clandestine affair. Understood? No intimate gestures in public. Understood. Su Qingyuan beamed at Wang Jie's concession, nodding obediently. Wang Jie cast a wary glance at Su Hao, as if silently warning him to keep his partner in check, before turning to attend to the subsequent arrangements for the crew. With the storm temporarily quelled, Su Qingyuan approached Su Hao. I apologize for making you wait so long, she murmured softly as they walked. I have just one more scene to shoot today, and it will be over soon. Su Hao shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine, you carry on. She led Su Hao to a door marked with a plaque bearing her name and pushed it open. Inside was a spacious and comfortable private lounge, infused with a faint, delightful fragrance that was uniquely hers. The large makeup mirror was adorned with numerous bottles and jars, while a rack held exquisite costumes. A sofa in the corner appeared soft and inviting. Please wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. Go ahead. The door closed gently, sealing off the outside noise. The lounge fell into silence. Su Hao surveyed his surroundings, settling into the luxurious leather sofa that seemed to embrace him comfortably. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a fluffy creature stirring nearby. Chapter 56, Hakimi. It was a cat of seemingly fine breed, curled up in slumber. Its coat was pure white, with only its ears and the tip of its tail adorned in a striking gray, and its amber eyes were half closed, exuding an air of languor and elegance. Online, this charming little creature was referred to as Hakimi. With nothing else to occupy his time, Su Hao extended his hand, gently stroking the cat's sleek fur. The feline appeared to relish the attention, emitting a contented purr and even nuzzling his palm with its head, presenting a docile and harmless demeanor. After a while, the cat stretched languidly, gracefully leaping from the sofa and slipping beneath a nearby makeup stool. Su Hao found this amusing and leaned down, wishing to continue their interaction. However, as he reached out again, an unexpected event transpired. The cat suddenly puffed up, arching its back and emitting a menacing growl at his hand, even exposing its tiny fangs, a stark contrast to its earlier demeanor. Su Hao halted mid-reach, momentarily taken aback. Before realizing the situation, he straightened up and gently moved the obstructive stool away. Without its cover, the cat was now exposed on the spacious floor. As if all its courage had been stripped away, its fur smoothed out instantly. When Su Hao reached out again, the cat obediently allowed him to pet it once more, even letting out a charming meow. Amused, Su Hao repositioned the stool back in place. The cat immediately seemed to find its anchor, swiftly darting inside and switching to battle mode, emitting a series of warning growls directed at Su Hao's hand. The underlying code had conflicted. The logic of this little creature was utterly amusing. It felt confident in narrow spaces, yet discovered its vulnerability in open areas. Advantage lies with me. Advantage does not lie with me. Advantage lies with me. Advantage does not lie with me. Just as Su Hao was playfully teasing the cat, which oscillated between a warrior and a coward, the lounge door was gently pushed open. Su Qingyuan entered, having shed her costume and heavy makeup for a refreshing casual outfit, her long hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Although a trace of fatigue from filming lingered in her eyes, it instantly transformed into a bright smile upon seeing Su Hao. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us go, Xiao Hao," she said cheerfully. Su Hao rose from the sofa and nodded. Su Qingyuan approached him, naturally linking her arm with his, adding, "I've made a reservation at a restaurant to treat you to something nice, a reward for your hard work yesterday." Su Hao's gaze drifted past her to the cat still hiding beneath the stool, and he casually remarked, "Your cat has quite a split personality." Su Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Its name is Tuanzi. It gets timid around people but loves to assert its dominance under the table. "You didn't bully it, did you?" "It tried to bully me, but failed," Su Hao replied candidly. The door was softly closed behind them, leaving Tuanzi the cat alone. Inside the car, the warmth was comforting and soft music flowed through the air. Outside, the vibrant nightscape of Jinling unfolded, with neon lights shimmering like flowing ribbons against Su Qingyuan's profile. "Can Tuanzi really do a backflip?" Su Hao inquired. Su Qingyuan burst into laughter, the atmosphere in the car instantly lightening. "It really can. When we get back, I'll have it performed for you. It's absolutely professional and honest." "All right," Su Hao nodded, envisioning the comical scene of a cat executing a backflip. Unable to suppress a smile, the car glided smoothly toward the city's finest private dining establishment. It was a tranquil evening for them, far removed from strife and intrigue. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, within an abandoned cold storage warehouse, the air was thick with the scent of blood. A man clad in a 749 Bureau uniform lay in a pool of blood. "Sir, are we truly going to take direct action against the logistics personnel of 749? Isn't that a bit too bold?" A slender, demonic lackey asked, his voice trembling. The man referred to as Sir was a burly figure. He slowly turned. Moonlight streaming through the shattered window illuminated his face, revealing the remnants of wolf-like features, his gaze fierce and cruel. "Bold." The wolf demon scoffed, his voice gravelly. "An organization sustained by mortals is nothing but a paper tiger. This trap has been specifically set for the region's leader, Zhang Haiyan." As he spoke, he crouched down and grasped the lifeless, cold hand of the corpse. The wolf demon retrieved the deceased's phone, using the corpse's thumbprint to effortlessly unlock the screen. Skillfully, he accessed the 749 app, where a secondary confirmation box requiring iris verification appeared. The lackey gasped, watching his master expressionlessly force open the deceased's already clouded eyes with 2 fingers. The phone's scanning light swept across the lifeless iris. "Verification successful," a cold electronic voice announced. A sinister smile crept across the wolf demon's face as he pressed a button labeled Logistics. On the screen, a line of small text appeared, "Request sent. Please wait at the original location." The wolf demon casually tossed the phone beside the corpse, stood up, and licked his lips, commanding the shadows of his subordinates. "The trap is set. Now, we await our prey." Minutes later, 3 logistics support vehicles bearing the 749 Bureau insignia silently glided into the shadows of the abandoned warehouse district. The doors swung open, and a dozen personnel clad in professional protective gear swiftly disembarked, their movements efficient and trained. Leading them was an experienced old captain, who glanced at the terminal displaying the distress signal source, frowning slightly. "Be cautious, it's too quiet here," he whispered, commanding, "Team A, survey the scene. Team B, prepare the microfield generators, ready to seal off at any moment." They cautiously entered the cold storage warehouse through the wide-open door, soon discovering the body of a colleague on the ground. Just as the captain's instincts screamed for retreat and to raise the highest alert, a thunderous crash resounded. The heavy iron door of the warehouse slammed shut from the outside, utterly cutting off all light and escape routes. "Enemy attack." The captain's furious shout barely left his lips when, from the shadows of the warehouse, pairs of crimson eyes abruptly flared to life. Dozens of grotesque creatures, exuding a nauseating stench and low growls, surged forth from behind containers and rafters like a relentless tide. This was a premeditated slaughter, targeting their vulnerabilities. While the logistics personnel were equipped with standard firearms, their primary duties were site surveys, sample collection, and post-event cleanup. Their combat capabilities paled in comparison to frontline operatives. Faced with these dozens of premeditated creatures, their resistance appeared feeble and ineffective. Gunfire, screams, and the sounds of flesh being torn apart mingled in the enclosed warehouse. Yet the thick walls suffocated the cacophony. Within 5 minutes, silence reclaimed the space. The wolf demon descended slowly from the second-floor platform, his shoes squelching in the viscous blood. Producing a dull sound, he surveyed the blood-soaked slaughterhouse, satisfaction gleaming on his face. "All right," he addressed the nearby demon, his tone laced with cruel delight. "This appetizer is sufficient to lure in the big fish, Zhang Haiyan." The lackey hurriedly bowed in flattery. "Your wisdom, sir, is unmatched." The wolf demon snorted, vengeance flickering in his eyes. "Go, make the scene even more gruesome. I want him to see all this and be driven to madness with rage." Chapter 57. Internet Cafe. Zhang Haiyan's temples throbbed intensely. He was not a man prone to anger. As one of the regional leaders, he had witnessed bloodshed far surpassing the meals most people had consumed. Yet at this moment, viewing the urgent report transmitted from the security terminal, a cold fury surged from his chest to his head. Incident level, B, malicious. Reason, C-level specialist O. Houchin confirmed deceased. His distress signal was used as bait. A fully staffed logistics team, 12 personnel, was ambushed in the abandoned cold storage warehouse district, with preliminary assessments indicating total casualties. He slammed the ceramic teacup in his hand onto the table, tea splattering, and his usually imposing face was now etched with frost. This was not a random attack by creatures. It was a meticulously planned, precise strike and a blatant provocation against the 749 Bureau. First, they eliminated a patrolling specialist, then exploited the most trusted distress signal system within 749 to lay a trap, ensnaring a logistics team with virtually no combat capability. "This is a slap in the face of the 749 Bureau. A trap," Zhang Haiyan murmured, his gaze sharp as a knife, clearly indicating that he was here, waiting for them to arrive. The target of the adversary was evidently not those logistical personnel. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rage within, replaced instead by an unparalleled calmness. Anger could cloud one's judgment, and what he needed most at that moment was discernment. He activated the internal encrypted communication channel. His voice steady and resolute. "Inform everyone. Initiate the Level B emergency plan. Notifying Yen. I require the latest intelligence on all the monsters in that area within 10 minutes. He paused momentarily, adding, "Additionally, consolidate all current Level 1 specialists into a temporary strike team, which I will personally lead." A hesitant voice came from the communicator. "Sir, this is too dangerous. The adversary clearly has ulterior motives." Zhang Haiyan's voice brooked no dissent. The dignity of the 749 Bureau was earned through blood and sacrifice, not through cowardice. Yet, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, one still ventures towards them. This time, he intended to make those rats hiding in the shadows pay a bloody price. After dinner, on the dimly lit streets, Su Qingyuan linked arms with Su Hao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I remember you. You really enjoy playing tiles, don't you?" She tilted her head and asked. Su Hao nodded. "Indeed. I haven't played in a long time. Shall we go together?" Su Qingyuan inquired. "Sure." 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a high-end esports venue. As they entered the private room, despite Su Qingyuan's efforts to conceal herself with a baseball cap and a large mask, her innate star quality remained unmistakable. The young girl at the front desk, working as a temporary staff member, greeted them, her eyes lingering on Su Qingyuan for a few extra seconds, genuinely exclaiming, "Miss, you possess such charisma. You look just like that superstar Su Qingyuan." Su Qingyuan's heart raced slightly, yet she maintained her composure and smiled. "Really? Thank you." The front desk girl continued to gaze, increasingly convinced that the person before her resembled the poster image. Her mind raced as she tried to reconcile the live figure with the image in her memory. Just as she was about to realize the truth and exclaim, the voice boomed, "Genshin Impact, activate." A heartfelt shout erupted from the public area of the hall, filled with a sense of ceremony and youthful exuberance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The front desk girl's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the shout, her professionalism prompting her to frown. She offered an apologetic smile to Su Qingyuan and Su Hao, turning towards the public area while muttering, "Sir, please maintain silence in public spaces. Do not disturb other guests." Feeling as if a weight had been lifted, Su Qingyan seized Su Hao, who was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, and dashed into the newly opened double room. With a decisive slam, the door shut, isolating them from the external clamor. Su Hao deftly powered on the computer and logged in. Due to the transformation of his physical condition, his neural reflexes had already surpassed those of ordinary people, providing him with an overwhelming advantage in FPS games that require micro-adjustments and instantaneous reactions. As anticipated, the game commenced, and Su Hao transformed into a merciless sharpshooter. His pre-aiming, quick stops, and weapon transitions were executed with textbook precision. The crisp sounds of headshots echoed continuously, and the kill notifications in the upper right corner of the screen were dominated by his ID. Teammate, 0, wow. Teammate, Yelv, great shooting. Are you a professional player? In contrast, Su Qingyuan appeared much more down-to-earth. Playing as a sage, her shooting skills could only be described as hit or miss. Her bullets, while aimed at the enemy, merely traced an exquisite outline of a human form on them. In one match, Su Hao wreaked havoc at point A, but was unexpectedly ambushed from behind by a crafty adversary. The screen went black, shifting the perspective to Su Qingyuan, who was valiantly fighting alone at point B. Don't panic, follow my lead. Su Hao instantly adopted a commanding role. Footsteps on the left, be cautious. There may be someone inside. Hold this position. He.S. about to come out. Fire, fire. Alas, the screen displayed Su Qingyuan's character collapsing to the ground. Su Hao sighed. What a pity. Su Qingyuan stuck out her tongue, slightly embarrassed, and said in the team voice chat, my bad, my aim was a bit off. As the game progressed to the next round, the attacking side prepared to plant at point A. Su Qingyuan maneuvered her sage to the center of the bomb site, beginning to plant the explosives. At that moment, Su Hao, in a playful mood, walked beneath her and casually tossed a fireball. The searing flames instantly licked at the sage's heels, causing her health to dwindle. Before Su Qingyuan could respond, a teammate playing as Jiefeng couldn't contain himself any longer, directly questioning over the microphone. Teammate, Jiefeng, hey, fireman, what are you doing? Why are you burning your teammate? Su Qingyuan, seizing the moment, joined in the fun, her sweet voice chiming in. Indeed, Chongbei Su Gong, why are you burning your teammate? Su Hao disregarded them, continuing to aim in silence. His silence, to Jiefeng, signified guilt and acquiescence. Look, he doesn't dare speak. You're finished, I tell you. Thus, as the next round began, Jiefeng transformed into a self-proclaimed justice warrior, loudly declaring in the voice chat, teammate, Jiefeng, listen up, everyone. If you want to win this round, make that guy Chongbei Su Gong apologize to the healer. He has been pressuring her so loudly, and even burnt her while she was planting. Is there such a bully of a girl? If he doesn't apologize, I want to play this round. With that, he purchased an expensive weapon and dramatically tossed it into the void beyond the map, signaling his determination. Su Hao didn't even raise an eyebrow, simply clicking the mute icon next to Jiefeng's ID, instantly silencing the world. However, Su Qingyuan was not one to tolerate such disrespect. She pressed the microphone button, her previously sweet voice now laced with intensity. Are you out of your mind? If you don't want to play, then leave. Stop being obnoxious here. What do you mean by burning teammates? What does it have to do with you? A barrage of sharp retorts left Jiefeng utterly speechless. He stood there for several seconds, finally managing to stammer out. Teammate, Jiefeng. Silly healer. I was just trying to defend you. Why are you saying that to me? The entire team chat fell into an eerie silence, with only the steady sound of headshots emerging from Su Hao's side. Chapter 58. A chance encounter. The thrill of the game made time fly. When they exited the internet cafe, night had already fallen. The cool evening breeze dispersed the heat from the private room, and they strolled leisurely along the sidewalk towards their parked vehicle. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at gaming, Su Qingyuan remarked, a hint of admiration in her tone. Just basic skills. The black SUV glided smoothly through the city's traffic, soothing music playing inside. However, as the car turned a corner, Su Hao's brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively pressed the brake. Ahead, a perimeter had been cordoned off with a circle of police tape, not the standard police tape, but that of the 749 Bureau. In the night, the symbol seemed to emit a faint glow, separating two worlds. What is going on? Su Qingyuan curiously leaned forward. There is nothing to worry about. I will assess the situation. Su Hao unfastened his seatbelt and instructed, you stay in the car, lock the doors, and do not exit under any circumstances. Su Qingyuan obediently nodded, watching as Su Hao exited the vehicle, his tall figure swiftly melding into the night. The area within the police cordon was eerily silent. Not even a whisper of wind could be heard. The air was permeated with a faint scent of blood and charred remains, while the ground bore the remnants of a fierce battle. Su Hao treaded lightly, cautiously advancing deeper into the scene. As he passed a shadowy corner, a sudden flash of cold steel lunged at his throat without warning. It was a long sword, moving with the speed of lightning and wielded with lethal precision, clearly indicative of professional training. However, Su Hao did not even fully turn his head. He merely raised his hand nonchalantly, extending 2 fingers. With a sharp clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The sword, capable of cleaving through steel, was effortlessly pinched between his fingers, the blade's tip mere centimeters from his skin. Yet it could advance no further. The assailant's pupils dilated in terror as he exerted force on his wrist, attempting to withdraw the sword, only to find it as immovable as if it were welded between Su Hao's fingers. Panic surged within him, just as he was about to employ his backup strategy. Su Hao's fingers shifted slightly. With a crisp crack, the sword shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into metallic shards that clattered to the ground. At that moment, the assailant finally beheld Su Hao's visage. The murderous intent and ferocity on his face froze instantaneously, replaced by profound astonishment and a hint of incredulous admiration. His lips trembled as he stammered, "You are Zilei Tianzuan." Clearly, Su Hao's visage, along with his extraordinary prowess, had become a living legend and idol within the ranks of 749 Bureau, particularly among the new generation of agents who yearned for strength. The rookie agent's face flushed crimson, and he performed a deep 90-degree bow, his voice trembling with excitement and dread. "I apologize. I did not recognize you. I deserve death." Su Hao waved his hand, signaling him to relax. "Take me inside to see." Yes. The rookie agent, as if granted a reprieve, straightened his posture and turned to lead the way. However, as they entered the core area of the scene, a stern reprimand met them. "Shaoli, who permitted you to bring an unauthorized person here? Have you forgotten the basic discipline during a mission?" A middle-aged man, his face etched with determination and weariness, approached, clad in the operational uniform of the 749 Bureau. Clearly the person in charge here. The rookie, referred to as Xiao Li, instantly jolted and stammered, "Captain Zhang, I am Su Hao." Su Hao interjected, cutting him off. Upon hearing the name, the man known as Captain Zhang, Zhang Haiyan, felt his anger dissipate, replaced by a complex expression mingling surprise, scrutiny, and a barely perceptible wariness. He appraised Su Hao for a moment, his tone softening considerably. "So it is Commissioner Su, who in the entire East China Division of 749 Bureau has not heard of the name Zilei Tianzuan Su Hao. From slaying Han Mingzi to wounding the 8-armed Luohan, each feat is akin to a myth." Although Su Hao currently held a B-class rank, lower than Zhang Haiyan's A-class team leader status, Zhang understood well that the weight of this young man could not be measured by conventional ranks. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Zhang Haiyan withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Su Hao, attempting to ease the mood. "Care for a smoke?" "Thank you, but I do not smoke," Su Hao politely declined. "I merely passed by, noticed the police cordon, and came to see what had transpired and whether assistance was needed." His candor alleviated Zhang's suspicion somewhat. He stepped aside to provide space, gesturing to the 2 bodies on the ground. "No need. They have already been dealt with. Just a minor inconvenience." Su Hao's gaze swept over the scene. 2 distorted corpses of low-tier monsters lay on the ground, emitting a faint aura of malevolence, resembling a mix of the most basic dog and bat demons, posing no more than a first-tier threat. For an A-class agent-led operation team, they were hardly a concern. He nodded, confirming the situation. "Indeed, they are not formidable demons." Seeing that there was no significant issue, Su Hao had no intention of lingering. He bid farewell to Zhang Haiyan. "Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed the scene with decisive swiftness, leaving no trace of hesitation. Zhang Haiyan watched his receding figure in silence until it vanished into the darkness of the alley, before slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. His expression complex. Beside him, Shaoli gazed in admiration at the direction Su Hao had disappeared, unable to restrain his exclamation, "Captain Zhang, that is Zilei Tianzuan." Zhang Haiyan cast a sidelong glance at him, flicking away the ash from his cigarette, his voice low and contemplative. "The younger generation surpasses the older. Zilei Tianzuan. I did not expect him to be so young." Chapter 59. Yu Fengshu. After Su Hao's departure, Zhang Haiyan's gaze returned to the scene. The heavy stench of blood mingled with malevolence assaulted his senses. He regarded the lifeless body of a logistics personnel and then glanced at the 2 low-tier demons that had been easily dispatched, his expression growing increasingly grave. "This is illogical," Zhang Haiyan murmured softly. "This was merely bait. The real prize is hunting elsewhere." Meanwhile, in an ordinary residential building in Jinling City, a hellish scene was unfolding. The sound of laughter, grating to the ears, echoed through the living room. A burly wolf demon lounged comfortably on the sofa, one of its claws pressing down on a middle-aged man's skull. The man trembled like a leaf in the wind, too terrified to emit even a whimper. The sheer terror gripped his heart, rendering his breath shallow and cautious. The wolf demon reveled in the sensation of its prey quaking beneath its grasp, basking in the palpable aura of fear that filled the air. It did not kill him immediately, akin to a cat toying with its captured mouse. Just then, with a click, the door lock turned, the sound ringing clear as a death knell. A woman, carrying shopping bags and adorned with a relaxed smile after work, pushed open the door. Upon seeing the wolf demon in the living room, her smile froze instantly, morphing into boundless horror. Beside her stood her husband. Ah! The woman let out a short, choked scream, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to collide violently with an unseen object behind her. She stiffened and turned around. A massive, contorted feline face loomed before her, the yellow slit pupils gleaming with mockery and murderous intent. Before her scream could escape, a flash of cold steel darted through the air, and the cat demon's claws swiftly slashed across the woman's throat, warm blood gushing forth. At the same instant the woman collapsed. The wolf demon in the living room wore a grin of sheer savagery, its claws suddenly exerting force against the man's head. With a sickening thud reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, red and white matter splattered everywhere, staining the pristine walls. Several peculiar creatures emerged from the shadows, instantly enveloping the living room in a dense aura of demon energy. A small demon ingratiatingly inquired, "My lord, how is the fear absorbed by the artifact?" The wolf demon opened his palm, revealing a pitch-black jade pendant resting within. At that moment, nearly imperceptible crimson threads began to rise slowly from two corpses, merging into the pendant, which appeared to grow even darker. The wolf demon licked the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied and vengeful light. He tucked the pendant away and waved his hand dismissively. "Let us leave this gift for Captain Zhang to deal with at his leisure." Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Su Qingyuan was abruptly called away early in the morning by a relentless phone call from her agent, leaving Su Hao alone in the spacious apartment. On the dining table lay several steaming baskets of Xilongbao, their savory aroma wafting through the air. Su Hao leisurely picked up a Xilongbao, dipped it in aromatic vinegar, and opened the internal app of Bureau 749 to browse the latest updates. As a B-level officer, his access privileges were significantly elevated. His attention was immediately drawn to several pinned messages. Emergency situation report from the Jiangning district of the East China Division. The first thing that caught his eye was a report concerning the Jiangning area. Beneath a blood-red urgent headline lay a series of shocking case summaries. Investigations revealed that a total of 7 heinous murders had occurred recently in districts such as Qixia, Liuhe, and Jiangning, all involving ordinary families. The scenes were marked by a high concentration of demon energy and exceedingly cruel methods, causing a severe social impact. Preliminary assessments suggested the involvement of a single group or multiple organized demon factions. Zhang Haiyan, the person in charge of Liuhe district, had consolidated forces and was launching a full-scale pursuit of the group. Several processed crime scene photographs accompanied the report, but even with censorship, the palpable sense of bloodshed emanating from the screen was enough to cause discomfort to an ordinary person. Su Hao's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled the 2 demon corpses he had seen inside the police cordon. Evidently, that was merely the tip of the iceberg. He popped the last Xilongbao into his mouth, savoring the rich broth that burst forth within. After swallowing the final bite, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, feeling satisfied. Replete and refreshed, Su Hao leaned back on the sofa, contemplating his next course of action. He needed to address his most critical shortcoming. He could not fly. He thought back to the sword Saint Han Mingzi of the Danma Mountain, whose flying skills had been quite impressive, to say the least. He resolved to acquire a flying skill. Su Hao decisively opened the Bureau 749 internal app and deftly clicked into the public channel of the East China Division's action team. He typed out a question. B-level officer Su Hao. Hello everyone. Which flying technique is generally considered reliable for learning? Upon seeing his ID, the previously lively chat channel fell silent for a moment before messages began flooding in. B-level officer Chen Yang. A rare visitor. You haven't surfaced in a while. B-level officer Su Hao. I prefer to lurk. Logistics Li Wei. Greetings, Officer Su. Concerning flying techniques, our database categorizes them mainly into 2 types, floating technique and wind mastery. The floating technique has a low learning threshold and minimal energy consumption, making it suitable for beginners and short-distance hovering. However, it is slow, cumbersome, and lacks longevity. On the other hand, wind mastery is more challenging to learn, requiring precise control over energy, but once mastered, it allows for prolonged high-speed flight with exceptional mobility. Li Wei's response was both professional and comprehensive, Precisely the information Su Hao sought. B-level officer Su Hao, thank you. Briefly concluding the conversation, Su Hao exited the app, grabbed his car keys, and stepped outside, with a clear target in mind, the 749 East China headquarters. 3 hours of driving passed in the blink of an eye. Upon re-entering the lobby of the Achievement Exchange Center, everything felt as familiar as ever. He headed straight to the counter, where the girl behind it was the same as before, her sweet appearance slightly altered today as she had tied her hair back into a neat ponytail, showcasing a more professional demeanor. Upon recognizing Su Hao, the girl momentarily froze before standing upright, a professional yet slightly odd smile gracing her lips. Hello, Officer Su. How may I assist you today? I would like to exchange for the wind mastery technique, Su Hao stated directly. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. The girl promptly began operating the system, and after a short while, she looked up, confirming, the complete version of wind mastery requires 1,500 anomaly points. At the mention of 1,500, Su Hao felt a pang in his heart. He had checked his account, and after totaling his rewards, he found he only had 2,000 anomaly points. This transaction would consume over half. Although it stung, this investment was necessary to address his shortcomings. In real combat, mobility equates to survival. If he were to inadvertently allow an enemy to escape, it would be of little consequence, but should they seek revenge, he would be left in a state of perpetual fear. Thus, he could not afford to let anyone who had crossed him live. Absolutely not. All right, he replied succinctly. Chapter 60. 9 Heaven's Carefree Journey. After acquiring wind mastery, Su Hao did not linger. The wheels rolled steadily, and 3 hours of driving passed swiftly. Instead of returning directly to Su Qingyuan's residence, he drove his SUV, circling the outskirts of Jiangning before ultimately locating an abandoned industrial park. The area was marked by crumbling walls and overgrown weeds, becoming increasingly desolate at night, making it an ideal place to test his newfound abilities. After parking, Su Hao stepped onto a wide expanse of concrete. The moment his fingertips brushed against wind mastery, a notification chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully comprehended the celestial grade technique, 9 Heaven's Carefree Journey. This was no mere flight. 9 Heaven's Carefree Journey was the true path of wind mastery. Not only could it allow one to walk upon the wind and gather wind as wings, but it also enabled transformation into an invisible breeze, allowing one to come and go silently. With the power of thought, the wind became the way. Tentatively, he took a step forward, feeling as though he was stepping upon an invisible staircase, ascending into the night sky. The sensation was indescribably wonderful. Leaning slightly forward, his form instantly transformed into a streak of azure light, appearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. After spending a day mastering 9 Heaven's Carefree Journey, Su Hao's figure gradually descended, finally landing steadily atop his SUV. With his mastery of 9 Heaven's Carefree Journey, Su Hao felt quite elated. He hummed an off-key tune as he drove the SUV into the evening rush hour, preparing to return to Su Qingyuan's abode. Outside the window, neon lights flickered amidst the bustling streets, embodying the vibrant essence of human life. However, as he passed through an intersection, Su Hao's brow inadvertently furrowed. His keen senses detected a faint trace of malevolent energy. This eerie aura was erratic, emanating from a nearby roadside barbecue stall. Anomaly points were presenting themselves. Su Hao altered his course, expertly parking his vehicle in a nearby spot. He did not rush forward, but instead strolled casually towards the barbecue stall, blending in like an ordinary office worker returning from a long day. The vendor is a robust man in his 40s, donning a greasy apron, diligently tending to a grill of skewered delicacies, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. A peculiar aura emanates from him, subtle yet palpable. Su Hao discerns at a glance that this strange energy does not originate from the man himself, but rather from someone nearby. Boss, I'll have 2 skewers of grilled oil edge, 5 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of beef, 2 grilled eggplants, and a bottle of ice-cold beer, Su Hao says, pulling out a plastic stool and placing his order with familiarity. Coming right up, the vendor responds heartily, his hands never pausing in their work. Soon enough, the sizzling skewers and chilled beer are presented before Su Hao. He takes his time, savoring the skewers and sipping the beer, relishing the long-lost comfort of street life. As he eats, he engages in casual banter with the vendor, discussing the day's business and the recent weather. After consuming several skewers, Su Hao sets down his beer and seemingly casually inquires, "Uncle, have you encountered any strange happenings lately?" The vendor's hand, which was sprinkling seasoning, abruptly halts, and a brief moment of tension clouds his smile, although it quickly returns to normal as he continues grilling. "Oh, young brother, you're just joking. Nothing strange, everything's just fine." He dismisses, his pretense flawless, leaving no obvious cracks. But Suhao is no ordinary person. Calmly, he picks up a skewer of lamb. And as he meets the vendor's averted gaze, he gently bites into a piece of meat, chewing slowly before stating in an unmistakable tone, "Someone in your family has encountered something uncanny." Clang. The stainless steel tongs slip from the vendor's grasp, clattering loudly to the ground. He freezes, the color draining from his face, trembling lips betraying his shock and disbelief as he stares at the young man enjoying his skewers. The lively atmosphere of the barbecue stand seems to freeze in that moment. The vendor's terror is palpable, scanning the surroundings. He sees that the other patrons remain oblivious to the anomaly, prompting him to lower his voice, trembling with a hint of desperation. "Young brother, who are you?" "A person who can resolve your issue," Suhao replies, maintaining his serene demeanor. He finishes the last bite of grilled eggplant, empties his beer, and rises slowly, adding, "There's still time. After you close up, I'll accompany you back to take a look." As he speaks, he retrieves a badge from his pocket, flipping it open before the vendor. The vendor cannot comprehend the contents, only noticing the national emblem stamped at the bottom. Instinctively, he perceives Suhao as an undercover officer or a special agent from a mysterious department. Fear and confusion swiftly transform into a surge of hope as he nods vigorously. Stammering with excitement, "Yes, yes, officer. Thank you. I'll pack up right away." Half an hour later, the vendor hastily tidies his stall. Suhao does not drive, but follows behind on foot as they navigate through narrow alleys, arriving at a typical old residential complex. Here, the buildings are weather-beaten, streetlights dim, exuding a sense of nostalgia. Upon entering the damp, chilly stairwell, their footsteps echo in the emptiness, creating a stifling atmosphere. The peculiar energy intensifies in this space, serving as a catalyst for the vendor's long-buried fears. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leads Suhao upstairs while recounting, "Officer, to be honest, the problem lies with my son, Xiaojun. He just started high school this year, and he used to be quite a cheerful child. But recently, he became obsessed with a live-stream show called Urban Strange Tales, experimenting with things like the pencil spirit and mirror games, trying all sorts of ghostly encounters." The vendor's body trembles from fear, his voice dwindling. Since then, he has been acting strangely. By day, he is lethargic and dazed. By night, he locks himself in his room, forbidding us to enter. We've heard him talking to someone when we stood outside, but he is all alone in there. Moreover, he has been getting increasingly cold, even covering himself with a comforter in the middle of summer, claiming he is cold. Just the other night, I sneaked in and saw him facing the mirror of the wardrobe, wearing a bizarre smile that I can't quite describe. He shudders at the memory of that horrifying scene. I took him to see a doctor, but the doctor said it was just adolescent stress, a bit of mental fatigue. But I know it's not that. Officer, my son has surely attracted something unclean. You must save him." Unbeknownst to them, they have already reached the 5th floor. The vendor halts before a dilapidated security door, pointing with a trembling finger, his eyes filled with pleading and despair. "It's here. There's no need for concern. You may open the door. I will handle everything," Suhao assures, his voice calm and commanding. "All right, officer." The vendor takes a deep breath, inserting the key into the lock with trembling hands. Click. The door swings open to reveal a disheveled living room. A frail boy in a school uniform stands with his back to them, gazing intently at the cold glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing something with his breath on the icy surface. It is a twisted, malevolent visage. Upon witnessing this, the vendor's heart leaps into his throat. He opens his mouth to call out his son's name, but Suhao raises a hand to silence him. Suhao's gaze turns icy. While he may possess patience for humanity, he shows no mercy towards the supernatural beings that invade human existence. Without hesitation, he steps forward, moving with the swiftness of lightning, appearing directly behind the boy. Before either the boy or the vendor can react, Suhao extends his right hand, gripping the boy's neck with the precision of a vice. Sizzling. The sound of something searing echoes as wisps of black smoke rise from where Suhao's hand meets the boy's skin. Suhao's fierce vitality is akin to the most intense flame for the nefarious entity. Aya! A piercing scream erupts from the boy's throat. His body convulses violently, the eerie smile instantly replaced by sheer agony and resentment. His pitch-black eyes fixate on Suhao, hissing with a threatening undertone. "Aren't you afraid of perishing along with this body?" "Not at all. First, he is not my son." At this declaration, the entity's expression falters. Secondly, Suhao tightens his grip further, the acrid smoke intensifying. "Before me, you cannot harm him. If you truly had the power to kill, you would have annihilated this family long ago, rather than resorting to this clandestine possession." As the words resonate, the entity's malevolence and madness are swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming, incredulous terror. All its bluster is utterly dismantled by the man before it. As Su Hao prepared to amplify his vital energy and deliver a fierce blow to the ungrateful creature, a captivating sight on the balcony caught his peripheral vision. His movements halted momentarily. The glass, walls, and even the ceiling of the balcony were adorned with a multitude of bizarre symbols painted in a dark crimson hue. These markings twisted and intertwined, forming a vast and intricate pattern resembling a sinister formation. They appeared to pulsate as if alive. This was no mere child's doodle. Su Hao's gaze shifted dramatically. "You will tell me the truth. What are these things?" he demanded sternly. "Confess, and I shall show leniency. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences." The creature seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope in Su Hao's words. The agony from the vital energy searing it appeared to lessen. In a tone filled with both hope and cunning, it cautiously inquired, "Really? What does leniency entail? Will you let me go?" "Certainly not," Su Hao replied flatly. "Leniency means I can grant you a painless death." He tightened his grip, causing the creature to emit a painful shriek once more. "If you resist, your demise will be excruciating." The creature was utterly taken aback. It had never encountered a righteous individual who deviated so drastically from the norm. With all its might, it roared, "Then I choose neither. You shall not uncover the purpose of this." It believed that using this secret as leverage would at least secure a moment of stalemate. However, Su Hao merely regarded it with an expression of disbelief, responding softly, "Then perish. Regardless, I will simply call logistics to investigate." Before it could emit its final wail, a blinding purple lightning crackled to life in Su Hao's palm. In an instant, the lightning flashed, and the creature had no opportunity to utter a complete cry before being utterly obliterated into nothingness. Su Hao exercised remarkable restraint, ensuring that the boy remained unharmed. The boy's body slumped down, caught clumsily by his father, who was still in shock. Su Hao, however, did not spare them a glance, moving directly to the balcony, where he retrieved a specialized 749 phone and initiated a high-precision scan of the eerie symbols adorning the walls. He muttered to himself as he compiled all the data and sent it directly to Lu Li. Such professional matters were best left to experts for analysis. His own responsibility lay in erasing the names that appeared in the analysis from this world, one by one. While awaiting Lu Li's response, Su Hao surveyed the entire aged community with his extraordinary perceptive abilities. Upon doing so, his brow furrowed deeper. The balcony marked with strange red symbols was not limited to the vendor's family alone. A cursory glance revealed at least 7 or 8 households had unwittingly been ensnared with the same markings, like death's lurking symbols in the shadows. This was no coincidence. Just then, a hurried footfall shattered the night's tranquility. Su Hao's gaze sharpened as he observed 2 groups fiercely engaging in combat on the garden path of the community. One group, donned in plain clothes, exhibited an unmistakable 749 bureau style, yet their overall strength was mediocre, all at the first-tier level. They were pursuing another group. The fleeing individuals, rather than being human, resembled grotesque creatures barely maintaining a human form. They appeared to retreat clumsily, battling as they fled towards the central plaza of the community. Was this mere coincidence? A sense of vigilance arose within Su Hao. In a community rife with eerie formations, a battle of good versus evil was unfolding. Just as the 749 bureau agents cornered the creatures at the central plaza, preparing to encircle them, a sudden anomaly occurred. A low, resonant hum reverberated throughout the community, as all balconies marked with crimson symbols simultaneously emitted a ghastly, blood-red glow. The complex formations seemed to be infused with blood, coming to life in an instant, transforming into streams of crimson energy that surged skyward. The luminous streams converged midair, swiftly weaving into a colossal blood-red barrier, resembling an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire central plaza along with the 749 bureau agents and the creatures. A vast barrier had formed in an instant. Within the confines of the barrier, the expressions of the 749 bureau agents shifted dramatically, astonished as they beheld the rising blood-red wall. What chilled them to the bone was that the creatures they had been pursuing so desperately now halted in unison. They slowly turned, their panic-stricken expressions vanished, replaced by cruel, mocking grins. One of the dog-like creatures even extended its tongue to lick its fearsome fangs, gazing at the ensnared agents as if they were a delectable meal in a cage. A trap. At that moment, even the slowest among them grasped the truth. This was not a pursuit, but rather a cunning baiting. The creatures were the lures, while the agents sent to handle the situation were the true prey. Standing on the balcony, Su Hao's eyes were as cold as frost. Ding. Detected activation of the large-scale evil formation, Blood Demon Great Array. Array effect. Isolate the inside from the outside, sacrificing the life force of beings within to nourish the evil tool or demon lord. Triggered series of tasks. Break the array and exterminate the demons. Task objective. Destroy the blood demon great array and slay all the demons involved in the formation. Task reward. Enhancement of physical strength based on completion. Suhao stowed away his phone. It seemed the analysis results from Lu Li could wait. First, he needed to deal with these oblivious entities. Chapter 62. The Great Array. The vendor's uncle, horrified, collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. Trembling fingers pointing at the hellish scene outside the window. What is happening with that police officer? He stammered incoherently. Suhao turned back, solemnly correcting him. Do not call me police officer. I am much younger than you. Huh. A perfectly good police officer. No, police comrade. What about my son? What is his condition? He is fine now. I have dealt with that thing. You can lock your door and stay inside. Do not venture out. After saying this, he turned towards the balcony, seemingly intending to leave from there. Police comrade, what are you going to do? Nothing significant, he casually replied. I will be back shortly. Before he finished speaking, he had already leaped over the balcony railing. Hey, danger! The vendor's uncle, petrified, reached out to grab him, only to witness a scene he would never forget. Suhao's body did not plummet. Instead, he hovered suspended in midair. Subsequently, his figure transformed into a streak of azure light, charging directly towards the heart of the blood-red barrier. The vendor's uncle gaped, standing frozen on the balcony, his hand still poised to pull him back. After a moment, he murmured to himself, is this how powerful police comrades are nowadays? Beneath the blood-red barrier, the community's central garden had transformed into a brutal battlefield. The ground was cracked. Benches meant for repose were shattered, and exquisite flower beds were obliterated by the frenzied demonic power. 5 agents clad in 749 Bureau standard combat attire stood back to back, forming a defensive formation, each displaying exhaustion and gravity on their faces, their bodies marred with injuries. Captain Lu, the energy of the barrier is intensifying, and my flame talisman's power has been suppressed by at least 30%. A young female agent gasped, having just thrown a fireball conjured from a talisman, only to see it weaken midair by a blood-red light and effortlessly shattered by a claw from a wolf demon. A burly middle-aged man known as Lu Dui clutched a standard long knife, its blade riddled with chips, his palm cracked and blood trickling down the handle. They had originally pursued a group of elusive demons to this location, only to discover that the adversaries were mere bait. The demons that had previously fled in disarray were now invigorated, their bodies cloaked in bloodlight, their momentum surging as they transformed from minor nuisances into formidable foes nearing second-tier strength. The lackeys of Bureau 749, why have you stopped your pursuit? The leading dog demon spoke in human tongue. With that, it blurred and morphed into a blood shadow, its claws aimed directly at the young female agent's throat. Lu Dui's eyes widened in fury as he shouted and swung his sword to block. The clash of metal rang out piercingly, and Chun Dui was forced back by the tremendous force, his vitality surging violently. In that brief skirmish, another demon, a spiny boar, seized the opportunity, roaring like an out-of-control truck as it charged toward the weakest member of their formation. The rookie agent turned pale, hastily activating a protective artifact, only to be utterly crushed by the boar's charge. Just as the blood-tinged tusks were about to pierce his chest, despair flickered in Chun Dui's eyes. At that critical moment, a streak of azure light descended from the heavens, disregarding the barrier's obstruction, resembling a divine spear hurled from the night sky, plunging directly into the heart of the battlefield. Boom! The boar's massive and resilient body did not even have time to emit a cry of anguish. With a muffled sound, amidst the swirling dust, a tall figure slowly rose, 1 foot planted where the boar once stood. Beneath his foot lay not a boar, but a grotesque mixture of shattered bones, entrails, and blood. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, with the exhausted agents of Bureau 749 and the once mighty demons all staring in astonishment at this sudden arrival. Who are you? How could you breach this formation? The leading dog demon roared. Kill him. Attack together. Sensing a lethal threat, the dog demon's fear overwhelmed its reason as it howled frantically, the first to transform into a blood shadow and lunge forward. The others, too, were incited by their ferocity, launching simultaneous assaults from various angles. Suhao's figure merely flickered and vanished from sight. An azure afterimage zipped through the confined battlefield, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. Thud! The leading dog demon suddenly stiffened, a blood hole appearing cleanly through its forehead before it collapsed with a thud. In mere moments, The remaining demons had all been reduced to incomplete corpses, lying amidst the pools of blood. The battle was over. From Su Hao's entrance to this point, only a brief span of seconds had elapsed. The surviving agents of Bureau 749 gazed dazedly at the man standing amidst the carnage, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Request logistics and follow-up support. There are still many residents in this neighborhood whose balconies are marked with peculiar graffiti that require immediate inspection. Yes, yes, the leading agent, as if awakening from a dream, hastily nodded and bowed, as if addressing a high-ranking officer. At that moment, Su Hao's phone vibrated lightly. He glanced down to see a reply from Lu Li. Her efficiency remained consistently high, having reached a preliminary conclusion within mere minutes. B-level agent Lu Li. Preliminary analysis indicates that this is an evil demon formation based on blood sacrifice. The runic markings themselves possess no offensive capability, but slowly siphoned the life essence and vitality of all living beings within the formation's range, storing it like capillaries. Storage? He had previously believed that their adversaries had merely laid a trap to ambush the personnel of Bureau 749. It now appeared that the ambush was merely a means to a greater end, a mere appetizer for a vast scheme. Chapter 63. Overseas Demon King Jinling. A certain residential community. With a deafening roar, a purple divine thunderbolt descended like a spear of heavenly punishment, striking precisely at the center garden of the community. The blood-red barrier enveloping the entire area shattered before the lightning, fragile as thin paper, emitting a mournful wail as it cracked and dissipated into the ether. Su Hao waited for a moment, yet the system remained silent. Naturally, Su Hao's eyes betrayed no surprise. These demons, treated as expendable pawns, could not possibly be the true architects of the formation. To eradicate the roots, one must first cut the grass. He closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to meticulously sense the residual demon energy and the flow of the formation's energy in the air. Soon, he detected an exceedingly faint yet distinctly clear energy trail, akin to an invisible umbilical cord, extending toward a certain direction on the outskirts of the city. Found it. Su Hao's figure transformed once more into a streak of azure, racing toward the energy's endpoint against the backdrop of the night sky. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, cough, 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 Zhang Haiyan knelt on one knee, propping his nearly collapsing body with his standard long knife, blood surging from his mouth in a sweet, metallic tide. His once proud fourth-tier strength now felt utterly feeble. The sustained high-intensity battle had drained his last vestiges of energy. Opposite him loomed a massive wolf demon, its aura steadily escalating. Strange blood-red patterns emerging beneath its grayish-white fur, fueled by the vitality continuously pouring in from the other side of the city. Zhang Haiyan. The wolf demon's voice resonated with the suppressed malice and delight of countless years. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? When you slaughtered my entire clan, did you ever consider that one day you would perish at my hands? Ha ha ha. Zhang Haiyan lifted his head, his face smeared with blood. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. I have never regretted killing each and every demon. Those who harm humans deserve death. You truly deserve death. The wolf demon, utterly incensed, its blood-red patterns glowing ever brighter, declared, I have endured for so many years, forsaking everything, just for this moment, to tear you apart in the depths of despair. It slowly raised its claw, the tips glistening with a nauseating blood light. It is over, Zhang Haiyan. Your death will be the first course of my revenge feast. The wolf demon transformed into a streak of blood lightning, lunging at the utterly defenseless Zhang Haiyan. Just as its claw was about to pierce Zhang Haiyan's throat, clang, an azure streak of light seemingly teleported in front of Zhang Haiyan, moving so swiftly that it was beyond the naked eye. With a resounding clash of metal, the wolf demon's invulnerable claw could advance no further. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Zhang Haiyan, with great difficulty, lifted his head and beheld a familiar silhouette. The wolf demon, on the other hand, was filled with horror, unable to believe that its full-force strike had been so effortlessly thwarted. With a powerful blow thwarted, the wolf demon's pupils constricted sharply. Its heart filled with an indescribable terror. It wasted no time, fully aware of the formidable nature of the man before it. Conventional attacks were utterly futile against him. You have forced my hand. My fate is mine to command. The wolf demon let out a piercing roar, resolutely shattering the black jade pendant hanging from its chest. At the moment of its shattering, the surrounding space seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A frost-ridden chasm, emanating an unbearable chill, materialized out of thin air, revealing a nightmarish blizzard and darkness on the other side. In the next instant, a colossal claw, adorned with silver fur and encased in dark ice, marred with grotesque gashes, erupted from the fissure. The mere appearance of this claw caused the temperature around to plummet, saturating the air with the fierce essence of the far northern ice fields. It bore the might to freeze all, sweeping towards Su Hao. Ha ha ha. The wolf demon cackled madly at the sight. What does your strength matter? You cannot possibly withstand the power of the wolf lord. This is a force not of this land. Though it could only exist for a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to end your life. What? Zhang Haiyan, standing nearby, felt a tide of dread surging within him, his eyes widening in shock. Could it be that this force was an overseas demon king? As a mid-level official of the 749 Bureau, he had been privy to some of the highest secrets. He understood that the demons, monsters, and spirits within the country were still manageable, whereas the true threat lay with the ancient demon kings lurking overseas, coveting this land. That was the ultimate peril capable of destabilizing the nation. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Su Hao displayed a peculiar expression. Initially startled, his astonishment swiftly morphed into a near excitement. Not of this land. He mused inwardly, as if I, a cultivator, were truly of this world. Ding. Detection of an otherworldly demon king's arrival, attempting to encroach upon this territory. Mission objective: slay the claw of the foreign demon king, demonstrate the might of my celestial path, and showcase the power of immortal cultivation to the vile beings of another realm. Mission reward: abundant merit. The sacred body will be refined by alien demonic energy, significantly enhancing its strength. A clash of foreign entities invites intrigue. Su Hao advanced rather than retreated, ignited by the fervor of battle as he faced the ice-enshrouded claw. The purple lightning swirling around him surged forth uncontrollably. Excellent, he exclaimed, his voice resonating across the expanse. Let me gauge the weight of this power that does not belong to this land. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of celestial thunder converged in his palm, transforming into a thunderous spear radiating an aura of unyielding destruction. With a resounding crack, the spear was launched, colliding fiercely with the icy claw. Purple divine lightning and silver frost clashed violently. A howl of pain and astonishment echoed from the other side of the rift. In that moment, the energy provided by the shattered jade pendant was nearly depleted. The edges of the frost chasm began to warp violently, threatening collapse. The claw, charred and fragmented by the lightning, retreated sharply into the fissure, searing with pain. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take this place for a public lavatory? You strike and then flee? Such convenience is not afforded in this world. With a thought, the seized Qing Shuang ancient sword flew forth, hovering before him. Su Hao pointed, fingers resembling a sword, and unleashed an exquisitely condensed purple lightning dragon that coiled tightly around the blade of the Qing Shuang ancient sword. Go. With a decisive command, the sword emitted a melodious dragon's roar, transforming into an untraceable bolt of purple lightning, precisely penetrating the fissure before it could fully close. Chapter 64. Fenris upon the frozen throne of the extreme northern ice fields, a colossal wolf-like man, towering 100 feet tall, cloaked in gleaming silver fur and sinewy muscles, gradually withdrew his arm from the space rift. A mix of confusion and anger flickered across his face. The charred and stinging sensation in his arm was a ruthless humiliation of his status as the Wolf Lord. As he prepared to seal the rift, pondering the emergence of such a formidable unknown force from the eastern lands, a terrifying aura surged forth from the closing rift, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Buzz. Fenris barely had time to process this, as the instincts of a demon king compelled his massive frame to execute the most desperate evasive maneuver. Whoosh. A purple sword light, entwined with the annihilating thunder dragon, disregarded both space and distance, slicing cleanly past his shoulder. Fenris gazed down in shock at his right arm, thicker than a locomotive, now severed smoothly at the shoulder, plummeting silently to the ground. Instead of the expected icy blue demon blood, a layer of violent purple lightning enveloped the wound, obliterating the essence of his life. Excruciating pain flooded his nervous system, albeit a heartbeat too late. Arg! Before his anguished roar could resonate across the icy expanse, a more horrifying scene unfolded. The Qing Shuang ancient sword that had severed his arm was now embedded with a resounding clang into the ice-encrusted throne behind him, its blade thrumming with energy, purple lightning swirling around it. Immediately, an overwhelming force, seemingly capable of consuming all, erupted from the blade. The severed arm began to disintegrate under the pull, transforming into pure silver energy, relentlessly devoured by the seemingly insignificant ancient sword. Not a single drop of blood remained. The sword was consuming his arm. Terror. An unprecedented fear gripped the heart of this sixth-tier demon king. He recognized the strength of the warriors from the eastern lands. How could such an unknown terror suddenly materialize? Su Hao furrowed his brow, standing still. Just moments ago, he had hurled the Qing Shuang ancient sword into another country. Oh no, where did the sword go? He hastily pulled out his phone, fingers flying across the screen, muttering as he typed. Died in the line of duty is incorrect. It was a business trip, equipment loss. This must be reimbursed. Meanwhile, the once mighty wolf demon stared intently at Su Hao. It had witnessed everything. Who on earth was this man? Terrifying. The only word that could encapsulate the essence of Su Hao escaped the wolf demon's mind. All plans, all schemes for revenge, all the years of patience, had become a monumental farce in this moment. What was the point of it all? After laying low for so long, even sacrificing kin, merely for this earth-shattering revenge. It had calculated Zhang Haiyan's strength, anticipated reinforcements from the 749 Bureau, and even prepared invincible contingencies. In its script, today was meant to be a blood-soaked epic. The wolf demon's final thoughts were limited to this much, for it saw the man, still furrowing his brow over the loss of his flying sword, impatiently approaching. Su Hao's figure left behind an afterimage, and in the next instant, he stood before the wolf demon. He raised his hand and simply threw a punch. Bang! The wolf demon's head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a high-speed train, showering the surroundings with a mist of crimson. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground. A notification echoed in Su Hao's mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. The target who set the formation has been successfully slain. The array is broken. Eradicating evil and protecting the land. A great merit. Reward. Breakthrough in cultivation bottleneck. Officially entering the stage of perfected body refinement. Crack. Crack. Su Hao's entire body resonated with a series of crisp sounds as each bone was tempered by an invisible force. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, akin to a raging river. He recalled the silver claw that had crossed realms, savoring the sensation of their confrontation. This creature merely appeared formidable. He silently assessed. In terms of true power, it seemed only slightly stronger than that sword saint named Han Mingzi. Truly a hollow reputation. It was only because this wolf demon was weak and lacked vision that it regarded such a being as a supreme powerhouse worthy of reverence. Reflecting on this, Su Hao felt almost cheated by having exchanged his newly acquired flying sword for such an insubstantial foe. With this thought, his obsession with the reimbursement for the flying sword deepened. The silence in the industrial district persisted for approximately 10 minutes. After this interval, the shrill sound of alarms and the sharp screech of tires braking abruptly shattered the stillness. A convoy of 7 or 8 black armored SUVs executed a flawless drift, precisely surrounding the entire factory area. The doors burst open violently, and nearly 30 fully armed, formidable combat specialists from Bureau 749 poured out. Clad in special operation gear and wielding weapons, they exhibited high tactical proficiency, quickly forming a standard combat formation, guns pointed outward, prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Leading them was an experienced B-level specialist, who upon landing, barked commands. First team, provide cover. Second team, advance. Medical team, prepare. The objective is to rescue Captain Zhang Haiyan and eliminate all enemies. His orders abruptly ceased as he surveyed the scene before him. There was no overwhelming demonic energy. No brutal melee combat. Only a scene of devastation, with the remnants of demonic creatures strewn across the ground, and a young man squatting beside Captain Zhang Haiyan, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Everyone froze in place, weapons drawn, yet unsure where to aim. The battle? Was it over? The B-level specialist hastened to Zhang Haiyan's side, observing the numerous wounds on him, urgently asking, Captain Zhang, how are you? Where are the enemies? The wolf demon is finished. Zhang Haiyan's voice was weak, yet his spirit was exceptionally high, as he pointed to the shapeless mass of flesh on the ground. There it is. The leader followed his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. Then he heard the young man's voice nearby, tinged with mild frustration. So, Captain Zhang, given my current situation, this falls under the category of unexpected loss of personal equipment during the execution of a special mission, and should apply to the highest reimbursement standards of Bureau 749, correct? I'll fill out the form when I return, and please remember to sign it for me. Zhang Haiyan stared at Su Hao's earnest expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this the battlefield of the legendary Zi Lei Tianzun? Clearing his throat, the leader asked, Su Specialist, is the scene safe now? Su Hao lifted his head, glanced at him, and nodded. Yes, it's all resolved. You arrived just in time to help clean up the area and take Captain Zhang for treatment. He then turned to Zhang Haiyan to add, don't forget about the reimbursement forms. The leader waved his hand at the team behind him, dryly ordering, "Stand down. Clear the scene, treat the wounded." A rookie specialist couldn't help but mutter, "Captain, does this count as a successful reinforcement?" The leader forced a smile. "Yes. We have successfully arrived to clean up the battlefield." Chapter 65. Interception. Just then, the B-level specialist's communicator vibrated urgently on his wrist. He opened the encrypted message, and upon reading it, his expression turned grave. He quickly approached Su Hao, who was preparing to leave. "Su Specialist, we just received an urgent intelligence from headquarters. The information indicates that the Wu Du Papua from the southwest Miao region has entered the central area and is heading east with her disciples, destination unknown. Should we intercept them along the way?" "No, I don't trust you all to handle it. Inform me of their itinerary. I will personally deal with her." After receiving the location on his phone, Su Hao prepared to depart. "All right, I leave this to you." Before he finished speaking, a gust of azure wind swirled beneath his feet, and he transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a group of Bureau 749 specialists who gazed at his disappearing figure, rendered speechless, their eyes filled not only with shock, but fervent admiration. In a second-tier city in the Huadong region, a train station bustled with crowds. Amidst this chaos, a group stood out as somewhat out of place. At the forefront was a young woman clad in a deep indigo dress, her beauty striking, her demeanor cool and detached, with a small vermilion mark on her brow adding to her ethereal grace. Following her were several young men and women dressed in traditional Miao attire, their expressions haughty and their demeanor composed, moving through the throng with an air of detachment. And at the rear of the group was a stooped old woman, her face lined with wrinkles, leaning on a serpent-headed cane. She appeared to be an ordinary rural elder visiting the city, entirely unremarkable. This was Wu Du Papa. As they approached the ticket checkpoint, Wu Du Papa suddenly halted, her raspy voice breaking the air. "Saintess, you may proceed first." The young woman referred to as Saintess, Luo Qingchan, turned back, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. "What do you mean, Papa?" Wu Du Papa grinned, exposing a few yellowed teeth. "I've grown old and remembered an old acquaintance I haven't seen in decades in this city. Since we're passing through, I wish to pay a visit and settle an old matter. You all go on ahead and settle in at your designated place. I'll join you shortly." Her words sounded reasonable and imbued with warmth. However, one of the young male disciples behind Luo Qingchan frowned, seemingly wanting to voice an objection, but was silenced by a glance from Luo Qingchan. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. "Very well. Papa has taken care of us throughout this journey. It has indeed been a hard task. Since it is a visit to an old friend, we shall not intrude." She added, "However, please return swiftly, Papa, as this journey east is primarily for our training." "Hee, rest assured, Saintess, I am well aware of that." Wu Du Papa waved her hand, "And without me around, you little ones can truly experience the colorful world of the Central Plains and the treachery of human nature. This is the true essence of training, is it not?" This resonated deeply with Luo Qingchan. Indeed, Wu Du Papa was like a protective umbrella overhead. While safe, it also shielded them from the true storms. As the Saintess, she held absolute confidence in her and her disciples' capabilities. Without the presence of this elder, they could instead gain genuine experience. The old woman spoke wisely. Luo Qingchan nodded slightly, saying, "Then we shall take our leave first. Granny, take care of everything." With that, she led several disciples into the crowd of ticket checkers. The Wu Du Papa stood still, her murky eyes watching them disappear at the end of the platform. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling calculation. Wu Du Papa meandered outside the train station and eventually arrived at an abandoned village set for demolition. The crumbling walls provided the perfect concealment. Ensuring no one was around, she poured countless tiny black flying insects from a writhing leather pouch. These insects buzzed and swirled around her, forming a dense black cloud that slowly lifted her hunched form, propelling her towards Jinling. A frigid smile graced her lips as she felt the wind howl past her ears, her mind devising a bloody scheme. This was a dual endeavor, one to create death, and the other to deliver her demise. High above, Su Hao, utilizing the Qinghong Luiying technique, soared through the winds at an astonishing speed. Upon breaking through the cloud layer and glimpsing the mass of repulsive flying insects, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It was her. By instinct, Su Hao reached for the hilt of the sword on his back, preparing to unleash the Zixiao Shenlei sword, intending to vaporize both her and the insects in a clean and efficient manner. However, his hand grasped nothing but air. Su Hao froze. Where was the sword? That Grand Qing Shuang ancient sword? In a flash, he recalled that the sword was still overseas, and the reimbursement process hadn't been completed. A surge of unnameable rage erupted within him as he gazed down at the slowly flying insect cloud, his expression turning decidedly hostile. Damn it, Voodoo Papa, truly the source of all evil. If not for you appearing, I might have forgotten about my missing sword. Su Hao took a deep breath, his azure aura surging as he maximized the Qinghong Luiying technique. He transformed into a human-shaped projectile enveloped in azure light. With a thunderous boom, he collided with the insect cloud shield of Voodoo Papa, who was lost in her own plans, contemplating which insect to use first. She was utterly oblivious to the impending chaos. Then, she was struck. It was as if a runaway high-speed train had collided with her, the azure light crashing through her insect shield. Thousands of insects were instantly pulverized by the violent force, scattering in all directions. While Voodoo Papa felt an irresistible power surge through her, the protective cloud shattered, and her bones groaned under the tremendous burden. Her mind went blank, and she was bewildered. What was that? Are there trucks in the sky? Voodoo Papa and Su Hao plummeted rapidly, with a resounding crash. It was as if a small meteor had fallen. The two figures struck the ground with astonishing speed, creating a shallow crater several meters wide in the desolate wilderness. Dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Su Hao stood in the center of the crater, brushing off the dirt, completely unscathed. Meanwhile, Voodoo Papa lay crushed in the cracked pit, her bones shattered, blood oozing from her orifices in a pitiful state. Faint purple arcs of electricity danced upon her charred skin. She could not even scream, her dilated pupils reflecting sheer terror and confusion. She could never comprehend what had collided with her. Su Hao crouched down, take a deep breath, relax. Dizziness is normal after such a high-speed impact. A little concussion is to be expected. Standing up, he surveyed his surroundings. Perfect, a desolate wilderness, far from civilization. It would be a hassle to call for support. He hoisted the nearly lifeless Voodoo Papa from the pit, as if she were a tattered sack, then tossed her into the nearby dense grass. Having completed this task, he turned to leave when the familiar and comforting system notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected host intervening in a conflict, providing assistance. With a might akin to thunder, precisely intercepted and punished the malevolent cultivator attempting to harm innocent lives. This act has prevented great suffering, a deed of immense merit. Reward. Sifong Wooding. Su Hao nodded with satisfaction. Look, even the system acknowledges my eco-friendly method of disposing of bodies. As for the Sifong Wooding, I shall research it later. Old thing, I offered you a chance. If you had remained hidden in Miaojiang, I would not have bothered to seek you out. But you chose to come to Jinling, to my territory, seeking death. Who can you blame? I am one who respects the elderly and cherishes the young. You see, I didn't even let you feel pain. I sent you on your way with great consideration. With that, he no longer cast a glance back. With emotion, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring upwards and vanishing into the horizon. In the wilderness, only a fresh pit and the gradually cooling body in the grass remained, as if nothing had transpired. A few minutes later, in Su Qingyuan's apartment, Su Hao felt a stir in his heart and retrieved the recently acquired system reward. Accompanied by a soft glow, a half-human tall ancient black cauldron landed with a thud on the luxurious carpet in the living room, leaving a noticeable dent. This cauldron was entirely black, its material unknown. Adorned with ancient cloud patterns and beast heads, exuding a heavy, desolate aura. Almost simultaneously with the cauldron's appearance, the system notification rang in his mind. Beep. Reward item has been distributed. Name, Sifong Wooding. Current grade, medium-grade magical artifact, unlocked with host cultivation. Description, an ancient relic, incredibly hard, impervious to water and fire, and immune to all forms of harm. It contains its own space, suitable for alchemical concoction or artifact forging, a treasure coveted by cultivators. Su Hao stroked his chin, circling the black cauldron with intrigue. Alchemy? Artifact forging? Could it be hard enough to use as a weapon? Su Qingyuan was awakened by thirst, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Dressed in a silk nightgown, she yawned and pushed open the bedroom door, intending to pour herself a glass of water. However, she froze at the doorway. In the center of the living room, where there had been nothing just yesterday, stood a cauldron taller than a person. The cauldron was ancient and massive, entirely black, radiating an inexplicable heavy aura, firmly pressing down on her expensive Persian carpet, creating a jarring visual contrast. Su Hao was energetically circling the cauldron, occasionally tapping on its surface with his fingers. Su Qingyuan's mind went blank for a full 3 seconds before she finally asked, Su Hao, where did you steal this cauldron from in the middle of the night? Su Hao heard a sound and turned around, seeing her in a state of half-sleep, her face displaying a look of natural surprise. Are you awake? It's not stolen, he said, patting the square black ding beside him, producing a muffled sound. This is my own. Your own. Su Qingyuan's voice instantly soared, losing all trace of sleepiness. Where did you get such a massive thing? It looks older than my grandfather. Did you bring back a prop from some film crew? She quickly walked over. Incredulity etched on her face as she examined the colossal object, glancing back at Su Hao in search of a hint of jest on his face. It's a trophy given to me by someone. Su Hao offered a simpler explanation. A trophy? Su Qingyuan's fox ears perked up in astonishment. Who did you fight to capture a ding? And bring it to my living room? Look at my carpet. It's already pressed down. Don't worry, it's not heavy. As he spoke, under Su Qingyuan's shocked gaze, Su Hao effortlessly lifted the seemingly several hundred-pound ding with one hand, as if carrying a rice bowl, and steadily placed it in the corner of the living room. Su Qingyuan opened her mouth, ultimately letting out a long sigh and rubbing her temples. All right. She decided to abandon her inquiries, weakly pointing at the ding and saying, Fine, I'll concede you're impressive, but next time you bring something like this home, at least give me a heads up, okay? Okay, it won't take up any space. Su Hao reassured her, then suddenly focused his thoughts. Before Su Qingyuan's incredulous eyes, the seemingly heavy square ding vanished into thin air. What? Su Qingyuan's mouth formed an shape, her beautiful fox eyes wide with disbelief. Invisibility? Illusion? Or a subtle vibration in the air accompanied the sudden reappearance of the ding in its original spot. See, I can make it appear and disappear at will. Taking up no space, Su Hao said, raising his hands in demonstration. All right, you're impressive. Su Qingyuan wearily waved her hand and turned towards the bedroom. Su Hao, intrigued, studied the situation for a while, soon realizing a core issue. It was difficult to create something without the necessary materials. He had no herbs for alchemy or ores for crafting. It seemed he would need to visit 749 tomorrow to see if there were any useful items he could borrow. Determined, Su Hao retracted the beloved ding into his body and returned to his room to rest. The next morning, a mischievous ray of sunlight slipped through the curtain, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Su Qingyuan stretched lazily, her soft foxtail swaying gently behind her, and asked, Is this what we're eating? It looks disgusting and so strange. Sure, don't talk, just eat it. It's very nourishing. But you can't just bring home live pearls for breakfast. She had heard of such things and even seen them in some food exploration videos, but the thought of consuming them for breakfast felt like torture. After breakfast, Su Qingyuan received a call from Wang Jie and hurriedly left. The spacious living room was left with only Su Hao. He sat on the sofa, and with a thought, the ancient square ding floated before him. It was a fine ding, but the issue was, he did not know how to use it. More importantly, he was currently empty-handed, lacking even a suitable weapon. He couldn't rely solely on his bare hands and the conjured lightning to confront foes. That would seem unprofessional. The reimbursement process for the flying sword was too cumbersome, and besides, that sword ultimately belonged to someone else. Su Hao stroked his chin, pondering. I will retrieve my lost sword from the overseas wolf demon's lair one day. But before that, I must procure a better one for myself. He thought of a direct solution. He took out the special phone from 749 and dialed the internal specialist service hotline. When the call connected, a sweet yet formulaic female voice greeted him. Hello, 749 Specialist Service Center. How may I assist you? Su Hao got straight to the point. I would like to inquire about how the magical tools and weapons distributed by the Bureau are made. The customer service representative seemed momentarily taken aback, but professionally responded. Hello, Specialist. Our standardized magical tools are designed and mass-produced by the Tianshi workshop under the logistics department, crafted by a team of professional smiths. Each item undergoes rigorous testing. Understood, Su Hao nodded. I want to make one myself. I've retracted my reimbursement request for the previous Qing Shuang ancient sword. I won't ask the Bureau for compensation, and I'll retrieve it myself when the opportunity arises. A brief silence fell over the phone as the representative absorbed the weight of his words. After a moment, she replied in a tone tinged with uncertainty, Sir, crafting is a very complex and specialized discipline that requires extensive theoretical knowledge and practical experience. It may be quite difficult for you to do it yourself. So, can you help me find a teacher? Su Hao directly bypassed the difficulties, getting to the heart of the matter. Please hold on. I need to check your permissions. The representative's tone turned serious. A few seconds later, her voice experienced a complete transformation, becoming exceptionally respectful and eager. Su Specialist, the query is complete. You belong to our S-level priority training sequence, and we can certainly arrange the best educational resources for you. However, she quickly shifted her tone, sincerely suggesting, the headquarters think tank has indicated in your talent profile that your abilities are primarily combat-oriented. You are the sharpest sword of 749. and we do not recommend that you invest your valuable time in auxiliary fields like crafting. Su Hao interrupted her expressionlessly. All right, thank you for your suggestion, but I will not accept it. Just find me a teacher, the best one. The customer service representative seemed momentarily stunned, her words caught in her throat. Yes, I understand. She quickly replied. I will immediately filter out the top crafting masters across the country. The strongest crafting master in the nation is the ancient master Duan Tiangong, the chief guest professor at 749. He has a peculiar personality and lives in seclusion, but your permissions are sufficient to have him personally guide you. All right, the appointment is complete, and I will send the relevant information to your phone. The address is in Liaodong at Taisha Mountain. Su Specialist. I will arrange your itinerary right away. The next flight to the provincial capital of Liaodong, Fengtian, departs in 45 minutes. And I have booked you the best business class seat. No need to arrange the itinerary, Su Hao interrupted. Just send me the precise coordinates of Taisha Mountain and the ancient master. No need to arrange the itinerary? How will you get there? But she quickly realized who was on the other end of the line. It's Zile Tianzuan, an existence that defied common understanding. Yes, I will send the coordinates and related information to your phone immediately. The representative's voice brimmed with awe. After hanging up, Su Hao's phone vibrated, receiving an encrypted file. He glanced at it, confirming the coordinates and the ancient master's information. He walked to the window and opened it. The cool morning breeze flowed in. In the next moment, he transformed into a faint azure shadow, silently vanishing from the room. In the outskirts of Jinling City, atop an unfrequented desolate mountain, Su Hao's figure materialized. He looked northeast, the map on his phone indicating the precise location. His figure merely flickered before transforming into an exquisitely condensed azure arc, instantly tearing through the air and soaring skyward at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound, piercing the clouds. Within less than an hour, a formidable mountain range, steep and magnificent, shrouded in mist, emerged at the edge of his vision. Taisha. Within a tranquil courtyard of Taisha, the rhythmic clang of hammering resonated incessantly. A robust elder, bare-chested with bulging muscles, wielded a massive iron hammer, striking the glowing red metal upon the anvil time and again. He was the renowned craftsman, Gu Mo. Just as he prepared to bring down another heavy blow, his movements suddenly halted. He abruptly looked up, fixated on the sky. A powerful aura, so intense it made his heart race, was descending from above at an astonishing speed. Who goes there? Gu Mo bellowed, his entire body tensed, as though facing a formidable foe. Before his words could fade, a blue silhouette descended from the heavens, disregarding the various formations surrounding the courtyard. Landing in the center of the yard, the visitor was none other than Su Hao. Upon revealing his name, the tension emanating from Gu Mo dissipated by half. Gu Mo scrutinized the young man anew. This name had recently echoed throughout the upper echelons of 749, particularly among the old-timers responsible for logistics and support. The slayer of Han Mingzi. It was even rumored that he had repelled overseas demon kings with a single sword strike. So it is you, young man, Gu Mo remarked, incredulous that the folks at 749 would dispatch a killing machine like you to this old man's remote corner to learn the art of forging. I lost my sword and wished to forge one myself. Su Hao's reasoning was simple and direct. Excellent. A far more substantial reason than those who prattle on about honing one's character. He chuckled, but his expression grew serious once more, pointing at the anvil, stating, regardless of whether you are the Zile Tianzuan or a youthful prodigy, once you are here, you must abide by my rules. I shall teach you only once. How much you comprehend depends entirely on your own abilities. My expertise in weapon crafting is rooted in a single technique known as the Luan Pai Feng Chui Fa. A glimmer of nostalgia and pride flickered in Gu Mo's eyes as he recounted this. It was something he had narrowly escaped with from a mysterious realm in a bygone era. Without further ado, he picked up a piece of meteorite iron, already prepared beside him, and placed it on the anvil. Chapter 68, De Luo, Sword Embryo. Watch closely. Gu Mo roared, his presence surging once more. The massive hammer in his hand seemed to come alive, cutting through the air with a fierce wind as it struck the meteorite iron with tremendous force. Clang. The first sound rang out, crisp and resounding, sparks flying. Soon after, the second and third strikes followed. Gu Mo's hammering technique, as its name suggested, appeared chaotic at first glance, devoid of any discernible order. Yet, within Su Hao's innate perception as a cultivator, this seemingly disordered hammering precisely guided an invisible force into the meteorite with every blow. The power of the previous strike had yet to dissipate when the next one layered upon it, building like waves in a tide, resonating continuously. Starting from the 10th strike, The sound of the hammer became deep and resonant. By the 30th strike, each blow seemed to carry the sound of thunder. By the 60th strike, the very air of the courtyard trembled with each impact. Gumo's forehead was lined with veins, and beneath his bronze skin, muscles writhed like serpents, clearly indicating the immense toll this technique took on him. Finally, he let out a thunderous roar, delivering the final strike. Clang! The 81st blow. The once pitch-black meteorite iron now shimmered with translucence, its interior aglow with flowing light, as if it had undergone a rebirth. Gumo panted heavily, casting the hammer aside, and regarded Su Hao with a scrutinizing gaze. How much have you understood? However, Su Hao did not respond, for at the moment, Gumo swung the first strike. The familiar sound of a system prompt resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have automatically comprehended the celestial crafting technique Jiu Zhuan Tian Gong Chui Fa. Jiu Zhuan Tian Gong Chui Fa, a hammering technique used by celestial artisans for forging divine weapons, comprising a total of 81 forms, each in harmony with the principles of the universe, capable of channeling spiritual energy to refine materials, forging the laws of the Tao, eliminating all mundane impurities, and transforming decay into the miraculous. Gumo observed the young man before him, who had fallen silent, mistakenly believing he was awestruck by the profundity of his hammering technique, feeling a twinge of pride as he prepared to offer guidance. However, he watched as Su Hao slowly approached another anvil, picked up a smaller spare hammer, and weighed it in his hand. Then he inquired, "Are there any other pieces of meteorite iron? I would like to try my hand." Indeed, through experimentation, one can grasp the intricacies involved. Gumo replied solemnly, tossing a similarly sized piece of meteorite iron onto the anvil before Su Hao with a dull thud. He crossed his arms, standing aside with a gaze that mixed anticipation and scrutiny, akin to a mentor observing a pupil. Eager to witness the moment, Su Hao recognized the brilliance and difficulty of the technique, his expression shifting to one of awe and defeat. This was a path every novice must traverse. Even geniuses were no exception. Su Hao nodded, seized the small hammer, and without the slightest hesitation, swung down. Ding! The first sound of hammering echoed. Gumo's brow furrowed slightly. No, something is amiss. The sound is wrong. His own hammering produced a resonant clang, a powerful collision of metal against metal, brimming with strength. Yet Su Hao's strike resonated with a delicate chime, ethereal and clear, as though he were striking not iron, but a precious jade. More strangely, with this strike, the sparks that flew were few, as nearly all the force was perfectly infused into the meteorite, without the slightest waste. Was this mere coincidence? Before Gumo could ponder further, Su Hao's second and third strikes followed in quick succession. Ding! 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 Gumo's astonishment deepened with each blow. Is this what I taught? Is this still the Luan Pai Feng Chui Fa? Ding! When the 81st strike landed, there was no earth-shattering sound, only a long, melodious hum. Su Hao stood, hammer in hand, breathing steadily, without a single drop of sweat. Upon the anvil, the meteorite had completely transformed. It was no longer a mundane object, but had become a fist-sized, radiant piece of spiritual material. Its quality far surpassed that of the piece Gumo had laboriously forged. Gumo stood in a daze, staring at the exquisite material, then glanced at the serene Su Hao, his mind echoing with a singular conclusion. This is not a genius. This is a monster, a thoroughly extraordinary being. A wave of profound helplessness surged within him. Gumo had never considered himself a warrior. In his youth, he had faced countless hardships and near-death experiences. Later, by fortunate chance, he discovered his exceptional talent in the art of forging, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, which led him to find his place within 749, earning the respect of all through his extraordinary crafting skills. Forging was his greatest pride in life. Yet now, that pride lay shattered before this young man. He is a battle genius who instills awe across Huaxia, decisive in his actions and unmatched by anyone. Now, on a whim, he wishes to learn the art of blacksmithing. After a single glance, he attempts it casually, surpassing a lifetime of painstaking dedication and research. Truly, the disparity between individuals is infuriating. Forging is merely the first step, the most fundamental one, he stated dryly, attempting to salvage his pride. The true challenge lies in shaping. How to use a hammer and tongs to mold the material while maintaining its vitality. Transforming it into the desired weapon's form requires thousands of practice sessions and precise control over the heat. That is unnecessary, Su Hao calmly interrupted him. Gumo's words caught in his throat as he stared blankly at Su Hao. What? Shaping? Su Hao replied with an even tone. I have my own methods. Before he finished speaking, a thought crossed his mind. With a thunderous boom, the ancient, heavy square Wu Ding materialized out of thin air, crashing onto the hard rocky ground, causing the entire cave to tremble. Gu Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. As a master blacksmith, he instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this cauldron. The intricate patterns engraved on its surface and the aura that seemed to have endured the test of eons all indicated that this was a treasure far beyond his comprehension. What is this? Gu Mo's voice quivered as he pointed at the Wu Ding and then at the sword embryo, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. What he called forging required countless hammerings and exhausting effort. What was this before him? Toss it in, and it comes out? This is not forging at all. This is clearly divine creation. Just as Gu Mo's world crumbled, a system prompt echoed in Su Hao's mind, audible only to him. Ding. Congratulations, host. On your first successful forging, you have successfully crafted a Diluo sword embryo, medium-grade magical artifact. Chapter 69, School. The sword embryo was slightly heavy yet possessed an extraordinary lightness. Su Hao could distinctly sense the pure, sharp energy contained within it, as if it were born to sever all things in the world. A fine sword, he remarked sincerely, as the heart of his cultivation flowed through him. An invisible intent connected with the sword embryo, and he could even hear the joyful humming emanating from it. Meanwhile, across from him, Gu Mo stood petrified. He stared at the Diluo sword embryo in Su Hao's hand, his mouth agape. He had dedicated his life to the pursuit of forging perfection. He had encountered countless divine weapons, and the masterpieces he forged could make many powerful individuals fight fiercely for them. He believed he had reached the pinnacle of this craft. Yet today, all his pride, skills, and aspirations were utterly shattered by this young man in a manner he could not comprehend, nor even imagine. What was that? What was that cauldron? Toss in the materials, hum, and out it comes. The product was 100 times more perfect than his best work crafted over 10 years. Was this even reasonable? Gu Mo felt his worldview collapsing, fragmenting, and being ruthlessly swept into the annals of history. In this profound silence, Su Hao stored away the Diluo sword embryo. He looked at the dazed Gu Mo, his face displaying genuine warmth as he nodded politely, saying, Master Gu, your reputation is well-deserved. Thank you for your guidance. Your chaotic cloak hammering technique has inspired me greatly. I must take my leave. Without allowing Gu Mo any time to react, he transformed into a streak of azure light and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Gu Mo stood there, stunned, as a small stone hit him on the forehead, completely oblivious. Well-deserved reputation? Great inspiration? He felt his face burn, more uncomfortable than being scorched by the earth's fire. After a long while, he gradually regained his senses, his gaze instinctively falling upon the spot where Su Hao had just stood. There lay a small piece of metal, a remnant expelled as impurities when Su Hao had refined the meteorite iron within the Wu Ding. Gu Mo, compelled by an inexplicable force, approached and carefully picked up the small metallic piece, trembling. The moment he held it, an extremely pure energy surged into his body. His pupils constricted. This was no mere scrap. The purity of this metal, the spirit it contained, surpassed any top-tier material in his collection by tenfold. Just this small piece was enough for him to forge a legendary artifact. Gu Mo cradled the scrap in his hands as if it were a treasure. The azure light streaked across the sky. Returning to Jinling from the Iron Monastery in Liaodong took Su Hao merely 2 hours. Having mastered the Qinghong Lu Ying celestial movement technique, this extraordinary speed and freedom, transcending modern transportation, made him feel that the 1,500 points spent on it were exceptionally worthwhile. After landing quietly in the suburbs of Jinling and retracting his spiritual light, Su Hao blended into the crowd, appearing just like an ordinary youth. He took out his phone and noticed an unread message from the 749 Logistics Department. Su Hao, your application for accommodation has been approved. Address, 144, by Lu Road, Jiangdong District, 3rd Women's High School, Jinling City. Su Hao casually sent a message to Su Qingyuan. Shugong I'm back. 749 has arranged a new place for me to live. As soon as the message was sent, Su Qingyuan's call came through, her voice brimming with excitement. You're back. Where's the new place? Is it spacious? I'll move in as soon as I finish work tonight. Don't rush to move. Su Hao chuckled helplessly. This is a temporary residence arranged by 749, and, well, there's a bit of a heavy aura here, possibly something sinister. So it's quite unsafe. He explained half seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan fell silent on the other end of the line. Although she often acted mischievously, she was aware of the gravity of certain matters, particularly when it pertained to Su Hao's work, where she always exhibited exemplary behavior. Well then, do take care of yourself. He replied. Rest assured, I have yet to face defeat since my debut. With that, Su Hao switched off his phone and followed the navigation to his new residence. Bailu Road is situated in the old district of Jinling, bustling with traffic and imbued with the vibrant essence of life. However, upon reaching the designated point on the map, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Amidst the thriving commercial streets and residential buildings stood a solitary school. Like an island forgotten by modern civilization, Jiangdongshi Third Girls High School had a weathered sign hanging on its rusted iron gate, and the towering walls were entwined with unidentifiable vines, with large patches of paint peeling away. This place was undoubtedly a standard site of malevolence. A frown creased his brow as a strong sense of discord arose within him. This was peculiar, with 749's swift and decisive operational style. The standard procedure for dealing with such a well-established site of malevolence should have been to report it directly, gather personnel, and use heavy firepower or talismanic formations to raze it to the ground. How could such a place be allowed to exist so openly in the city center? Just as Su Hao was about to step through the iron gate, a clear, youthful voice called out from nearby, tinged with urgency. "Hey, big brother, you can't go in there." Su Hao turned to see a boy of about 8 or 9 vigorously waving his hand at him. "My grandpa said it's not clean inside, and no one has dared to enter for many years." The boy's voice was loud, as if he feared Su Hao would not hear him. Su Hao paused, smiled at the boy, and waved back as a form of greeting. "Thank you, little friend, but it's fine. I just want to take a look." "Wait, don't." The boy attempted to dissuade him further, but an elderly figure hurriedly appeared around the corner, covering the boy's mouth and drawing him into an embrace. The old man, with hair as white as snow, looked at Su Hao with a gaze full of fear and a hint of apology. He dared not say much, merely gesturing repeatedly to Su Hao before half-dragging his still struggling grandson away while softly reprimanding him. "How many times have I told you not to go near here? Not to meddle in this matter?" Watching the duo retreat, Su Hao's smile gradually faded. It seemed that the ominous reputation of this place had already permeated the minds of ordinary people. No longer hesitating, he turned back and gently pushed the gate. With a creak, the iron gate swung open, emitting a sound that was quite jarring. The campus was steeped in silence. Weeds erupted from the cracks in the concrete ground, nearly reaching waist height. Most of the windows in the teaching building were shattered. The swings by the playground were rusted, and one swing swayed rhythmically on its own, emitting a creaking sound. Su Hao surveyed his surroundings with great curiosity, akin to exploring a theme park. He eventually arrived at the heart of the desolate playground, where he came to a halt. In the very center, between the cracked concrete and rampant weeds, stood a building that seemed utterly incongruous with its surroundings. It was a brand new, modern-style 2-story villa, with pure white walls, bright floor-to-ceiling windows, and a meticulously tended patch of lawn along with a pathway laid with smooth pebbles. Su Hao stood still for half a minute, contemplating. They had built a new structure right in the middle of the playground. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 70. Artificial Intelligence? The villa's amenities far exceeded Su Hao's expectations, even featuring a compact private cinema. Yet, what pleased him most was undoubtedly the luxurious bathroom on the second floor, which nearly occupied half the space and boasted floor-to-ceiling windows. The enormous round bathtub was carved from a single piece of Han white jade, accompanied by an array of imported bath salts and essential oils. Standing before the bathtub, Su Hao observed the smart panel automatically regulating the water temperature, with steam rising from the water, and he fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, since mastering that exceedingly simple cleansing technique, the mundane act of bathing had transformed into a mere pastime for him rather than a necessity of life. A mere thought could render his entire body immaculate, surpassing any shower gel. However, the lavish decor of the 749 Bureau was simply too extravagant. Not to experience it felt like a waste. Adhering to his principle of never wasting anything, Su Hao comfortably sank into the water. The warm water enveloped him, and the perfect temperature made every pore relax, as if the fatigue from his journey was washed away in that moment. He closed his eyes contentedly, savoring this rare tranquility. The system's prompt chimed continuously. Ding. Detected that the host is soaking in a liquid containing a high concentration of spiritual energy. This is a heavenly spiritual spring. It can cleanse the mortal body and refine the holy physique. Spiritual spring refining state activated. Physical strength is being subtly enhanced. Meridian's resilience is being subtly enhanced. Quite delightful. Outside, night had fallen. Su Hao, barefoot, stepped onto the soft carpet, preparing to return to his bedroom to lie down and scroll through his phone. Just as he crossed the threshold of the bathroom, the lights behind him extinguished with a click, plunging the space into darkness. What the? Su Hao turned back, marveling at the rapid technological advancements. The lights go out when one leaves, energy efficient and environmentally friendly. Is this artificial intelligence? Quite impressive. In high spirits, he made his way to the bedroom, flopping onto the plush bed to relish the conveniences of modern living. However, just as he settled in, before he could even reach for his phone, the main light in the bedroom clicked off as well. Isn't it a bit too early for this? He mused. Is this artificial intelligence a tad too intelligent? He hadn't even expressed a desire to sleep yet. Clearing his throat, he addressed the air. Hey Siri, turn on the lights. The room remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. No, wait, he reconsidered. Xiao AI, turn on the lights. Still no response. Xiao Yi, Tian Mao jingling? Xiao AI. After a series of unsuccessful attempts, Su Hao surrendered. He sat up in bed, curling his lips in annoyance. I spoke too soon. I just praised your intelligence. Su Hao picked up his phone, the screen's glow illuminating his somewhat exasperated face. He swiftly opened the 749 app and located the 24-hour online customer service. His fingers flew across the screen. B-level specialist Su Hao, hello? What is the name of the artificial intelligence installed in this villa? Why does it keep turning off the lights? What is its wake word? 749 Logistics 071. Hello, specialist Su Hao. Due to a rush in construction, we did not install artificial intelligence in your room. Not installed. Su Hao blinked, bringing the phone closer and scrutinizing the message once more. Without the installation of artificial intelligence, Su Hao slowly sat up from his bed, his expression transitioning from initial confusion to one of frigid malice. It was not artificial intelligence after all. Something else was assisting me in turning off the lights, but what could it be? It was so difficult to guess. Su Hao rose from his bed without a hint of fear. He moved his neck, producing a soft crack, and murmured, "Where are you? I have searched high and low for you." He leisurely walked down from his bed. With a click, he pressed the switch for the bedroom light, and blinding white light flooded the entire room. Standing in the center of the illumination, he surveyed the empty space, a smirk growing on his lips. Do you not enjoy turning off the lights? Come, let us see if you dare to do it again. He waited 2 seconds, yet the light remained bright and unwavering. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Su Hao shook his head, feigning disappointment, and turned to leave the bedroom, making his way to the living room. With another click, the crystal chandelier responded, banishing every inch of darkness. Come on, I've turned the lights back on. He continued towards the kitchen. Click. He proceeded to the study on the second floor. Click, click, click. Su Hao switched on every light in the villa, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. His voice, laced with impatience, echoed through the brilliantly lit villa, each word dripping with provocation. Hey, come out and play. Here's your chance. You are utterly useless. If you don't show yourself, I might just tear this place apart. The villa was engulfed in silence, save for his voice. Of course, Su Hao was merely speaking out of jest. He had no intention of demolishing the exquisitely furnished villa supplied by the 749 Bureau. After all, it was indeed quite comfortable, far superior to any hotel. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from seeking out the insufferable smart home system that had interrupted his leisure and giving it a proper reprimand. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in opportunely. Ding! Side quest triggered. Subdue the malevolent spirit. Residual malevolence detected in this blessed ground, daring to mock the immortal master. Please locate and subdue it to uphold the dignity of the immortal path and restore righteousness. Quest reward. Fragment of the Renhuang banner. Renhuang banner? Su Hao paused momentarily, his interest piqued. He retrieved the long and used yin-yang mirror from his storage space. The ancient copper mirror shimmered in his grasp. And facing the vacant bedroom, it clearly reflected a dense aura of malevolence curled up in the corner of the wardrobe. Found it. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Hao's mouth, yet he did not approach the wardrobe directly. There was a row of 3 wardrobes in the bedroom, and the female spirit was hiding in the leftmost one. He decided against it. He sauntered over to the rightmost wardrobe, reached out, and with a creak, pulled open the door. Empty. However, he could distinctly sense the malevolent aura in the left wardrobe trembling more violently. Not in here. Su Hao feigned confusion, scratching his head as he moved to the middle wardrobe. Creak. The door opened again, still empty. At this moment, the malevolent aura in the left wardrobe had almost contracted to its limit, the chill of fear pulsating violently, as if it would solidify into ice at any moment. Su Hao slowly approached the last wardrobe, his fingers lightly resting on the doorknob, before yanking it open. Found you. The door swung wide, revealing a sight within. A woman was curled up in the corner, her body exhibiting a semi-transparent quality. She had delicate features but was pallid, devoid of color, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, trembling like a frightened fawn as she gazed at Su Hao. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully locating the vengeful spirit. Quest complete. Reward Renhuang banner has been issued. Su Hao, satisfied, weighed the Renhuang banner in his hand before casually stowing it away. He looked at the trembling female spirit before him, ready to eliminate her swiftly and then return to study his newfound treasure. Subtle arcs of purple lightning began to dance at his fingertips. At that moment, the female spirit seemed to sense the imminent threat and stammered, "Do not kill me." Pleading for mercy? Do you think pleading will be of any use? He advanced step by step, the overwhelming pressure causing the spirit's form to waver. However, Su Hao shifted his tone. "First, tell me what is happening at your school. If your explanation is satisfactory, I will consider whether to disperse your soul or obliterate you entirely. Is there any difference between those two options?" A flicker of desperate hope crossed the female spirit's eyes as she hastily began, "I was originally..." "Enough, do not say too much." Su Hao impatiently waved his hand, interrupting her impending tragic tale. "Listening to your stories is too tedious. What if you deceive me? I detest complications." With a flick of his wrist, the recently acquired small banner reappeared in his palm. "Let us discuss your fate within my Renhuang banner," he said, directing the banner toward the female spirit. "You will find it difficult to speak falsely." However, as he brandished the banner, Su Hao furrowed his brow. He lifted the small flag, scrutinizing it under the bright light of the bedroom, and could not help but voice his thoughts. Why does this Renhuang banner emanate black mist? The banner fluttered without wind, the mist coalescing into various agonized, wailing faces, a chilling, sinister, and oppressive aura washing over him. This appearance could easily be mistaken for the Wanhun banner or the Bone banner. This Renhuang banner seems rather perilous. Regardless, he pointed the banner, shrouded in ominous black mist, at the trembling female spirit, commanding in an undeniable tone, "You, get in there immediately." The female spirit, gazing at the banner radiating ominous energy, felt her soul nearly scatter. The aura emanating from it was 1,000 times more terrifying than the purple lightning from earlier. "Enter? Surely. That means I will be devoured to the very last fragment." She shook her head frantically, instinctively retreating, her eyes filled with sheer terror. Su Hao raised an eyebrow. "Do I need to invite you?" Just as the words left his mouth, the black mist from the Renhuang banner surged dramatically, transforming into a ghastly hand that gave the female spirit no chance to react, yanking her soul inside. She did not even have time to let out a scream before vanishing within the banner. The mist on the banner roiled violently for a moment, as if it had just finished a meal, before settling back into calm. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subjugating the first vengeful spirit. The Renhuang banner has activated partial functions, allowing interrogation of the spirit within, discerning its virtue and vice, and investigating its past." Su Hao looked at the Renhuang banner in his hand with satisfaction. Now, it was time to hear the tale of this new addition to his collection. With a wave of the Renhuang banner, a gentle black mist enveloped the female spirit's soul, releasing her once more. "All right, now you may speak." Su Hao reclined comfortably on the sofa, resting the ominous banner on his lap, as if interrogating a criminal. "Speak, if you will. What is your situation? And what of this school?" The female spirit, devoid of any pretense or ulterior motives, began to recount her tale in a tone imbued with an ethereal melancholy. "I am called Qing Ni, and much of my past has faded from my memory. I recall that I met my demise here approximately 50 years past. At that time, this place was merely a graveyard." "A graveyard?" Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Qing Ni nodded. "Eventually, the burial grounds were leveled, and a girls' school was established in its place. At first, all was well, but then, at an indeterminate point, a terrifying entity arrived." As she spoke, her recollections seemed to falter, a pained and bewildered expression crossing her face. "I cannot recall its nature. My memories are fragmented and hazy. I only know that after its arrival, the atmosphere of the entire school shifted. The restless souls that had once slumbered in the graveyard grew irritable, filled with malice, and began to wreak havoc. Subsequently, calamities plagued the school, rendering it unmanageable, and it fell into utter desolation." She lowered her head, her voice heavy with helplessness. "I have never harmed anyone. I merely wish to scare you away, for remaining here is perilous. That entity, along with the malevolent spirits it has influenced, will slaughter anyone who dares to intrude." Su Hao listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping on the Renhuang fan resting on his knee. Through the faint connection established between Qing Ni and the Renhuang fan, he discerned that she was speaking the truth. It was not this female spirit causing the turmoil. Rather, the situation had always been dire. As he contemplated, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. "Ding!" Detected that the host, wielding unmatched celestial authority, has successfully influenced the benevolent earthbound spirit, Qing Ni. The earthbound spirit has voluntarily alerted the host, revealing that beneath this land lies a den of iniquity. New mission triggered. Annihilate the den of evil and rescue the suffering souls. Chapter 72. The wise adapt to circumstances. Just as Su Hao was poised to probe Qing and I further for more details, a loud and rude banging erupted from the front door of the villa. Each thud resonated with the force of a heavy hammer. The sudden cacophony startled Qing and I, causing her ethereal form to tremble violently, her face a mask of terror. Su Hao's brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of annoyance and deep confusion flashing in his eyes. Surely not. In the dead of night, someone seeks me out in this forsaken place? His first instinct was to suspect the personnel from Bureau 749, but he quickly dismissed the thought. No, the agents of 749 are meticulous and professional, not the types to pound on doors like thugs demanding protection money. Who could it be? Could it be that dreadful entity Qing and I mentioned? Su Hao felt uncertain once again. Stay inside for now, he instructed the still frightened Qing and I. And with a thought, the Ren Huang fan enveloped her in a mist of black energy. The banging at the door escalated, becoming increasingly frantic and louder. Su Hao's patience waned, replaced by an icy demeanor. Rising from the sofa, he leisurely adjusted his attire and strode toward the entrance. I shall see who dares to intrude. It would be best if you possess a compelling reason to prevent me from dispatching you on the spot. He swung open the villa's door, revealing a nondescript middle-aged man clad in an outdated suit, his eyes hollow, his expression rigid and lifeless. Despite his human guise, Su Hao discerned immediately that he was not of this world. The man remained silent, merely extracting a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and presenting it to Su Hao. Scrawled in blood were the crooked words, 10 years of life. And you may escape this place. What nonsense is this? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, amused by the absurdity. Are you here to extort me? I, as a representative of the state, deal with those like you who demand protection money. He paid no heed to the paper, hands resting in his pockets, languidly declaring, I have no life to spare, but I do possess a fist the size of a sandbag. Would you care for that? Before his words had fully dissipated, Su Hao vanished from sight. With a thunderous crack that rent the air, the middle-aged man had no time to react as Su Hao's fist, akin to a battering ram, struck his chest. The man's body crumpled and twisted, bursting apart like a watermelon struck by a speeding truck, scattering putrid remnants in all directions. You shall perish. You will certainly meet your end here. The shattered head rolled to the ground, its mouth moving mechanically, uttering curses filled with malice, but soon fell silent, never to make another sound. Su Hao stood amidst the chaos, observing the wreckage. After a moment's wait, he grew impatient and clicked his tongue. Feigning death, are we? He kicked aside the torn facade of human skin, revealing beneath the bloodied fragments a small wisp of dark smoke. A spectral entity curling up in an attempt to render itself invisible. As this entity realized its exposure, it emitted a silent wail, transforming into a streak of light, desperately fleeing into the surrounding darkness. Yet, such efforts were futile. Su Hao could not be bothered to chase, with a mere thought. The Ren Huang fan behind him unleashed a whirl of black energy, a formidable pull that ensnared the specter and drew it back, consuming it within the fan. The entire process was executed with fluid grace and efficiency. Su Hao toyed with the Ren Huang fan in his hand. You see, since you desire my 10 years of life, from this day forth, you shall work for me for 10 years. Does that not seem fair? Within the fan, the specter seemed momentarily taken aback, then a voice filled with desperate relief echoed. Then, after 10 years, Su Hao's smile transformed into one of benevolence as he replied in a tone of undeniable certainty. Indeed, after 10 years, you shall be free to drift into oblivion. What? Oblivion? My lord, let us negotiate further. 10 years is far too brief. I shall serve you for 100 years. Su Hao promptly interrupted the specter's frantic pleas, pointing toward Qing and I. From this moment onward, you shall serve as the warden of this prison. Qing and I was taken aback, her semi-transparent fingers pointing at herself in disbelief. Me? Yes, you. Su Hao affirmed with a nod, his tone leaving no room for argument. All new arrivals here shall be under your jurisdiction. Should you find any of them insufferable, feel free to eliminate them without reporting back to me. Stretching his limbs, Su Hao's joints cracked audibly. I had intended to commence work tomorrow, but seeing as you are all so eager to present yourselves, I shall be diligent. He approached the villa's entrance, casually thrusting the Ren Huang fan into the ground. Black energies surged forth, expelling a disheveled spirit, precisely the one he had just vanquished. By the way, what is your name? Su Hao inquired, looking down upon him. Lead me to your superior post-haste. In the ancient wisdom of Huaxia, there exists a saying, those who understand the shifting times are the true heroes. Suddenly, the enigmatic figure raised his head abruptly, exclaiming, "Yes, Commander. My name is Lu Kai. Typically, it is other superiors who seek me out. I find it difficult to locate my own. You," Su Hao pointed at the guide Lu Kai, "lead the way and identify any peculiarities you encounter." He then turned to the somewhat bewildered Qing and I beside him. "You shall follow me closely. Observe well how to manage these prisoners." "Yes, sir." "Understood," Lu Kai replied, while Su Hao leisurely trailed behind him, hands tucked in his pockets, as if indulging in a post-meal stroll, with Qing and I following closely like a devoted shadow. "Commander, it is here, in Building A of the teaching complex, where the malevolent aura is most potent." Lu Kai trembled as he gestured toward a foreboding structure ahead. No sooner had he spoken than a window on the third floor shattered violently, and a dark figure shot down like a cannonball, emitting a piercing shriek as it lunged toward Lu Kai, who was at the forefront. Lu Kai, terrified, scrambled to evade. Yet Su Hao did not even flinch. He merely clicked his tongue lightly. Before the shadow could close the distance of 5 meters, a slender purple arc of electricity flickered from Su Hao's body. With a faint sound, the formidable shadow was instantaneously vaporized mid-air, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. Next, Su Hao remarked indifferently, as though he had merely squashed a mosquito. Lu Kai stood in stunned silence, while Qing and I experienced a visceral understanding of her new master's terrifying prowess for the first time. The power of that dark entity far surpassed her own, yet it had not even merited a glance from its master. "Commander, this way, to the library," Lu Kai urged. Chapter 73. Capturing the Malevolent Spirits. Indeed, it was quite troublesome, and the Renhuang banner was still empty, leaving Su Hao as the sole commander. He addressed Qing and I. "Come, let me procure some subordinates for you." As they approached the library, Su Hao forcefully kicked open the dust-laden door, expecting chaos, yet the library lay in eerie silence. He halted, glancing at Lu Kai. "Why do they not come forth to meet their demise? Are they here to attack me?" Lu Kai quickly forced a sycophantic smile. I cannot say for certain, but perhaps they are awed by your formidable presence, Commander, and dare not act rashly." While Lu Kai flattered him fervently, 2 disgruntled, malevolent spirits huddled behind a bookshelf on the 2nd floor, trembling. "What has become of that old spirit? Has he turned traitor?" One of the spirits, a hanged ghost, whispered venomously. "Shoo, lower your voice. Don't draw attention." Another spirit, a headless entity, urged in fear. "Did you not see how the newcomers handle things? The brothers from the teaching building disappeared without a sound. What shall we do?" "We must hide until he leaves," the 2 spirits conspired in hushed tones. Just then, a glimmer of azure light materialized silently behind them, followed by a face suddenly intruding into their midst. "What are you 2 spirits plotting?" Su Hao demanded. "Ah, a ghost." The 2 spirits, startled by Su Hao's abrupt appearance, turned to flee. However, before they could move, Su Hao's hand had already grasped their shoulders, immobilizing them with an overwhelming force. "I cannot be bothered to ask. Your stammering suggests you have little truth to share. Very well. Let us discuss matters within my Renhuang banner." As the words left his lips, a dark glow emanated from the Renhuang banner, and an irresistible force pulled the 2 spirits inside, making them the 2nd batch of employees under Qing Mi's command. Inside the Renhuang banner, confronted by Qing and I, the newly appointed warden, the 2 spirits dared not conceal anything. We do not know where the most powerful leader is. We only understand that the 749 Bureau will not easily eliminate us, maintaining a delicate balance. Your actions disrupt the established order." Upon hearing this, Su Hao's consciousness delved into the Renhuang banner, a cold smile forming on his lips. "What nonsense is this? I have disrupted the order, so what? From this moment forth, I am the very embodiment of order here. Now, I shall redefine your rules." With a thought, the black light of the Renhuang banner flashed again, and Su Hao summoned forth 4 ethereal figures, Qing and I, Lu Kai, and the 2 newly captured spirits. You, and you." Su Hao indicated Lu Kai and the 2 spirits. With a flick of his fingers, 3 strands of spiritual energy surged into their ethereal forms. With a crackling sound, they felt a surge of power coursing through them, magnifying their strength exponentially. Su Hao commanded, "From now on, you 3 shall capture all the malevolent beings hidden within this school and bring them to the villa where I reside. Do you understand?" The 3 spirits exchanged glances, speechless. Su Hao disregarded their confusion and turned back to Qing and I, whose role was evidently different. Qing and I. "Yes, master," she replied, adopting a submissive posture. "You are to manage the subsequent arrivals of malevolent spirits, interrogate, register, assess their strengths, and then dispatch them to continue the capture. Establish a cycle, understood?" "Understood." The 3 spirits, along with Qing and I and Lu Kai, felt a wave of cold sweat erupting from their forms. What is this operation? Are we to conscript them? Using spirits to control spirits? This is akin to treating them as mere beasts of burden, nay, hunting hounds. Is this not a form of pyramid scheme within the spirit realm? Observing the expressions of horror on the four spirits' faces, Suhao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. An automated capturing assembly line is now established. The third girls' high school of Jiangdong City had never witnessed such chaos in a single night. In the dimly lit third floor of Teaching Building C, within an abandoned art classroom, several ethereal shadows huddled together, trembling. This was their usual rendezvous for exchanging information. Yet tonight, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Suddenly, an even more elusive shadow burst through the wall, frantic and trembling. Run. Run for your lives. One spirit, perched upon an easel, snapped in irritation. What is the matter? What disarray is this? No, it's urgent. A catastrophe has occurred. Another spirit, languidly hovering in a corner, asked what happened. Did the 749 Bureau come for routine inspections? Just avoid them. It's not an inspection. A new master has emerged within the 749 Bureau. A harbinger of doom. A devil. Breathlessly, the shadow recounted the horrors it had witnessed, describing the betrayal of spirits captured by this new master, including Lu Kai and two others from the Western warehouse, who had all turned into his minions, now scouring the world for their kind. Upon hearing this, the art classroom fell into a profound silence, as every spirit absorbed the gravity of betrayal. The old specter was the first to react. Impossible. Although Lu Kai is sycophantic, he wouldn't go so far as to be utterly unquestionable. The shadow shrieked. I witnessed him binding old Jean from the gym, muttering that serving the officer is the only path forward. He is now tenfold stronger than before. Fear spread like a plague in the hearts of all specters. A formidable adversary who could not be resisted was already terrifying enough. A demon capable of transforming its kin into stronger hounds was sheer despair. Run. We must flee. The hanged specter was the first to respond, leaping down from the ceiling. Where can we escape to? The old specter's essence dimmed. Have you forgotten? Can you leave the school? We are all trapped here. Then what shall we do? In any case, we must hide. The old specter gritted his teeth. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot turn the entire school upside down overnight. As a few specters prepared to scatter, a cold yet familiar voice drifted in from outside the door. Wang Laogui, stop hiding and come out. The officer said, those who recognize the times are wise. It was Lu Kai's voice. Chapter 74. Management. A few specters gazed at Lu Kai, who had emerged alone at the door, and their previously tense essences relaxed instantly. The old specter scoffed. You've truly made progress. Have you forgotten your roots? It seems it is time for us old fellows to properly educate you on what rules are. Indeed, a newcomer has made you lose your head and turned you into a lackey. The hanged ghost echoed. They exchanged glances and pounced towards Lu Kai from three directions. Shrouded in malevolence, intent on tearing this traitor apart, Lu Kai stood his ground, and instead of fear, a hint of pity appeared on his face. What followed could not be termed a battle. It resembled a one-sided ambush. Minutes later, Wang Laoshe, the hanged ghost, along with other specters, were bound tightly like Zongzi. Unable to move, their faces etched with horror and confusion. What is this power? Lu Kai said nothing more. He simply dragged the string of captives respectfully back to the small villa standing tall in front of the playground. Within the villa, an astonishingly efficient assembly line had already formed. The captured specters were first temporarily detained by the Renhuang fan. Subsequently, they would be interrogated individually by Qing and I, inquiring about their pasts, abilities, and whether they knew the whereabouts of other specters. Ultimately, regardless of whether they confessed or remained silent, they would become new recruits, dispatched to continue capturing former colleagues. This cycle repeated itself with remarkable efficiency. As night fell, the third women's middle school of Jiangdong City underwent an unprecedented purge. The once eerie and ghost-ridden campus had transformed into an unusually clean environment. All entities capable of breathing, indeed, all that could float, had been captured and incorporated. Moreover, the Renhuang fan of Suhao underwent a stunning transformation. Inside that chaotic space, what was once a simple flat surface had evolved into a newly manifested, somber black edifice. Above the entrance, two distorted characters faintly emerged. Prison. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully established an effective management system. The Renhuang fan has automatically evolved into a specialized cave building, Jinyu. It can effectively restrain and transform the specters within, enhancing their work efficiency. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight pierced through the campus mist, all the incorporated specters floated at their respective stations within the prison cave, relishing a rare tranquility. Suddenly, A grand voice resonated within the consciousness of all specters. Rise. It was the voice of that esteemed individual. All specters jolted awake. All units, immediately tie to your lodgings. Maintain formation. Qing and I, as the warden, dutifully conveyed the orders. Next came the morning exercises. Under the leadership of Lu Kai, hundreds of specters began performing the 8th set of radio calisthenics in the open space before the prison. The sight was both comical and chilling. After the exercises, they engaged in a collective activity before breakfast. The meal, a daily ration of spiritual energy bestowed by Su Hao, was preceded by the mandatory singing of a transformation song composed personally by Su Hao. Thank you, esteemed one, for this opportunity. I regret yesterday's transgressions. I shall work diligently to capture new specters and strive to bring honor soon. The song, or rather, the wails of the specters, echoed within the Renhuang fan, filling the atmosphere with an uplifting spirit. On the balcony of the villa, Su Hao sipped soy milk while using his divine sense to review the employees within his fan. Nodding in satisfaction. Quite spirited, he muttered to himself. The specters within the campus had been nearly eradicated, and the remaining few, under the thorough search of his ghostly employees, were merely a matter of time. It was then that he smacked his thigh, recalling a crucial task he had neglected amidst his ghost hunting. He had yet to claim this mission on the 749 app. This was a matter of utmost importance regarding the eradication of anomalies. Leisurely, Su Hao retrieved his phone, opened the internal app of 749, located the task list published for Jiangdong City, and prepared to claim the task of guarding the former site of the 3rd Women's Middle School. However, upon finding the task, he was taken aback to see the status display glaring 3 words: completed. What? Su Hao furrowed his brow. Completed? With so many ghosts causing havoc like a night of 100 demons, how is it marked as completed? What were those who came before doing? He mentally grumbled. And with a thought, the Renhuang fan trembled slightly, and several phantoms appeared before him. All right, finish your meal and swiftly go capture. No, I mean apprehend the specters. Find the remaining ones. Su Hao waved his hand impatiently. Yes, officer. The specters immediately stood at attention, chanting in unison, the officer is heaven. The officer is earth. The officer is our rebirth's parent. We shall dutifully brave fire and water for the officer. Su Hao rubbed his temples. Enough. By the way, we likely won't need this many here. Send half out to patrol the school's surroundings. Capture any specters and monsters you encounter to expand our workforce. However, as soon as he spoke, the specters' faces drained of color, revealing their discomfort as they stammered. The leader, Lu Kai, mustered the courage to report, officer. We are restricted from leaving this school. What nonsense. Su Hao was taken aback. I already permitted you to leave. How can you still not go? Lu Kai's spectral form trembled. It is true, officer. Before you arrived, a formidable demon came here and trapped all of us specters. It enslaves us, periodically consuming the weakest specters, much like a shepherd. Oh, Su Hao's gaze sharpened instantly. He recalled what you had mentioned about the rules of 749. How does 749 have rules with you specters and that demon? We not clear on that either. Another specter interjected. We only know that whenever the demon arrives, it warns us that this place is a pasture agreed upon with a significant figure from 749. As long as we do not overstep our bounds, 749 would not truly eradicate us, and it can periodically come and enjoy itself. It said this is the rule. Agreed upon. In a moment, all the clues converged in Su Hao's mind. A bold yet plausible hypothesis took shape. A certain official from 749 had clandestinely colluded with this formidable demon. This official had accepted the mission to eradicate the area, but falsely reported the task as completed, allowing the land to become a sanctuary for the demon's captive spirits. In return, the demon might offer rare materials or assist this official with clandestine affairs. The rationale behind choosing this location for his residence likely stemmed from the gathering of sinister energies, which, unbeknownst to the higher-ups at 749, made it an ideal site for establishing an official's quarters, a perfect venue for suppression. A flawless loop. A conspiracy that shrouded both the upper echelons of 749 and himself in darkness. That incompetent within 749 better not be found by me, or he shall face dire consequences. At that moment, a voice interjected, Commander, that individual may not be incompetent. You must not underestimate him. How strong can someone be when allied with such a demon? Su Hao did not hesitate, dialing the internal customer service line of 749. The call was answered almost instantly. Su Hao, specialist, how may I assist you today? The sweet voice of the customer service representative chimed. Hello. I need you to check the records regarding the task of guarding the old site of Jiangdong City 3rd Girls High School. Please provide me with the name of the initial task assignee and the individual who submitted the completion report. Su Hao's tone was devoid of emotion. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. The search is complete. Specialist Su Hao, due to your high level of authority, you are permitted to access this information. The task assignee was B-level specialist Huang Hai. The completion report was submitted 3 years ago, stating that the target area had been cleared of spirits, leaving only a small number of harmless bound spirits. It is recommended to establish an official's residence for long-term suppression. As Su Hao listened to the report, his conviction and his understanding strengthened. Cleared? Harmless? Excellent. Su Hao's voice betrayed no emotion. I want all detailed information on Huang Hai, including but not limited to his home address and recent activity trajectory, sent to me immediately. Understood, Specialist Su Hao. There was a brief pause on the other end, but the representative promptly responded, the encrypted data has been sent to your personal terminal. Please check. Thank you. Su Hao hung up, and almost simultaneously his phone chimed, indicating the arrival of an encrypted file. Name, Huang Hai. Level, B-level specialist. Ability, Jiangshi Master. Address, Jiangdong City, Binjiang No. 1 Compound, Building A. Room 1701. Current status. At home. Gazing at the last 2 words, Su Hao slowly rose, stretching his limbs. He turned to glance at Qing Enai and Lu Kai, who stood respectfully nearby. Watch the house. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable command. No flies shall enter or exit before my return. Yes, Commander. The group responded in unison. Su Hao said no more. He flickered and vanished from the villa. Binjiang No. 1 Compound, a renowned upscale community in Jiangdong City. Su Hao fixed his gaze on the entrance, awaiting silently. Soon, a middle-aged man carrying a net bag containing a plump watermelon strolled leisurely toward him. The man was slightly overweight, dressed in comfortable home attire, exuding an air of contentment. It was indeed Huang Hai from the profile picture. Just as Huang Hai swiped his access card, preparing to enter the building, a figure unexpectedly stepped out and blocked his path. Startled, Huang Hai nearly dropped the watermelon he was holding. He frowned, scrutinizing the overly youthful man before him. Who are you? Su Hao wore an innocuous smile, almost excessively enthusiastic, and extended his hand. Specialist Huang Hai, greetings. My name is Li Feiyu, a newcomer at 749. I heard you are a benchmark for us in Jiangdong City, and I specifically came to learn from you. Li Feiyu? A flicker of doubt crossed Huang Hai's eyes as he assessed Su Hao from head to toe, showing no intention of shaking his hand. I'm sorry, but I don't mentor newcomers and have no interest in doing so. You may find someone else. With that, he attempted to bypass Su Hao. Hey, don't go. Su Hao sidestepped, once again blocking his way, his smile brighter than ever. Now that you're here, won't you invite me upstairs to share a slice of watermelon? Huang Specialist, how can you be so rude? Huang Hai's brows furrowed, perplexed. What? He sensed that this newcomer might be slightly unhinged. However, Su Hao seemed entirely unfazed by his expression, pointing at the watermelon in the bag. Tell me, is this watermelon ripe? Huang Hai was utterly bewildered, feeling as if his logical chain had been disrupted by this bizarre individual. He instinctively replied, I bought this to eat at home. Would I buy an unripe watermelon? That's not what I asked. Su Hao shook his head, his expression serious as he reiterated. I simply want to know, is this watermelon ripe? A wave of absurdity washed over Huang Hai, and he finally confirmed that this person was either mentally unstable or deliberately provoking him. His expression darkened. Are you trying to pick a fight? What does the ripeness of this watermelon have to do with you? It matters greatly, Su Hao replied with conviction. If the watermelon is ripe, it indicates your keen eye. Since I've come such a long way to visit you, shouldn't you invite me upstairs for a taste and to share your successful experiences? Huang Hai nearly laughed at this twisted reasoning, struggling to suppress his anger. He responded coldly, Are you sick? Get out of here. I have guests today and no time to waste with you. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, you have guests? Su Hao nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to the watermelon. He slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger toward the watermelon suspended in the air, and made a casual slicing motion. Suddenly, with a soft crack, the large, round watermelon in Huang Hai's bag split perfectly in half. Indeed, it is ripe. Huang Hai was taken aback. You bastard. Are you trying to ruin my watermelon? Su Hao seemed oblivious to the anger and fear in Huang Hai's furious shout. See, what did I tell you? It's ripe. Now, Huang Specialist, shall we go upstairs for a taste? Invite you? You must be joking. Huang Hai could no longer contain his rage, shouting. Do you not understand human language? Before he could finish, his free hand clenched into a fist, a faint azure energy swirling around it, rushing towards Su Hao's face. As a B-level specialist, his punch was strong enough to pierce a steel plate. He could not believe this impudent young man would dare to take it head-on. However, Su Hao did not even blink in the face of this forceful strike. He casually raised his other hand, swiftly and precisely seizing Huang Hai's approaching wrist. Huang Hai's pupils constricted. Holding Huang Hai's wrist, Su Hao gently twisted, locked, and pulled. A crisp sound of dislocated joints echoed through the air. A searing agony radiated from Huang Hai's wrist, causing him to emit a muffled groan, as his entire arm succumbed to a sudden numbness, the strength within it dissipating entirely. Su Hao, contorting his joint, firmly restrained him and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Come, take me to your home for a bit of fruit." Huang Hai, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. He had entangled himself with an incomprehensible and terrifying entity. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, mustering his final card. "Who on earth are you? I warn you, I am an officer of 749. If you dare to lay a hand on a public servant, you are courting your own demise." An officer of 749? How fortuitous. Su Hao released his grip on Huang Hai and affectionately patted his shoulder with such force that Huang Hai nearly stumbled to the ground. "We are colleagues." Huang Hai was left utterly bewildered. What a mess this is. As if the floodwaters had swept through the Dragon King's temple, Su Hao chuckled. "Come on, Huang Hai. As a senior, you ought to treat me, your new colleague, to some tea upstairs, and perhaps let me taste your fruit to see if it is sweet." In the living room of Huang Hai's home, the atmosphere was stifling. He sat upright on his sofa, his back straight and hands resting on his knees. His posture as rigid as that of a first grader on their inaugural day of school. It was not that he wished to remain still, rather, he was paralyzed by fear and pain radiating from his left wrist and right ankle. He longed to flee, yet each attempt resulted in a bone being broken, and any movement now would only invite further punishment. "Don't be tense, relax a bit. It's as if I'm a villain." Su Hao's voice drifted from the kitchen. His tone as casual as if he were a guest in his own home. He held a spoon, nonchalantly scooping out a half watermelon, before sauntering back, plopping himself down on the single sofa opposite Huang Hai, crossing his legs with ease. "This fruit is indeed delightful, quite sweet," he remarked, pointing the spoon at Huang Hai. "What a shame. If only you would remain still, you could have tasted it as well." Beads of cold sweat formed on Huang Hai's forehead as he gritted his teeth in silence. He was now unequivocally certain that this creature before him was not affiliated with 749. As a B-level officer, he understood the gravity of internal discipline. Investigating a colleague was a matter of utmost significance, requiring strict protocols, approvals from superiors, and the presence of at least 2 individuals for oversight, with full audio and video recordings. Yet here was this individual, acting alone, resorting to violence without restraint, operating with the mercilessness of a gang seeking revenge. Su Hao took a bite of the watermelon, observing Huang Hai's discomfort, and casually remarked, "Just sit tight and wait for your guest." At the mention of this, Huang Hai's heart seized with dread. His greatest fear had finally materialized. He glanced at the wall clock. The hour hand pointed to 9. According to their agreement, the Dysfunction might arrive at any moment to collect this month's offerings. What to do? Huang Hai's mind was a tempest of anxiety. Should he warn the Dysfunction of an ambush? No. The moment that thought arose, he sensed Su Hao's piercing gaze, and he had no doubt that any sign of defiance would not merely result in a broken wrist or ankle, but rather a severed neck. Should he resign himself to fate? Yet he was acutely aware of the Dysfunction's capabilities. If it learned that he had led it into a trap, even if he survived today, he would assuredly face a fate worse than death in the future. He found himself trapped between 2 insurmountable terrors, caught in a perilous limbo, feeling as though death would be a kinder fate. The only sounds in the living room were the rhythmic clinks of Su Hao's spoon against the watermelon and the ticking of the clock, each tick resonating like a hammer striking the very nerves of Huang Hai, who was on the brink of collapse. He was in a state of frantic distress, his palms drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang out. Huang Hai's body jolted, freezing in place as if struck by lightning. They had arrived. Instinctively, he looked towards Su Hao, who leisurely swallowed the last bite of watermelon, tossed the spoon onto the coffee table, and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth with deliberation. "Colleague," he said softly, "go answer the door. Your guest has arrived." As the door swung open, Huang Hai's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Standing at the threshold was a weasel walking upright. In a reflexive motion, Huang Hai cast a furtive glance into the living room, seeking some form of guidance from Su Hao. However, the single sofa was conspicuously empty. The watermelon rind and spoon on the table bore witness to the presence of someone moments ago. Yet the young man who ought to have been there had vanished without a trace. Had he fled? The thought barely formed when the weasel, noticing Huang Hai's dazed state, furrowed its brow and impatiently commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Show me inside." Its voice was sharp, laden with an undeniable tone of authority. Huang Hai trembled, his soul nearly escaping him. He dared not utter a word. He could not afford any extraneous expressions. Heaven knew where that demon might be lurking. Every word he spoke, every action he took, could become a death sentence. He could only stiffly turn to the side, stammering, "Dysfunction, please come in." Fearful of misstepping, he believed that any slip of the tongue might provoke that malevolent spirit to spring forth from the shadows and dispatch him on the spot. The weasel huffed, seemingly pleased with Huang Hai's trepidation. It strutted into the living room, confidently making its way toward the main sofa. Huang Hai, his hands shaking, slowly closed the door behind him. Cold sweat drenched his back. How is the offering prepared this time? Huang Hai's lips quivered, unable to form a coherent response. At that moment, a voice rang out beside Huang Hai, "The offering is no more." Both the weasel and Huang Hai jumped in surprise. "However, by this time next year, you might see if any dutiful descendants offer you something." The weasel's demeanor shifted instantly, its eyes blazing with fury, its sharp voice echoing throughout the room, "You audacious mortal. How dare you speak to this Dysfunction?" It was abruptly silenced. In the next instant, Su Hao's hand seized the weasel by the neck, lifting it effortlessly into the air. The weasel flailed its limbs in futility, its previously imposing visage now contorted with the terror of suffocation and disbelief. Su Hao's gaze was frigid, his voice devoid of any jest. "You vile creature. Instead of remaining in your eastern 3 provinces, you dare to trespass onto my territory and wreak havoc. Let me impart a lesson. If you were to provide blessings and protection to your people, I would not hesitate to address you as Dysfunction. Yet you indulge in foul deeds. To me, you are no different from a mere monster. I demand 749 to hold a trial against me." The Huang Dysfunction, expending every ounce of strength, cried out desperately, attempting to grasp the last straw of salvation. "I am a celestial being blessed by incense, not a wild demon. You cannot execute me without a trial." Upon hearing this, Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a sardonic grin, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "A trial, you say?" He released his grip, allowing the weasel to tumble to the ground, and then retrieved a specially crafted pistol from his pocket. "Now, it is I who shall judge you." Su Hao disengaged the safety and aimed the ominous barrel at the weasel. "The rules are simple. I will fire 9 shots. If all 9 bullets, mind you, every single one, misfire, I shall spare you." A flicker of confusion crossed the weasel's beady eyes, soon replaced by unrestrained elation. While this was a 749 special pistol, it posed no lethal threat to it. "Very well. It is a deal." Bang! Without hesitation, Su Hao pulled the trigger. A sharp gunshot rang out, and a burst of spiritual energy struck the weasel, singeing its fur and sending it rolling several times. Yet, for a seasoned practitioner, this meager harm, though painful, was far from fatal. The weasel rose, shaking its head, and upon assessing its injuries, erupted into a maniacal laugh, as if having narrowly escaped death. "Huh. Your gun cannot harm me. Come on. Continue. 9 bullets. I can endure." However, Su Hao set aside the pistol, the mocking expression on his face replaced by a chilling indifference that proclaimed the outcome. "Enough," he stated calmly. "There were no misfires. You may now perish." The weasel's laughter abruptly ceased, its visage contorted with shock and confusion. "What? But I endured. What I said was, if all 9 bullets misfire, I would spare you. The first shot has already been fired, has it not?" Chapter 77. Tormenting the sinner thus, the game concluded. What relevance did your endurance hold? In that fleeting moment, as the weasel prepared to plead for mercy, a slender thread of violet lightning silently erupted from Su Hao's fingertips, instantly piercing its third eye. Ding! Successfully judged the derelict celestial, upholding the authority of righteousness. Reward: slight enhancement of physical cultivation, increased mastery of the Zhixiaoyu Leiyin. The weasel's corporeal form collapsed to the ground. A faint yellow shadow, in a state of panic, darted from its crown, only to collide violently against an unseen barrier. It was not a wall. Emerging from the wall were ethereal figures, the very specters from the Ren Huang fan. Rather than pouncing like wild specters to tear it apart, they uniformly halted before Su Hao, bowing in unison, their voices merging into a chilling chorus. "Greetings, Commander." This scene left the weasel's soul utterly stupefied. What was happening? Wasn't this its reserve force? How had they transformed overnight into the army of this harbinger of doom? Before it could comprehend, several specters advanced, akin to well-trained sentinels, seizing the weasel's spirit and efficiently dragging it back into formation. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction, as if reviewing his honor guard. Then, he extended a finger, languidly gesturing towards the quaking Huang Hai on the sofa. That one, too. Take him away. Upon hearing this, Huang Hai's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. He wished to flee, but the excruciating pain in his ribs and legs rendered him incapable of even standing, forcing him to futilely scoot backward on the sofa. No. Don't come near. I am a 749 commissioner. You filthy creatures, stay back. Li Feiyu, we are colleagues. You do not have the right to handle me arbitrarily. The 749 regulations prohibit this. Once I escape, I will report you to headquarters. You are finished, absolutely doomed. By all means, Su Hao replied nonchalantly. I welcome you to report me. Be sure to name me, Li Feiyu. However, who said I was handling you arbitrarily? Huang Hai was taken aback. You see, tonight, a malevolent specter infiltrated a civilian residence with ill intent. Unfortunately, B-level Commissioner Huang Hai was abducted by the specter, his fate unknown. As a passing C-level commissioner, Li Feiyu, I bravely intervened, eliminating the leading demon, though regrettably, I could not rescue Commissioner Huang Hai. Su Hao approached Huang Hai, patting him on the shoulder with a sincere expression, filled with feigned sorrow. Thus, Commissioner Huang Hai, he said softly, you were not handled by me. You were gallantly taken by the specter while performing your duties. What does this have to do with me? In Huang Hai's eyes, transitioning from shock and fear to utter despair, the specters dragged him, along with the weasel's soul, into the corner of the wall, disappearing without a trace. With a flash of azure light, Su Hao reappeared before the villa of the girls' high school. He did not hurry inside, but rather leisurely leaned against the door, taking out his phone. He opened the internal app of 749, adeptly locating the task submission and evidence upload section. He uploaded the complete audio recording from Huang Hai's residence, along with the footage of Huang Dexian demanding offerings, as an encrypted file package. In the remarks section, he succinctly noted, B-level Commissioner Huang Hai, colluding with demons, harboring malevolent entities. Evidence is conclusive. Processed. The moment the file was successfully uploaded, the app promptly displayed a new notification. Detected that the submitter is B-level Commissioner Su Hao, possessing individual law enforcement authority and emergency adjudication rights. Evidence review approved. Reward issued. 1,000 anomaly elimination points. 1,000 points. This is a slow accumulation. Su Hao scoffed. For 749, this was a significant event involving internal corruption, necessitating layers of reporting and repeated verification. However, for Su Hao, who held the highest authority, this was merely a routine cleanup, the process having been simplified to the utmost degree. Putting away his phone, he pushed the door and entered his villa. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, and everything was immaculate. Qing and I was directing several small specters and cleaning the floor, and upon seeing Su Hao return, they immediately bowed respectfully. Master, Su Hao waved dismissively, walking straight to the sofa and sitting down. Then, with a thought, a large, ancient banner emanating ominous black energy appeared in his hand. It was the Ren Huang fan. Have all the new employees been processed? He inquired casually. Report, Commander. Qing and I reports that the Weasel Dexian and Huang Hai souls have been imprisoned. The remaining newly recruited colleagues have completed registration and are undergoing pre-job training with Lu Kai. Su Hao nodded, his consciousness sinking into the depths of the Ren Huang fan. The prison within the Ren Huang fan was now brightly lit. The majority of the specters were on the playground, led by Lu Kai, repetitively practicing the newly devised calisthenics while chanting 1, 2, 3, 4, creating a scene both eerie and absurd. Yet, Su Hao's gaze was fixed directly on the innermost, darkest corner of the prison. There resided the weasel, Huang Hai, and the dozens of heinous spirits he had previously selected from the school, those who had taken lives and bore heavy sins. Their wails and cries were contained within that small space, unable to escape a single sound. Su Hao's thoughts stirred slightly as he issued a command to the isolated space. He activated the Inferno Forge. In an instant, black flames ignited within that realm, an endless tide of karmic energy transforming into fiery infernos that consumed the souls of the damned, including those of Huang Hai and the weasel, rendering them utterly devoured. They could not even emit a complete scream, being subjected to relentless agony and scorching. They would not perish, for Su Hao would not allow it. Here, they would endure only the most unadulterated torment. Su Hao required nothing from them. He sought only their suffering. Ding. You have successfully purified the souls of sin. The ruler of humanity banner has gained a substantial amount of karmic energy, and the internal space has been enhanced. Your guardian, Goei Qingmi, has experienced a minor elevation in her cultivation due to her efforts in suppressing the sinful souls. Su Hao sensed a flicker of delight and satisfaction emanating from the ruler of humanity banner and withdrew his consciousness contentedly. Chapter 78. Renovation of the Tao Field. Just as Su Hao pondered the means of inflicting torment, the ruler of humanity banner trembled gently, and a surge of pure Yin energy flowed back, instantly enveloping Qingni's soul. An aura far surpassing that of ordinary supernatural beings radiated from her. Ding! Your guardian, Goei Qingni, under your protection of the ruler of humanity banner, has successfully advanced to the early stage of the Yin soul. Congratulations, host. You have embarked on the path of the uncanny cultivator, unlocking a new cultivation system. The realms of uncanny cultivation are divided into Yin soul, evil spirit; uncanny Dan, ghost general; uncanny commander, soul marquis, king of hell, and ancestor of the underworld. Su Hao paused momentarily upon hearing the system's notification, then smirked. Uncanny cultivation? It sounded rather unimpressive. He scrutinized Qingni, who exuded a newfound aura, and casually remarked, early stage of the Yin soul, tisk, not particularly useful. Your realm is still somewhat low. In the midst of her elation over the breakthrough, Qingni, upon hearing her master's assessment, felt her previously puffed chest deflate instantly. At that moment, Su Hao's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered it nonchalantly, and a cool female voice resonated from the other end. Hello, is this Su Hao? Yes, it is. My name is Luo Qingchan. The voice, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries, delved straight into the matter. According to the intelligence I have placed beside Granny Wu, she has left the Miao village with the intention of targeting you. You must exercise caution. Su Hao raised an eyebrow but remained silent, allowing her to continue. I know you are an agent of 749. She would not dare to openly take your life. I suggest you report this matter to 749 immediately. Even without direct evidence, they would not directly eliminate Granny Wu, but she would certainly be placed under close scrutiny, making it difficult for her to move. Once my current expedition concludes, she will have no reason to linger outside, and will have to return to the Miao village. Luo Qingchan's tone was laden with rationality and calculation, evidently the result of careful deliberation. However, Su Hao countered, since you are aware of her actions, shouldn't your Miao village take direct measures to clean up its ranks? Must it fall upon 749 to monitor her? On the other end of the line, Luo Qingchan seemed momentarily taken aback, falling silent for a moment before explaining. Firstly, we lack direct evidence. It is exceedingly difficult for a supernatural being to kill silently and leave proof. Secondly, her voice took on a hint of helplessness. Granny Wu is a crucial asset to our village. Recent tensions between several Miao villages have resulted in issues for each of us. We cannot afford to abandon her based solely on suspicion, especially not through internal conflict. Such an action, even if successful, would deplete our vitality and yield more losses than gains. All right, I understand. Luo Qingchan paused, instinctively asking, what do you understand? I just need to eliminate her. Very well. I shall resolve this matter for you. Stop. Granny Wu is extremely dangerous. Before Luo Qingchan could finish her warning, Su Hao decisively ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone emanating from his phone, Luo Qingchan, 1,000 miles away, stood frozen, holding the device. Su Hao casually tossed his phone onto the sofa, a hint of regret flitting across his face. What a pity that Luo Qingchan did not inquire about me prior to calling. Did 749 not inform her about my reputation? He cast a glance at the swirling black mist of the ruler of humanity banner and couldn't help but sigh to himself. Alas, I acted too soon. That Granny Wu, with her lethal poison skills, would undoubtedly possess a soul far more resilient than these common wretches. Had I delayed my actions for a few more days, I could have captured her within the ruler of humanity banner. Using poison against poison would have provided an excellent resource to torment those disobedient employees. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, Su Hao stood on the second-floor balcony, gazing down at the campus shrouded in mist. He pondered the meaning of life. He, Su Hao, a distinguished innate immortal body and Zile Tianzuan, could not settle for a desolate and eerie abandoned school as his workplace and residence. Wouldn't tea that invite ridicule? Style. One must possess style. Meeting. Su Hao's command rang out, though softly spoken. It resounded clearly within the prison space of the ruler of humanity banner. In the next moment, the open area in front of the villa was filled with Qingni and a group of employees. Good morning, master. Qingni stood at attention first. Be serious. Address your titles while working. Good morning, commander, Qingni reiterated along with the others. Good morning. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. Comrades, observe the land beneath our feet. It is grim, dilapidated, devoid of vitality. Does this align with the image of our advanced collective? It does not. Can it reflect my aesthetic and taste as a leader? It cannot. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Thus, I have decided that from this day forth, we shall undertake a comprehensive upgrade and renovation of the entire campus." The group of uncanny beings exchanged glances, puzzled. Renovation? How would that unfold? Were they to move bricks and build walls? Your task is quite simple. Su Hao, seeing through their bewilderment, instructed, clear away all the debris, the withered branches and leaves from this place. Unearth every last one of those ancient corpses buried beneath. Ding. A long-absent system notification resonated in Su Hao's mind. Detected that the host is undertaking a monumental initiative. Side quest initiated, establishing the Dao field. Quest description. This place, a convergence of Yin energy, is deemed a sinister location by the mundane. However, in the hands of the host, it can reverse fortunes, evolve Yin and Yang, and be transformed into a blessed haven for cultivation. Please utilize supreme celestial methods as a foundation to set up a gathering spirit array and reshape the feng shui and ley lines of this area. Quest reward. Mastery in formations. Dao field. Blessed haven. Su Hao smacked his lips, finding the phrasing overly complex. Wasn't it merely a renovation? Regardless of the quips, his enthusiasm surged. With the diligent labor of the uncanny beings, the entire campus was swiftly rejuvenated. A whole day passed. The once eerie ghost school had vanished entirely. Su Hao descended slowly, surveying his masterpiece, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, quite good. He scanned his surroundings before rendering a fair assessment. The lighting has certainly improved considerably. Chapter 79. Madness in the Command Center of Jiangdong City, S-110 Police Department. The midnight tranquility was abruptly shattered by the shrill and urgent ringing of a telephone. The seasoned operator calmly answered, "Hello, this is the Jiangdong City Police Department. How may I assist you?" On the other end of the line, a woman's voice, fraught with terror, erupted in a frantic cry. "I need to report an emergency. My husband and son have gone mad." The operator's heart sank, immediately switching to recording and location mode, soothingly responding, "Please remain calm and speak slowly." "Are you in danger right now?" Yes. The woman's voice trembled, her words tumbling over one another. "Today, my son was bitten by a wild dog as he went out. I was preparing to take him to the hospital when he suddenly bit my husband. And then my husband went crazy. He wants to kill me. I've been stabbed multiple times, and I'm losing a lot of blood. I can't hold on much longer. Please, save me." Each word struck the operator like a heavy hammer, signaling a grave situation. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the phone. Bang! It resembled the sound of a door being forcefully smashed open. The woman's scream abruptly ceased, replaced by a man's eerie and delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha, why are you hiding here?" The man's voice was unsettlingly affectionate. "I've made dinner. Come out and eat." The phone seemed to be snatched away, and the man spoke into the receiver in a flat, emotionless tone. "Mind your own business." Click. The call was abruptly disconnected. "Hello? Hello?" The operator shouted into the dead line before slamming the emergency button, bellowing into the microphone. Level 1 emergency. Immediate report to the command center. Lock onto the previous call location. The caller is suspected to be facing a knife attack, in life-threatening danger, and the suspect exhibits extremely abnormal mental states with high aggression. The technical team worked with remarkable efficiency. Within 3 seconds, a red dot appeared on Jiangdong City's electronic map. Signal source locked. Location, a villa in the outskirts. Dispatch immediately. The commander's voice reverberated throughout the center, notifying the local precinct, criminal investigation team, and SWAT unit. All units, 1 and 2, mobilize. Bring breaching tools, heavy shields, and non-lethal weapons. Repeat, the suspect is extremely dangerous. In an instant, several police cars blared their sirens, racing out of the city towards the villa like arrows released from a bow. The red and blue lights sliced through the dim, rainy night, casting long reflections on the wet asphalt. Leading the charge, veteran Detective Liu pushed open the car door. A gust of cold wind mixed with rain and mud rushed in, prompting him to instinctively tighten his collar. The scene before him made even this seasoned officer furrow his brows. On the lawn outside the villa lay the bodies of 3 or 4 wild dogs, sprawled in disarray. "Old Zhang, take a team to investigate, but be cautious." Liu instructed the forensic expert behind him, his voice low. Old Zhang donned gloves and cautiously approached, gasping as he took a glance. "Captain, this doesn't look like knife wounds. It appears they were beaten to death with terrifying force. Set up a perimeter. Seal off all entrances to the villa area." Liu decisively ordered. The surrounding officers swiftly sprang into action, erecting yellow caution tape amidst the rain, isolating this ominous sight from the outside world. Once all preparations were complete, Lu took a deep breath and signaled tactically. Two young officers positioned themselves on either side of the doorframe, while he stood in the center, personally responsible for breaching the door. 3, 2, 1, go. The specially designed breaching tool slammed against the villa's door lock, resulting in a dull thud as the door swung open. A nauseatingly thick scent of blood assaulted them instantly. Maintain formation, move in. Lu suppressed his discomfort and was the first to enter, gun raised. The villa's interior was vast and empty, illuminated only by the eerie beams of their tactical flashlights, which flickered anxiously in the dark. The lights swept across the luxurious European-style furnishings and finally settled on the carpet in the center of the living room. There, 3 figures knelt grotesquely on the ground, encircling a pile of indistinct flesh and blood. Under the beam, it was unmistakably a large mass of torn, bloody meat. Click. The beam precisely illuminated one figure. It was the woman who had called for help, clad in a soiled nightgown, clutching her abdomen where a wound appeared to be. Mechanically, she grabbed a handful of flesh and stuffed it into her mouth. But just as she swallowed, her throat convulsed violently, and she retched, spewing the contents mixed with blood and flesh onto the floor, yet she persisted, shoving more meat into her mouth. Beside her, her husband and young son exhibited a starkly different demeanor. They reveled in their feeding, their faces adorned with an eerie and satisfied grin, emitting guttural sounds of enjoyment. Blood dripped from the corners of their mouths, staining their faces and clothes a deep crimson. Lu felt his stomach churn violently, a chill running from his feet to the crown of his head. After 20 years in the force, he had witnessed dismemberment cases and psychopathic killers. But he had never encountered such a bizarre, insane, and utterly perverse scene. Had these people lost their minds? What substance could drive them to such madness? Police. Don't move. A young officer finally could no longer contain himself and shouted in a trembling voice. This outburst shattered the grotesque ritual of consumption. The man slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and pupils constricted to pinpricks, gleaming with malicious intent. He glared at the officers at the door, the satisfied smile on his face vanishing, replaced by an extreme impatience and fury at being interrupted during his meal. In a voice that rasped like sandpaper, he enunciated deliberately, "I warned you not to meddle in my affairs. You just wouldn't listen." Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward with a primal roar that defied humanity. Chapter 80. Lu Kai Patrol. The man moved with lightning speed, propelled by a ferocity that seemed inhuman, lunging at the nearest young officer. Though taken by surprise, the officer, clearly an elite member of the team, reacted with remarkable agility. He sidestepped the frontal assault and, with an iron grip, ensnared the man's neck. Executing a swift shoulder throw, bang! The man slammed hard against the ground, but his body appeared impervious to pain, even as he fell. He twisted his head violently and sank his teeth into the officer's arm. "Ah!" The young officer gasped, pain shooting through him, yet he maintained his hold, pressing his knee firmly against the man's back, while his other hand reached for handcuffs. "Xiao-sun, are you all right?" Lu's voice was calm yet urgent. "I'm fine, Captain. I've subdued him. Just a scratch," replied the officer known as Xiao-Sunday. Meanwhile, the child attempted to leap into the fray, but his strength and speed were no match for his father's. He was easily subdued and pinned against the wall by 2 other officers wielding riot shields. The entire process unfolded with astonishing speed, from the breach to the subjugation, lasting no more than half a minute. The only individual present who did not resist was the woman, who simply curled up on the ground, clutching her abdomen, her vacant gaze fixed on the scene, emitting meaningless whimpering sounds. One officer examined her injuries and reported, "Captain, there are lacerations on her abdomen, but they do not appear to be life-threatening. She is bleeding and requires immediate medical attention." Another officer promptly reached for the radio. "Wait." Team leader Lu's voice suddenly resonated, not loud, yet imbued with undeniable authority. He halted the officer preparing to call for an ambulance, his sharp gaze sweeping over the subdued father and son before landing on the moaning woman. "Captain?" Several officers exchanged puzzled glances. Lu did not provide an immediate explanation. Instead, he approached Xiao-Sun, crouched down, and personally inspected his wounds. A distinct bite mark was evident, oozing dark red blood, while the skin surrounding the injury exhibited an unusual purplish hue. Unusual. Lu stood up, his tone gravely serious. Everything was amiss. He pointed at the father and son on the ground. Their strength, their madness, their disregard for pain cannot be explained by drug use or mental illness. Most critically, Lu's gaze finally settled on Xiao-Sun's simply bandaged arm. "We cannot take chances, we cannot risk contagion." Instantly, the faces of all officers turned ashen. "Everyone, take them." and immediately returned to the station. This villa is to be classified as a high-security quarantine zone. No one is to approach. Lu issued a series of commands, ensuring the three were confined in isolation cells, physically separated. Xiao Sun, you too, will be under solitary observation. But Captain, that woman's injuries won't be fatal. Lu's voice was as cold as ice. She won't die immediately. If we send her to the hospital and something goes awry, the entire hospital will be compromised. Immediately contact higher-ups and report that we are facing a supernatural incident, requesting intervention from special units. The convoy sped away, sirens blaring, leaving the villa, which appeared particularly sinister in the rain-soaked night. Meanwhile, in a dim alley opposite the main entrance of the Jiangdong City Police Headquarters, several translucent figures were stealthily peeking about, conducting their nocturnal patrol. Leading them was Lu Kai, who, with his hands clasped behind his back and an exaggerated posture, was attempting to project an air of leadership during an inspection. Lu Gu, one of the youngest and most insubstantial apparitions, timidly inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. If we just stay here doing nothing, isn't that slacking off? What if the commander finds out? Smack. Lu Kai playfully tapped the back of the young apparition's head, although it was merely a gesture without physical contact. How many times must I say it? During work hours, you must address me by my title. Call me Captain Lu. He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone reminiscent of imparting life lessons. Moreover, this is not slacking off. This is strategic positioning. Understand? I am observing and analyzing the behavioral patterns of criminals to strive for early accomplishments and ascend the ranks. Understood, Captain Lu, the young apparition replied, rubbing his head, yet still wearing a perplexed expression. But what does it mean for us to guard the entrance of this police station? Can we achieve any results here? Haha, that shows your lack of experience, Lu Kai replied, displaying a smug expression of self-satisfaction. Think about it. After a crime occurs, don't the victims come to file reports? If we intercept them before they enter, inquire about the situation, we can beat the police to the punch and capture those criminals. This is what? It's called intercepting. It's precision striking. Lu Kai grew increasingly animated, envisioning his rise to glory as he was promoted by the commander, reaching the pinnacle of his career. However, the young apparition weakly raised his hand again. Captain, I feel something is amiss. Nowadays, don't people report crimes using their phones to call 110? Who would bother coming all the way to the police station? The young apparition stated straightforwardly. And even if someone does come, it's likely for a common crime, right? The commander wants us to apprehend our kind, along with those monsters and demons. If we catch a thief, will the commander credit us with results? His Lu Kai's smug smile instantly froze. He glanced at the young apparition, then at the brightly lit entrance of the police station, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. The atmosphere in the alley grew awkward. After a long silence, Lu Kai suddenly slapped his thigh and clapped the young apparition on the shoulder, his tone shifting dramatically to one of admiration and approval. You make a fair point. Your mind is indeed sharp. Not bad, not bad. You have potential. He then turned to the other apparitions who had been silent thus far, commanding them loudly. Did you all hear that? Learn from Xiaozhong. You must view problems with a developmental perspective. Understand the need to keep pace with the times. We cannot adhere to outdated practices. Let us relocate. We'll stake out near the hospital and the crematorium. Just as Lu Kai and his elite cadre prepared to change positions, several police cars blared their sharp sirens, rushing past them. These were the officers swiftly returning to the station, led by team leader Lu. Lu Kai and his group of apparitions shrank back against the wall, watching the police cars vanish from sight, and he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Given this commotion, it seems a significant case has arisen. Too bad it falls outside our scope of operations. Chapter 81. The Antidote Team Leader Lu, are you certain you wish to leave? Look at those individuals. Do they exude the aura of normal people? I believe we could achieve some results. Xiaozhong remarked. His Lu Kai inhaled sharply. This is undoubtedly a major opportunity, one that could greatly please the commander. All units, prepare for action. Target has been identified. Remain ready to strike. Simultaneously, within the Jiangdong City Police Headquarters, the atmosphere was as tense as still water. In the interrogation room, the family of three was confined separately, yet even through the thick walls, their hearts stopping. Beast-like roars intermittently resonated. A young man clad in a standard 749 trench coat entered the surveillance room, surrounded by a cadre of anxious officers. He was Li Wei, a C-level specialist summoned to address the emergency. Team leader Lu. Li Wei glanced at the screen displaying the man violently crashing into furniture, his brow furrowing slightly. I have reviewed the situation. There is no need for panic. This is a classic case of a low-level demon's essence infiltrating the body, resulting in confusion and violent behavior. I have dealt with many similar cases. The seasoned officer Lu shook his head, replying gravely, specialistly, I believe the situation is more complex than that. That is merely the perspective of mortals. Li Wei responded confidently, retrieving several yellow talismans from his pocket. The demon's aura corrupts the soul, which naturally appears incomprehensible to you. Watch closely, a single standard spirit-cleansing talisman can resolve this issue. With that, disregarding Lu's protests, he gestured for the officers to open the interrogation room door. Holding the talisman, he chanted incantations, swiftly advancing to affix the talisman to the man's thrashing forehead. Command. However, the anticipated scene of the man calming did not materialize. How could this happen? Li Wei's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his shock for the first time. The man let out a primal roar, lunging at Li Wei, his already mutated claws capable of easily tearing through steel. Just at that critical moment, swish, the cold walls of the interrogation room suddenly transformed, becoming as fluid as water, as two figures seamlessly traversed through them. It was Xiao Zhang and another mysterious figure, who swiftly secured the shoulders and neck of the frenzied man. Shortly thereafter, commotion erupted from two other rooms, only to swiftly return to silence. The remaining figures had effortlessly subdued the woman and the youth. Laughter echoed in the corridor as Lu Kai's silhouette gradually emerged, observing the three apprehended individuals with genuine delight, exclaiming with hearty laughter, indeed, a remarkable achievement. Well done, brothers. Li Wei, still shaken by the bizarre scene before him, found his mind in disarray. A logical deduction flashed through his thoughts. These figures were sent by the puppet masters to eliminate witnesses, to obliterate evidence. Old fiends. Li Wei bellowed in fury. You dare commit murder right under the eyes of Special Agent 749. You seek death. Just as he prepared to cast a spell, he sensed the air around him turn icy and piercing. Several figures simultaneously turned their heads towards him. Two of them blurred into motion and appeared beside him, one to each side, firmly restraining his arms. Li Wei was utterly bewildered. What do you intend to do? Lu Kai leisurely glided to his front, adjusting his invisible uniform and clearing his throat. This officer, we are law enforcement personnel from the prison administration. The three contaminants have now been taken into our custody. The apprehension is complete, and we are about to escort them back. You have no objections, do you? Should you have any grievances, you may seek out Commissioner Huang Hai to lodge a complaint. Huang Hai. Li Wei's pupils dilated in shock. The eerie enforcers before him were actually agents of Huang Hai. His mind raced, quickly piecing together the situation. He immediately donned a humble smile, nodding repeatedly, So it is Commissioner Huang's people. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Since this is a matter of official business from Commissioner Huang, I shall cooperate fully. Lu Kai felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained inscrutable. He waved his hand, commanding, take them away. Wait, there is another one who has been bitten. Take him too. You mean Su Hao? Lu Kai confirmed, standing aside and respectfully reporting on the recent events at the police station. How audacious. On my turf. They dare to act without caution and perpetrate such repulsive deeds? Su Hao commanded Qing and I, deploy everyone. Scour the entirety of Jiangdong City and uncover the source of this matter. Yes, master. Qing and I acknowledged, transforming into a gust of dark wind to summon forces. Once the arrangements were made, Su Hao approached the room where four individuals were securely confined. Two of them emitted unintelligible growls, their eyes bloodshot and foaming at the mouth, desperately attempting to bite anything that came near. What is this, zombies? Su Hao mused, his face contorted in distaste. Biting and contagion, what could have caused this? A virus? At that moment, the system notification that had long been silent chimed in. Ding. Host has keen insight. The essence of the plague has been discerned. It is indeed a virus, and a potent one at that. He suddenly conceived a bold and ingenious idea. If I concoct a solution for them, could it purify their condition? Without hesitation, Su Hao seized an unopened bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, took a sip to moisten his throat, then spat into the bottle with nonchalance. After shaking the bottle vigorously, he declared the task complete. Just then, Qing and I returned from her mission. Su Hao handed her the bottle, instructing in an authoritative tone, Qing and I, administer this to each of the four and observe the effects. This is my personally formulated antidote. It will cure them. Yes, master. Qing and I proceeded to dispense the remedy to the four individuals. The moment the liquid slid down their throats, a remarkable transformation occurred. Their furious roars ceased abruptly, replaced by violent coughing as they expelled the impurities from their lungs. The terrifying redness in their eyes faded rapidly, and they collapsed unconscious, though their expressions had returned to a tranquil normalcy. The other two, no longer in agony, stared blankly, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Outside the room, Su Hao observed the changes within with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, his expression one of validation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have purified the plague. You have successfully developed the perfect antidote for this epidemic. This act is of immeasurable merit, reward, slight enhancement of physical cultivation. However, Su Hao stroked his chin. His brow furrowed. The contagion was indeed highly infectious. He needed to identify the source to eliminate the issue once and for all. Yet before that, it was imperative to contain the spread of the epidemic. Relying solely on his subordinates to investigate the city would be insufficient. Such a significant matter concerning the safety of the entire city required a dedicated organization to handle it more efficiently. He resolved to report to 749. Determined, Su Hao opened the 749 app, accessed the emergency reporting feature, and succinctly recorded the events that had transpired. Mass infection, symptoms, violent behavior, loss of rationality, heightened aggression, transmissible through bodily fluids. Note, a special antidote has been developed and can be mass-produced. Upon completion, he clicked Submit. Almost instantaneously, the app's intelligent backend provided feedback. Several encrypted messages flooding his phone. Warning, your report has been associated with multiple unresolved incidents in the database. Incident number, JDW01, location, Southern City Abandoned Factory. Disposal method, target and contacts have been contained. Incident number, JDW02, location, XX Community Building 3, disposal method, target has been contained. Incident number, JDW07, location, Eastern City Highway Service Area, disposal method, target has been contained. As Su Hao reviewed the series of reports, his brow furrowed. After confirming the precise coordinates of the Jiangdong City 749 branch with the intelligent backend, he recalled that despite being in Jiangdong City for some time, he had yet to report to the local branch. However, he had always been indifferent to such worldly formalities. With a light chuckle, he swiftly transformed into a radiant azure arc, tearing through the night, propelling towards the target at the city's far end. Below, the city morphed into a blur of vibrant colors, receding quickly from his view. Meanwhile, within the seemingly unremarkable gray office building of the Jiangdong City 749 branch, the atmosphere was taut with tension. In the minister's office at the top level, a resolute middle-aged man with graying temples, Minister Zhou Ligua of the Jiangdong Division, was bellowing into the communicator. Quick, retrieve all files of the JDW series immediately for execution. Not long after he spoke, a report came in. Minister, an extremely high-energy response has been detected on the rooftop. The energy level is undetermined. Unidentified target. Level A alert. All combat teams, report to your posts immediately. The barrier shows no reaction. The enemy has directly penetrated our defensive formation. Inside the office, the shrill sound of alarms blended with the panicked reports of subordinates. Zhou Ligua felt a splitting headache. Calamities seemed to come one after another. Suddenly, the heavy door, crafted from a special alloy capable of withstanding heavy fire, was gently pushed open from the outside. Good day, Minister. My name is Su Hao. Su Hao spoke in a calm tone, resembling an ordinary colleague dropping by for a visit. Zhou Ligua immediately recognized him. This face held remarkable recognition within the 749 organization, especially among the higher-ups. He was the ruthless figure who had emerged from the East China Division, the one who single-handedly eliminated Han Mingzi. Each of his achievements was enough to leave any B-level officer in the dust. No, even an S-level officer would find it unattainable. Remarkably, all these feats had occurred within a mere few months. Long admired your reputation, Commissioner Su. Zhou Ligua gestured invitingly. Please, have a seat. We won't sit. Let's stand and talk quickly. Su Hao interrupted him directly, his calm gaze fixed on Zhou Ligua, exuding immense pressure. Let us discuss serious matters. Where are the contained individuals? Zhou Ligua promptly concealed all extraneous thoughts. All infected individuals are currently contained in the special isolation zone on the underground third level. The virus is highly infectious and difficult to guard against. I am here to resolve this issue. Zhou Ligua's spirits lifted, and he quickly inquired, Commissioner Su, do you have a solution? Certainly. Go, prepare a large quantity of purified water for me. Zhou Ligua was taken aback. Although he did not understand the connection to treatment, he immediately nodded to a nearby subordinate. Then, he heard Su Hao's next statement, which left him frozen in place. I will concoct the antidote on site. Concoct the antidote on site? Zhou Ligua's mind short-circuited for 3 seconds, then surged with a torrent of thoughts. Could it be that this Commissioner Su was not only a powerhouse in combat, but also a hidden top-tier researcher? The 749 organization did possess specialists capable of purifying this virus, but it required immense mental energy and was a significant burden on the specialists themselves. Purifying one or two individuals was manageable, but facing a group was akin to a drop in the bucket. Therefore, when Su Hao mentioned concocting the antidote on site, Zhou Liguo's first reaction was that this formidable figure must have mastered a formula for mass production with minimal cost. Soon, several large barrels of purified water were brought in. Su Hao approached one of the massive barrels, glanced around at the expectant gazes of those present, and slightly furrowed his brow. He initially intended to contribute a simple liquid, like he had done earlier that morning. However, given the current situation and the presence of so many colleagues, he felt his artistic expression might be a bit avant-garde. It would be better to opt for a different method. After all, in a public setting, it was best to refrain from anything too unrefined, he thought to himself. Under the uncertain gazes of all present, Su Hao extended his index finger. A flash of the Deluo sword embryo appeared and gently pierced his skin. A drop of blood, brilliant as gold, oozed from the wound and then accurately dispersed into each barrel of purified water. Su Hao retracted his finger. The small wound healing instantly, leaving no trace. All right, this is the antidote. The office fell into an eerie silence. What? Is this a joke? This is it. His mind erupted in a tempest of questions, with countless question marks flashing like a barrage. What was Su Hao's body made of? Was he truly a walking repository of celestial materials? One drop of blood could resolve such a multitude of issues? This was beyond scientific plausibility. It bordered on the realm of the supernatural. Quickly, distribute it to those infected. A small bottle cap for each person will suffice. Chapter 83. Su's interrogation method. The tense atmosphere in the Jiangdong City 749 division was immediately alleviated after Su Hao's antidote was distributed. It became evident that, in the presence of Su Hao's antidote, the so-called virus was feeble and easily vanquished. The infected individuals began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Those frantic citizens, upon regaining their senses, were oblivious to their actions, believing it to have been merely a nightmare. Inside the office, Zhou Liguo approached Su Hao with a freshly released intelligence analysis report, his expression grave. Commissioner Su, he handed over the report. The latest intelligence has come in. According to our analysis, Zhou Liguo reported swiftly, this virus is exceptionally peculiar. It only affects humans and does not transmit between animals. Furthermore, all animals carrying the virus have shown signs of artificial modification. He took a deep breath and delivered the final conclusion. It can be confirmed that these animals were deliberately modified and strategically released throughout the city. The air in the office instantly thickened. This implied that it was not an accident, but rather a thorough biological terrorist attack targeting the entire Jiangdong city. Su Hao rose from the sofa and stretched his neck. Engaging in such actions in my city with such primitive methods is truly reckless. At that moment, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Emergency mission update. Trace the source of the plague. Description: the host has successfully thwarted the initial scheme of the heretical poison master, yet the sinister source remains lurking in the shadows. This villain uses innocent beings as conduits to spread vile toxins, representing a grave threat to the foundations of life in the region. The host is to follow the clues to uncover and eliminate this mastermind, thoroughly purifying Jiangdong. Suddenly, Su Hao felt a surge of clarity. A definitive thought was transmitted through the Renhuang fan, originating from Lu Kai. Found it, a significant lead. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hao's figure vanished from the office in an instant. Zhou Liguo barely registered a flicker before Su Hao disappeared. This formidable figure truly did not play by the rules. At the opposite end of the city, a flash of blue light signaled Su Hao's silent appearance atop a heavy cargo truck. Looking down, he observed Lu Kai, accompanied by several capable subordinates, forcefully pinning a man dressed in a driver's uniform to the ground. Commander. Lu Kai sensed Su Hao's arrival and immediately saluted respectfully. Report. Su Hao's voice came from atop the truck, flat and indifferent. At your command. Lu Kai promptly replied. We traced residual demonic energy from a modified wildcat and discovered this truck's suspicious activities, as it made several brief stops at multiple locations. After intercepting it with my team, I immediately reported to you. Well done. Su Hao strode directly toward the back door of the truck. A pungent amalgamation of animal odors, antiseptic, and a faint malevolent aura seeped through the crack of the door. Lu Kai stepped forward and forcefully yanked open the heavy iron gate. Inside the vast compartment, numerous iron cages were crowded together, housing an array of cats, dogs, and even a few rabbits and mice. Without exception, their eyes glowed with an abnormal crimson light, reflecting a savage and frenzied spirit as they emitted low, guttural growls from their throats. Su Hao turned towards the driver. Tell me what you know. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. 3, 2, 1. It seemed you were reluctant to cooperate. No matter, I shall inquire myself. In the next instant, an invisible blade swiftly sliced through his neck. The driver's expression of relief froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he emitted a hissing gasp from his throat. A thin line of blood slowly blossomed from his neck. His final thought was, why was I killed so casually without having spoken a word? As the driver's body began to slump, Su Hao waved his hand, summoning the ethereal black banner of the human emperor, which materialized beside him. A chilling force erupted from the banner's surface, wrenching the driver's recently departed soul and ensnaring it within the fabric. The black light flickered, and the driver's soul was expelled anew, stumbling to kneel upon the ground. In that moment, he appeared insubstantial, his face reflecting an abject terror emanating from the depths of his soul towards the human emperor's banner. Now, you may speak, Su Hao observed from a position of superiority. I cannot. The driver's soul shrieked in terror, covering his mouth with trembling hands, as if to seal the secret within. However, an irresistible compulsion forced him to utter, the words escaping through his fingers. It is the creation of Master Gu Xian. All of this is for supreme merit. If we heed Master Gu Xian's guidance, we shall enter the realm of immortals after death, enjoying eternal bliss. Merit? Realm of immortals? As he listened to the nonsensical ramblings of a brainwashed individual, Su Hao instinctively extracted the key terms. Gu Xian? Surely, it must be a mushroom spirit that has cultivated itself to such an extent. Su Hao issued an unyielding command. Lead the way. The banner of the human emperor flashed with black light, drawing Lu Kai and all the employees into its depths. In the next moment, Su Hao transformed into a streak of azure light. The driver anxiously directed his new master towards the lair of Gu Xian. Before long, Su Hao arrived at his destination. It was a rarely traversed deep mountain forest, the valley shrouded in miasma, exuding an ominous and eerie atmosphere. Su Hao hovered in the air, his gaze impassive as he surveyed the ground below. His eyes penetrated the layered tree canopy and miasma, precisely locating a concealed cavern. Within his sight, a colossal, canopy-like fungal entity loomed at the center of the cave. It emitted a kaleidoscopic toxic mist, with repulsive tendrils cascading from its umbrella-like cap. Surrounding it were numerous iron cages, filled with various animals. At that moment, the so-called Gu Xian was injecting pipes of dark green liquid into the writhing creatures, conducting its wicked experiments. Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. Such actions were undoubtedly malevolent. In his eyes, the existence of such a being warranted no trial. Suspended 1,000 meters above ground, Su Hao concentrated, and an intangible heart sword was unsheathed, slicing through the air. Below, the massive body of Gu Xian suddenly froze. A smooth incision appeared from head to toe, and then its colossal form silently split in two. Foul green liquid erupted, staining the entire cave with a repulsive hue.